Are you ready? Down goes George, that's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. CD scored out. Oh, big shot.
It's time, ladies and gentlemen. It's the PMWL East, and we are back once again after our one-day hiatus. I almost slammed this because I'm so excited as we are going to be getting into the proper play, the weeks leading up to the final here across the month. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kyle Laris, your host throughout all of this. Oh, I did slam the desk. And I have, to my left-hand side, two gentlemen that are going to be bringing you some of the commentary here to start things off. Hey, are you ready, Blank and John?
I'm so ready. I wanted to say bit and connect at the same time, but I didn't. You know, I've refrained myself. We're going to bring some of the action, aren't we, John?
Absolutely, yeah. We're going to be getting the first couple of games in the day. Should be good fun.
Yeah, some Vikendis for you guys as well, I hear.
Some Vikendis, yeah. No, we're excited to do Vikendi. We haven't done
Some
it
say.
enough.
Some say. All right.
It has been known.
It has been known. It is known. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm going to head over now to my analysis boys as well here to bring you all of the breakdowns throughout some of the games as well. Froz and Avenger, it's been literally 5 minutes since I saw you. In fact, no, it was not. It's just a few seconds. Froz, how are you doing, friend?
All good, all good. I'm super excited for what's going to happen here today.
What?
What about you?
Are you going to say my name?
No.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay, I'm not going to say it either. I'm just going to wait for the lower third to show that. No, I'm excited to be here as well. I'm excited to get this started. I think the format is super interesting, and we're going to have some amazing games and hopefully some domination and hopefully some comebacks from some of the teams that some of the communities out there expected to perform a bit better in the opening week.
I think it gets really interesting now as well because this is the time when all of these teams are really set to pace, really trying to find themselves here in the format and how it actually does exist, because all of these teams now need to score as much to try and get on into those super weekends. Froz, we're going to talk about the schedule in a few moments' time, and it's something that is very interesting to see unfold because it's a bit of a unique schedule as well here.
I mean, it's super unique in terms of the map rotations and the group system that we have, and it's going to be exciting to see. We already had a little bit of feeling for the teams during the last weekend there, during the seeding weekend.
For sure.
We got to touch on each other a bit, like what it is to actually play against each another.
And of course, before we actually get to all of that, we kind of at home want to show you exactly how everything is going to go down once everything is settled, the dust has settled, as the battlegrounds are about to begin. But here is our studio. We have 16 pods ready for whenever the players are ready to come here and join us. It's a phenomenal studio. Guys, currently the floor is lava. Everything's very red. Everything's very PMWL East themed Avenger. It's beautiful. It's phenomenal.
It's honestly one of the most beautiful studios I've ever seen, and it's super comfortable as well. We had a chance to just sit just for 2 minutes before we got thrown away in the couches, and you were super comfortable while you're sitting there. It's definitely super easy to be able to play some very good games from there.
I really like the vibe with the couches. It's almost like you're sitting at home and just playing in your own couch there.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Let's take a look at the format here for the PMWL East as we have concluded our first two opening days of matches, which did determine the seeding. Now, all of that seeding is now feeding into those first 3 weeks of play. And throughout the first 2 days of each week, we are going to break it down from 20 teams to the top 16 teams across those 2 days. And those 16 teams will advance each week to the last 3 days of the week, which will be the Super Weekend, Froz.
Yes, and it's super important that you actually get yourself to the Super Weekend because that's where you gather all the points to make sure that you get a spot in the finals.
Correct, because of course, when you look at how everybody's going to try and accrue points here, it's going to be able to push you on to the next stage and the next stage and the next stage. Let's see how those points actually break down. It's 20 points for first place, so if you actually get yourself that, it's a lot of points. And then you've also got 11th through 16th here getting their 1 participation point, but also kills mean points, Avenger.
Kills are super important. About 40% of the points are going to come from kills. So, but I really like the top heavy placement here. 20 points for win, 14 for second. So once you get into the top 3, it really starts battering in terms of points.
I mean, also, it shows why you want to have as many players as possible alive for the late game, because if you have all 4 up, you're going to have more impact to that. You have a high chance to win the game, but also you're not giving away any points.
Yes, absolutely. And not only do points mean prizes, but they also mean prize pool as well here. Let's take a look at the numbers as they break down, because we have on our left-hand side the regular prize money, which is for the league play. That is the numbers that you're going to be accruing, the points that you're going to be accruing throughout the 3 super weekends. However, then on the right-hand side is our grand final, as you could see, far on the right of our format and how things work out. If you're able to get first place in that grand final, Avenger, 100,000 smackaroonies. It's a lot of smackaroonies.
It's a lot of smackaroonies. Honestly, it's life-changing money. We've said it before in the opening weekend, but this is something that can change your life. You can, if you decide that you're done playing PUBG Mobile after win this, you can easily open a cafe or other stuff that might interest you.
Maybe.
It's not only about the prize money, though. It's also the pride and the glory to be the #1, be the champion as well.
Yes, and you can see in a lot of these players that it really does mean a lot. It is not only life-changing money on the line, but also a lot of occurrences that happen in life through their road here in PUBG Mobile. In fact, we can take a short look here at Between the Battlegrounds.
Okay. I set this camera guide like that. Okay. Yeah, we are here. There is virus. We can go anywhere.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Global Final.
Best of the best in the world here with us today, John. We'll see how these teams can work under the pressure that it will push down on them.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Club Open. It's time to shine.
Then Luxy comes in. He takes the kill, and now he's in a 1 versus 2. Luxy for Bigitron. He could go all the way. That was amazing. And so is this from Klotzgon as he wipes them out. Case for Jonathan is Neo goes down. Jonathan's in the open. He's going for the spray. He's taking blue damage. Needs to figure it out, but 2 of them are down. He's snaking it around. Goes for the spray. Takes it down.
That's when I saw a team that really led the world in terms of their skill level, and then, you know, they feel like they're untouchable. But in PUBG Mobile, everybody is constantly reminded of their mortality.
Now we're coming into a new year. There are pro leagues happening all over the world.
Clean kill!
Thousands upon thousands of teams will battle it out to go to the end of the year for the World Championships and meet and clash on that final stage.
Are you kidding me? 21 years old!
Look at you now, looking for more runners!
Dropping out of the plane, you need to know that the 3 guys next to you have your back, and they are willing to go with you in any situation.
There's a team that can breach well, it's Loops. Beowulf just shuts them down. Pittsburgh Knight cutting through B4. Down they descend into the valley.
Kita siap.
You're really going to get a feel of the commitment and the tenacity that a lot of these players have when it comes to participating in PUBG Mobile. And Between the Battlegrounds, an 8-part series documentary, which is going to be released throughout the year. The first part of which is going to be released during our first Super Weekend. And I've had a sneak peek. It's really good. It's really good, guys. So, Froz, of course, Avenger here. It's great to also get to hear in general. I mean, we hear it sometimes in the interviews as well, how these kind of players are approaching the game. Everybody's got their own different style. Some players are kind of fueled by tenacity. Some players are very, very confident to try and get themselves going. We can take a look at how all of that breaks down as well. Moving on, though, of course, gentlemen, we have our rosters, I do believe, on the way up here to take a look at how things do go. So, Group A is here first off. It was Bigitron taking the first seed from the first 2 days. Box Gaming, No Chance Team, and Freestyle will be playing out Group A. What do you make of it, Froz?
I mean, look at it. We have, of course, the #1 from the seeding themselves, Bigitron.
Yeah.
They're also the former champion or the reigning champion from PMC or Fall Split. So we're looking forward to see if they can keep it up, if they can keep that #1 spot. Remember, it's only 2 days of week play going into a Super Weekend.
Group B, Orange Rock, Moth Team, Valdus the Murder, and Megastars. This is a group, I feel, of chicken dinner winners from our first 2 days.
This is a lot of chicken dinner winners. Orange Rock, one of my personal favorites going into the league play here. I think they've been playing fantastically.
Yeah.
Jill was one of the guys to really step up, but overall, those guys were able to play so well during our opening weekend.
Gank, you level up. GXR Celts, as well as Nova Godlike coming into Group C for us.
I mean, look at this group. Something that I want to point out is you level up. That's a team we saw. They played two games on each map last weekend during the seeding, and almost 40% of their points were only from Vikendi. And remember, this weekend, today and tomorrow, it's going to be a lot of Vikendi games.
That is very true. Moving on to Group D, we have RRQ Athena, Reject Scarlet, Team Secret, and TSMT. For all intents and purposes, Avenger, this is stacked.
This is a bit too stacked, for my opinion, honestly. Obviously, these guys are here because there is some performances from Team Secret and Team Entity.
Yes.
So that really didn't go where the community expected, didn't go where we expected. So we're expecting this group to be spicy, and we're expecting these guys to perform very well, but could be hard having these guys follow you throughout the whole league.
Yeah, Team IND, Synergy, T1, as well as King of Gamers Club. We're not going to get to see the constant battle from T1 over in Rozhok, but I'm sure we'll see it in a few games.
We're going to see it from here and there, so we're not going to totally miss out on it, just not every game.
I mean, if you're stepping up to a situation where you say, you know what, guys, we're gonna just adapt, we're gonna reactive play with this, we're not gonna contest, then it still means you could be able to have Rozhok when it's available and then just drop somewhere else. That could be a good strategy going into the league here.
Let's take a look back then at what happened throughout our first 2 days of the PMWL East, where all of these teams were jostling for position to find themselves a decent spot in those groups. But for all intents and purposes here, there was moments where people were saying, are they holding something back? Are they not? Like some of these teams. I feel like a lot of these teams were playing how they're going to approach things very, very calmly.
Yeah, definitely. But at the same time, you also got to realize that a lot of the teams that haven't played against each other since PMCO Fall Split.
True.
They played against half of the teams, so they know half of them. Now the other half is a little bit unknown how they want to play, where they drop, exactly how they rotate. And that was something that a lot of the teams tried to figure out during the seeding weekend.
Avenger?
I honestly, I feel like what happened here, the reason why some of these teams didn't perform to the level that, you know, our regions and our communities expecting ourselves is also because it is so stacked, as Frost say. Like, the competition is so much harder that you go in and say, you know what, guys, we don't have as much space. You could see that when we're looking at the map. Once we have that 3rd and 4th and 5th circle and people cannot rotate in cars anymore because they're going to get shot out or the cars are going to explode, people are so heavily contested on the edge, and there's just so many teams. Usually they would be used to maybe having, you know, 3 or 4 less teams on the edge. Maybe one more have contested the compound in the middle or tried to breach, but there's simply just not enough space. So what I really want to see, what they can take away from the opening weekend, is you go in and you analyze the different games, the different maps, and you say, you know what, in the opening weekend, it was extremely edge-heavy, which it was. It was extremely edge-heavy. You know what? Let's try to change our strategies a little bit. Let's actually try to go for some of those center compounds, contest some of those compounds that are in the middle, that are going to be in the middle for the next maybe 2 circles. Use the time, take the chance. It might be a risk, but it will pay off in the end because our placement points are so heavy.
That is fair. And there were a few players that actually did stand out quite heavily throughout our first 2 days. One of them would be, of course, G9, as he was able to play out things for RRQ Athena. There were many moments that we actually saw him shine throughout all of this, and it really felt like he was very calm under pressure in certain situations where it was even just him against the world.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him not only doing a lot of damage, but in one of the games he also had a good clutch, giving himself 8 kills towards the end. But also the diversity of him, not just being a prone player as we can see here, but also in the last scenario there, we saw him on the bridge camping by himself.
Yeah, you can see here as well, rounding out some of these final moments. There was a few double nade kills going on here, Avenger. Some really, really cool plays.
Overall, a fantastic player, and the clutches he was able to do 15 kills as well. RQ Athena is honestly one of my favorite teams going into this, both as a favorite, as in I like their play style, but also I like their name. Also, I think their players are really going to step up here to the World League.
Which bit? The RRQ or the Athena?
Both. The combination.
The combination. The double wombo. I like it. Let's take a look at the schedule as well then, as we have 5 games coming at you today. Now, it is not like our first 2 opening days. We actually today will have the toaster rack of Erangel, and then into Slice, the toast. It's going to be Vikendi. Even though toast is warm, Vikendi is not very warm. Froz, this is a weird analogy. What do you think?
It's a good balance, having a little bit warm, a little bit cold. No, that's exactly what you're going to see. We're going to see some sunny grass patches on Erangel, but then you go over to Vikendi, get a little bit of that snow.
Yeah, not too bad. And also you could see there whilst that was going down, which groups are going to be sitting out which games. So we'll be starting out with E sitting out, and then we descend D, C, B, A. Do you descend in the alphabet? Is that? I guess you do.
I would say you descend, yeah. You don't ascend. You descend, yeah. But I want to say, though, E is sitting out, which means T1 is sitting out on the first Erangel, which means, well, this is going to have all the space they want in Rorschach. We'll see if they're going to obviously take advantage of that. They should. But I'm excited to see the third game overall today, but the second Erangel, because they're both going to be playing that one.
And here is Erangel, of course. The diversity that we've seen in our circle so far has been great. Froz, what's your favorite drop spot?
Drop spot. I actually prefer Rorschach.
Oh, you're not?
So, yeah. I'm going to go with T1.
He's lying. He's never told me he liked Rorschach ever.
I think he's a containers boy.
I think so too. How about yourself, Avenger?
I like South George due to loot and the amount of opportunities you have to go somewhere else. You can diverge so easily. You know, you can go to containers and split. You can do a hospital split with the West Coast. You can go North George. Up to a discussion here, but I think overall it's a nice spot to start to drop out. It's not center heavy enough, but I'm a goblin. I need all the loot, so I'm gonna be slow anyway. I'm never gonna rotate out fast. I'm not gonna leave Pochinki after 2.5 minutes.
He's never fast. Literally, you can be across half the map and he's still looting.
Yeah,
that's why I needed to have 2-seater priority.
And then he dies in the rotation.
No, I don't. No,
let's not go there.
That's him. Let's not go there.
One time.
We played a game just this weekend, and you were like, oops. And what happened?
Wait, no.
I crashed the car.
No.
Come pick me up. I'm in
crashed.
the blue.
He crashed and then stopped and then got back on and then crashed again. And he was like, I'm just stopping so I can check the map.
No, that was another game.
That
was another game.
There's 2 times with the car.
We were playing. Unbelievable. Anyway, right, we're going to our first Erangel of the day. Thank you very much for listening to our ridiculous nature. We are heading over to Xander and John.
Hello, thank you very much. We're going to be getting into game number 1, the first of, I'm going to rename, it's not a toaster stack, right? It's a double-decker burger. It's the big boy. You got the bread, you got the meat, you got the bread, you got the meat, you got the bread. We got the first slice of bread up for you right now. It's going to be Erangel.
That we do, Erangel coming in. Oh, why are you throwing Colaris underneath the bus here? I'm with you most of the time, man, but look, if he wants the toast rack, he wants the toast rack. We've got some real intense music coming in because it's the first game of the day, and it's going to be fantastic because this is what will prove to teams, can they make it into that super weekend? Yeah. Will they start earning those points to make it to the league final?
That's the crucial thing, isn't it, Blank? It's getting to those super weekends, getting those points on board, and of course you said it's not only the first game of the day, it's the first game of the regular league after those seedings have come on through. So we're going to see where all these teams are going to drop. Are we going to have some kind circles, do you think, on Erangel? Because we haven't really seen too many of those so far.
We've seen some ridiculous ones. We've seen some crazy playing paths too, but not today. Today, we're starting off the league stage very, very comfortably. It's a nice, easy playing coming over from Yasnaya down to Primor, so everyone should be able to get exactly where they want to go, albeit it might take a little bit longer if you're heading down to the southwest side of the map here.
So, I'll see where these teams do opt to drop the full 16. Are going to be loading on up and getting those spots claimed. It looks like Megastars are going to drop out early, heading over to Kameshki, Blank.
Yeah, they're heading off very, very early. And we've seen Megastars actually have to head up to Kameshki quite a few times, but they've got a decent rotational path out of here most of the way through. I'm pretty happy with what I've seen from Megastars. Morph, on the other hand, they like to play Milta, right? This seems to be their usual spot coming in. BTR head down to farm nice and early. They like to go for that split. And they're very comfortable with the limited amount of loot that they can find down there. Usually that means just killing another team and taking their loot. As Avenger would say, there is some loot goblins around the map, but you can kill those loot goblins and take their bag of loot for yourself.
You know, he's been doing too many raids. He's used to those loot drops, so he's going to be getting them on board and seeing if he can carry them forward. So see if any of those teams are going to be able to go for it. It looks like Freestyle are going to be dropping around Shelter, and the circle's actually going to go their way, Blank.
And that's the first circle for us almost straight away, John. So this is nice to see. It's very much towards the eastern side. There is a lot of water inside this one after all. So it's a little bit scary for these teams on the west side, but by no means that these teams won't make it in. The issue comes in the lack of landmass available to these guys at the moment. You level up now 1 thundering their way through. And right now, what we have, John, is a little bit of a crunch between Freestyle, U-Level-Up, BTR, as well as GXR Celts.
And that's the thing as well, Blank. You mentioned BTR right there. This is a Milta Circle. This is their home ground. And if there's one thing we know about BTR is when they're comfortable, these guys pop off. No one really can stand in their way. We'll see if they're able to lay claim to the rest of the area around Farm, around Milta, and stop any of those teams rotating in from the west.
U-Level-Up currently without very much gear whatsoever. GXR Celts do not know, you'd imagine, but actually, I think they've got an inkling where this player is.
Oh, no.
What's the pony?
Oh dear, he's only got a machete. He's swinging for it. Actually, hang on a minute, he's going for broke.
Oh, God.
Oh, nearly able to get one. No, he only managed to get a sliver of HP, but is going to go down. An early down for U-Level-Up Gaming. GXR Celts get themselves a point.
Pin the bullet on the pony there. Worked out in the favor of GXR Celts. Sadly, U-Level-Up were not able to get away. It was a classic hide attempt, and you know he almost got away with it. Stealth level around about 70, but perception from GXR Celts was rather high.
Yeah, they rolled solid 19s there across the board and were able
solid.
Solid 19s. I say solid. That's pretty good. But yeah, they managed to get the point. First point of the league stages, Blank.
Yeah. Now, Avenger and the rest were saying about how Avenger likes to stay behind a lot of times. He's like, come pick me up. Now, what we saw yesterday, well, on Sunday, sorry, is Nova Godlike. Ooh, that's actually very close from U-Level-Up. But Nova Godlike were very split towards Georgia Paul, but also in Rozhok. So it's an interesting playing path from them. We'll see what they can do here now. They are all bunched up in Georgia Paul.
Morph over in Milta Power as well, so they have got a pretty decent spot here, Blank. Fighting out from the coast can sometimes be tricky, but in these early circles, it's often quite a safe spot to be holding, and they'll have to move inland a little bit later on. But all of those teams out to the west will have to make that shift.
So at Freestyle here, they're coming in after not playing on the weekend, but I'm interested to see what these guys can do because we've not seen too much of them, so it will be exciting. And you know, he's got the pale pink outfit on. I respect it. I think he looks really cool.
The vibe.
So, yeah, they're at least Freestyle. You know what they are? They are doing. They are vibing. TSM.
That's the vibe check.
That's the vibe check. They've passed it. It is completely passed without a second glance. I looked at them once, didn't even have to do a double take, and I was like, look, the door's open, fellas. Come on through.
You've pleased the vibe master himself. Blank's happy with it.
Let's talk about TSM really quick, John, because, you know, there's a lot of, I would say there's a lot of pride around this team from India. People are very happy with them. They did extraordinarily well coming into the World League, and it feels like they kind of fell off a little bit on that opening weekend. Now, I would put a lot of it down to actually, in fact, them maybe struggling a little bit in terms of taking too many fights. What do you think, John?
It hasn't been going their way as much as they would like, right? It's not been the case where they found those favorable fights, but it has to be said that, you know, they haven't been doing too badly when they get into those fights. I mean, they had plenty of kills on board. It's just the fact that they were limiting themselves when moving forwards into the game. You know, in those later circles, they didn't have as much strength as a lot of these other teams that were frag heavy.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, and I think that's the struggle when you take too many fights too often. Suddenly, you are playing against quite literally the best players in the world in terms of the eastern side, right? So you are not coming against pushovers at all at this point. So you've got to be careful with the amount of fights you are taking. And I think especially in the Southeast Asian and South Asian environment, there are some ridiculously good teams here, and we can easily fill out a 16 team lobby here with the best.
For sure. I mean, you've got teams like Orange Rock and RRQ Athena from South Asia and Southeast Asia respectively, right? That they're super heavy fragging and they're actually making it work. You know, both of them ended up towards the top of those tables. Yeah. Definitely kill leaders in the lobby. Obviously, we put Biggie I dead stopped my sentence as Orange Rock dead stopped their vehicles there. They crashed straight into each other. Yeah. But these teams, Orange Rock and RRQ Athena, they've been going at loggerheads in terms of trying to ladder up. Obviously, we put Biggitron, Red Aliens in their own sort of category at the moment. They're still a little bit untouchable. That's not to say they can't be beaten. You know, they had a couple of 10th places. I think it was a 15th place they finished as well on the opening weekends, but the rest of them were, they were always just really solid. So they're sort of on their own. But it's really sort of this competition between these heavy fragging teams that I'm interested in.
Hugely, hugely. And I think it's quite interesting because when we talk about RQ, a lot of times what quickly springs to mind is very much individual plays. We saw G9 from yesterday put on, well, on Sunday, I keep saying yesterday, it feels so soon, so close. But on Sunday, he put on that fantastic performance to get his team towards the top as a solo. But then I look at Orange Rock and I think to myself, like, this is very much a team that's heavily focused on that teamwork aspect of PUBG Mobile. We've seen them so many times respect one another, support one another in their fights, and I'm really loving it. Specifically because I feel like whenever I watch Scout on any other team, for instance, that he's played on, he has felt like very much that star power, but he's been almost dragging his team behind him just a tiny bit at times. But here it feels like he is with a team that actually has some really big performers that he can work with and perform well in that environment. It's really exciting to see him on Orange Rock. I'm super happy to see it.
I mean, speaking of performers, you've got Gilla at his back, and this guy's been popping shots, dude. It's absolutely insane. Really strong player. Making sure we saw him, I think, beam down a couple of people on Team Secret.
That was an incredible move from him because Team Secret took out the majority of his team, and we even said it on the cast. We were like, oh, he's going to drive away there. Great understanding. He's going to drop the patience, leave, and then suddenly he comes back in and takes down 3 before he falls himself. And you know, there was a point where I almost believed the fact that he could win it.
You level up. They've got the bead on Megastars here, Blank. It's over just to the west of Lipovka near prison. It looks like they do know what's up. Unfortunately, though, you level up are really quite split in this situation, Blank. They haven't quite coalesced as a squad. Megastars, having looted early in Kameshki, they've made their way down south.
You Level Up is a team that's had some pretty cool performances and decent performances at that, but never really hugely striking. Tend to go out towards the end of the game. But I think that, you know, this is a team that I expect to continue to do well during this tournament, and maybe we just haven't seen everything that we can see in their potential as of yet.
Looks like Megastars do know something's up. I think they're worried more about the buildings in prison, and Huoshuan just hitting the deck, snaking around these rocks and make sure he doesn't get spotted. He knows that Paradox is there, and actually he knows that a lot of his team have moved away. The question is, do Megastars know that they are this split? Will You Level Up be able to support them in these fights? The next circle comes through.
Let's talk about this circle really quick, because we had the one that went all the way to the east. It was pretty obvious that it was going to kind of center up here. So most teams have been able to decide on a compound, which is good for them. And we actually see Morph there taking down a few players. But for me, this circle is important, especially as Circle 2, because you can take whatever compound you want and know you'll be safe for the next circle. So for instance, Heaven towards Mansion side is really, really important, and TSM are currently vying for that. If they can hold on to this, it'll be really, really good. What I want to see from them is a little bit more patience, maybe bide their time a bit. We saw Orange Rock was able to do that on Sunday. Almost said yesterday again. I think someone should probably start counting that too. I do that and just like really slam me on Twitter for it.
Bold of you to assume that I'm not already counting.
Yeah, I know. But that's actually Reject getting a rundown kill. Okay.
Oh, fair enough. They're going to be getting the knocks done. I think that might have been a self-knockout, actually.
That would make sense.
That would make more sense. Unfortunately, Reject Scarlet, one of their players did end up going down. Megastars, though, they haven't taken this fight yet with You Level Up, and You Level Up they've just allowed Megastars to essentially take their position. They're playing this weird snake in the grass game instead of, moving away and allowing ground or trying to take it back. They've just sort of said, yeah, you know what, fair enough.
I think that's probably the best option for them right now. They don't have a full squad. They know that after Circle 2, most people have got into the circle, and there's a lot of compounds around this area, so most people are safe. It's almost like a Vikendi circle in a way, with a lot of compounds on that side. So I think if You Level Up can stay here, there's a 4-man over there, and then potentially go for a third party towards the later part of the game, that will be better for them, because then they can get a distinct good position whilst taking down 2 teams in the same fell swoop. So I'd be happy to see that. The question is whether they can pull it off or not. Orange Rock currently, though, they're towards the northern side of the map, just around TSM Entity as well as Udo Gank. They're just waiting to see what they can see. I mean, they've got a decent compound here with I think that's the free story. Very hard to breach.
Pretty tricky. There's plenty of good teams in this lobby, though, and plenty of them are going to know a thing or two about getting in. We'll see if they're able to execute on those strategies. You level up still just creeping around near prison, and it's quite a key location in this circle, Blank. You know, it's a big feature, it's big cliff faces, and you do sort of need to rotate around it. So potentially having this area could be pretty strong.
Yeah, we're also very much near Lumberyard as well, which is pretty much all uphill. And I think that just talking of terrain, I think there's not only this area around prison, which is so difficult to navigate, there's loads of areas towards the southern side that actually is very difficult to hold onto for too long, especially if you're having to rotate down there quite quickly, like TSM Entity, Valdus, or Nova Godlike. Most teams, if they're holding Lumberyard, will hear the teams coming up to breach them early, because you need vehicles to get up there in the first place. So I'll be interested to see how long GXR Celt or BTR are able to hold in this area. I'm wondering if BTR might even try and assault GXR Celt if we do see that southern shift. But we are going to get a new circle in very soon, John.
It's one hell of an outfit from Jonathan there. Big fan. Let's see if that's able to get him some good luck. And in fact, the circle does shift very, very centrally here, Blake.
Yeah, so this is almost a Lumberyard finish. So really what we can do here is draw like almost a circle donut type of deal around Lumberyard and say this is kind of difficult area to play now. You're going to be a little bit exposed. Teams are going to be able to rock up on you. And you've also got to worry about the teams who might be holding up on Lumberyard watching down towards you. So you're going to see a big clump up towards this northwest side. We still yet to see Reject Scarlet Gaming come in, Nova Godlike. So this is when teams are really going to have to fight for position.
Nova Godlike, they are going to start fighting, and it's going to be on the road against Udo Gank. It looks like they have crashed the compound. They have tried to displace them, but they're both out of the circle, so they're both going to need to move. We did see a couple of knocks come through towards Freestyle, towards Orange Rock as well, but all of those teams should be able to get each other back up, and they should be just fine. GXR Celts as well, taking a fight against the teams just over the hill, waiting on Morph to try and push on up. No Mercy going out for the flank. It looks like Morph want this fight, Blank.
Yeah, I think they're, like we said before, they know that this is a strong position to hold, especially if the circle drops down to it. It becomes infinitely worse when the circle shifts away, because then you're coming down from the mountain itself and everyone knows that there's someone going to be coming down. But right now, Morph are pretty confident this might be in the next circle. It should be a decent place to hold. So they actually move up, and GXR Celts, on the other hand, they start to move away, which is interesting. They're heading down the hill towards Megastars.
Goodness me, okay. Bold decisions, bold decisions. Box taking some fire from No Chance team, who are on the outskirts of this next circle, down on the south side. They're hunkered down in a garage, though, and this is a pretty defensible setup here.
Yeah. And Box Gaming now, I expect big things from them this game at least, just to maybe make up for that very weird loss on Sandhawk on Sunday, where it felt like it should have been theirs, yet they made a crucial error, which was just staying out in the blue and waiting to kill Fredo, and they don't get the shot. But Pime has been hitting these mega snipes all weekend, so we can expect to see more of that from him at least.
I hope so. It's certainly good watching, good viewing. He managed to, as you say, during that Sanok game, it was one of those games that they felt like they deserved it. He was hitting those shots. They were nutty. And more often than not, he was able to play a really tricky thorn in the side role with that sniper, with those just one-shot bangs. Oh, dear.
It's another?
He hits the shot and break, finishes it off. Beautiful stuff for No Chance team. They're getting plinked down.
Yeah, Godless wishes he had a god right now, because you'll need one versus Pime. He's dropping the shots on your left, right, and center. There is Freestyle, though, actually taking shots towards Reject Scarlet, so a big fight breaking out here.
Wow, okay. It's going to be Freestyle wiping off a couple of the players of Reject Scarlet. Reject Scarlet down to 2. The crash didn't go their way. Circle comes in. Freestyle will be able to heal up on the northwestern side. You can see they're pretty close to the circle. Reject Scarlet want to continue the fight. All 4 players alive for Freestyle. Malik cooking the nade, a lot of damage sent over towards Sarah. Bounced the nade off the side of the wall, but Sarah went the other way. He's going to drop down, heal up just a little bit, get some more HP, but that's taken straight back, reclaimed. Some more damage sent, and it's bombardment from Freestyle. They're going to find yet a 3rd player from Reject Scarlet, but Webb waiting in the wings, goes for the spray. No knocks found, and he's given his spot.
And we wanted to see what Freestyle could do, and they're showing it to us marvelously, absolutely picking apart Reject Scarlet. They were unable to get into the circle whatsoever, albeit Freestyle were holding down to a really, really strong compound here. It's very very difficult to breach and also gives a lot of advantageous angles to Freestyle. So Reject Scarlet kind of took the difficult role coming in here. But Circle has shifted, John. And it's an interesting finish. We're going to get a shelter finish, so there's places to hide here. But really, it's a lot of open ground.
Plenty of space to operate, but when two teams decide they want the same spot, it's going to come to loggerheads. RRQ chasing Team Secret down into the shelter. Oh dear. Mad Toy down on the hillside as well, will get flushed, and that's RRQ. That's what we're talking about, right? These guys, they can frag, and they are not afraid to just bulldoze their way in.
It's difficult versus a team like this who is unafraid to take ground. There's only really one other team that I would characterize that in this lobby, which would be BTR. So I think when we see RRQ and BTR clash, that's when we see the difference in Calibro's skill. But right now, RRQ are good at putting a good performance and a good showing to say that maybe they can, in fact, battle it out with the big boys of the lobby.
TSM Entity taking a heavy fight, it seems, with their countrymen. And with Nova Godlike, there's plenty of knocks going both ways. No, neither team quite yet finished off, but with Reject Scarlet down to 1, they are going to lose that final player. They're going to be out 16th place.
Reject Scarlet is not ideal for them. Luxy, though, with his only fellow of a teammate, Microboy, so in the actual carnage and chaos, we've actually seen Ryzen and Zuxi go down, so one of the twin brothers not together, so this could prove a slight issue.
Microboy getting knocked as well, so now it's just Luxy standing for the squad, but there's anything noted about this guy as he can stand up tall, stand up strong against seemingly insurmountable odds. Luxy, last remaining player now for Bigatron. We got a cheeky little replay on the earliest frag in the game from the GXR Celts, but the fight's still raging on the hillside.
This is that beautiful shot from earlier.
Look at that.
It's an instant though. He drops up, immediately takes a shot, but more fights coming through. That's Megastars actually taking the fight onto Morph here. Remember, Megastars were the one to assault the lumberyard early on. No, it's Morph trying to make their way onto this eastern side, but all these teams who had centered up towards prison, like you said earlier, terrain is awful. It's so difficult for them to get out of here, so a lot of this circle is unoccupied.
GXR Celts clashing over the hillside with Box, and through it all, Luxy is still raining through, sprays down 1, looks for a second as well, but they can't quite finish it out. It's GXR Celts to play spoiler to Bigatron's first entry into the league play.
What a spray down from Luxy, but they're able to fend him off for the time being. Next circle comes through. Neo is still in the circle. The rest of his teammates in TSM Entity, Z-God and Clutch God are towards the northern side of the map, so they've got this forward scout here. He's around a loot crate, which will provide him some cover, but RRQ, they're going to start to make their way into the circle. Currently, Neo's the only guy in it, so he might be relaying that information back quite early, but this could bode well for TSM Entity. Again, though, this cluster towards the eastern side, it's kind of been like a traffic jam for so many teams. They've been unable to get into the circle, and now it's causing problems.
Certainly, it's that cliffside features. You level up with the last remaining player, Horshuan, trying to sneak around and actually wants to go down, it seems. No, he's just hide. Okay, that's why he's down there. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh, just about survives. Horshuan able to pick it up. TSM Entity still taking fights with Valdus the Murder. They need to fight through. They are on the northern side and quite far away. The Megastars, they are leaving their location near prison, and they're getting a little bit of a spot in the circle on the eastern side.
That's RRQ taking a fight with No Chance team. Orange Rock also fending off Freestyle. Valdus also joining in on the far party there. Martin actually explodes a player from Restyle again. This is crazy. So many fights going on at once. TSM Entity taking a fight with Valdus. Clutch God goes down.
Goodness me, that's not going to look good for either of them. They have quite a way to go on this circle. It's closing pretty rapidly, and there's a lot of damage being found from it. Another knock comes through onto TSM Entity, but it's backed up by the blue zone onto Goddard, who goes down almost immediately. Neo gets traded off. That's RRQ chiming into the fight. That's everybody going very, very low as Neo does get eliminated. He was in the center of the circle, and that's TSM Entity out.
But Z-God all on his own was able to take down the rest of a couple of players from Valdus, so we get a few points on on board for him, but Tier 70, they are now the game that forward scout didn't do too much for them. Maybe they were better off holding together, but look at all these kills coming through in the kill feed. Your Xuan is actually still going from you level up, taking out a couple of players on the eastern side. Megastars should be aware of their presence. You've got RRQ here, D2E, forward scout for them. Must know that No Chance Gaming is just ahead of them. Offdale's looking down towards the hill. But right now it is that big fight between the two teams with a couple of players on board. RRQ currently with 4 though, probably with the best shout into this game.
Well, Xuan is going to go down and will leave you level up out in 11th place. 10 teams remain. Blank, this is Circle 5 and there's 26 players left. This is a very aggressive lobby right now.
It's a fast lobby indeed. And when you get the next circle comes in, favors RRQ massively. And they have a lot of zone ahead of them. They've already committed vehicles early on, exploding them and using them as compounds. So they'll be very happy with this one to hold on to this area for a little bit longer. But they can just start shooting off to the eastern side. No one wants to come towards the middle of this circle because it's such bare ground. In come the nades though.
Laid bare on the ground. Orange Rock will take 2 knocks. Scout now, last remaining standing player. Certainly a star. Drax wants to push in, goes for these flushes. He's spraying down, not quite able to tag it through the smoke. Oh, and there's trades coming through. Scout in the grass. Needs to try and hunker down, needs to try and get something for this because the rest of his team, they're pretty much done for. Bops up, has the AKM around the side of the tree, looking for more, but he can't quite find it. No! Goes down. Box Gaming were eliminated, but so were Orange Rock.
Well reacted by Yudu Gank there. They were trying to finish off players, knew they had to get an early, prevent Scout from getting a res, so quite smart, and they've taken slightly a bit more ground for themselves, but still got a ways to go to get into the circle. RRQ currently the Kings on the western side. No one can really touch them, and they've got just so many of the King's Guard around them in terms of teams that other players will have to fight through to even get to their doorstep if they want to carry out this assassination.
Freestyle with that nade put themselves up to 5 kills Blank so far. Highest in the game at the moment is 8 with RRQ. Athena as Freestyle now on 6. They have plenty of points to be getting on with in their first showing.
But not plenty of players, only 1 remaining for them here. No Chance team still locked down on that hillside from RRQ, and RRQ has just got this excellent position, just dipping up and down over the ridge side. I'm putting my money on RRQ right now, John. I don't think anyone else is going to find their way into this circle. We'll see what happens with the next one, though. Should it shift over the Megastars? Potentially they have a chance here, John.
But they are only 3. They're down a player. Paradox having taken a fall earlier. And they are going to have to maybe contend with those teams to the south of them, trying to gain some of that ground. RRQ do not stop. We talked about them before on the desk during the game, but hang on a minute. G9 eliminated. Freestyle as well. They go down in 6th.
Well, that's actually a big pick-off from No Chance Gaming. G9 going down is pretty awful, but Ernie responds in kind.
They figured it out. They know exactly where it is. They dish out the damage in response. They're not too happy, not best pleased about losing one of their teammates. 8 kills found, Yudu Gank with 7, GXR Celts with 6. But the players are dropping like flies, Blank.
Oh my lord, Offdale solo probably will just bleed out there. Yes, he will. But now other players starting to fire off towards No Chance Gaming and Yudu Gang. They're trying to remove Megastars. Just 2 players there, Parang and Jumper. No Chance ahead of them, but look at that. D2E finds another shot onto Heineken. You imagine that No Chance Gaming in a really tough spot. Yudu Gang just don't have the players to assault RRQ at the moment. But if they can get the sides right, maybe get that flank and even things up here, potentially Yudu have a chance at the win. And look at that, Circle actually shifts over towards them, so RRQ, they will be forced to move away from this zone. They know that already, the smokes are coming through.
Well, the Megastars, they're down on their luck. Vixie going down earlier. They're very, very low on HP. They're going to try and suppress RRQ before they can crest this ridge, which is going to be such a crucial moment. They have got a UAZ at their disposal, so they'll be trying to figure out where they can go. They've got a buggy as well, although there is a tire out on that one.
Ultron, though, does find No Chance and actually will eliminate them, bringing himself up into that 4th place position. When I was asking people about who they think their Dark Horse player is, a lot of people did mention Ultron to me. He seems to be a decent pickup here from GXR Celts, and we'll see just how far he can make it. But right now, he's right on the edge of the blue, and he's just going off for that heal-off.
RRQ trying to crest the ridge now. They're making their move. They're trying to push forwards, getting those vehicles on board. Yudu Gank as well, trying to suppress towards Megastars. They're moving on up, trying to control this hillside, which is tricky. RRQ going to be vying for it as well. 4 teams now left.
RQ picked a fight with many people in the circle, and there seems to be a large amount of grudges being held against them.
Oh, yeah.
They're desperately trying to pop their heads out. Out come the vehicles. Beer 1 does find one player from Yudu, but Parang immediately responds.
Is going to get the knock, but the rest of RQ are pretty close. There's smokes to cover it. They can get this res. Yudu gank up the top of the hill, but he gets spotted. Ultron very low on the blue. Plays spoiler. 2 players down now for RRQ, but they managed to get 1 back up. They've got smokes here, Blank. They can get this next res too.
My lord, if there was one more knock on the side of RRQ, potentially Ultron finds himself a cheeky little second place there. Out come the nades from Megastars. They've been holding on to these all game. The resource is now finally used for the last chance.
A little bit further down the hill now, 2 players standing for RRQ. They have made it through this gauntlet, Blank, and that's what we wanted to see. Cresting the ridge, so difficult, but they have to snake their way forwards.
D2E, they don't really have... He only has bandages on board, so resources seem to be limited from all the fights that, you know, RRQ have participated in. But Yudu, despite only having 2 players having to leave 1 guy out in the blue, they've gotten quite far here remaining in this one. They also have the north side of the circle as it shifts across to them once again, so... You perhaps think that maybe RQ and Mega shift their attention to Yudu gank before finishing their fight here.
All of these teams have had a really good game so far. 6 kills for Megastars, Yudu gank on 7. RQ Athena all the way up on 10. So no matter what, all of them going to be pleased with their first entry here. But we'll see who's going to be able to get that first chicken dinner. Oh, the Megastars, they get naded out as well. 2 players from RRQ, plenty of damage being dished out. Awace takes a knee. The Megastars trying to hold off this barrage for now. They know they're behind the vehicles, but in comes the sideswipe. It's Yudu gank from down the hill, and RRQ are eliminated.
Both teams just ignoring this team towards the bottom. Now Mega have got to push towards them next. Down goes Parangjon.
Jumper last standing now for Yudu gank, trying to play around the tree, dodging out, ducking around, trying to shoot those bullets back on up, but the circle right at his back, and it's going to be so tricky to find any sort of entry here.
He has to move out of cover, and I don't think the blue will push fast enough for him to take advantage of where Megastars are right now.
Oh, he's going to go down. That's going to be the Megastars. The circle shifted their way, and they capitalized. Beautiful stuff. Megastars with the first chicken dinner of the league stages.
Really, really well played to Yudu, though. I think Megastars did a fantastic job coming down from Kameshki, right, all the way from that side. They fought out at prison, bided their time, and were able to really just hold on, like, right on the crust side of the circle, right?
The crust,
on the crust, and make it happen. It was fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. It's really great to see that, you know, they're stepping up into these lobbies. RRQ as well had a great game, heavy fragging game from them. They fought through so many teams, but we're going to get a quick refreshment and head over to the analyst desk.
And what better thing to go with your pizza crust than a good old Mountain Dew here as you fuel up and frag out to get things going. Great stuff by Megastars. They get themselves the first chicken dinner here as they step into the league play. Joining me, Avenger and Froz getting things done. A little bit of a slopey ending there towards the end. We can take a look at the map ranking and see how those points actually came in here, boys. As Megastars up towards the top, 29 points, but a boatload of kills for a lot of these teams up towards the top, Froz.
Yeah, very top heavy in terms of the kills, but also very nice to see Megastars actually stepping it up and getting that chicken dinner. But this was a good time to start playing with the other big boys in the league here.
Honestly, a fantastic start. Yes, our first 2 circles, they were super center heavy, but you can see how well some of the teams were able to kind of, they were migrating through it very well, and I feel like some of the decisions made were more aggressive and more proactive than what we saw in the opening weekend. I was very happy to see RQ's push onto the tunnel situation, and very happy to see how Megastars were able to put themselves into a good position here in that game.
And to your point as well here, Avenger, when you said in the opener that there was a lot of edge play, this was quintessential edge play. There was so much edge play because they understand the nature of some of those final circles.
Yeah, but also because of the terrain, because there's no combat in the middle, there's nothing to play, so you kind of have to decide, okay guys, we're gonna have to sweep here. So once you have a circle that goes far west, east, it can go anywhere, and you're not inside the new circle, you have to start sweeping, you have to start making sure that you're kind of the last team coming into that circle and start kind of backstabbing the other teams that are inside the circle already, making sure that your back is free so you can focus on a 180 degrees forward.
It sounds easy, but it's super hard because you need to time it perfectly. You got to make sure that you don't wait too late, because then you have the blue pushing you. If you have someone knocked, it's going to be super hard to get that knock revived before you can move on without losing someone, of course.
Yeah.
So it's all about the timing.
Yeah, and you're going to have to pump out damage whilst that's going on as well. In fact, let's take a look at the total damage here throughout the lobby. I can only imagine that our top 4 is going to be quite close. Oh, not as close as I thought they were going to be. RRQ Athena really did have the reins when it came to the west side of this circle, and it definitely shows here, Avenger.
It does. Honestly, a big step up from this, but also their position. You know, when you're playing on this dirt road where you can peek over the dirt road, you can put out so much damage. They're pull up onto the tunnels, and overall the position that had was just, it enabled them to put so much damage out.
Frost?
I mean, look at this. You can see TSM, for example, they got 1,200 damage, which is not bad. But they only got themselves a 14th place. So in terms of that, they put out a lot of damage during a very small time. It comes down to how they were playing. They had a 3-1 split. They sent one guy into the middle, just holding down. It didn't work out because of how the circles were shifting. There were way too many teams that was just going there.
Yeah, definitely so. When you look at those final circles as well, and those 3 teams in the certain positions that they were in, did you favor anybody? Was it Megastars that stood out to you as having the best position out of those 3 teams towards the end, Avenger?
It comes down to, especially when we have 3 teams, it comes down to who engages the first fight, because then you're gonna be fighting, and that enables the last team, the 3rd team that is not currently fighting, to put themselves in a better position, get a better tree, start smoking, start taking more, like taking a bigger slice of the cake that is that last circle. So I feel like when you're the team engager, you have to be quick. You have to make sure that if you're 3 people, one of those guys is always holding an angle that the other guys are not focusing on, always making sure and keeping the other guys kind of in check.
I mean, you had Megastars having the high ground, of course. RQ, they were a little bit outside towards the latest circles, but they did make a good move, sending in Bear with that US, trying to grab a good position, holding the other teams out. The problem was that they kind of took a fight with 2 other teams, as you said when we were watching it. That creates 2 different teams that will be shooting you. Everybody's focusing on you, and it's just going to get super hard for you then.
Some great sprays coming in. You can really see the usage of the M4 on the DP really prolific in some of these final circles as well. And the ideal guns, I would say, for the majority of these situations that are going down in the final moments, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we see I was actually surprised by when we had some of the close quarters combat, when people have, you know, your AKs and your other very high damage per second guns.
Sure.
I was surprised to see them not win the battle. It's just the M4. The guys are so used to it. They're so, it's so stable, and it's such a good gun to have in almost all situations. You can see you can smack on a 4x, a 6x, lay down and make sure you can hit those shots on the medium to long range, or you can go close range and you can really get those close quarters combat situations won.
And of course, thank you to Mountain Dew for those do the Dew moments there from that game. So very, very cool to see that Megastars have really put themselves on the board here with this game, but it's not because the other teams got themselves so many kills. RRQ Athena, for example, 10 kills on the board through that game as well. It's a great start for multiple teams here in this league format.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, this was on Erangel, and it's also super important that you get your own drop spot and so on Erangel, because that is the map we're going to be playing most of our games.
Yeah. Now let's take a look at the top players here from this game then and see who shone brightest, as it will be Jumper, D2E and Ultron. And we already even heard almost 1,000 damage coming out from a few of these guys. And we heard as well Blank during that commentary saying that Ultron might be one of those kind of dark horse players to be able to step up, and definitely did in this game, Avenger.
He did. It's super nice to see those 4 kills from him, like stepping up like that. Also not surviving all the way to the end. He could potentially have taken a bit more if those guys were able to survive a little longer. They were pushed. They were kind of third party by 2 or they were engaged by 2 teams at the same time, so that was unfortunate for them. If they were able to win that fight, he could definitely ended up with, you know, maybe 7 kills if you were able to finish some of the other last teams.
All right, well, let's take a look at some of the moments here from you guys out there. Yes, you out in the Twitterverse, out in the Instagram verse, whichever verse you might be in, maybe the PUBG Mobile verse. We can check in with some of the fans tuning in here to the PUBG Mobile.
My name is Chaitanya Surudya and my favorite team is TSM Entity, Johnny Malum Natta, part of the India OP boys.
My favorite team is TSM Entity, and my favorite player is TSM Entity's Record. And I think we can win this.
Hello guys, this is Ganesh and I support Team TSM Entity. Clutch God, my favorite player. India OP, this time trophy is ours.
Best of luck, Team Synergy. Play well, be proud of excel.
Hello, my name is Heril. I'm from Makassar, Indonesia. I support Bigetron Red Aliens in PUBG Mobile World League. I'm very sure they can be the winner in this tournament. Better win in the prize.
Hi guys, this is Onyx Jinx and I would like to say good luck to Team Bigetron. Get that chicken dinner and defend your title as world champions. BTR win.
Hello guys, I am Erangel and I am from India and I support Team TSM Entity. TSM for the win.
Hi guys, I am SK Faisal. I am from Bangladesh. My favorite team is RRQ Athena. RRQ number 1.
Hey guys, I'm watching PMWL 2020 from Nepal and I support Team Orange. Hashtag Scoutopi.
My name is Abed and I am from Pakistan and I support Team Freestyle. Inshallah, Freestyle will win.
Hi, I'm Ocha. I'm from Indonesia. I support Bigetron and Morp in PMWLS. So, Zuxi, Luxi, Microboy, and Ryzen, be a global champion again, okay? BTR, win!
Hello everyone, my name is Simon and I am from Indonesia. For Indonesian team Bigetron, Red Alien and Morph team, keep spirit to get your best result and best point. And also keep it up to get your another winner chicken dinner. Hashtag BTR win, hashtag Mike Morph, hashtag Indo Pride. Thank you.
Is A-Man gunning for my job? He had like the professional mic set up. He was speaking eloquently. What is this? That is ridiculous. That. Stop being good. Stop being good at this. All right. Stop it right now. But don't, because you need to keep sending those in. 'Cause it's fantastic to see everybody out there tuning in from around the world. In fact, here to join in PMWL East. It's been great stuff hearing from you. We want to hear more of it. We want to hear more of it. Very fun indeed. Froz, Avenger. Great stuff so far. I wanted you to send one in, but apparently you didn't.
We got plenty of time. We can still send some in.
Okay. Yeah, I might send some in. I saw some tendencies there, I will say. You can definitely hear where like, the regional bias, the country bias.
Sure.
Like, I like that, obviously, supporting the country team. So it was very nice to hear some of those very proud moments.
Yes, indeed. Here's the schedule so far. We have 4 games remaining. We're going to be going Vikendi, Erangel to get the day done here. So far, we've seen Megastars get themselves the first chicken dinner on at the board. Good stuff by them. Now we're moving on to Vikendi. We're going from the grassy pastures to the tundra. And it does present a very different play style, of course, here. When we see the circles actually kind of honing on down, we sometimes see a lot of central play. People will stick in their compounds and stick there firm.
Look, I don't care if you're going to go for a center compound or not. Even if you're not going for that, you can just kill your way in instead. And that's what I want to see from 2 different teams. It's TSM Entity and You Level Up. Those 2 teams have been thriving on Vikendi during the seeding weekend we had. And it's time for them to step it up here for the next game.
I actually want to see a bit more of the breaches because it seems like some of these teams are extremely successful doing so, especially in a map Vikendi where we have very compound heavy, very center heavy kind of strategies. So once that 3rd and 4th circle pop in and you're on the edge, don't accept being an edge player. Breach the middle. Be a middle player. Be a center mid player.
Yeah, micro easy god. Be a G36C god. I like it. What are you on about?
You want to have the bolt actions. We've been talking about it.
Breaching?
Yes. You get that bolt action, you get that initial knock, and that's when you breach.
Okay, all right. The setup to the breach. Okay, I get you. All right. Mr. Clever over here. And you can breach into the top 100 as well if you are watching in-game, very importantly. Basically, tune in and you can get yourself a ton of points. And if you're in the top 100 viewers later on, you get yourself some exclusive rewards. Please beat Froz in this endeavor. Do not let him get top 100. We would appreciate that. In fact, the commentators are also nodding. They would appreciate you not being in the top 100.
Why?
Because we don't want you to get the skins. We want other people to get the skins.
Yeah, don't steal the skins from the
I'm
viewers.
only stealing 1 set. the other people.
No, I've seen you.
Home,
You've got your 6 mobile phones in front of you. You're watching it on all of them. We've seen it. All right, anyway, let's take a look at Vikendi to get things going. Cosmodrome, it's a bit of a crazy place, Avenger.
Yeah, and as we saw in the opening weekend, there's still a few of these drop spots open. I want to see a nice middle plane, and I want to see the teams being able to get to some of those spots to be able to loot by themselves so they can start fragging out, get some of those high long-range scopes and some bolt action, and start breaching the middle. Start playing the compounds. I really like, especially on this map here, that we see some of these breaches, because if they don't do that, they're accepting that they're not going to win. The winning play is to make sure that you contest some of those center compounds.
Froz, really important analytical question. Which is your favorite ride at Dino Park?
Ooh, I like the, what are they called, those cars?
Bumper cars?
Yeah, bumper cars.
Oh, okay. Why? What are they called in Swedish?
Radiobilar.
That is actually correct.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Why do you know?
Because he's Danish.
Because I'm Danish.
Yeah, but it's not
kind of close.
It's not really the same. All right, anyway, whatever. We're going over to the commentary team now to bring you Vikendi. I don't know what I'm talking about. We'll head over to Xander and John as they play some bumper cars going into Vikendi.
Thank you very much. I don't have my driving license, but I've been known to get into a few bumper cars. They're good fun. They're good fun. Hopefully, Vikendi's going to be.
Either, but you know, I've been getting into bumper cars on my own.
We're only young. We've got our whole lives ahead of us, but we've got the whole game ahead of us as well. We're going to be getting into Vikendi. It is Vikendi week, of course. We're going to be playing quite a lot of it. We're going to be seeing quite a lot of it, and it's going to be good fun to see how these teams sort of stack up. It's an interesting map, is Vikendi.
It is an interesting map, and it's quite cold, quite cruel in the same way, because you find yourself a compound, you want to stay there, but at some point, like the boy said, someone's going to breach upon you. And you know what, I really like Froz's tactic there. It's 4 bullets, 4 kills. You run in with the Kar 98K, you point it at someone, you left, you've done your job. You go to reload for 5 seconds.
Bullets when you have a pan, right? We are going to be, actually we've just had word that we're going to have a little bit of a remake on the lobby, which means that we are going to have to go back to us, unfortunately.
We're going to have to.
Going to have to look at us for a little bit longer. But yeah, we were saying Vikendi, you know, it's quite an interesting style of play.
Yeah, it's a very interesting style of play, and I mean, what we see most of the time is teams try and take up residence somewhere decent at the beginning, try and get that loot through, and I think that what we've seen a lot of times is the teams that have that, and I'm sorry to say it, some teams have that circle look, then they tend to win the game. I mean, we saw on Vikendi this weekend, BTR, they had Winery to themselves. Circle drops down to Winery, they're able to hold it off. But that takes skill, though, at the end of the day. Sure, you're given that chance, John, right? You're given the chance, then you have to prove to everyone that you can hold on to that chance too, and make it to the end, get that chicken dinner.
That's kind of what it's all about, right? Is getting those chicken dinners on
BTR
board.
Win. I'm joking. It's not about the BTR win. It's about everybody winning at some point. But then one person,
some would say differently.
One person winning at the end.
Yeah, no, fantastic. I mean, it was great to see so much support from a lot of those fans.
No, it was. Yeah, that was a very. There's some fun moments there for us, and I mean that it's nice to see everyone like getting involved in the community, and we're starting to see it on the screen now. It's crazy. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to head back over to the analyst desk.
We're rubbish.
To fill the time whilst we get that remix sorted, whilst we get the lobby all in order. James, over to you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks very much, lads. How are you doing over there? Of course, yeah, just a remake here for the moment. Also, we break down things on Vikendi to keep going. We've talked about Cosmodrome and we've talked about Dino Park, the bumper cars.
Bumper cars,
as
super important.
Really appreciates, yeah. But other places that you actually like on Vikendi here. Garocca for me is an absolute favorite. I love Garocca. What do you know?
Cement factory.
Cement factory.
Because everything's on the ground, you just pick them up. Run out.
What, cement?
Oh, no, loot.
Oh, loot.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Runs. To win.
Right, okay, perfect. Apparently, we have a moment we can actually take a look at from our final game here and see actually how that breaks down for us.
No, that's me.
Really?
Avenger!
Actually, Avenger's going to do this for you.
Get out of the way, Frost. Get out of the way.
Let's take a look at this.
Get out of the way.
Oh, so this is the Yudu gank push onto Orange Rock. I want to break down a little bit. We didn't get a chance, so that's actually the reason for me remake. It's me that decided.
Thanks, Avenger.
No, it's not.
Jeez.
So first, I'm gonna explain why this strategy is super important here. We're first gonna make a circle. It's a very bad circle.
Oh, not again.
This is the initial circle.
Can you stop trying to draw circles?
No, stop. This is the initial circle. This is the new circle that popped. And as you can see on the map here, Yudu Gang is up here. This is Yudu Gang, right? And this is Orange Rock. All right, so let me explain why this strategy is superior. because
it's getting worse.
No, stop. Just let me talk here.
All right.
So we have Yudo gang that are pushing in. They know that the new circle's over here. Yes, I know that it's not the right size and stuff, but they have to eliminate a team before they get into a circle and get into the back of the circle, making sure that their backs are free so they can push into the circle. This is actually the reason why they got such a good placement and got so many kills. So the reason why this is a fantastic push is they know that these guys are here. They're already pushing onto them, and they are pushing as a unit here. So let's play the clip here we found and see how they actually managed to do this. So they're pushing in. See how close they're playing. They're playing literally shoulder to shoulder next to each other, making sure that they can get these guys. We didn't catch the first moments when they get the knocks, but they managed to play this super well, pushing on to Scout, and this enabled them to continue to push up towards Valdez, up towards Freestyle, and managed to get into that position that I was showing before in the circle here.
Now, what's also important with this whole push was that Yudo actually went for that push super quick, but they also had one guy that got knocked, and that was what we was talking about earlier, that you need to time this correctly. If you time it too late, they would have lost the play, but they didn't because they got him back up and they could keep on moving in towards the circle.
So all of the drawing at the beginning was you highlighting what was going on the map?
Yeah, because we didn't have the map.
Right, I see.
But it was important to point out, because capitalizing on that exact moment, because if you do it 10 seconds too late, you're gonna be in the blue, you're gonna be fighting, and somebody else is gonna be gatekeeping you. But if you do it at the right moment, if you capitalize on a knock like that, you make sure you get into a great position, you get a lot of kills, you get a really good placement like they did here from this game.
It also comes down to actually put pressure on the team that you're going to be pushing before you do the push itself. Making sure that you're putting pressure on them will make sure that they can't get into a better position to actually hold you out. So instead, you're forcing them to take whatever position they had there, and then you just come in and swoop up them.
Big old swoop.
Just
big old swoop up.
A big old sweep up. I like that.
Swoop up, 3 points, 4 points.
And also, meds, utilities, smokes, grenades that you're gonna need. They potentially have, they're sitting on a few smokes, they're sitting on a few grenades, Molotovs, so forth. Easy upgrades, swoop that up and make sure you get into it. Super well played by them.
Swoop it up.
Swoop it up.
Swoop it up.
It's gonna be a thing now. I don't like that.
Let's
a swoop up.
A swoop up. Mate, your drawing was like a shocked man crying.
Don't go on my circles, okay? Well, we have a perfect circle, but we haven't prepared that perfect circle with the size I wanted. So I had to draw it, okay? Don't be mean.
The first time you drew like what was a lemon in the first 2 days.
Yeah,
was it Froz?
No, it wasn't me.
It was him, and then there was this. Anyway, let's head over to hear from our winner from the previous game. Of course, it is Megastar. See what they had to say. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's me, Kyle Aris, the host of PMWL East, and with me I have Encore here, who is going to be answering a few of our questions. So let's get into it. First question is, introduce yourself, Encore, as well as your role within your team.
Okay, so my name is Rishabh Katoch, and my in-game name is Mega Encore. I play as a scout for Team Megastars.
Okay. How did you first get introduced to PUBG Mobile?
Okay, so I started in the year 2019 with the team Learn From Past. My journey there was like a little bit like a roller coaster, but we couldn't finish at the top of the table. But then is when Megastars came into the scenario and guided me.
What is your favorite memory related to the game?
When we got selected for the World League.
What map is your favorite when it comes to competitive play?
Erangel.
Which team would you consider as your biggest rival throughout the PMWL?
It's from India only, Team Entity, TSM Entity.
Okay. How would you rate your team compared to other PMWL participants?
8 out of 10.
What is your favorite drop zone location and why?
Nowhere F9.
What is your preferred weapon loadout?
M416 and DP with 4X.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Encore, and good luck in the PMWL.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That's right. Thank you very much, Encore. I do appreciate that. It's great to hear from them once again here. And also, whilst that interview was very, very important, I also want someone out there, anybody. I'm begging for an opportunity at this. Somebody out there, please make a compilation of all Avengers drawings on the Telestration tool whilst the tournament is going on. I really... No?
Don't do it.
Please. Please send us that as a gift, maybe, to us. Frost agrees.
Yes.
Frost agrees. Yes, please.
Please do.
Yes, please. We're just moments outside of the game here. We're about to get things going. Avenger, any kind of final thoughts before we go into Vikendi?
I'm gonna step up my drawing, so it's gonna be like, oh, look how good this guy is at drawing. This deep analytical.
You like practice at home.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm gonna use my tablet and be like, okay, this is a good circle. No, try again. Another. Okay, perfect circle. Okay, now we're getting there.
You think
but I have quite a lot of games to kind of practice. So I feel like if you do a compilation, please do it from the start and then where it gets better, and then you kind of portray me as a circle master.
Like the progression. Yeah. Throughout. I like that. Well, Froz, great contributions during this segment. We are going over to our commentary team here. Once again, Xander and John to bring you Vikendi.
Thank you very much, James. We had to put Vikendi on ice real quick, but we got to back out the freezer, and we're going to be heading into game very, very shortly. Have you seen those videos of people drawing perfect circles on on a whiteboard?
Oh yeah, where they go
on a blackboard with chalk, and they just go bang.
Yeah,
it's a perfect circle.
It's pretty cool. I do really want to see now my 20-day circle story. It's just Avenger just slowly getting better at circles. That would really make me happy. It would make my whole day. In fact,
we have a training montage. It's going to be great.
We
Fantastic
do, yeah.
stuff.
It's Avenger like doing this with his hand. He's like, I've got to get the perfect circle in there.
Get those wrist exercises in, but plenty of fingers going to be flying at screens now as we are going to be headed into game number 2. Vikendi is here in day number 3.
Intense music galore. We're ready to go. Obviously, it's BTR in the plane for us, watching them drop out first, but we'll see where they go. Very much heavy western plane here. Cosmodrome, Trevno, Peshkovo, Podvosto, a little bit more difficult to get to, but definitely not impossible. Now,
no cement factory for Avenger.
No cement factory for Avenger. Very, very sad. See, the thing is about Vikendi, it's quite a circular map, so rotations come in thick and fast. You can go around the entirety of the map. It's an Avenger map, okay? You know, it's Avengers map right here.
Oh, goodness me.
You can head all the way up to Port Zabava, and there's nothing stopping you in your way from making that long rotate into Hot Springs. There's our first circle. Hits Cosmodrome. So all the teams are going to be scrambling to get up towards a position, find somewhere good. And this is what I was talking about before about Vikendi, John, is that you want to find a decent compound nice and early, and then hold there. That's going to be your home for not the foreseeable future, but for at least quite a while.
Yeah, a couple of circles at least. There's a team that I really feel for here. It's Udo Gank here. They've headed down towards Milner. And they dropped out not only late of the plane, but they've got the furthest rotation on the map right now. There's so many teams going to be making that rotation. It's going to be very, very tricky for them. They might even be reduced to just playing edge for this entire game based on how the plane and circle falls.
Yeah, look, I have to bring it back to this because I'm bringing it back. Okay, you see Udo Gank. I'm really happy about this team, specifically because we were there when we watched some of the global finals. I think I've talked about this before, but the sheer improvement of these players is wild, because we were watching them on a global stage, and now we're seeing them again on a global stage, and they're doing ridiculously well. I think they can make it happen. Martin takes a trip on the floor, courtesy of Scout.
Yeah, no one really anywhere near him. They're just out to the west of Coal Mine, and Martin pretty much alone, getting hot dropped by Scout. You're gonna find out about it. Martin takes a tumble.
I mean, Scout's got some. Scout also, he passes the vibe check.
Oh, yeah.
He passes the vibe check in-game and out of game too, because, I mean, I see this guy on Instagram. I see the drip that he's got going.
It's the blonde hair.
He's got silver hair, man. Get it right. He's got silver hair.
Whatever.
Don't call it blonde. He'd be very unhappy to hear that. Now we're watching You Level Up. Again, this team has slightly bit of a rough time. We saw Hyoshan, who's on our screen right now, drop down from the high heights, and it was pretty much difficult for him to get back. That's the only way that he could have got away from there, and the circle said, well, actually, you're going to have to walk a little bit further. Get your rock bouldering shoes on, mate.
Your snowshoes out. Let's go. See what you can pad your way towards this time around. Over near Hot Springs, you've got T1. Currently pretty alone, near enough to You Level Up to be maybe a little bit of a trouble, but they should be able to rotate in.
Another team that has a lot of mechanical potential, in my opinion. I think T1 is pretty crazy good in that sense. I'm excited to see some more. We didn't see them in the last game, but now we get to see them now, which is just beautiful. I have a lot of respect for this team, especially for the Korean team coming into this lobby as the sole Korean team as well, and representing their country. So you know what, T1 fighting, let's go.
See what they can do. First game of the regular league. Are they going to be able to do the do? That's the question.
That's the real question. Do the do it's all about doing the do, you know.
You got to do the do. Don't do the do.
I doodly agree.
Fair enough. Well, looks like Box are going to be trying to do something as well. They're rotating in on the northern side from Port. That was a tricky segue, but we made it happen. Speaking of segues, Box Gaming going to be moving over from Port out to the eastern side, obviously trying to get some land over on the northern side. They're going to compete with Morph, though, for those locations.
Okay, so if you had to... So you know we got the Warp Head on Sandhawk?
Yep.
I want to see the War Segway come to Vikendi, now that you've mentioned it, because it would just be hilarious watching players
like an electric scooter.
Yeah, it's a solo vehicle. No one else can get on. It's just for you.
That'd be cool. And you can do little tricks.
Yeah.
When you jump over stuff.
Yeah, that would be ace.
You have to tell your mum to watch you.
Like the snowboard at Christmas. Yeah. That was actually really fun when I was playing that in game. Yeah. But I felt like people kept ruining my fun. They'd come up to the mountains and shoot me, and I was like, look, I know we're playing PUBG Mobile, it's a battle royale, but right now I'm snowboarding.
That doesn't pass the vibe check.
It doesn't. No, it was very, very rude. Back to the game, however. Team IND, they've sent Kratos very much forward towards Peshkova. Wow. The rest of the team is currently in Cement Factory. You know, Kratos, he is the ultimate scout at the moment. He's so far forward from the rest of the team. I mean, he's got his ghillie suit on, he's got his binoculars out. That's what he's good for. He makes sure he can find the other team, scout out the area, and make it nice and easy for the rest of his team to waltz into.
Hopefully he's more James Bond than Johnny English. We'll see what he's...
That's the hope, yeah.
Able to get done there.
I don't know how many people will get that reference.
Both very well, I think James Bond most people will get. Johnny English, maybe not so much.
Yeah. If you have not seen Johnny English, you should go watch it. Hilarious. Rowan Atkinson at his best.
Mr. Bean is bringing that sort of energy, that sort of vibe. It's great. That was a bit off track, but there we go. A little bit of pop culture referencing coming on through. Kratos over in Peshkova, the only team who have sent a scout out that way. So they are going to have pretty distinct control, certainly distinct information over that area. The question is, at what point do the rest of Team IND go and join them?
Yeah, I think now. Honestly, now. Because most of the teams will be moving in. I think I see GXR Celt actually heading over towards where Kratos is holding. He's now moved out of Peshkova, and he's just watching over the top side. Valdus, the murder, coming up towards Trevno. So I appreciate at least that Kratos is aware that, look, I've scouted out Peshkova, I've got as much loot as possible, I cannot stay here. This is not a safe position to be in. Let me just go find an overlook area, and then from there I can just provide all the information the rest of our team need. But currently, Team IND are rotating parallel to you level up. So you level up will have a clear idea where this team is going, but right now they are at least bumper carring them into the coastal side.
There we go. We did want to see a little bit of bumper cars, even though it's not going to be a Dino Park circle. We're going to get our wish, fortunately enough. We'll see just what sort of damage they can do to one another. Plenty of teams on the northern side, though, Blank, and that's quite the traffic jam moving forwards. You've got Orange Rock, Morph, Freestyle, and Box all trying to get in over the north of Coal Mine and near Cosmodrome.
Yeah, I mean, Morph are currently holding the big gatekeeper. Ooh, okay. Not only the big gatekeeper, apparently they've laid down some dynamite in the way.
That's me. That's Baba going bang. That's not going to be good. Not good for the health there for Freestyle. They have 3 players now remaining. Mortu, Kashuf, and Malik are going to be bringing up with the trio.
King of Gamers, all the way on the western side, they're rotating together in one vehicle, I believe. We didn't see all that much from that crazy new team that come into the scene and shocked everyone. I want to see some more of that. I don't know if it's nerves or it's being on the world stage. I mean, I just want to see more out of them. And I think now they're getting to the league stages. The opening weekend for more for seeding, maybe they were holding it back a few strategies. We heard a little bit of that from Kratos. So hopefully we'll see something different here. It's the first game that we'll see them today, as the same with T1. But they have to move through with what you have said is a traffic jam. The caltrops are down. Let's see if they can remove them and make their way through. Disarm the trap, so to speak.
Sweep them to the side of the road and have clear runway in front of them. It's the name of the game. King of Gamers, though, do not have a clear way through. Pime takes a lot of damage, but Braga goes down, and King of Gamers lose a player early.
And I mean, if you're rotating into the sea, this would be fine. But now they've got a real struggle ahead of them. They can try and swim across the icy depths to the other side, but Morph will have a clear idea where they're going. The saving grace is there's more teams here. There's Box as well and Orange Rock to the south. So Morph have to be wary considering they're putting up such a big fight here on the coastal side. Most teams will be like, we know you're here now. We're going to be wary of you and stay safe. And I think at this moment, yeah, maybe it is time for King of Gamers to swim across and try and find some safety on the other side of the, I wouldn't say river, but the delta here at the top.
Bigitron still out in the blue, all the way down in the south, near Winery, making those...
I knew it'd come back and help me later on.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Great stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Waits. Big up. I'm so sorry, mate. I just completely derailed you. Carry on.
Sorry, no, I thought, are you done?
I'm done now. Carry on, good sir.
Bigitron still out in the blue near Udu Gank. Now, Udu Gank was that team that I mentioned earlier. They're going to have a very long, difficult rotation here, and it's going to be made all the harder by the fact that they're right next to Bigitron now, who are going to make the same rotation. And if there's one team that I think you don't want to be stuck in close quarters with, Blank, it's Bigitron Red Aliens.
Yeah, they're terrifying. I mean, you would have thought they're literally aliens with the way they laser down people around the map. It's a little bit scary, so just want to make sure you don't get abducted by them during this game and sent back to the lobby screen. Team I&D, though, now they've got them on the map for you guys. Let's talk about them really quick, because they have now centered up with Kratos. I'm really happy to see it. The scout worked out wonderfully. Now they have a very good place towards the eastern side of the coast.
That's possibly the most perfectly central circle I've ever seen.
So beautiful.
Avenger could never.
Avenger could never live up to this. He'll never reach these heights.
Fantastic. Well, I'm sure he's going to try his best. And that's what we're here for, right? Teams trying their best, people trying their best.
You have to do him like that, come on.
Hey, you know, you've got to put in the effort and eventually you're going to get somewhere. Maybe one day he'll be a circle god himself.
Day 21. That's what I expect to see.
At day 22.
That's when he goes home.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, but you know, sometimes it happens a lot.
Maybe he can throw it in on the fan moments. He'll go home and he'll send in his drawing.
That would be a pretty fun moment.
That would be the funnest moment.
Box making a rotation on the western side. They're moving south. They're moving away from that traffic jam that we spoke earlier of on the northern side. They don't want any part of it. And to be fair, it makes sense. There's very few places where you can cross safely up there. So making that move down south when you know that the circle's not going to be pushing you too hard, moving around the foothills of Mount Kreshnek seems to be where they're opting to go.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a while here, but I mean, you can understand why they do it specifically because the circle centers in, but it's also outside of the bridge now, which is why they know that Morph have to move into the circle. So whilst Morph are biding their time, recentering themselves, Box and King of Gamers can also move in past Mount Kreshnek. Like you're saying, it's a decent place to kind of springboard yourself forward within the circle. Right now, everyone's playing edge, and Avenger did mention this on the desk, saying that, look, no one's really playing center at the moment. Everyone trying to just wait each other out. No one wants to get in the middle, and you don't blame them, because if you are the first team to go middle, everyone's going to be looking at you. Best case scenario, you have a better chance of being in the next circle, but it's still tough. But we'll see which team actually takes that advice from Avenger and tries to make it happen. Because although it's a risky move, it can pay off massively.
You know, I've just thought, Blank.
Yeah,
River Delta.
Oh, really?
A river delta.
Wow, that's
when river
incredible
splits
for you.
off into several different branches to go into the sea. What you're talking about is an estuary.
Is that an estuary?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I think I stand corrected. Tom Waits failed me.
It's unfortunate.
Not Tom Waits, Mr. Waits.
Mr. Waits.
Yeah, sorry.
Tom Waits.
Tom Waits, he didn't fail me.
Goodness me.
He's been slamming some great music in my hotel room, okay?
Fantastic. Fair enough. Megastars slamming some great knocks over onto Udu Gank on that rotation from the south side. They are currently playing guard on the coastal rotation there. Cement Factory being guarded on the exit, and Udu will take the full death there, so they're down to 3. Sprays coming in from Morph onto Freestyle. Malik is going to go down, so now Freestyle down to 2. That was a real quick rattle.
That was really nice. They had one player go for the knock, second player just lasered in afterwards. Yeah, that was very, very nicely done.
Oh, like a couple of shots.
I love this from the observers. That's so cool.
Shoof trying to get some retribution, but I don't think they're going to be so lucky there. Are going to have to move out, caught in the blue. No mercy. Wants to stay out there a little bit longer though. Next circle pushes people slightly more coastal, but again, not too many teams affected by it. The main thing, as we said, the main feature is this northern kerfuffle, which is going to be Morph and Freestyle as well. Orange Rock actually want to come into this one. They're all the way on the south of this fight, but it looks like they want a third party.
Yeah, and they're moving in to where Morph and Freestyle are currently fighting. The third party would be good here because you'd get a good landing zone in terms of just outside of Cosmodrome. There's some nice hills there that you can look over the top and get some scouting potential. Boxer coming up behind Nova Godlike, but it's Freestyle versus Morph that we want to take a look at.
Oh, he's going aggressive, Motu, but it's going to go down. The MP5 not really doing too much for him there. And another kill will be found. Freestyle now down to 1.
Yeah, that's quite literally a frenzy coming through from Morph. And now Orange Rock, within the chaos, have managed to sneak their way in past them. So currently they are now ahead of Morph. So Morph will have to run. So this is very, very good planning from Orange Rock. We'll see if it comes to bear, though.
Do they know that Kashuf is over in Cosmodrome, though? Will they be able to deal with that? There is a potential third party to be had. You know, after these pitch battles, a single player can make all the difference.
Yeah, but right now, you know, that Kashuf just kind of wants to... Kashuf just wants to stay still. Doesn't want to do too much, but... Okay, Jexy. Beautiful shot through there. Will drop one player down. So now we've evened the odds. 3v3, Scout looking to move across. In that moment, though, Morph could push into the other 2 players. That would be probably the best move, in my opinion.
They haven't really taken that initiative fast enough, and now the res is coming through onto Marvi. They're going to have that fire line established up on the top of the hill. Ooh, no mercy. Just are able to skirt around the side of the building in the UAS, get their vehicle to safety. Not going to be able to get blown up, but both, well, a lot of those vehicles on fire there at the back. They're going to try and get something, but Orange Rock leave the fight. They disengage fully. Marvi out in the open, and it looks like Orange Rock in general going to be rotating through Cosmodrome, pushing across to the other side as the blue zone will put pressure on Morph.
Yeah, they've already done the damage to Morph in the sense that they now have to always have their wits about them moving forwards. So a little bit tricky for them. Orange Rock, on the other hand, have intel on team as well as vehicles, so things are very good indeed. BTR currently with no chance game, and they just got a knock early on. I've got them back on our screen. Heineken under heavy fire for BTR, and now Choco Nut taking shots from behind.
Yeah, Bigatron, they've already managed to get themselves 2 kills. Udo Gank not really having the greatest of times. We talked about how that was going to be a difficult rotation for them, Blank, and it's really come to bear. Only jump up remains. Bigatron 4 players strong. They're on the south side, near to no chance team. They have got an advanced player forwards, an advanced position from one of their players, but looks like that's not going to go so well for them. Luxy does take a knee. Luckily, Microboy's right there, able to help his friends, able to make sure he's securing everybody else around him.
Yeah, keep it calm, keep it collected. This is fine. Zuxi, though, with a beautiful off angle. Next circle comes in. The circle is just so attracted to this coastal line, so most players have read this very, very well, moving off to the coastal side, but that leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams out of the blue on the south side, all going to have to run in together.
Oh, man.
Kashuf, though, he's playing a dangerous game with Orange Rock.
God, he's got the
I'm sleeping.
Octo camo. Look at him, he's in his PJs. He's harmless. Don't mind me.
I'm just napping.
I'm just having a sleep, guys. Don't worry about it. It's okay. I promise. I promise it's fine.
Like lullaby music in the background.
How's he getting away with that?
I'm not a threat.
To be fair, you know, Orange Rock don't feel the need to clear this. They're going to be leaving it anyway, so they'll be sending on for the hills. Question is, will that come back to bite them? We'll have to wait and see.
Really, we're looking at BTR and No Chance on the screen. No Chance have been given a chance by the circle here because now BTR have to push into them, so BTR, though, we know them as a team that is very good at finding the cracks within the circle to push through and get in there and insert themselves, but already No Chance Gaming, they've sent a forward scout out past Udo Gank's jumper, but everyone's starting to clump up now, and you know what, Compound's starting to become limited, but Team IND, they've not moved once. Kratos, he knew in his mind's eye that this is where the circle will end, and he was like, this is a good spot, we will stay here now, okay?
God of War laying out the strategy for the squad, making it work. Fantastic stuff. We'll see if they're able to hold on to that position. King of Gamers getting pushed in from the southwestern side of the circle near Nova Godlike, but Biggitron are still trying to push in towards the south. Udu and No Chance team gonna have to try and take this fight. Jumper holding it down. Last player remaining. 16 teams are in it, so they don't want to go out first here, Blank. After such a great performance in the previous game, wouldn't be a good way to finish it off, but Choconut goes around the corner, will go down, but is not going to be able to get any more. Unfortunate there, Udu gank eliminated after the really tricky rotation time they had.
No Chance kind of forced Jumper's hand there. He knew he had to make something happen, but I don't think he expected all 3 players to run into the barn. I mean, it's not the safest of places, so I too would not have expected the same thing, but BTR, they've moved around the right-hand side, and already it feels like so much action's happened that we've not really had much chance to see what happened in this circle, honestly. And we're going to get our next one. Drops right on top of Team IND. Super duper happy with that one. This one, they also got a lot of good terrain surrounding them. So really what they need to do now that they're central is just like they say, like Avenger said on the desk, is set up a player with an off angle, look out towards where people are coming from. Their job right now is not to fight and kill teams, it's to gather information. PUBG Mobile at the end of the day is an information gathering game. If you can find out where the other teams are, you can... Oh my lord.
2 teams just got eliminated. Both King of Gamers and Freestyle. And looks like No Chance team might be pretty close to it as well. Plenty of damage being sent out their way. It's Box to rain down hell from the top of the cliff. Loki does get knocked in response, but Box have a really strong firing line there.
That they do. So No Chance Gaming, they're struggling somewhat, and Box from this hillside is going to be very hard to dethrone. BTR, on the other hand, they're moving up the eastern side, and everybody's letting them do it. This is where Team IND, you level up, have to be super cognizant of what is going on around them, because you know what, BTR, they could go for the biggest backstab.
See if they're able to third party, if they're able to go for the biggest backstab, the big backstab. That's what we want to see. Orange Rock fought their way through. They're on the western side and pressuring on towards Morph. They're on the edge of the circle, so they are at a little bit of a disadvantage. However, they have got this big ridgeline to play around.
Also, earlier, Scout, in fact, blew up a vehicle with one of the Morph players rotating and killing one outright. That was Zay, in fact. So Morph is currently on 3. And now Orange Rock, they're mounting up. They're moving in. Scout is that back member, the sniper for the team. Molotov comes through over the side, but Gil is going to look to vault into this compound.
Vikendi, the map of compound breaches. That's exactly what we're going to get from Orange Rock here as Morph holding it down. Trying to hold these walls and stop these vaults from coming through. The smokes up close allow Orange Rock to move around pretty effectively. Frenzy, not quite able to spot them out as Jexy as well, low HP on the sidelines. Orange Rock opening these buildings and moving through this. This is cold, calm and collected, Blank.
They've infiltrated the compound now, and just even that way, they've evicted more from their position. We're going to get a quick replay on our screen. Look at that. That's how Cog went down. Beautifully done from Godless there. Bang! That is crazy.
Orange Rock able to get 1 pick on this compound push. Now it's just Frenzy left in play for Morph in the compound, hiding down by the boxes. They haven't spotted him out just yet. Looking for some help from anywhere he can get it. Vault's actually outside of the compound over the wall. They might just be able to survive here, the last remaining player for Morph, but I think they're going to know just what's coming through.
Oh yeah, he's playing do-si-do with them right now. They have no idea where he is. Oh my lord, Scout over the side. Pole jumper with the Uzi in hand.
Goodness me, that's going to be Morph eliminated, but the battle for the hilltop is going to rage between T1 and Nova Godlike. At the moment, T1 holding it down pretty effectively. A lot of damage found on another nade to get yet another knock. A Molotov trying to push, and up the hill they go. And they get yet another knock onto Nova Godlike as Box are coming into the fight. Okay, this is 3 teams vying for this spot, and both of the teams trying to ascend are fighting off against each other, giving T1 the perfect situation.
Yeah, T1 has to stay active, though, in this fight if they want to prevent one of these teams from finding a good position. That means nades, that means off angles, and right now they're doing it supremely well.
They're just allowing this fight to happen beneath them and picking up the scraps.
Oh, the point.
Spray down with the G36. ZZP able to get plenty of points for his team. 5 kills now for T1.
And now they're leaving as well. This is so fast. It's unbelievable. T1 missile goes out first. ZZP left behind to prevent Nova Godlike and the last dregs of Box from getting into the circle. This was very well done from T1. They knew they had to cripple both teams on the southern side so they get into the circle safely and clear those angles. Oh. Vampire, get out the way. Lewis is coming through.
Goodness me, he's made it as well, but he's going to go straight into the waiting arms of Orange Rock. Laid bare on the hillside, doesn't really have too much cover. If Orange Rock peek up and over, they're going to see him. They're going to take him down, no problem. T1 taking a couple of shots as well into the fight, finally taking a knock, but Bigetron also in engagements left and right. Team IND trying to guard them out.
Oh yeah, this is probably one of my favorite parts on Vikendi. It's where there's less compounds, it's all hills, rocks and trees, and it's all down to whether you can spot the enemy teams ahead of you. Microbo goes for a beautiful spray onto Swag.
At range as well. Nicely controlled there. Plenty of damage. Easy pickup for Microboy, but the nades, they're being sent out their way. Bigetron actually down on their luck a little bit. 2 players down as Microboy falls to the blue. Luxy out the zone and his twins leaving him. Zuxi just wants to get in.
You actually think he's moving over towards Ryzen. I think he knows he's going to go down at the vehicle, but at least Ryzen will be able to pick him up before he actually hits.
There he is.
There he is. Got him.
Managed to get in. Team IND.
Oh, okay, never mind. Got him, apparently.
Wow, okay, they get splat. And Bigetron out early yet again. This is, okay, not the greatest start for them. They had 3 points in the first game. They go down pretty early this time around. But teams are dropping left and right. Blank, you level up, hit the floor. The drop shot specialists. But finally, GXR Celts are able to shut them down.
Got a huge amount of teams going out left, right, and center. T1 has just about made their way in. Orange Rock, though, playing this one superbly. I don't think we've seen a misplay from them as of yet. Very, very cool from these guys currently on the western side, but they have to move in. Valdez the Murder currently in front of them, Goddard, Arm Joan. After Orange Rock found a couple of kills onto them last game and also took out one of their players towards the beginning of this game in Martin, Valdez will be looking for revenge.
And now things start to quiet down, Blank. We hit that critical mass of teams close together. And now it's the calm before the next one comes on through. When you have so many teams crunched in, you are going to see those sparks fly, and that's exactly what just happened. So many teams went down. We're down to 5 already. That was an absolutely insane set of rotations.
Yeah, Gil's actually able to make his way through, getting shot in the toe currently. Just about swings his little tootsies round there to keep him safe. In comes the rest of the team, but it's Snacks though. A beautiful shot from the side, supporting his fellow brothers from South Asia.
Orange Rock managed to get their way a little bit closer, but they're not quite out of it just yet. They have to keep on going forward. Scout just rattles down Goddard. And Valdez the Murder, they're suffering at the hands of Orange Rock.
Scout took down Martin at the beginning of the game, and he's here to finish the job onto Valdez the Murder. Out comes the Molotov, but the blue will force him forward, but at least he has a hill ridge side here to play around with.
Scout has 6 kills. I don't know if you caught that on the UI. That's insane. Arn Jones got to give him the 7th.
Another! Oh my lord, Scout is really picking up the heat here.
We talked about how RRQ and Orange Rock were these heavy frag as well. RRQ isn't in this lobby, so it's Orange Rock's time to shine. They're coming through and they're coming out swinging. 4 teams remaining. They have 10 kills and they are keeping the pressure up towards T1.
Watching Saden here, this is the same guy that got about 7 shotgun kills in quick succession, but I believe that is now T1 going out here. Orange Rock finish off the job. Damn, Orange Rock are just a kill squad right now, sweeping across from the western side of the map.
Team IND, they're now starting to take the fight with GXR Celts. It's a South Asian final circle here, Blank, all the way. Not really too many more to be getting on with. Team IND trying to fight from their defilade. They had a really strong start, but now they're caught in a really tricky spot.
The question is, do they have any vehicles left remaining to them? Remember, they didn't have to move too far. So yes, they do. IND Slayer is in one of them, so they'll be able to set up some kind of fortifications. But Viru, Scout, they're looking to crest over the side and take some shots onto Team IND.
What a firing line these guys have. Scout gets 1 for 1 right now. Viru trying to get those refrags as Slayer goes very, very low behind the vehicle. But IND getting knocked as well from the sidelines. This is the tricky spot. They are in the valley, Blank, and they cannot get out without some miracle performances.
It's a trifecta of bullets coming across the screen. Not one team is not suffering casualties from this fight. This is beautiful. Ultron now fully stemmed up. He's got some decent gear on board too. And now it's 2 players. IND Slayer goes down. He will not be slaying for any longer. And now it's Snacks. And oh, really? I think he's just a snack for Orange Rock now.
Wow, goodness me. Orange Rock racking up the points right now. Team IND eliminated. GXR Celts with 2 players left standing, and they are feeling the pressure coming through from Orange Rock. They're just moving straight across these hillsides, and they wipe everybody clean out the circle. Huge kill points coming through. 14 points from kills and 20 for the placements. It's the chicken dinner for Orange Rock.
I'm flabbergasted. That was honestly probably one of the best games I've seen a team play before. It felt almost predetermined. As soon as they started like sweeping across from the west side, everyone in their wake was just falling at the heels. So well done from Orange Rock.
Yeah, we talk about star power. Scout that game, getting nutty amounts of kills.
Yeah.
I mean, we tracked up with him when he
the
was
rest
on
followed
7.
up. That's the big
The
thing.
rest followed him up beautifully. They did incredibly well. But we're going to head it back over to the desk to break down the game.
Oh, thanks, guys. I appreciate that. Yeah, Orange Rock get themselves the victory here. Well done by them after already having a stellar first 2 days when it came to the seeding days as well here for the PMWL East. And very cool to see them, as Blank mentioned, kind of have so much control over some of those final moments in that game.
I think they had full control the whole game, more or less.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, looking at them, how they were rotating to choosing who to fight and actually make sure, okay, we're gonna choose the biggest threat first. We gotta get rid of that one, then we move on to the next one, and basically systematically just doing that all throughout the whole game and swooping up all the kills. Swoop.
The terrain control as well was insane. They knew exactly where to play from that. That was just amazing to see from them, honestly. And 8 and 6 kills for Scout and Jill. That was just... It's rare we see 14 kills just from those 2 players, like from 2 players.
Sure.
Pretty crazy.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the overall points coming in here from this game and see how Orange Rock is able to dispatch of the competition. Wow. 36 points for them in this one game. GXR Celts, of course, though, 21 points with the 7 kills they were able to accrue, and IND getting themselves 14 points on the board. Orange Rock, though, as I said, Jill, getting himself into a very decent spot. Not quite where we saw his compadre being able to get in terms of the kills, but still a very impressive step up here when it comes to the previous game, going into this one. Here's now 9th through 16th as well. It was a tough run for Bigetron Red Aliens. We've been watching them have a hard time with these 2 circles, but it happens sometimes. It happens.
It does. I mean, you can't win every game. So we're saying, you know what, if you have 20-25% bad games, 4 points or less, it's fine. If you frag out and get a lot of wins in the other ones, you'll be completely fine. Again, we're looking at qualifying for or playing into the Super Weekend here, making sure that they're the top 16 from these 2 days here, and I'm quite sure they're going to beat that no matter what.
Yeah, well, solid as a Orange Rock here for the next one as we take a look at the numbers that they were able to put up here in this game, and it is 2,100 damage.
16 kills.
Actually, I thought it would be more damage, but that also shows how effective they were on choosing who to shoot at, who to actually go and fight, because basically, we're talking about making sure you're not wasting too much bullets or trying to shoot someone that's far away and revealing your position. Instead, they go for the kills that they only need to move their way into the next position, into the circle.
A lot of steals, and they were one of the more prolific and prevalent teams in the West when it comes to some of these final circles. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew moments here from this game. But there was tons of teams over on the east side here, Avenger, playing this, and it really didn't work out too well for a lot of those.
And it ended up also having, after we had our east side, a lot of the teams, majority of the teams ended up being in the south side. And I was kind of happy to see some of the rotations. We saw rotations that were coming on around to the west side, and some of these rotations coming on the east and going on all the way on top, being kind of coherent and thinking about, you know what, guys, we had 2 northern shifts. Maybe there's going to be a lot of teams in the south. We're not going to go in from there. We're going to try to take another route.
Yeah, I mean, most of the teams, as we can see, was very congested on the southeast part. We had a few, little bit of a bridge camp on the north side. We had North actually holding that bridge, and we saw 3 other teams coming in there. Box Gaming, King of Gamers, and Freestyle. And after that, we saw that Box Gaming and King of Gamers, they actually went for a very far south rotation afterwards, after being camped up there in the north.
Did you say Morph was in the north?
Yes.
Perfect. I like that. Avenger.
How did he get there?
Who, Morph?
They morphed
How did they get there?
Okay. Frost did it.
No, but
wow.
Bigetron actually had a really good rotation as well. We saw a similar circle during the opening weekend where we saw BTR going a little more like straight into the circle. And we were talking about they should probably have gone through the east side on the beach. And that's exactly what we saw them doing in this game.
Yeah, true.
And they got himself all the way up to the north, but Team IND stopped them from getting any further.
Yeah, they just had too entrenched a position, and you can see that reflected in the points that came along with us as well here, Erangel, when IND got themselves that third place throughout the entirety of the game. They took up good residency to greet any teams that were coming along, but then Orange Rock came their way.
Yeah, they were playing a bit too passive there in the very end, because that kind of ridge line that was in between them, whoever took control of that would have the advantage. You're going to have your biggest advantage, you're going to have your control with that, and they managed to get that first. So the terrain control, that's what I was talking about, was just insane from Orange Rock here, making sure that they were having the high ground, they were having the biggest advantage, then they were taking all the control.
Yeah, you could also see that towards the end of the game there, how they were spreading themselves out on a very long line, making sure that they have sight from very different directions, making sure they can't move away from anywhere without getting shot at.
It's perfect. It's like a long fishing net. You get as many kills while you sweep across the whole map, and you troll everything up and just swoop them up.
Swoop them up. Why is today a swooping day?
I don't know. I think it was a good...
I don't know what's going on here. This is weird.
You guys got way too fast. We knew I was going there way too quick.
You're like, oh, it's like a fishing net. I'm like, okay, all right. All right. Let's take a look at the total damage quickly before any more swooping goes on here for some reason. As Orange Rock will swoop up all the damage.
Yeah.
And we have T1 being in second place regarding that. GXR Celts, though, getting themselves a pretty decent second place with the 7 kills here.
Yeah, for sure. 1,300 damage, nearly good to see from them. Box Gaming also with nearly, or 1,231 damage to be precise, and 5 kills. Good to see that impact. Again, we're looking across the board. Obviously, we're seeing some thousands plus here from these teams, and this is kind of what the number we're looking at. If you're looking at putting 1,000 damage out in a game, you're ahead. Like, you're impacting the lobby more than the damage you're taking. You're making sure that the other teams are using more utilities, more heals, more meds to make sure they stay alive and try to keep their teammates alive with rests and so forth.
I mean, let's be honest, Froz. You miss all the shots that you don't take.
Yeah, and you miss a lot of shots that you take.
Excuse me.
Wow.
What? I'm the one that carries us. I got 11 kills in our last game.
In one game.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
You got it in one game, but it's true you did frag out. But I mean, yeah, I guess you have to be happy for a game that you're finally very good in. You know.
There's one game.
We're not having that conversation. I'll get in trouble. All right, moving on quickly and swiftly. Where are we going to now? Something was happening. We're checking in with the overall ranking, indeed, here to see what is going on over there. I imagine Orange Rock is going to be up towards the top here. Great stuff by them. 39 points. Jigsaw Celts, though, has been consistent throughout these last 2 games here to get themselves 36 and actually takes over Megastars with their first place.
It's obviously only 2 games so far. We cannot take a lot from that. We cannot look into the averages. The averages average out and they even out over the games, and we obviously have a lot more games to go. But for me, to see RQ Athena after 1 game there, to stay up there, the boys, they're staying in there with 20 points. And Orange Rock, they only actually had, in the first game, they only had 3 points. And kind of surprising to see them. Yes, they can have bad games. So we're talking about, 25% of your games or a fourth of your games is going to be with 4 points or less.
Small window of time. You've said you're the boys for Orange Rock. Are you pledging your allegiance here?
I say in general, the orange-colored teams and logos, it's on like Orange Rock. They're like a double whammy. Both Orange Rock in the name and then the orange logo. You have the RQ Athena, you have Morph.
Where is this leading?
I don't know. Maybe a ginger joke.
Oh no, nothing. I was just pledging my allegiance already to the guys.
All right, okay. Froz, you want to say something?
No, I wanted to say GXR Celts has been doing a phenomenal job so far.
Yeah.
In the first game, we saw him getting a 4th place with 7 kills. This game, 2nd place, 7 kills. And it's on 2 different maps. And we're looking for that consistency.
Yeah, because
consistency will bring you up towards the top. As you can see, they didn't have a chicken dinner yet, but they're still up there on 2nd place.
Yeah, very, very cool to see there across these 2 games. And of course, it's kind of cool as well, the slight adaptation that we've had when it comes to the Battleground pool, right? Because it's going to give these teams an opportunity to learn from game to game to game, because there is a lot of Erangel, there's going to be a lot of Vikendi here across these few days for us to just make those micro adaptations in the similar lobbies, of course, with the shuffling of the groups.
Yeah, of course, we're going to have a little bit of shuffle depending on which group are actually going to be playing, but at the same time, as James said, we're going to have a lot of Vikendi, a lot of Erangel today and tomorrow, of course. But I mean, except for that, you also have, of course, every map that is going to be played every Super Weekend. Yeah. So you got to make sure that you know everything about every map. You can't just rely on one map itself.
Yeah. We're going to be pinpointing what the teams make of mistakes in the coming Super Weekend. If they have not improved too much, we're going to be pinpointing that, especially in Vikendi here, now that we have our Vikendi kind of league play here on these 2 days. But I'm actually looking to to how they're able to adapt and their kind of proactiveness between the games as well, because, you know, you're going to have a coach, you're going to have somebody helping you out in between games. And while you're playing Vikendi, he probably have already prepared a few points for the next Erangel game. So, you know, like some insights, some rotation paths, all this stuff where you kind of know your neighbors, making sure that you know where their teams are around you.
Did you just call it Vikendi?
I
think he did it. I think that's what he did.
You liked it?
I liked that.
I thought no one was going to notice.
Yeah, I like the Vikendi. All right, I'm off. I'll leave you with your Vikendi. I'm off to talk to our next commentators, bringing us some more games. We have Imperium and Maxman. You liked Vikendi? That was pretty good.
I thought it was such a dad joke.
Yeah. If anybody was going to be the dad, it's maybe Avenger.
Yeah. I'm proud of him.
Yeah. How about yourself, Maxman?
I'm the dad. Well, if that
I'm like the youngest out of us all. What is this?
True, you never know.
All right. Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
2020.
Yeah, you're right. Looking forward to the games?
Gotta say, what a difference a day makes, right?
Yeah.
Some of these teams really showing up after a day's break. Big time.
Yeah, I mean, the games are going to be awesome. We already had a win from Megastars and Orange Rock. They had a little bit of a harder time maybe during the seeding time, so seeing them popping off right from the start is great to see.
Yeah, it feels like Orange Rock feels the most comfortable out of a lot of the teams that are in this lobby. Well, thank you very much. I'll come and check in with you later on as we go back over to the desk here. These gentlemen will be bringing you the next couple of games here for our day. Froz, Vikendi man, we have a great time ahead of us. Only one more Vikendi, of course, for today, but we're going on to Erangel next, of course, here. Is there anything that you're taking away from our first Erangel coming into this one? Of course, there was a lot of centralizing circles, and it was a bit of a difficult circle to play towards the end, but what are your thoughts?
I mean, I think we can take away some things from this game alone that we just saw on Vikendi and bring back to that. And that is how open it was in the center. We saw a lot of teams that didn't want to enter from the center. They were afraid of it because they came in so late. They probably thought that, okay, all these compounds are going to be taken already. Let's go for the edges instead. And this is not what we normally see. Normally we see them go towards the center straight away, but that's when they're super quick on the rotations. So I want to see if this is going to affect Erangel here on the upcoming game as well. Are we going to see a lot of teams on the edges, or are they going to go for the center again?
We'll find out. Let's take a look at a head-to-head of our two winners from today, though, of course, as Orange Rock goes up against Megastars. One player from Megastars, elusive in the shadows, maybe kind of crouching in a bush, perhaps, here to try and find themselves some frags. And you can already see a huge amount of damage coming out from Orange Rock across the 2.5 days of gameplay that we've had so far here for the PMWL. Almost 12,000 damage, Avenger. That's insane.
These guys are, I would say,
fraggers.
Yeah, and contestants for the top. I think.
Maybe, yeah.
I would say from what we've seen. Now I'm just talking opening weekend, and I'm talking here what we've seen from them today. I feel like they're showing up. We're definitely going to see them every single Super Weekend, I think, and I'm expecting them to at least end up in the top 3, at least twice.
Sure. And of course, at home, you can be involved in more ways than one of which is the lucky draw. If you are watching inside the in-game Esports Center tab, well, you can actually get yourself an opportunity at some of these items. You just have to keep watching. You'll accrue some points, and then you can spend those on the lucky draw. I know Frost spent some and got the Psychopath set.
For one day.
For one day. So
only one day.
You got to go again.
It's gone now.
It's gone now. Oh, yeah, that was a few days ago. Sorry, mate. Well, you'll have to try again. You'll have to be luckier next time, Froz. Talk to me about Erangel, though, Froz.
I mean, we just saw that Orange Rock and Megastars head-to-head there, and we saw the numbers. We saw that Orange Rock have been super stable through the opening week and continue in here. The thing is, they're both in the same group though. They're both in Group B, meaning they're always going to be up against each other. They both come from the same region. They're both from South Asia region, from India. So they know each other well, and I want to see who's going to be the better team there.
You know what I'm looking on with my monocle? I am looking at Rorschach, because we're going to probably have a fight with T1 and Valdez again.
Let's do it, unless someone bails after a game of chicken that didn't last very long. We'll see. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's head over to the commentary team here to bring you game number 3 of the day. It's Erangel. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Kyleris, Avenger, and Froz. Game 3 of the day, Max. It's going to get pretty good. We've already had one Erangel game. Of course, very well taken over by the Indian side, and I think coming into this third game, the analyst mentioned about T1 and Valdez. I think that's going to be a real big bone of contention in the early parts.
I mean, it's always going to be. I hope that that's going to be like, the big point of pressure throughout the entire tournament. You know what? You're going to have some Rosok action. It's always going to be Valdez. It's always going to be T1 involved. We had definitely some more interesting gameplay around Rosok, though, responding in more like responsible ways, playing a little bit more as a team because they know now the fight's going to be happening over there. But we'll have to see how this playing path is going to be going for this Erangel game to see if Rosok is going to be taken into contestant.
Yeah, no, 110%. Of course, this is the first day of the league play, right? But every single game is going to count. All these teams are trying to secure their top 16 spot to make it over to the first Super Weekend, as the playing path is going from the east over to the west. Pretty central across the map. Let's hope this Phase 1 circle compliments it, Max.
Megastars that won the first game of the day, that was on Erangel also. They did go for a drop towards Starboard/Kameshki because they were just not able to go over to Nova, which is their main dropping location. Yep. This time, at the start of the southeastern section, Megastars is free real estate over there on Novo.
Well, Froz was mentioned, at least with regards to the last game in Vikendi, of teams not really going for the center coming into late parts of the game. That was always a difficult area to play around when you're looking to go into center, but I still feel like teams need to be a little bit more aggressive or controlling of how they choose their own result and how they essentially play their end game, because if you're too passive, if you play too much on the end, you're actually giving your own result into the palm of the other team's hands.
I think also like the two games we had, like the one on Erangel and the one on Vikendi, like the circles were not really allowing you to go dead center, because if you did, a lot of teams had an angle on you. So I understand why teams maybe didn't decide to go for that. And talking about circles of the last few games, we have like almost the exact same Phase 1 circle of game number 1 today, and teams will be able to respond in according ways, maybe also fixed a few issues they had early on game number 1.
Now, obviously, one of the differences we do kind of see is that Megastars have chosen to go to Novo this time around as opposed to Milta, so they're going to have to make their way across the bridge in the early parts of the game, and Team IND choosing to go towards military base. But this is definitely a circle that will complement Morph Team in the early parts of the game. We saw them kind of join up together in the first game of the day when it was a similar circle. I hope they are a little bit more reactive coming into Phase 2, Phase 3.
Also, one thing you want to keep in mind is that Yudi are not here, so that means no rotations away from Severny. So really here, TSM Entity up on the northern section of Yasnai Polyana, not going to have any rotations to deny, so they are just going to be having a calm early game in Yasnai Polyana, again, all that loot. But right now, we're going to have King of Gamers Club and T1. This is not the fight we were really expecting going into this Imperium, but that's completely A-OK. King of Gamers Club, they got control on all of the lower section. Neonjung, a little bit further away, will have to cross the road. Hopefully, will not get denied by King of Gamers Club on that rotation.
T1 can't seem to catch a break. They get contested by Valdez and Rosok for the first couple of days. They kind of go, okay, look, you know what? We'll choose somewhere different. We'll let Rosok go over to him. And now they're going right into the palm of the hands of King of Gamers. It's definitely not going to be easy, because even though Sidon is on the roof, that's always not a bad place to be. But when a couple of members are in the building below and you only have the shotgun, you're not really able to do anything with that. Now it's going to be up to the remaining 3 players of T1 to provide that level of support and, of course, cause that knockdown to come through.
Yeah, I think that here, definitely, T1, this is not currently their fight to win. Their loot has been very scarce compared to King of Gamers Club. They had most of the loot from this one respective compound, and most of the time, the loot in this compound is not enough for an entire team to get fully stacked and looted. But here it is, T1, they're going to be pushing down south of the compound, trying to find a nice entry point into the buildings, but they're going to be seeing the smokes. They get information as here we go. ZZP is going to be the first member of T1 taken down. 3v4 currently, as unfortunately ZZP is going to be flushed away by Bragas. Now he confirms it as a 4v3, and Saden's still trying to gather information. Even though he can't do much with that shotgun, he's given intel to the rest of his team on how they can potentially breach this, but even then, this is not a great early stage from T1, and if they could disengage, that'd be great. They have 2 buggies to do so.
And even if T1 kind of survived this, you can't help but think that the damage is done, right? They've lost ZZP, which we've noticed has been a pretty important part of T1 and their success in the games that they've played well. And at the end of the day, as the roof play is going to be coming out, the shotgun's coming through, and Bosa gets a knockdown.
Yeah, there you go. 1, 2. They're potentially looking for the third on Missile. I said it, they tried to try and disengage. Going with the buggy, that is not going to work out. Missile should be dead meat. We'll have to see. Will the spray connect? No way. Does Missile make it out of the way? He does actually get a little bit further out, but unfortunately, I think they might have lost the wheel. He had to jump behind that tree right there, and that's just going to be sealing the fate of T1 as they get pushed heavily and very aggressively by King of Gamers Club. Concept going to be put pretty low. He's still got a Scar, which is way better than what the rest of his team had in terms of loot, and they're just going to make their way. They have to send also players on the right side because they're making it really easy for Missile to really respond there, just peeking on the right side. But here you go. Gets shut down by Braga, and there you have it. T1 eliminated in 16th and last position.
Feels absolutely bad, man. T1 not having a good start, at least in the opening day. Realistically, they were lying in 10th overall after playing 1 game and coming into his 3rd game. It's their 2nd game. They get wiped out in 16th place. But as we've seen kind of, you know, the circle kind of start to move in now, the teams are looking pretty strong positionally wise. I would say Freestyle, Synergy, and even Morph, who sent Zayas forward to get information, is really imperative and really important for Morph team to at least prepare for the next couple of phases.
Just mentioned Freestyle. I do really like the fact that Freestyle are a little bit split and a little bit spread in the middle there. They can rotate easily between all of their members in case a few teams come around, and also that allowed them on game number 1 to get 6 kills in 6th position. It's the same circle. If it ain't broke, don't have to really fix it. So I'm pretty happy with Freestyle committing to that position.
Megastars did make their way successfully over the bridge into Milta, so at least that's kind of one hurdle they've crossed over. Avoiding BTR for now, they will be ahead of them. Looking to be more localized toward the center part of the circle. One team that I noticed they've adjusted their drop start in some way, shape or form is TSM Entity choosing to go for a Yasnai, which has definitely complemented them, at least on the first Erangel game and even on this Erangel game.
Yeah, I mean, they're currently in circle. They went for the exact same drop on the first game. Is in circle, don't really have to move, and there's still a chance of having a northern rotation on phase 2, so you never know until the circle pops up. Gonna have Team Secret. They're currently doing a rotation very far over on the western side, rotating down south of Pachinki Hill, I do believe. Yeah, that is Pachinki Hill. They're actually getting on top of Pachinki Hill, and always that actually very on the edge. It's good to get information of teams in the circle. Imperium as a synergy, so they're going to get a few shots taken their way. I got the impression. Don't know who was shooting at them.
It was a member of Morph team that had done a little bit of scouting, ended up losing his life. And honestly, I kind of think that's okay. It's not ideal, right? But at least they know there's a team there and they can react. Or not even react, but they can be proactive on how they now play around the rotation coming into phase 2. They know that Synergy are right bang slap inside the log cabin area up on top of the hill. Of course, Box Gaming, RRQ coming through Potato Hill. Box Gaming a little bit to the south of him, so that's looking pretty good on RRQ's rotation.
Yeah, this location where the first game of Erangel on the day did end up around. It's been really interesting. Imperium, you know me, I hate that location. Reason why, around prison, around that high ground mountain, there's always a high ground position to play around, and it's just very tricky to position yourself around, and I think that teams struggled heavily on that first game. So it's not great for the players. It's fun to watch though, because we're devils, we're demons, and we like seeing these players suffer.
Whoa. don't put me in the same boat.
Earlier we were saying the same thing, Imperium, like when we were watching, we were like, oh, that circle, that's so bad for the players, and you said, oh, I love it. Damn.
I'm innocent. I'm an innocent human being. Leave me alone.
No, guilty until proven guilty. Wait, what?
But anyway, as Box Gaming looking to get shots onto Team Secret, Team Secret have done sweeping rotations relatively early in this game. On one hand, I really like it, but on the other hand, they're sweeping in with such little information that I worry it could go against them. But because they are doing it at basically as 4 vehicles, as 1 unit, at least they're going to be able to react in a much better way. As they do find a compound on this side of the road. It's a very strong compound, I might add as well.
Yeah, there's a little on the low ground, so teams that do have have the high ground around you,
for sure,
you could take a few nice shots, but definitely you are safe for that time being. So at least I do like the fact that they were able to get that under control, because most of the time that compound is occupied by another team. So despite rotating so late, Team Secret pretty lucky on that one. TSM Entity, they already left Yasnai Polyana. They're already dead center, surrounded by a few teams, but they don't have the tippity top of the mountain, which could come and haunt them a little bit later on down the line.
And here's the thing, like, all the teams are reacting much better compared to game one. They're more towards the center of the circle compared to the first game where TSM and D were in Mansion, let's say. They're all definitely being a lot better reactively compared to the first game and even the second game.
I think they're trying to predict the same circle shift as we had on the first game. This one actually going to be a little bit different. Shifts a little bit more heavily over to the eastern side. A lot of water going to be taken into play. Now the areas up north of Prison, more specifically, like Mansion, towards Mansion and Lipovka, could be a decent position to play around.
Honestly, that's a Chungus shift right there, to be honest.
Chungus all the time.
Because
it's like 50 times today.
Because it's a Chungus shift, I like saying that word. Leave me alone, just because I don't know anime references like you.
Okay, I'm not going to contest you on that one, Imperium, that's fine. But Reject Scarlet currently a little bit out of position. They rotated very late and they get intertwined with Team IND. Slayer's going to be surrounded by a few of their players. That's 420 OP. He's just going to make his way away from that one. They're going to get actually very close to No Chance's team, I'm not mistaken. Currently, it's a little bit of a mix-up. Like, they got a few players up north of Pachinki and a few players also down south. So hopefully not too much of a bit of hassle over there on the western side. And they'll be able to rotate out as we pan on over to Morph and Megastars.
Morph team inside the compound, but Megastar is looking to be a little bit more aware of heading towards the center part of the circle on that coastal line. But Morph team looking to choose to shoot up in that direction, with Mercy just kind of sending a message to Megastar saying, hey, watch out what's going on behind you, because we are ready to take you out.
Yeah, Megastars, they got the win on this kind of circle game one, so they know exactly how to play around this one to take the dub, to take that W, to get that chicken. I don't know, like, what other ways can you say of, like, taking a game? I don't know, there's so many different ways of going for it. We could go for absolute hours. But yeah, Megastars, decent position. They're playing on the coastal line, which I like there, because you only have to focus on like 180 degrees of land. Don't really have to focus on what's in the water.
Yep.
So I'm personally completely okay with Megastars, and they can also, because they have a high ground, take a few shots towards Morph if ever they got a few opportunities available at them.
I think the team that reacted most to that circle shift from TSM NT, they sent themselves, a little bit up north, but not too much that's right by the coastal line. It is on that kind of high compound, looking over Lipovka and even the Mansion area, so it's really nicely placed for them to get a strong result. BTR yet to really step up in the first league day, right? They came into the seeding weekend, showed everybody how it was done, showed up on Erangel, but in these first two games, has everybody caught up with them? Have they exposed their strategy too much that everybody's able to react to it? Of course, time will tell.
Time will tell. They're definitely playing a little bit different on this one, playing very on the edge of Milta, which normally they like to try and aim a little bit more central if they have the opportunity to do so. So let's hope and see that all will be okay for this team. Let's go over to Valdus, the Murder, having a little bit of an angle on Freestyle. Freestyle, I'm pretty happy with what they've been able to do on this first day of the league play. Hopefully that'll be just the first few good games of many going into this.
Now, of course, they're in the Walmart. We call it Walmart because it looks like a great big gigantic supermarket, right? But it's always a hard building to disengage from, because the second you leave it, you're right out in the open. Unless you have 3-4 vehicles, there's a really high chance you can lose a body. So they're really they're kind of praying to the PUBG Mobile gods that the circle shifts to the west on phase 3, which it would make sense because there's still a good 30-40% of water in play.
We're going to be seeing right now, we're going to be panning over to the map. Perfect timing, as you mentioned, at Imperium. Well, let's see, 3, 2, 1, and it's actually going to be going over. Milta Power still in that position. Lipovka also, but now the position where Megastars, like, it's absolute stonks. Their position went from pretty valuable to extremely valuable, and now if they just hold on to that position, they can shut down North. They can also get rid of Team Secret, RRQ Athena, even TSM Entity as they try and rotate next to the coastline. This is a huge win for Megastars, just aiming for that position, and is rewarded on phase 3.
It definitely is. Now, of course, there's a lot of risks still to it because we still have 15 teams, 58 players, so anything can happen, and it's only phase 3. But as you see, no chance team on the high ground overlooking freestyle, but both these teams are outside the circle, so they're going to have to try and find a way in. No chance team being the first to make their way in. Now, no chance team, they've been a team that have been able to be pretty successful on the edge of the circle. Let's see if they can make it count. As looking on the kill feed, Team Secret losing a player to Valdez.
Yeah, Arcu Athena also trying to get a little bit involved in this one, but yeah, Valdez, the murder. RJ going to be put pretty low. They're going to have to push their way away from Prison, and Prison, I don't like going for that position. Reason why disengaging from Prison is just an absolute, like, it's just insanely hard to pull off. I don't know what word I was going to try and use there because it's just, I wanted to find a proper objective, but there's nothing that shows how hard it is to rotate away from that location. A few nice shots coming out from No Chance towards King of Gamers Club. We're not going to result in anything and knock-wise just yet.
But here's the thing, you got King of Gamers Club going right in between Orange Rock and Team IND, so it's going to be a 3-way fight, and then you have RQ and Valdez further inside the circle, maybe overlooking them. That's going to be very, very risky to play around. That's where we're seeing on the kill feed, RQ punishing King of Gamers, and then of course Orange Rock punishing Team IND.
And Team IND, they are very close to getting himself into the circle, but not there quite yet. A lot of teams currently holding all of the north, even potentially the western side of the circle, so there's no easy entry point. They might have to just force and pry their way through into this phase 3 circle. It's going to be hard. It's not going to be very nicely done from Team IND. They're going to have to try their best, but yeah, they are not in control of this game so far.
Once again, TSM Entity have reacted to the phase 3 circle, shifting themselves a little bit down south by the side of the road in a more central position inside. The circle is down the bottom of the hill, so if the circle shifts to the west and they have to climb their way up, in my opinion, that's a little bit easier than climbing your way down coming into the late stages of the game. Freestyle now shifting down the south, coming in, going right close to Reject's box, and even Morph, and then Synergy on the southwest edge of the circle with Team Secret ahead of them.
While we're looking at Team IND and King of Gamers Club, you might think that like King of Gamers Club, they're controlling Team IND if they get yes or no into the circle. But even King of Gamers Club, they're in a lot of trouble because they got a few teams on the other side of the road. They could eventually get taken down pretty soon down the line. As we pan on over to Freestyle, the team you were just mentioning right there, they're going to get pretty close to Reject Scarlet in the distance. Taking a few suppressing fires there with the DP. Pretty good range to play with around the DP for Kashif, but they got 2 members knocked away. This is not looking great for them, but they still have a few dips and trees to play around. They could still heal up from their wounds.
And this circle indeed does shift down to the southwest, right into the palm of the hands of Synergy, Team Seeker, and even TSM Entity, who now hold on the eastern side of the circle all to themselves. RQ Athena coming right close by as Valdez punishes them on the rotation.
And now Team Secret, I mean, they got dead center of the circle right now. Even though the high ground is going to be a little bit of an interesting position. High ground so far to the advantage of Synergy, but Team IND, they come in to contest that position right now. They're going to go for that push. A few nice shots towards Slayer at a distance, but Shrider unfortunately not quite able to get those bullets to go in the dip. But the circle is definitely going to be very intriguing because Team IND are going to have to push forward. And I love how Austin Bot is trying to reposition there, trying to create different angles of pressure on Team IND. They got to be very cautious because every peek in position could allow Austin Box to get that one initial knockdown.
I see RQ TSM Entity. The grenades are being thrown out by Jonathan. This is the game that really TSM need to really pick it up.
Yeah.
Game 1 Erangel, they got 6.5 now coming from kills alone. They didn't play in game 2, so this is their second game of the day in Erangel once again.
Let's not forget, because over the course of these 2 days, today and tomorrow, you want to get in the top 16. If you're not in the top 16, you're not going to do the super weekend. So you need to try and get those good results right now, because you only got 2 days to really have an impact. And if you just, unfortunately, have a bad first day, catching up on another 50% is going to be extremely hard.
G9 gets knocked down from RQ Athena. Now, because they are still full squad, it leaves them up with 3 members. But on the northern tip of the circle, Orange Rock are coming in to join in on the fun and third party. Orange Rock looking so strong. They're currently on top of the leaderboard. Let's see if they can at least help increase their chances of holding on to the top spot.
They're trying their best to push in, but they're getting denied by RRQ Athena. RRQ Athena that so far has been having some pretty good results, especially that first game where they got 3rd position with 10 kills, double digits on the very first game. They are popping off so far, but they're thinking about repositioning, which I understand because they're on the edge. They're not really setting themselves up for phase 5, so they need to think about it, and here it is. They're going to rotate forward, but unfortunately, can't under control. 1-2 knockdowns going over to TSM Entity, and Orange Rock also trying to assist it, and the pressure of these two teams is just going to be too much for RQ Athena to deal with. They only got one player remaining on their side. It's going to be D2E. Can he make it out alive? I don't think so. I think he's just going to be pinpointing down there.
Scout was just so precise with those DP28 shots, and that is the trouble rotating in the vehicle this late stage of the game. You're going to get spot out, you're going to get shot up. Now as Orange Rock, they look to try and make their way forward. Viru in that US going to do a little bit of scouting, maybe look for the last player of D2E, as TSM Entity under a little bit of fire.
And a little bit, I mean, like a lot of fires. Seagull's going to be knocked away. The Raiders should potentially come out because they do have a 2-2 split. I would say they've got to try and maybe reposition himself a little bit more as a cluster, but D2E still trying his best, taking a few damage from Orange Rock. But Orange Rock, at least, they did the hardest part right. The really big issue for them was RQ Athena. Now they will get taken down to now only one player. As I say that, unfortunately, Megastar's taken out in 15th position despite a chicken dinner early on Erangel. They will not be getting a second Erangel game of the day for themselves.
They still have 2 fantastic games so far, so having one bad result in the day isn't the worst thing in the world. As Box Gaming clashing together with BTR. They do have one member of BTR now coming in to provide that level of support. That's lucky, and as the circle shifts up, it centers to the east, right into the palm of the hands of TSMNT, who are on that low ground. Lots of area around them. They can now control this phase.
The circle is going to be on the slope. You know that slope endings are not fun to players as a player, but here it is. Grenades galore coming out from Box Gaming, trying to get this shut down. They do get Duelo. Can they get another player of Reject Scarlet? That's a question again straight for Sarah, trying to get the suppressing fire right there. It's going to be a little bit hard. Those smokes are definitely buying quite a lot of time, but put down to about 1/3 HP for Sarah, actually with half HP right there. But here it is. They want to commit for the push. Sarah will get eliminated there. Nice. And there you go. The flush comes on through, and still Reject Scarlet have 2 other players a little bit further away in the distance, so they did put their eggs in 2 baskets. 1 basket will remain alive.
Box Gaming did a great job of using those smokes to give a little bit more freedom to the 2 of their players that were on the kind of the high ground of that hill to provide that level of support and that level of vision. Really great split play from Reject Scarlet.
Now, Box, they got to just go uphill. They got a lot of teams that have an angle on them, especially that's going to be Bigatron. You're going to be having also Freestyle, have one member really high up there on the mountaintop, but now Synergy back onto their position. They're one of the teams that have to fight for the position of Team Secret. They have to make it down, but Team Secret, they take in 2 fights at the same time, actually even potentially 3 fights with Freestyle. Also no chance over there, but as there you go, Reject Scarlet taken out, eliminated in 13th position. 12 teams will still be remaining in this one, but Synergy finally, they're going to be starting to take some really big hits right here. And Servy's got to try and join the party because otherwise this team might go down pretty soon. But especially the pressure applied by Team ID a little bit high up north of their position is really hurting them.
I love the fact that no chance of kind of avoid the Team Secret, only taking a couple of tickle of the shots of Synergy and Team IND clash up together. Nice spray coming out from Synergy.
Now we got the fights that's going to be happening, especially on phase 6, and we're going to be seeing that one. That's when the big boy fight's going to be happening, and Valdez the Murder get taken out. And also another squad that will be followed suit. That'll be Team IND, down to 10 teams remaining in the 3rd game of the day. This is huge as Synergy still trying to heal up on their wounds. Shredder will still get knocked away. They're still looking for information, but Team Secret just holding that position on the west just so damn well. They have no opportunities of pushing forward. Synergy are just pinned down.
And just like that, we're down to 8 teams. King of Gamers, Morph team eliminated like that at the drop of a hat. You gotta look at this circle, the TSM entity right towards the northeast, which Orange Rock to a little bit to the north, and so that's looking pretty good for those 2 teams as all the action rages on. Synergy and Team Secret clash up.
Synergy, they had to breach it eventually, and here it is. It's the time to engage, but unfortunately for them, Team Secret seems to have the upper hand. It's going to be Austin Box taking a 1v2. Has to reload there with the AK. He's going to get pushed on the side. Nice shutdown from Yuhai, and there you go. Team Secret will pick up their 3rd kill of this game so far. 7 teams now remaining. Synergy, they had to push. It was just a little bit too late, and it was going to be a hard push. We knew it. It was just not going to happen.
Still great by Team Secret to really see them, you know, step up coming into this 3rd game of the day. They've been a little bit lackluster, so now is their time to shine. Is Box Gaming onto Freestyle. Malik trying to hold on the edge of the circle. It's going to be closing on in the next 30 seconds. Let's see if they can get the heal off. But Box Gaming going for the squad. Right, take the bodies off the lobby, create more space on the southern tip of this circle.
They don't want to get involved. They just want to chuck some grenades, make things a little bit easier for them. Break's going to go for that nade. Will it connect? I'm not too sure. It will not get anything extra done, unfortunately. They can't really push this easily. The circle is actually just wrapping around one portion of that building. They can't push push that one too heavily, so they've got to rethink how they're going to be engaging this one. But currently almost no teams in circle, no chance are barely in there, but right now it's a slope ending, and it's never fun. The first team to get himself in the circle are going to get shot from all directions. This is not easy for anyone involved.
This is where you got to have as much utility as you can in your backpack. Those smokes, though, even those flashbangs and even the grenades, just to create that space, everything is so imperative coming into the late stages of this open field ending. Up and down the hill, the teams are located. 7 left, 21 players as BTR hold on as a full squad.
And Bigatron, they're going to try and get their entry point down south on the eastern side. They're going to be on the low ground section of the circle. It's not going to make things very easy, but Orange Rock, they'll get taken out. Also in 6th position. Now finally down to top 5 teams in this game. They're going to be having also Team Secret, who just barely got taken away of this game. So now Box, they're going to make it also down the south. This is a big cluster of teams down south. How will they make it happen? Because Freestyle, they have the high ground on this fight. They can make things happen to their advantage, but I don't think they really want to fully push on Box Gaming because that man advantage, they just don't have it right now.
And now we see Clutch God knocking on the door of BTR and saying, hey, Ryzen, we're here. You're down and out, but Zuxi returns fire and says, hey, anything you can do, we can do better.
Checking out also TSM Entity. We had like 2 drops actually coming out down center. That could be actually a really good amount of help for Freestyle and also for Box Gaming if they try and push and hide behind it. Because now Car's not going to be a very common kind of resource available for these teams to create compounds in the center. So we'll see if they got that available for themselves. But now it is Circle about to be closed up. Circle number 7 is about to be on our fees. That's going to be the deciding factor. Whichever team that shifts towards, they're going to be having a huge advantage. Even if they have the low ground, it could be TSM Entity taking this one also.
If TSM can use that low ground to get the better of BTR, maybe, but no, it's just becoming too much. This is BTR. This is the reigning world champions. You give them an inch, they're going to take a mile, Max.
Up to 7 kills so far. They're looking for more. They are thirsty for blood, especially for TSM Entity's blood, that's for sure. And there's grenades. Utility will come out. The car will explode. That's going to create a little bit of courage now, making it even easier for BTR to push upon TSM Entity. Neo just going to be on the very edge of that circle, followed up also with Zigo. They're going for the random sprays, but they get scouted out, losing 1. Zigo will be left alone as a 1v4, but the Res and Micro Boy will have to come out. I don't think they're fully ready to commit on this one. They want to try and get the Res up for sure. Grenade will come from behind. Micro Boy going to be put pretty damn low, but they get it done still. The pressure on Zigot will not be relieved just yet, but the circle went actually up north on the western side for No Chance. They are controlling this game right now.
Oh, No Chance, that's what you've got, says BTR to TSM Entity as they look for the remaining player. Coming through, Malik gets taken out. That's the end of Freestyle. We're into the final 4 teams. No Chance looking to gain control. Box Gaming, TSM and BTR all outside of the circle as the uphill area and the spread of No Chance team. Is it going to be them spreading themselves too thinly, or do they have now the full control as Zuxi comes in, takes down Z-God and sends a message to the Indian team?
Yeah, TSM Entity, 4th position, 3 teams now remaining, but I like it. Reason why? Now No Chance, they're taking control. They have the circle. They're very spread though, which could be a little bit of an issue for them. But they gather so much information. They see Brick, the last member of Box Gaming over there, taking a few nice shots with the M16, but unfortunately not going to result in a knockdown just yet as he's going for Heineken. And could look also for the flush. He wants to get every single kill he might get. But Bigatron, 9 kills, looking for a double-digit kill count. The 2 first games, not quite there, but this is their breaking point.
And Offdales gets confirmed by Ryzen. That's going to be the double-digit kill that you talked about. And this is what I feared about No Chance. They had themselves spread out, but 2 players knocked down. That leaves them with just now 1 player up. As down goes Box Gaming. It is going to be BTR against No Chance. This is going to be BTR looking to try and close out this game. But Godless trying to hold on. The grenades are going to be firing through. The shots from a distance. BTR want to close this out.
Even with Heineken being knocked away, can still gather some information over to the rest of the team. Godless is going to go down to the blue zone, deny an extra point away from Bigatron. And there you have it. Bigatron. Didn't know where they won the 2 first game, but we know where they are right now because that's chicken dinner worthy as they secure it. Double-digit kill count also. That is huge for this team.
I'm sorry, but like I can't help but kind of wanting to somewhat kind of kick myself in the face because I come into the first 2 games and go, BTR, you know, lackluster performances, and not that I'm doubting them, but I kind of disregard them a bit more. But they're the reigning world champions. You don't disregard BTR. But I tell you what, we also won't disregard. That's going to be what the analysts have to say after a short break.
That's right. For a lot of BTR fans out there, it seems like back on track after those first 2 games, getting themselves the chicken dinner here with a boatload of kills as well. Froz, Avenger here joining me. And Froz, looking at BTR's road through this game, it was not easy by any means. They were weaving in and out on the south side to the east side of that circle and eventually got themselves an entry point.
I mean, let's be honest, they start just west of the east bridge there. That's where they lose. So they're pretty much inside the first circle. They could have rotated super early, but they wanted to wait a little bit. Megastars got in the way, and we saw that towards northwest of Milta Power as well, where they were actually behind Megastars once again on the cliffside. But after that, they actually managed to pull off a really good rotation into the forest, and from there, they just took control over the game.
Let's take a look at the map ranking as well then, to see how many points that they were able to accrue through this game, as well as everybody else. We have 31 points for Bigetron up towards the top with the 11 kills that they were able to get themselves. No Chance team though, 22 points, big stuff for them. Orange Rock keeps showing up with 12 points, keeping their average up.
They're keeping their average up and they're putting in a lot of points. Again, TSM Entity as well up there. 8 placement points and 2 kills. I was really liking what I saw, some of the tendencies I saw from them, but there's still a little bit of lackluster, and I'm going to point that out a bit later.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, you got to give it to them. Like, they're playing so much better right now. We see them taking a good position. The circle did shift away from them, but if they got the circle a little bit more towards the east, they would have been so much better. They would have been farming kills.
Yeah, here's our 9th through 16th. You're right in terms of they may have been farming kills. It felt like for a long time throughout that game, TSM Entity had like no one near them for a while, so really didn't even have too many opportunities to really start shooting at people.
But that's how it is sometimes. Sometimes you set yourself up for the end game as early as possible because you know that this is a super strong position to play from, especially if it comes to the late game. No one has anything else to play on, and we have control over everything else.
Exciting.
Let's take a look at the Bigetron numbers, because they're big here.
Big numbers.
They did well. 2,500 damage coming in. A lot of healing, so you can see that they went through the ringer. They were very much so in the war zone. You gotta churn that thing and get it going. 11 kills, 9 knockouts, stealing a few.
Yeah, of course, and that's what you have to, obviously. You gotta steal more than you lose, and this is how they're doing it. But as you said, 1,200 total heal, that's a lot. I mean, we're talking multiple vests. They have to change multiple helmets potentially as well, and going through a lot of mitts and accessories and stuff like that.
What I really liked seeing from Bigetron in this game was that compared to the opening weekend, we saw that a lot of times they would get the circles. They know how to play that super well.
Yeah.
This time around, they didn't have the circle on top of them. No. They needed to push people. They needed to push inside it, and they did a really good job on that.
Yeah, definitely so. Have to pierce into the circle to try and get themselves at the right spot. Cool to see. Also, names that haven't had the best of days in the first seeding days kind of got themselves a little bit further in this one. TSM Entity and Team Secret are 2 of the names for us that I'm kind of looking at here who got themselves a nice circle position and then moved on. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew the Dew moments as well here for us whilst we continue.
Yeah, let's talk about Team Secret then. We saw them early on getting into prison, or the rocks on the east side of prison, holding that down because that was the center of the circle. They were doing a good job. We saw the circle moving away from that. Quickly, they responded to that and moved down towards the lumber mill. From there on, they were basically holding the southwest side against a lot of teams. A little bit too many. So one of the teams actually slipped through them and actually gatekept them afterwards, and that was No Chance team.
I feel a little bit bad for them that they didn't get more kills on some of these engagements, because I think they ended up with 3 kills Avenger here, Team Secret, but there were moments where they had this kind of wizard tower and then shooting down on a lot of teams, but didn't result in a huge amount.
It also comes down to the amount of teams that are down there. Like eventually, as I was talking about before as well, once we get into this kind of 4th circle, 3rd, 4th circle, and we get close, you just get too close. The density of teams gets too high, and everybody's going to third party and fight each other to make sure that they are the last team on the southern side, so they can kind of fare into the circle further.
Yeah, definitely. And that is our do moments. Let's take a look at the total damage, because we can do that as well, as we see up towards the top. Bigetron 2,500, pretty top heavy here for 5 teams in particular, as No Chance Team, Box Gaming, TSM Entity and Orange Rock are blasting it, Frost, blasting it.
But look at TSM there. They only got himself 2 kills, but look at the damage. They got himself almost 1650 damage. That's a lot for only getting 2 kills, but it comes down to them having a good position again, being able to shoot a lot of teams and players rotating past them.
Yeah. They got really unlucky looking at that, it feels.
Yeah, but you have to remember they impacted a lot of teams that they potentially out-survived, outlived, because they had to use their meds, they had to use their utilities, so they made sure that they got a better placement from that. So yes, I would have liked to seen 8+ kills from 1600 damage or so, but they and I'm gonna break down that a little bit later. The reason why that happened actually because they actually gatekept and pushed other teams out to make sure that they were moving in another position than them. So it was the tendency I really like from them is that if they continue this is the kind of play and kind of level that I expect from TSM Entity going into the Super Weekends.
Yeah, hopefully so. Another team that I feel like across the 3 games I've been looking at a lot and writing down a lot in our notes studiously is No Chance team. A team that I didn't quite give a lot of kind of thought to in the first 2 days. Chances. They got themselves, a 6th place. They got themselves a 5th place and now a 2nd place here. They've been quietly consistent throughout the day.
Yeah, and they're sort of in the shadows of all the other teams because we see all the other teams kind of performing better than them.
Yeah.
But we see them rising up, and soon enough, they're going to be the one that is not in shadows, but shadowing the other guys.
All the other guys are estimating them 100%. They're like, these guys have no chance.
Wow.
That was bad.
And with that, let's leave Avenger as quickly as possible and head over to Luxy, who is with me with his headset on. Wait a minute, we'll give him a second whilst he sorts things out, and he will be good with us. Luxy, can you hear me, friend?
Yes.
Hi. Well, firstly, congratulations on your victory here. Good performance by you in this game. And when you were kind of weaving around towards the circles here, you were going down from the south, coming in from the east, up near Milta Power. How did you see the game playing out? Because it felt like the circle was moving away from you quite constantly here.
Because we don't have enough loot and enough vehicle, so we decided to play in the edge of the circle. And we're waiting for the enemy to get inside the circle. So we backstabbing and we won. That's why we won.
I like that. I like that a lot. Obviously, you had a little bit of a rough time in the first 2 games. Let's talk about that here briefly, because the circles didn't really favor you guys much at all. How did your team see those first 2 games playing out? What were your thoughts regarding them?
The first 2 games, that's really bad to us because the circle it's not favoring to us. And right now, maybe Tencent give us lucky right now. Okay, fair play. And kind of a final question before we actually let you go, Luxy, here. Looking forwards into how the format plays out as a whole, it's very likely you as a team are going to be qualifying into those super weekends and moving forwards. What do you think of the format? It's an interesting kind of take on things. I think it's kind of cool that everyone's playing into these super weekends to then try and fight out for those points. What are your thoughts? I think the league weekend, we don't have much strategy to show the enemy, and in the super weekend we will show us the strategy.
Holding back for a moment for the big games, eh?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, well, thank you very much, Luxy. Great to talk to you once again. Good luck in your next games, friend. What a lad. I like it a lot. The second time I've spoken to him in about 3 days because of all of the interviews we've been doing and stuff like that. Let's check in with one of the moments that you guys have chosen as well throughout this game and see what you've got for me. Mr. Avenger.
I feel kind of bad now.
Why?
Because he's saying I'm going to save the strategies, but I'm about to point out a good strategy that they are utilizing. So let's jump into it. Let's hope the other teams are not watching too much. But this is something that is one of the reasons why Bigetron is head above the shoulders, the rest here. Head, what do we call it?
Head and shoulders above the rest.
Yeah, that is the one.
There you go.
Yeah, thank you.
It's like the shampoo.
Not native English here, no, but I'm trying. I want to point out this here. So as you see here, Bigetron is on the eastern side, and I want to point out 2 things actually. But let's start with Bigetron here since they won. Bigetron's on the east side. Well, you know what, guys? Okay, circle shifted. It went away from the water, and we're having a very, what you can say, a hard shift to the west, and they're looking into a spot where they can play from. And as I was talking about a few times here, it's very edge heavy, and it still is edge heavy. And I think they have spotted that. And they're actually going to be saying, you know what, guys, let's send it. They're from this position here. They're scouting how far they can get into the circle to play a position inside the circle that would guarantee them basically to be inside the next circle, or enable them to play into the next circle from that position here. So they're making a macro call to make sure they get into a great spot. And this is something you can use in your games yourself as well. If the circle goes away from you, try to look into the circle. Try to look far into the circle to make sure that you can make one rotation in a vehicle that can put you in front of the rest guy, like in front of everybody else. And the next one here, just to wrap things up, sorry Frost, is that you will see once I start this clip here, TSM, they were on the edge. And they were actually playing this game very well in the mid game. They were making sure that they're putting pressure onto RRQ Athena. They're holding the shack down, and the guys from the container area down here, they were actually putting a lot of pressure onto RRQ as well. Orange Rock coming in from behind, and then they're deciding, okay, this is enough pressure. The circle is moving. Let's actually make a rotation, and they're deciding to go into this shelf area here, where you have kind of a small uphill, and then a little shelf that you can kind of park on, and they're holding a really good position, and they're actually playing the late game from there. I was a little bit disappointed to see how they were playing the very late game, because they had a superior position that enabled them to shoot at a lot of other guys, and that's also why we saw the damage. And from that, they should have gotten more kills. They should have been more aggressive in the very late game as well, but they ended up playing a bit passive, proning a little bit, waiting a bit for the circles to happen. If they played a little bit more aggressive there, they could potentially kind of peacocked enough to make sure the biggest one wasn't going to push them and third-party that fight.
Could have worked. Before you actually leave all this, Avenger, just come back a second. Can you, I know you've been practicing, can you draw us a circle?
Yeah, I'll do a circle here.
Wait, there's nothing working.
That was pretty bad.
That's pretty bad, yeah. It's getting better. It's getting
better. 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10. Thank you very much. Froz.
Perfect 5 out of 7.
Yeah, perfect 5 out of 7.
Yeah.
Froz, you wanted to say something during that? Oh, you don't?
I had something to add, but yeah.
It's gone now.
No. We were talking about the rotation. You said it was pretty crucial to actually make one good rotation. And why it's so important to make that one good rotation is that you might not have your vehicles left after that rotation.
True.
Meaning that you gotta use it to the full extent, making sure that you get into a good position where you can play from foot from there on.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the overall ranking then and see. I believe I'm gonna say Orange Rock's still top. Yes.
Yeah.
We see them with 51 points. Very good stuff. They've been very consistent throughout the day so far. Even though they got a 7th in this one, still a lot of kills to the boot.
And what we're looking at as well is, after these 2 days, to make sure that you're in the Super Week, to guarantee you basically, we're looking around the 60-point mark. So they could
60 points?
60 points is about the top 16 that would guarantee you. It could be 55, it could be 62, but it's 60 points is you'll be pretty certain at that point. It was from the opening weekend, was around the 55-point mark. So 60 is gonna kind of make you certain. Orange Rock potentially could, after today, make sure that they're already in the Super Weekend.
I'd say they're pretty much in.
Oh yeah, but
you get 1 point from each game at least as well. So I mean, they're pretty much safe there right now. They've been doing a splendid work, but I mean, now is the time that they could maybe chill out a little bit, save themselves for the weekend itself.
Save their strategies. I feel it's a big thing, but we're here to make sure that not all the strategies get saved, and if they use some of those strategies, we'll show everybody else and show the rest of the world that.
There you go, 11th through 20th. Let's expose the strategies, expose them.
That's what we're here for.
And maybe in the Super Weekend we will do that to see how they actually play out. We've got 2 more games coming at you for today, and it will be Vikendi and Erangel coming up. So we're going snow and then grass later on, which is going to be exciting stuff. But it is cool to actually hear from Luxy, who's saying that they have things in their pocket still for the games that are going to be ultra impactful when it comes to the eventual league standings, and then also moving into that final play there for us. So there's a lot of things, there's a lot of variables in PUBG Mobile that you kind of have to accommodate to, and it's cool to see if there's extra little things coming along.
I mean, definitely. And one of the biggest things is that you gotta adapt on the spot, on the time, like all the time. It doesn't matter when it is, because the game is never the same. Even if we saw in the last Vikendi game, for example, we saw a similar circle during the opening week.
Yes.
It's totally different. You have different teams, you have different loot, you have different teams on different spots, and you just gotta adapt to it straight away, as quick as possible.
Let's check in with a head-to-head as well, whilst we're waiting for our next game to actually start up. It's going to be Ultron going up against Heineken, I believe, here. So let's compare some of the numbers coming in from these guys. 2,600 damage coming in from Ultron. In the first game especially, he did stand out, but to be able to get 2,600 damage on the board alone, I think is very respectable across the time that we've actually been playing across these 2 and a bit days.
Also with 13 kills, is you're doubling your damage, you're putting out on an impact here, you're making sure the other guys are losing their vest, they're using utilities, so good to see from him stepping up like that. GX ourselves have been surprising me a little bit here through the opening weekend and the first day.
Yeah, I mean, they're about to play their 3rd game as well, and as we talked before, they've been doing really decent in the first 2 games they played, so let's hope they can keep that up.
Yeah, I would like to see it. I would like to see it. They've been, in my mind, kind of another team that's been quietly consistent for the most part. As we take a look and a descent onto Vikendi to get things going. There's Castle. There's a little bridge near all of what's going on as well. Mr. Avenger, what do you think? What do you think?
I think Vikendi is a nice, cool surprise. It's like when you have a hot day and then you go like, let's get some coolness. We get a 2 ice cream if you're Frost. It's like we're playing, you know, an Erangel, then an ice cream, then Erangel, then an ice cream, and then Erangel. Yeah.
That's true. You could buy 2 ice creams and eat one and say, I'm going to save one for later, but then forget you've got it and leave it in Kylaris' fridge, and then when you come back the next day, you're going to be missing that ice cream, and you're going to be thinking, where did the ice cream go, Frost? What do you think?
I want my ice cream. Except from that, something we saw in the last Vikendi game, actually, that I want to see more of, is Valdus. We saw them loot in coal mine, but straight away they sent people up towards Cosmodrome because no one is looting Cosmodrome.
Yeah.
They know that. So they send one in super early in the game. I'm talking about like 1 minute in or so. Meaning that person can just, or 2 persons can go up there, loot, secure a good position into the upcoming circles straight away.
I'm sad nobody went up to Trevno, personally. Trevno, underrated city. I know it's very far away. Yes, I know that. Underrated city. What do you think?
No.
Anything you like is probably wrong.
That's not true. Anyway, all right, thank you very much. We'll leave it at that. Let's head over to the commentators before these guys rag on me some more.
Thank you very much, guys. Welcome back to the Desk Gang, or Caster Gang over here. And we're ready to jump into our next game. Is going to be on Vikendi, of course. You know, talking about cities that are a little bit undermined. You know, I like Villa, personally. I think we both like Villa kind of guy. And I think it's an interesting position. Great loot for an entire team, and also a good position to rotate from the circle.
Of course. Both, you know, like, this is the second Vikendi game. We have seen teams play quite edge of the circle, not really choosing to heavily center themselves coming into the late stages of the game. And as much as the teams can kind of talk about saving strategies for the super finals, I do believe there's something to be said for sending a message, being more aggressive, basically looking on that kill feed and going, no, we are not to be messed with coming into the super final.
Talking about aggressive, we're aggressively going to be diving into this game. It's going to be Vikendi, ladies and gentlemen. You better be well seated because we're going to be having a southern plane path. Going to be coming straight up. Going to be reducing a few dropping locations. You know, we did just talked about Valdus that like to drop in coal mine. Coal mine this time around is not going to be an option for some of these squads.
Of course, teams that are sitting out this 4th game of the day, it is going to be Orange Rock, Morph, Valdus and Megastars. So it gives them a little bit of a break before the last game of the day. Now, look, you know, we've got to talk about the bottom of the standings, right? Because it's the top 16 teams that go through, and the teams that are really looking dangerous, as Phase 1 has popped up: King of Gamers, Nova Godlike, Teen Seeker, and Reject Scarlet.
I mean, Galaxy Race Sales, they're back. They're back. They're playing this game, and they've been extremely consistent. I mean, they only played 2 games, and they're currently in top 4 position. They're in top 4. Which currently, how many points is that? That's like 36. That's extremely consistent, knowing that they have 1 game less compared to all the teams that are currently in the top 5. So I think that Sales definitely have a big opportunity to try and get in number 1 position.
Of course, looking at this Phase 1 circle is down the southwest. It's not too much in terms of the water, but what I absolutely love about it, Max, is that it complements the playing path. So it does give a little bit of freedom and breath of fresh air for teams that didn't drop or choose to drop too far away from the playing path.
The equivalent of the Rozhok fight of T1 Valdez over here on Vikendi, that is going to be no chance versus Team Secret in Podvos. They're always taking that fight. They're never going to give that one up. And no, it's not going to do Rick, actually. No, Imperial Man. What we think about next time. It'll come eventually. It'll come eventually. But yeah, they're always going to take that fight. And Team Secret, they like to play on the more southern side, really, of their area. So interested to see if they're going to try and take a few shots, because they like to commit to the fight, but it seems like this time around, they want to play more passive.
In fairness, when it comes to the Podvosto battle, Team Secret have been consistently winning it. But when you look at the overall standings, when you look at the performance throughout the whole opening weekend and this first day, No Chance team have just been so consistent. They've been, and it's not necessarily that No Chance team have been, in my eyes, playing better than a lot of teams, but you got to think that they came from the wildcard region, Max, the first region that actually was played in the PMCO. So in theory, they've had the most amount of time to study, look up, and prepare for the PMWL, and that's something that they said to me. And I think it's more the fact that they've learned so much about the other teams that they are playing off how the other teams are playing.
Yeah, I mean, they're sneakily getting themselves really good results, and that's going to be making them actually so far in the second position. Yeah. Like, second position so far, the 3 games, that is huge stonks for them. It's going to be panning over to Box Gaming, rotating a little bit up northwest of this circle in phase 1. Surrounded by a few players of, freestyle, very spread. I'm not a fan of that spread of a looting stage for this team. Hopefully they'll be able to rotate without getting intertwined with, RRQ Athena or Box Gaming that are pretty close to a few of those players.
I think it's generally okay for Vikendi to split drop because there's so many little pocket compounds that if they're able to just loot up little by little and then join up together coming into the end of phase 1, 100% agree, but it's definitely not going to be easy because of the fact that Box Gaming and RRQ are close by. But you mentioned them already. Galaxy Racer Celts. What a huge turnaround coming from the opening weekend into this first league day. It speaks volumes, and I've even got to say that a good few of the Indian teams have really stepped up.
Hashtag IndiaOP, like people in chat, they love spamming it. Now you have a reason to do so, man. They are absolutely destroying this scene at the start of this league play. Just to see how far I can go over the course of these next 2 days, because we'll have to see. Will all of the teams from India actually qualify for the Super Weekend?
Of course, time will tell. Time will tell. T1, South Korean team, formerly Xenon Gaming. They've had a little bit of a tough start. 14th spot overall in standings with 14 points overall. Of course, where they are currently located right now, it is in Hot Springs and Kantra. There's no team in Volnova. There's only BTR and Winery. They have a lot of space to make their way into the circle as of right now.
I love right now what we're seeing from U Level Up again, straight for ABCDE area. ABCDE area is good high ground position, is very fast, maybe a little bit too much to control and defend as a one-man team because you got to spread yourself pretty thinly to get information up north, south, east, west. So I hope they're going to definitely get that communication and that synergy together, because if you don't communicate well, holding that position of ABCDE can be a little bit more technical than you might expect.
And U Level Up in the last Vikendi game, they rotated great to begin with, but it felt like they got a bit stagnant and too quiet, and they allowed the likes of Galaxy Racer Celts to get ahead of them coming into phase 3 or phase 4. I want to see them be a little bit more proactive on those circle shifts and not take for granted them still being in a strong position inside the circle, especially in Vikendi. So let's see how it turns out for them.
Now we've got like their pretty good position in the circle down south on the western side actually, and they're going to be getting themselves a little bit of information, scouting first, because they've got a few teams around them, especially one that's going to be Synergy. Actually, Yudu is going to be another team that's going to be very close to Nova Godlike, as here it is, a few shots taken in the distance. Jumper seemed like he wants to be the scout. He's going to be just gathering information for the rest of the team on Nova Godlike, but they are definitely not going to be taking this fight any further. They're just going to be setting himself up in this compound and taking potentially a few passive shots versus Nova Godlike, but Nova Godlike, they've got another bit of trouble on their hands, and that's going to be Box Gaming coming just around the corner on the western side.
High ground being occupied. By Exist, looking for the members of Box Gaming. All the while, Box are looking to try and push back the side of Synergy to create that little bit more space. So good play coming out from Loose early on, but Exist and Vampire on top of the tippity top of the mountain, shooting over into Zima, but the knockdown comes through from Break onto Vampire.
We know that was going to be a tricky position. A lot of teams have an angle currently on Nova Godlike.
Yeah.
The res will come out on Vampire. He should be safe. They can't really get shut down from the south or the eastern side as of yet. But Box Gaming, they took the opportunity, took a few nice shots. You know, that's pretty always nice to see. And they find a compound nearby, which now for Nova Godlike, that's going to make things a little bit tricky if they do want to rotate away from that position, because they're literally surrounded by, like, what is that, 3-4 teams?
It's two now heading on to 3 if King of Gamers kind of come in behind Synergy, but they can at least well, actually no, there's even, I think, another one as well. There's just, it's actually pretty stacked there towards the center of phase 1. But, you know, so far they're looking pretty good as the heal did come out onto Louis, so he's back up to pretty much full health. I like the fact that Nova Godlike are still maintaining that little bit of pressure, not being backed off by that knockdown that they come onto Vampire earlier on.
Yeah, we're going to have a nice headshot like we had on the first game of Erangel. It was coming out by, I think it was Team Secret that got that nice little headshot a little bit early in the game. Interesting stuff to see, probably will be montage worthy. Yeah, Nova Godlike taking their time. Not going to see too many things happen. We're going to have a few rotations. TSM Entity, also they're going to be Reject Scarlet, going to have No Chance Team, and a bunch of other squads that are still going to be making their way into the circle. There's a lot of room up north, so northern rotations are pretty nice towards Villa, but like the teams that rotate, especially towards Volnova on the eastern side of this circle, that's going to be specifically Team IND and also potentially 2 players of Reject Scarlet. The entirety of Reject Scarlet, if they get back as a 4-man team, they're going to have to cross over the bridge. If Team IND cross first, they could apply pressure and gatekeep Reject Scarlet.
Of course, when you're coming in from the outside of the circle, it's that lack of information, right? You don't really know who could be in that compound, so you really got to take it easy. As Missile from T1 doing that little bit of scouting, the shots are being fired through, but it's only one of them. Why did you make the shot when you're on your own? Of course, but Seidan comes in, at least gets a knockdown onto Zuxi. So good play from T1 overall, but I felt like Missile was a little bit too trigger happy.
I think it was just a little bit too far forward to like play aggressively. If you want to play aggressively like that, you've got to have some kind of coverage to be able to hide behind to not get fought back by Bigatron too heavily. Utility will come out. Zuxi should get res back up pretty soon, but T1, they got themselves the high ground. You know, it's always going to be the advantage, especially on Vikendi, and they will be able to hold them down for the time being. But yeah, the res on Zuxi will come on through indeed, and they'll be back as a 4v4.
I love the fact that T1, I mentioned them, they landed in Hot Springs and Cantor. They rotated relatively early to the point where they are very close by to BTR, so really nice play coming out from T1.
You'd love to see, because T1 sometimes you saw them being a little bit, you know, slow on the responding side of circle shifts. Here they were one of the first, and I think it's because that now the first circle we had on the first game of Vikendi today was, not gonna lie, was pretty bad to go central. If you went central, a lot of teams had an angle on you. That's why, like, the 3 games you had so far, all the teams are playing on the edge. This is a circle. On phase 1, you can say, okay, there's so many compounds. We know that going central is going to be a lot more rewarding because there's just so many areas to just occupy and to aim for.
And now we do see the fight starting to kick off relatively soon between Galaxy Racer Celts and You Level Up. Compound that is quite nicely inside the circle, so it will be imperative for Galaxy Racer Celts to hold on to, but You Level Up, it's only Huzan on his own. Gotta wait for the rest of the cavalry to come in, and this is where Winter on the Zima is now gonna fly his way in. Let's see if Galaxy Racer will at least hear that and be able to react.
I think definitely that would be a nice fight for You Level Up, currently in very low understandings. Here it is, first member going to be taken down. They're going to have to try and fully commit to this one, but they just don't know where to really push out from. Here it is, they're going to be taking a fight solo versus Ultron in a 1v2, and they're going to be sending the other players. I think Celts will try and regroup a little bit more to take this fight versus You Level Up, but Kumao will try to pull the res on himself pretty heavily, but Ultron, he can just jump down and get back to the rest of his team. I love this play coming out from Ultron, and now they're just going to be pushing them back into the attic. They're just trying to corner them down, but You Level Up doing some work of their own, able to get a few nice knockdowns. Very low there on the other side. We're going to go through the molly. No, this is barbecue time, baby. 2 members will be taking a lot of damage from that molly right now. And You Level Up going to be claiming the life of Rox right there. Down to only 1 player, that's going to be a Tanky. And he's just chilling over there. Not going to get really too involved, but does get 1 flush for himself.
A Tanky was in that building for far too long, and the 3 members of Celts, well, they go inside that building, but they paid the price after a little bit of visionary play from Huzan, and Jackson flied its way through, but now it's going to be up to Huzan to try and hold on. This is the 1v1 in between the inside and the outside, just a wall in between, but the shots by You Level Up. Huzan comes in, cleans it up, and Galaxy Racer Celts are eliminated.
I think that's the caster curse right there. We hyped up Galaxy Racer Celts a little bit too much, and there they got a little bit too big for their shoes. They lost the fight versus a team that desperately needed points. That's you level up, so congratulations to them, able to climb a little bit higher up in the overall standings. Now we pan on over to TSM Entity in the northwestern section, taking a fight versus No Chance, currently second position in the standings. This is a fight that they do not want to lose, and if I were them, I would just leave it. I don't think this is a fight you want to take, especially out of circle towards Villa.
Oh my god, Clutch God.
Pushing up two, that is scary.
Went into Zima on towards Villa. Now he's insider. He's going to try and not heal himself up, but just kind of calm himself down. In my opinion, they did lose Jonathan, so it's going to be up to TSM to just try and regroup, rethink about how they want to play this team fight, because when you look at No Chance team, they have the high ground, but Zigod is able to get a knockdown on the Heineken. That's a really good porter play. That's a really good opening for TSM to now disengage away and join together.
Trying to get themselves away, but Clutch God, he is very split away there with also Neo, but now they're going to try and get back together. Now they can commit because they got the three-man team. Now they can make them some happen. But Godless, he's responding really fast. Z-God going to be knocked down. Neo and Clutch God still going to be around the corner. They got to rethink about pushing this fight. But the thing is, even though they got the high ground, they have such a good position to peek out from. No Chance have a pretty decent advantage here. They just got to be careful. A utility will come out from Godless towards Clutch God, but I don't think that will do anything as we see T1 pop on the feed, and unfortunately not for good reason as they get eliminated in 15th position.
Down goes the South Korean team, not having a good run once again. They're definitely looking pretty scary. Well, when I say scary, as in scary to be eliminated or not qualify for the first super final weekend, but we'll have to, of course, wait and find out. This fight continues on between No Chance and TSM Entity. Of course, No Chance, they are down to 2 players inside Villa. Sorry, 3, but 2 of them were kind of in Villa. The third player was kind of further away, so they were at least staving off the pressure from TSM Entity as the next circle goes up and it centers quite nicely. But look at all the space on the north 50% between Abi Tovar and even kind of on the northwest edge. There's so much space to play around.
So many compounds to pick from. That's why I think that really TSM Entity and No Chance, this is not a fight that's worth taking. You just got such good position in the circle. Why not just say like, okay, let's go to a stalemate. This fight is not worth it. We're both going to be losing on both sides. We're just going to get ourselves in circle. I think that will be the better way, and I think that's indeed what they're going to be doing. As No Chance slowly swifting away from Villa, finding a nice compound to call home for the time being. As we pan on over to King of Gamers Club. Currently further around down south, the most central team I would say was U-Level Up's last player, Hyokjian. Interested to see, but yeah, TSM Entity still in a 2v2. Seem like, yeah, okay, No Chance, despite the fact that they did rotate in circle, they want to play aggressively that position, stopping TSM Entity to potentially find an entry point and breach the circle.
We had King of Gamers show up, and the thing with King of Gamers is that, yeah, okay, they're definitely close to the center circle, but what I think for them is that they've got to realize with the circle shifting up north, and they know that there's synergy behind them, and even Nova Godlike, they should think, okay, we need to start sending a scout forward. We need to start gaining more information because, yes, they may have a compound in the circle for now, but like we've seen from teams before, they think a little bit too narrow-minded. Of course, well, look, we're in the circle now. We don't need to move. It doesn't hurt to get that information as a fight now breaks out between No Chance and TSM.
I don't think it's really the fight breaking out. You just find a one knockdown opportunity, but now Neo's going to respond right away with that car. Try and get himself closer and closer, but now they might even send the entirety of No Chance back out of circle to take that fight. That might be a valid option for them, but Godless, I like he's being really respectful. Zgod's got a great position to deny him, cross him over. Godless got to be a little bit careful. Molly, utility will be coming out from him, but this is not a push you should be doing solo. This is not worth it. One knockdown is not enough for you to be that confident to push on TSM Entity. You should not feel that way.
So we do see Choconut is actually rotating into the blue zone, but the high ground overlooking Villa, so creating that blanket to continue and keep the pressure and get information as Eagle's going up one-on-one and through the window. Godless with the MP5K gets a knockdown once again onto the member of TSM Entity. That's going to be the second knockdown. That's going to leave Clutch God on his own. Will he be able to clutch up for TSM Entity?
Did a huge clutch move versus Team Secret. Can he do it this time around versus No Chance? Goes for sprays in the distance versus Choco Nuts. I gotta say, that was an original approach from Choco Nuts. I was not really expecting it. Had the high ground, and the thing is, right, he was not going to play in the buildings because utility would be extremely impactful on him, and he just got the nice backstab. Choconuts, huge moves coming out from No Chances to pick up 4 kills. They are currently in second position. They're looking for that #1 spot right now.
The thing with No Chance is they don't play flashy. They don't play, you know, super aggressive. They're very dynamic and they just play the game. And it just, the way they play is just so clean and nice. But as the next circle's about to be exposed, where is it going to go, Max?
Dino Park finish. Dino Park finish. Dino Park finish. Woo! Dino Park gang. Let's go. It could be happening, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the theme from Jurassic
What do you mean
Park.
you're a dinosaur? I mean you're the age of.
Well, I am old.
Yeah.
Thanks. Anyway.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Please no. Someone save me in chat, please.
I am a Stegosaurus.
Okay, interesting. No chance. Okay, so they're going to be moving away finally from the Villa position. But Team Secret, they're moving in, but not very calmly here. 4-man rotation in a car. They're going to get battered down by Beer 11. They're 2 instant knockdowns. Team Secret, they're getting things done, but not the right way, unfortunately. Mad Toy almost went down himself. Yuhai is going to have to think about this. Going to pop a bit of utility. That grenade could be huge for Beer. Here it is. 1, 2, 3 is a kicking on point. And it will explode, but unfortunately a little bit short on the throw. But now I was saving, push it. They're giving him so much time to pull off the res. They pull off already one res, not quite able to get the second. Mad Toy Walker out of the volcano. Nice jump shot from Beer, and it works out perfectly. Team Secret down to their very last player. It's going to be Yuhai, and he gets absolutely lasered to the ground by this team of RRQ Athena. 4 kills for them.
Phase 4, harsh rotation, all members in one vehicle. Is this tier 3 gameplay? That was really poor from Team Secret, and I'm sorry, but they got what they deserved. You don't make that kind of rotation, that kind of play without paying the price.
Especially like that location of Dino Park. That is high ground too. As a 4-man car rotation, you give the information way, way earlier. And also that car, you mentioned it many times, is a weird car to rotate with because you're such an easy target.
It's so
And it was a little bit surprising. You know what? RRQ Athena, definitely one of the top teams in the seeding phase. They got themselves so many kills. And they're trying to just get that same amount of kills frags into this league play, which I absolutely love.
In the opening weekend, they were the only team in the top 10 to get more kill points and placement points.
Damn.
You know, so that speaks for itself, and they've, of course, got four kills so far in this game. But we got to talk about, as the Blue Zone's closing on phase 4, the amount of teams that are still on the southern 50% of this phase. So if the next phase, if phase 5 shifts up north towards Dino Park, which I'm sure you love, we are going to see a cluster of teams essentially being punished on a potential rotation.
I mean, we'll have that answer very soon, Imperium. We're going to be normally panning over. We're going to be seeing 3, 2, 1. Where will it go? And it does go. Oh, Dino Park gang, let's go. It's still, we're going to have need a really hard shift up north if you really want to have a Dino Park finish. But RRQ, they don't have to move, but that road, if any teams have to go in or away from Dino Park, that road is going to be a big point of contestment. Also, you got almost no compounds here.
Yeah, it's definitely open season in between Dino Park and the southern tip of the circle, where we currently have Box Gaming, Nova Godlike, Synergy, King of Gamers inside the circle. And then look at the teams outside the circle. You do Reject Scarlet, BTR, and BTR. We saw in the interview with Kyle Laris, they haven't been praying hard enough to the PUBG Mobile gods, and the circle goes against them once again.
I mean, they do react really well to unlucky circles. True. I do have to say, they know exactly how to move around it. They aim for really good positions. Unfortunately, where they are right now, they can't scout really well, but no chance team, they're going for it. They are going for Dino Park, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is, going to get the first knockdown onto Ernie. That's how we breach it. That's what we wanted to see from Team Secret earlier. Will No Chance avenge Team Secret on this one? We'll have to wait and see. Heineken going to be the first casualty of No Chance. Well, Casualty could still get res back up, but RRQ, they need to push as a team. They're still taking a lot of time to respond to this, and they're losing members one by one. They're dropping like flies. G2E and G9 will remain as a 2-man army. Will it be enough to take down No Chance?
And there is a third-party potential for freestyle, so take that into account as this fight moves on and the Molotovs are being thrown out by D2E.
Even Team IND, man, 4-man party could be happening right here. 4 teams coming around. RRQ losing another one. That's G9 out for the count. D2E will try and pull off his very own res. He should be able to do so. But here we go. That's going to be them on Ernie. Going to try and confirm the extra kill. I mean, the kill count of No Chance is absolutely popping off so far. 5 kills, looking potentially for 6, even 7th kill if they even get the last member, which is D2E. But Beer was res back up. They'll come out as a 2-man team. The utility coming out from No Chance is pretty nice. But I just think they're ready for freestyle. They don't want to get involved of this fight. They're just not interested just yet.
Well, freestyle, they're calculated. They will pick the right moment to strike. Once they see the kill feed being absolutely confirmed, they will feel that there's a broken, beaten and scarred team that they'll be able to come in and take advantage of. His Ernie does indeed get confirmed. So that's going to leave RQ with 100% 2 players left on the field as Heineken dips behind the rock to try and hold on. It is still a full squad of No Chance team, and having that off angle by Heineken is so imperative for them to play around as the next circle shifts up once again north in the heart of Dino Park.
Yes! I called it. Dino Park is going to be coming into play, and now the team's going to have to rotate, but not many compounds to really hold on to the other side of the road. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath in the south and also on the western side. But RQ now able to heal up a little bit from their wounds, losing 2 players unfortunately, but I think that No Chance are spreading a little bit too thinly, I would say. Losing himself in a labyrinth.
Plus they're in a maze. Let's hope they don't get too confused in amongst that maze, but I think that's okay. I think it's okay for Choconut to be kind of moving around in there to make sure it's free, safe and clear of the teams moving in as Ryzen gets knocked down by Team IND. Both of those teams are outside the circles. Choconut looking for freestyle.
I mean, he's like the little bobber, the player that likes to get like very original angles, tries to get some really original approaches. Now I got pretty decent angle on both Malik.
Yeah.
So the other players there on the side is going to be Bab out of freestyle. But freestyle, I think that a little bit of a 2-2 split would be better because if they get one member knocked away, they're going to have to use some utility and resources to get that rest. I think a 2-2 split would be a lot better from this squad. There it is now, still Team IND coming from the back, looking to potentially find an entry point inside of Dino Park because right now they still can get shut down by teams coming over from the south and also from the eastern side.
BTR, you see on our screens, are getting pinched by Reject Scarlet and Team IND. If the revives can come off onto BTR, they'll at least be able to hold on for now. As Uzan's review level up, the last player standing is also going to try and make a bit of a difference as they get inside the vehicle. Reject Scarlet, this is mad. Max power as Jula gets out, tries to punish BTR, but BTR just going to drive on by.
He's just, I don't want to mess with that, but here it is. Sarah gets a shutdown onto Zuxi. They're looking for the entirety of Bigatron right now. And even get Riggs and Ryzen. Things are not going too well for them. The rest can still come out. They got a little bit of a rock, but now it's all down to the hands of Luxy, and Molly's going to be coming out. They know exactly where they are currently positioned. As you level up, players still going to be in the blue zone, going to be tanking it up on phase 6. He should be dying pretty soon. You level up, should be eliminated in the next few minutes, hopefully, if things all go well. Hopefully, man. I'm hoping they go out. That's a little bit mean.
Feels bad, man, as Julo takes the job onto Zuxi. It's just going to be Luxy now, the last player standing for BTR Team IND. We're third-partying onto them, but now RRQ going to shut Team IND down as BTR get wiped out.
Bigatron, it was going to be a little bit hard. You know, they were in a dip. It was a little bit hard. They were just forced to their last resort to go for a 3-man car rotation. They get Drello also, nicely done from Yudu Gank. And they still got a 4-man team. This is going to be a huge advantage, but they're still tanking a little bit on this blue zone. They have to try and get himself involved more and push on forward because they're currently the team that's the furthest away with also Nova Godlike and also Box Gaming.
Trying to make that off circle play to stab players in the back, and that's exactly what you do are gonna do and say you do to you as Reject are eliminated in 8th.
I'm not gonna lie, that kind of confused me. I'm lost right now, but that's okay. But 7 teams in this one. Nova Godlike just mentioned it, also a team that was gonna struggle. All the teams that are on the south or also on the western side, they were the teams that were gonna struggle because you just got like that black hole was absolutely no teams. So now UD got a nice easy entry point to get closer and closer off the road, but will they be able to cross over? Because I'm pretty sure that we have one squad that's right in front and they're not gonna allow that just yet. And we'll have to see, but definitely things are getting really interested, and we will be having a very close Dino Park finish on this one, but so far, No Chance. They're dead center. They have a great position to take this game.
Yeah, and they were kind of spread in the last couple of seconds, but now they're joined up as a 2-2, and you talked about that earlier on. It is much stronger for them to be up as a 2-2, so they can cover a lot of angles and support each other if one gets knocked down. King of Gamers still inside this game, looking pretty strong on the southern tip of this circle. You do looking to come in around them. They're still up as a full squad, and Freestyle are on their own on the west as Frito gets a knockdown onto Kratos.
I think that was like a blank grenade, and it just absolutely paid off dividends. They have to keep on committing though. They're doing for a 2-1-1 split because they know this is a very hard entry point into the circle, so they're just trying to put their eggs in different baskets to try and create as many puncture points as possible. And if they only get one player in, that's a win for them in my book, because this is one of the hardest shifts you can potentially get in PUBG Mobile Competitive.
Well, Jumper did join up with that third off member, so now once again it's a 2-2 for Yudu Gank as IND go out. 420 OP was the last player standing, got wiped out. We're down to the top 5 teams. This is Dino Park as Phase 8 is about to pop up.
Imagine we have a maze finish and like teams are just trying to look and search for each other, and if you find the other one first, that'll be insane. I would love to see a maze finish one time in my life in PUBG Mobile Esports, but here it is, Yudu slowly pushing their way down south. They made it across the road as a 14. That is extremely surprising to me. I did not expect that from them, but the circle comes up and it's going to actually go harshly over to the eastern side. Still really good for Team IND and also No Chance.
Now No Chance, they are punishing Freestyle coming in on the outside of the circle. No Chance sent Choco not quite center inside the circle on his own to get that information on the side of the maze, and that's really helping the rest of No Chance dictate how they move around coming into the circle and punishing the teams on the outskirts.
King of Gamers Club. Got to be a little bit careful. Jumper's really close. They're all around one building, but here it is. Jumper is going to take the opportunity. Doesn't matter if it's a 1v4, but here you go. Jumper will make a one-on-one trade-off, and he will get denied eventually. That res is going to be really hard because they were very split a little bit earlier in this game. Yudu will remain as a 3-man team, but that's okay. Here it is. Nice shot coming out from Boss South. King of Gamers Club, but gets instantly and swiftly denied. That was mental coming out from the opposing side because Shift did some work, and there you have it. King of Gamers Club eliminated in 5th position.
Jumper did what he needed to. It might have been knocked down, but at least he's trying to hold on and allowed King of Gamers Club to be wiped out as the 14s are left standing. RQ are still inside this, taking down a number of members of Yudu. Gang's Freestyle wrapping around Yudu along with No Chance coming in for the party. He's got this once again with the MP5K along with Heineken on the Freestyle. Leaves Hashuf on his own.
And again, there you go, cracking open a cold one with the boys and shutting down Freestyle. Keshuf will be left alone, and again doing some work, and we'll be able to get things done. There you have it. Freestyle will bite the dust, and 3 teams still in play, and it will be ending inside this Labyrinth Imperium. This is absolutely mental. I've never seen this ever in my life. But now, Choconos, he's still controlling this opening point. He's the Minotaur of this circle finish, and so he's going to be taking also the time. But RQ Athena,
I know,
they're just waiting for that time to strike.
Exactly, they've been waiting, holding out, allowing all the other teams to take each other out. Now they're in the top 3. Yudu versus RRQ versus No Chance team. Can No Chance hold on as 3 members up versus 2 versus 2? So they have the man advantage, but do they know how many teams are left in the lobby?
How are we going to cast this? I don't know. Like, it's literally a game of chance. Whoever finds the other first, and then you're going to be the first one to take the shot. Be interested, but Chocono's really holding to that position. He sees them pushing out. He sees Drax, but still not moving out just yet. While Fredo maybe thinking of spreading out over to the other side. This would be a valid option to actually spread yourself more thinly and get different positions under control, because if you will push through down one corridor, you could get 1v4'd.
Here's the thing. Chocono has heard those footsteps, so he knows that there's 2 players there. So he's given that communication to the rest of the team saying, hey, there's 100% 2 players here. You're 2, I'm 1. That means that there's 2 other people in your direction. Now, there is still a little bit of a house as the blue zone is closing in. This is the final phase. A Molotov being thrown out. Freedol on the beer. Choco Nut onto Yudu. Drax. Drax gets confirmed by Choco X. More kills on the board for No Chance team, but Fredo knocks down beer.
And he gets it done. Nicely done from Fredo. Going to be taking a little bit of blue zone damage. It goes down because of that. There you go. Because he suffered the blue zone tick damage, not going to go in his favor. And here it is. It will be potentially a battle of heal. D2E waiting as much as he possibly can. And I think they're going to be winning because of that. Choconos still trying to go for the kill. And now it's a battle of first days. Choconos is going to be very close. Will he go down? Yes, he does. And there you have it. RQ, they steal it away.
Because they sent beer forward and allowed the heal off to come
damage
through.
Out, yeah.
It doesn't matter if you have the man advantage. At the end of the day, if you survive the heal off, you get the job done.
That was a labyrinth finish. I never had the chance of seeing one. And also, unfortunately, the circle was a little bit out of the labyrinth, so they were forced away. That was still an intense and really fun game to cast. There you go. After our little refreshment right here, we'll be going straight to our analyst desk.
The heal off! Very impressive. RRQ gets themselves the victory. I love it. I love seeing a heal off because it's ridiculous, but they win it out. And actually, it felt like RRQ, towards the end, considering that the circle was just coming out of the labyrinth there towards the end, actually had a really decent spot to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like they had everything under control, but then we saw that one went inside the circle, one kept healing outside. I guess it was a good strategy. One grabbing information, one staying alive.
Yeah, I like the kind of strategy going into this, because you want to make sure that you're kind of stacked with the first aids on one guy and the other guy is just going chasing just with the micros everywhere. And then it worked out in the end that RQ was closer to the center dot, and then make sure that he had the first aids available for it.
Let's take a look at the points coming in from this game then and see how they shape up. We have RRQ Athena with 28 points at the top, but kudos to where we see No Chance Team as well as UDO get themselves a position, because they got plenty of kills. UDO Gank was on a spree here for us.
I mean, they were down on the southwest side, and basically they were just third-partying everybody that was fighting their way into the circle. They were furthest back, but they saw that, hey, this is a good opportunity. Everyone's fighting, we'll just shoot from the high ground.
You know what, the other circles we saw on Vikendi was, I was like, oh, center shift. But this one, shifted everywhere. We had a few hard shifts. We went into a really interesting spot. We saw some really clever kind of rotations. We saw a few Hail Marys. We saw a Hail Mary for Biggitron. It got countered by Retake Scarlet. I really loved how they were able to fare through that one as well. So overall, really lovely game here.
I was keen on the labyrinth ending. I was hoping it would center dead on it, but it wasn't to be. Do you like little mazes? I actually love like hedge mazes and things like that. Do you know the golden rule? What's the golden rule?
Don't get stuck.
No.
Don't get lost.
You just follow one wall, right?
Oh.
Yeah, you see. Even though there's actually like 3 entrances to this one, I don't know why.
It was kind of interesting though still, because people can't hide inside the maze there, and it's going to be super hard for you to find them. But the circle did end outside, so after all, it came down to a little heal battle there.
Let's take a look at the RRQ Athena stats coming in for their victory and see how much damage they were able to put up as well. Not the biggest of blasting victories coming out for them. However, you know, when we look at, you know, No Chance Team and UDO getting themselves the amount of kills that they did, it's probably them that's going to be taking the big damage.
I mean, okay, so they might have won the game, but I think the biggest fight that they won, the most important one, was when Team Secret came towards RQ Athena there in Dino Park already. Because they were holding that down, they were holding the high ground, they were sitting up on the volcano itself and making sure that once Secret came close enough, they just unleashed all the force.
I was actually expecting Team Secret to survive them there, but they managed to survive. Lost a few guys, sure, but managed to survive and got a super decent placement from it, obviously winning from this. Well played from them all.
Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew do the Dew moments here. And actually, whilst they were on Volcano, I think some people got set on fire by mollies, which is kind of apt, I suppose. Perfect.
We saw a lot of mollies actually throughout the game itself. But yeah, a lot of interesting fights, because we saw a lot of teams actually gather around close into the game, or early into the game, I mean. I think it was around 2 minutes, 3 minutes in, when the first circle was about to close in. We saw 5 teams just down on the southwest part, north of Milner. A lot of teams fighting for that area.
Here's such a good spray, getting 2 of them down and pushing on that. This one though, this push on the counter, so well played, so well executed. Beer managing to survive that one. And some long distance shots from Microboy with the G36C. Nice shots from him.
Not too bad at all. Biggitron though had a bit of a rough time getting into the later circles. They bombed it and then got caught between lots of rocks and lots of hard places.
I mean, we see them trying to make this kind of rotation a lot of times. A lot of times they actually succeed with it. This time they got stuck between way too many teams with way too little cover to play with. Basically, they just drove straight into their own deaths there.
Avenger?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
I also like freestyle there, how they were able to hold down. They also managed to get a few kills here and there. Managed to survive for quite a long time, taking control of this position here where we saw No Chance Team really start fragging out and countering that. I really like the standoffs in the maze as well, you know, where one guy is like, I'm gonna try to sneak in here, try to you know, shoulder peek and kind of have the peekest advantage around the corner and then just push this. UDO here, Fredo, managing to get one of the RQ guys, but they were just better. They had more first aids. They were better calculated.
Yeah, and as you can see, NCT there, they were all spread out, so they couldn't really just gather up and give all the first aid kits to just one player.
They do frag in herds. Very cool to see here over in Dino Park, and that kind of concludes our Vikendi here, which I've never seen. Yeah, for today, I've never seen a Dino Park ending. Now that I think about it,
never.
And even I didn't even play them on myself. Oh, no, you've not played one either.
There's always a first.
There's always a first. There is always a first. Moving on, let's take a look at the overall damage that's coming on for these lobbies. And we have, as expected, big numbers coming in from No Chance team as well as you do. Although, Freestyle pumping it up too, pumping it up for us.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised how much Freestyle got, because we saw towards the end of the game how they were playing a little bit more passive there in Dino Park. They kept themselves to the west side. They knew that everybody was basically on the south and east side, and they just waited for the right moment trying to strike them.
Yeah, and also trying to poke everybody to make sure that they were not going to crash him, because to be fair, this area is pretty crashable. Like you can send it with a Hail Mary with a car, a vehicle, and get towards the area, and then try to hide in the maze. You will not be found because nobody knows how the maze really actually is. You're just going to be running around.
That's true. I don't think there's many people that have gone into Dino Park and just been like, I'm going to map this labyrinth. Like, it's not quite what we're doing when it comes to PUBG Mobile. We're thinking about other things at that point in time. For Freestyle, though, they've been pretty consistent throughout the day. A 6th place, a 5th place, a 4th place coming into this one. So it's been a great day for them so far.
Yeah, not only that, but we also see them actually getting into engagements really early into almost every game.
Yeah.
Trying to get at least a few extra points no matter what, but I mean, they're just doing it too good, so they're grabbing a little bit extra points and just continuing later on to the game.
They've come in hungry. I like it a lot. Let's take a look at the top players from this game too, to see who's risen to the top. It will be Beer, it will be Fredo, Godless, and Choco Nuts. And Fredo, big fan of Fredo's personally. I don't know about you guys. You've never had a Fredo. I asked you this before. You've never had a Fredo, have you?
I like his picture. It's not going for the the classic.
He's so happy.
He's just happy, smiling,
so happy.
With the hand signs and everything, and 900 damage and 6 kills, of course. So good to see from Fredo.
You know what?
Step up with that.
I want to spend some time with Fredo. Look how happy he is. Yeah, he's a happy
Perfect
chap.
smile as well.
Yeah, actually, you're not wrong. Much better than my smile. Mine's ridiculous.
Yeah, probably like a toothpaste sponsor should be looking into him.
Maybe that would be a good idea. Also, a lot of damage from those people in particular. Very close to 1Ks. We can take a look at our overall rankings as well here whilst we're talking about all of this and see how things are shaping up, because No Chance team has taken over the top spot without a chicken dinner, may I add.
Wow.
I mean, I am not surprised in the way that they are playing the game. They constantly just getting themselves that 2nd place or like top 5, top 6. So far, the worst placement is 6th place in the first game.
Wow.
Except from that, it's just been going upwards.
That being said, Froz, Avenger even, I should say, there are teams here that have only played 3 games themselves. So they're going to have a little bit of opportunity. I can't speak. To
opportunity.
Opportunity.
Exactly. And they're not playing, No Chance team is not playing the last game, but they have qualified. I would say with 60 points and the participation points they're going to be gaining tomorrow. They have qualified for the Super Week, so congratulations to them. Also here in the low half ones, I want to say I'm a bit surprised to still see Team Secret down here. I feel like some of the plays they've made and some of the kind of the calls they've made to try to get into a good spot, it hasn't paid off as much as I really wanted it to. I was really cheering them on here, making sure that they're trying to get the best out of it. But we'll see here. They're going to be playing the last game. We'll see how they're going to be faring on the last range.
A lot of times you will bring your strategies that you used to play in your own region and against the teams you used to. Now coming in here, you got some mix-up, so you got to make sure that you're actually adapting to that. And that's, I think, what we're seeing right now from some other teams down there. They're trying to use the old strategies, but it's not really working.
Yeah. Next time there's a fan, kind of messaging coming in, are you going to do one for a Team Secret, or?
I could do that, yeah.
You could do that?
Yeah. I could also do someone, but their logo's not orange, though.
Oh yeah, I don't know why you were so obsessed with that before. That's interesting. We have one more game coming at you. Of course, we have Erangel on the way here, as you see our winners up in the nether here. So great stuff by them, of course, to get themselves the wins on the board. But No Chance team, damn, the consistency so far from them. 64 points across the 4 games. That's pretty damn decent.
I mean, I gotta say, I'm very surprised, because we saw them play pretty decent in the seeding games, seeding weekend, but coming into this, they've stepped it up enormously.
And a 16-point average here for the 4 games played. That's the average we're looking at. We're like to make sure that you're in the top 3 or something like that. It's pretty impressive. For a decent game, to make sure that your average is average out, we're looking at 8 points over the kind of term of many games. But if you're putting it 16 points, you're going to end in the top 3 for the day.
And I mean, that is a lot better than what they did during the opening week.
Yeah, they had a rough opening week.
Yes.
Frost.
Yes.
8.
You can talk to us about the numbers?
8.5.
Hey, what are you doing? What is
I don't know why he didn't want to say it. Pointing at it.
He's just, look, it's here. It's here. Thanks, Froz. Yeah, brilliant. Looking forward, though, of course, we have that one Erangel coming up. And you know what I want? To pray to the circle gods that we don't have an East circle, because we've had the same-ish circle in the last 2 Erangels.
Where do you want the circle?
Where do I want the circle? Centering the last one. Centering on Yasnaya.
Yes.
It's not East, all right? That's not East. It's kind of East.
Kind of.
But
It's kind of East.
It's kind of. I just like Yasnaya. Let's take a look at some of the highlights that you guys have from Vikendi. Who's fielding this one?
I'm gonna do this one actually.
Yeah.
And we're gonna be looking at No Chance team actually going up against TSM early in the game here. And if we play this, we can straight away see here that we have TSM
so many gods.
Pretty spread out over here. And then we have one player from No Chance team that is playing over there.
Yeah.
Now the real thing is that before that, we saw that No Chance team, they were down over here playing the low ground. And that's why TSM right now is currently looking for them on the right hand side over here, because they think that they're still around. But NCT actually managed to go around here on the low ground, playing that super well, hiding themselves from TSM and getting themselves into a better position. And we can see here straight away, Gallus get himself a knock on Clutch God, and this makes sure that they can actually make a push on TSM and just wipe them out afterwards.
Nice. Sneaky tactics. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We are ready to head over to the commentary team here for our final game of the day. It will be Erangel as we head over to Imperium and Maxman.
Oh, I love the way you said that, Caleris. Oh, that made me feel rather epic. Anyway, last game of the day, Maxman. Let's see what these teams can really show up and perform on the last game of the day. One thing to point out is that 9th to 20th, they're all playing in the last game, and there's only 23 points dividing them.
One good game, and that will make the difference. Even the second position was a big kill count, could make the difference into this one. But they have it. We're going to be diving into the last game of the day. We'll have another 5 tomorrow, but this is going to be the 50% point, ladies and gentlemen. Get yourself nice and comfortable, because we are going to be going straight up top of the southern plane path. We're going to be going right above Military Island. Interesting stuff, very southern. Caleris was asking for a non-eastern circle. Will the circle respond and also answer his prayers?
So, where do you want the circle to finish?
If I had to choose, you know, where would I want the circle to go? I would like a Pachinki finished. Last time we had a Pachinki finish, like, it was absolutely mental, and like so mental that the players were just having an issue just playing in general. So I think that would be fun.
I just want the dead center Pachinki finish. But anyway, teams are of course dropping. It's going to be a lot harder for the likes of teams that want to make their way up to Severny. Will we see the T1?
Valdez. That is the question to be answered. Yes. I don't know why I took that voice. That was weird. But last time, T1, they chickened out a little bit. They went for another fight and actually lost it. So maybe Rosok is their lucky compound. We'll have to see. Currently, they are indeed going to be dropping on the second 50% mark of this plane path, going straight up north. But apparently, they're not going to get there.
One thing I've noticed straight away, I'll talk about the phase on circle in a bit. One thing I've noticed straight away, Big E-Tron aren't playing. You know who lands in farm? Megastars. So they know that, and I'm not saying it's going to work out for them. Definitely got to commend them for being aware of what teams are playing and what teams aren't playing, so they can at least react to their drops accordingly.
Just saw like Caleris being really happy with a big smile on his face, because it's not an eastern circle, finally. But one thing that could come into play right here, Imperium, is that river. It's a little bit eastern, we don't talk about that. Hardship east every single time. Oh, over to Yuri as they barely drop down. And they're going to be taking a fight. Martin just like, okay, I'm going to get to the compound first. What is happening over here? Okay, even TSM Entity around it. I mean, they couldn't get themselves close enough to Yasnaya Poliana, which is their main dropping location. All the cars got yeeted away by Valdez. Well, I'm sorry, Yudi, you're just going to have to run your way to a compound.
I thought we were going to see a little bit of a fist fight, you know, like as in like, stick them up.
Hey, Bray Wyatt, calm down, okay?
Sorry. But no, like, honestly, I get it, because it's such a southern plane path that you kind of have to go north. But I do think the similarities are just so much that I feel like teams need to maybe be a little bit more dynamic. Now, of course, TSM Entity are the surviving for now. So shots are being fired off. Friedel, very low in health in the early fight as Jonathan looks to try to knock down a member of UDO.
Most of the loot from UDO so far is picked up from 2 shacks.
Yep.
And if you guys play a little bit of PUBG Mobile, you know that shacks, they're not the most loot-heavy kind of area. Would it be cool if you just enter a shack and you got like everything tier 3?
Oh, stop.
Is that even possible?
No,
I don't think so. Would it be cool to like make a little Easter egg, like 1 chance out of 1,000,000, you have like the entire set, like just full ammo, full tier 3. That would be great. Makes you happy.
If that happens, I'd shave my beard, I swear to God. If I saw that on stream, I would shave my beard. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. But either way, you are just going to have to try and find a way to get a vehicle and then somebody get the hell out of there. Now, I expect TSM Entity to, at least in some way, shape or form, you know, go for Yaznai. But that was a nice early knockdown and kill from UDO Gank.
Hey, Big Pog, even though they can't rotate through, it's an even trade-off. You know what? We get ourselves safely into the circle while you just stay over there with 1 kill. I think that's an even trade-off. That's fine. But TSM Entity, they are very spread on the east. They're going to be surrounded by a few players. There's UDO's going to be around there. There's also Synergy that's going to be on the eastern side of their location. TSM Entity, this is not the best start, and their loot must be extremely, extremely scarce. So if they can find a way to get to Yaznaya, that'll be great. But they're doing a race. Literally, we've seen a race from UDO, TSM Entity, and to Synergy to get themselves a decent position. And the first to get there could take a bunch of kills early on for themselves.
Now, of course, one thing we haven't talked about with this phase on circle is the fact that the river is in play.
I talked about
and that's such a bone of contention. Sorry, I probably wasn't listening.
You didn't listen to me, Imperium?
What? Sorry, what'd you say? Anyway.
You don't listen to me anymore, Imperium. You changed.
You used to be cool, man. No, but like the river in play does mean it's going to be very important to be aware of it. Maybe play a little bit closer to the river. If you're looking maybe on the outskirts of Yaznai, on the north of the river, you have that high ground compound in play, or you have a couple of compounds by the bridges. And then, of course, as the phase 2, phase 3 pops up, you're proactive on how you move from there.
I think that for that all-way, actually, Yugzan, there you go, going for the Panda. They're almost extinct, so like, they're going to be going for that shutdown. No issue for Yugzan. He's going to be swiftly picking up that kill. You level up. A team that knows been a little bit all around the board, but they're able to climb up a little bit now, currently in 11th position. Despite the fact that they were so low earlier, they picked up so many frags that now they're actually slowly in the middle portion and can climb up. No, they're doing it at the last game of the day. I think that's the better point to do so.
But again, that's kind of part of the reason why I mentioned that there's only 23 points dividing 9th and 20th. They might be 11th, but they're so close to 18th, 19th, and 20th that it doesn't matter. They need a good result at the end of the day.
Well, every team at the end needs a good result going into this. But Ted, they're going to be running towards each other. I think Ted heard. Oh, man, he straight up heard. And same for Clutch God. They know exactly what is going on both sides. But Clutch God is a little bit closer. So he's going to get himself to the building first. And now they can get himself to the high ground. But no, he's got to try and get himself in the building first so he can't get attacked from the window. Successfully done by Synergy player Ted. But he's still going to be in a 1v2 potentially in this one. See Jonathan on the other side goes for the spray, but doesn't quite get it so close yet so far. And they're going to swiftly confirm the kill. TSM Entity, their first kill in this game. Not the best day for them so far, but TSM Entity, they got to try and end that losing streak and slowly try and get themselves some good results.
Like, this is honestly the start of, in my eyes, a very good game from TSM Entity. Having all 4 members up, getting that kill. They're at a point, realistically, in this day where that is a victory. I'm sorry, but it is. I know they are overall, in general, much better than that, but the little victories lead to the bigger ones.
Exactly. Small little trickles of water create rivers. So, I don't know, that was very nice.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm somewhat of a poet sometimes.
You know? Brought a tear to my eye.
Oh, but Nova Godlike. They're rotating. Wait, is that a 4-man car rotation? I don't like those. But TSM Entity now, they're pushing in the open. If there was one player on Synergy, you should expect the rest of the team to be nearby. That was a little bit of a risky rotation. They could have just gone over to the west of Mansion and easily get himself inside of it. But they just have 1 member knocked away, and potentially even a second, I believe. Oh no, Clutchgo's going to get rest back up. There you go. He'll be fine. But now Synergy, they're going to be dispatching each other and trying to make their way inside this area. But Schreider, these are like weird move after weird move. Schreider going very far out of position and making it easy for really TSM Entity to pick up that kill.
Nice play by Jonathan. Nice to see him become a lot stronger on how he is playing these games. But as Neo comes in, Jonathan Long with Neo helping to push back Synergy and leaves Austinbot X pretty much on his own to get in the vehicle and get the hell out of there.
Bye-bye. He just doesn't want to get involved whatsoever. I mean, I understand that, really, because it was a weird fight from both sides. TSM Entity, they did their mistakes. Synergy, they did their mistakes. And Synergy, at the end of the day, they lost more than TSM Entity did. So just like, you know what? We're just going to be leaving the scene entirely. As now, Yudu, I don't know why I said it like that, but Yudu getting really close to Galaxy Racer Celts. Rocks alone in that position, but here it is, the backstab from Ultron. Didn't even know he was there, man. Sneaky snake for sure. I mean, even if the casters don't see it, that means you've been snaking really well.
Celts have done an excellent job so far in today's games. Much better than what we saw from them in the opening weekend. Currently 6th overall with, of course, this last game to play. So really good stuff coming out from them.
Yeah, they can be extremely proud of their first game. Well, their first day, should I even say entirely. That is some great consistent results from them. I like the fact that they already sent a tanky on the other side of the bridge. It just kind of sets them up a little bit more and also stops Yudu from potentially going any further to gatekeep them themselves. So I think here sending a tanky so far forward is great, but I'm seeing a member of Celts there coming out, and no, actually Yudu, what am I saying there? The member of Yudu is going to be coming around to try and deny that position from a tanky. They know how valuable this position potentially can be, and a random spray is coming out with the Scar on the iron sight, and the tanky will be coming through, but unfortunately not going to do much. But I would say pop the wheels right now so you can't get shoot from underneath, and also use that position as a mini compound with that car. That'll be the better option, but Drax is seemingly trying to go on the move, as the tanky is trying to buy some time with that smoke.
Okay, so Drax sends himself forward. Is going to have the shots over onto a tanky through the smoke. Will he be able to get a knockdown? Not quite. A tanky prones himself down, still half on health. Drax coming in with the Uzi. Spraying blindly, but at least shoving back a tanky as he indeed gets knocked down by Drax. Nice return play, nice response from Yudu Gank.
Both teams knew exactly how valuable that position that was held by a tanky was, and just like, okay, we're going to send one player to go for the flank. It worked out perfectly. A tanky is down, no chance of res coming out. And now, Galaxy Racers, I would say, this is a position do you want to potentially give away. Don't take that fight. You do not have the advantage in this one. It's just not worthwhile. As here it is, they're slowly going to be sending the other members across the road. Fredel, though, getting sprayed from another position, potentially. No, still by the players of Celts. Getting some pressure down, but yeah, tanky will die and bleed out.
And here's the thing, right? The phase 2 centered up quite nicely. I'm sorry, Kyleris, it's not going to be a Yaz9 finish. Feels bad, man, indeed. But it still does involve the river in play, pretty much splitting it straight down the middle of phase 2.
So the teams are going to be holding this side of the rivers, going to be having a great potential of controlling these rotations, controlling these circles.
Means it's going to be harder for Galaxy Racer Celts and Yudu. The longer they leave it to engage onto each other, they will get third partied.
Exactly. It could be happening eventually, because I'm seeing right now, TSM Entity, they're very far towards Mansion and Prison still. If they think, oh, we're going to go towards Yasnaya Bridge, it might go there and go for a little bit of re-engage. It could be interesting.
Here's the thing, if you're looking at TSM Entity, they should definitely look for one of the compounds initially on the outskirts of Yasnaya to get information, then they can dictate and play around as a tanky does indeed get confirmed finally by Yudu Gank. You level up, have had a tough day indeed, but can they rise back up and send a positive message to themselves coming into tomorrow's games on this last game?
Let's hope they can do so, because they had a really good redeeming last game, I would say. You know what? They got 7th position, was 4 kills. Got himself a few more points. It's not like, the big boy results you're looking for, but it's been better than what we've been seeing so far. So I've got to say, still, you level up. They're hitting the minimum bar that they should try and require for themselves. But one team that I like their position so far is going to be Valdez. You know, they had Rozok, didn't get contested by T1.
True.
And now they got all of the northern side, and that position is really safe. And also you got information on teams up north like T1. Also got another bunch of squads like Team Secret. You can get so much intel and even potentially take a few shots.
Definitely. And they are protected by the buildings around Rozhok should they have to defer into that area. So definitely agree with you there. I'm also liking RQ, even though it's Watertown. I do like where RQ are positioned, as Galaxy Racer Celts going to get pretty damn close to King of Gamers.
Really saw this during the seeding time, a kind of similar position was Megastars when is in the same situation as where Celts are currently, and they died. But this time Celts are going to go for an aggressive approach, sending Ultra first. Unfortunately, not going to gain much out of that. And there you go, taken out swiftly but surely. King of Gamers Club putting down the pressure was that 2-2 split. They got moved. They're going to have to remain the bridge trolls for the next few minutes.
It was No Chance team that actually got in the previous game, whereas the situation...
Megastars also had...
it was Megastars that got taken out by No Chance team on the side note. But either way, the next circle going to be moving on up. Is it going to center once again quite nicely in towards Rozhok? No, it shifts heavily up north, which does indicate that pretty much all of the teams that's going to be in north of the river finish. T1 take control.
I mean, you remember that position where you do pushed a Tanky?
Yeah.
Okay, right. That worked out so well, and now they have easy access to the northern side. Back to Severny, even though normally Severny is their main drop in location. Hey, better later than never. They get that under control now, and they will be holding all of the northern side. This is huge for Yudu if they control the area well.
And you know who's rotating really well, which have complimented them in the past, is Reject Scarlets, coming in from the southwest and now moving into the west and the north side of the river. Incredibly well rotated as Orange Rock trying to hold on Scout. Survives by the skin of his teeth with a little bit of health.
You boys are lucky, Orange Rock. That could have gone completely south. But that was a little bit lucky, I'm not going to lie, because 3-man car rotation was a card that's now fuming in that Dacia. That was a risky play.
It was.
Lucky enough, it was not shut down. It was not really punished in any way, shape, or form by RRQ Athena that was holding on to Watertown. But now I like it. They're trying to wrap around from a different angle on the eastern side, on the western side, even potentially up north.
And I love the fact that they haven't actually continued into the circles because they realize they're going into no man's land. They don't know who's on the edge of the circle. They don't know who's already in on the north of the river. So they're kind of stopping early, healing up, getting information, and then they can move in little by little. So good play by Orange Rock.
Going over Godlike, slowly going to try and hold to the northern side of Rozhok on the river bank. But they show an intention of wanting to leave the scene entirely, which I understand and I like because you do have a very slim chance of having it going back south. But it is now Orange Rock. They get the information on RRQ. They try to rotate through, and it's great because this is a risky play from RRQ Athena. I don't understand it. You just tried to shut down Orange Rock earlier. You know they're potentially going to be on the receiving end of that bridge. Why are you pushing so aggressively without gathering information first? This is a really risky play that I don't quite understand, but they respond really well, getting Scout down.
Yeah, but now we see Morph actually taking down Beer from RRQ, and that puts them under even more pressure inside Watertown. I feel like that's going to be nearly pretty much the end, just Ernie left standing for RRQ.
Yeah, I'm still really doubting that decision-making there, but now we're going to move to Ernie into your favorite compound, Imperium, Watertown. We all know you love it, Imperium. It's your favorite. Shivers down the spine, but there you go.
Nice.
See shut down. Ernie doing some work over here.
Wow.
Potentially looking for also Frenzy of Morph, but going to take your time. This is going to be turned into potentially a 1v1. Maybe you want to wait for the rest of your team to come back up. He's going to jump shot. Ernie going to try and take this fight in his hand, but no, he just has no idea. He's just like, where the hell am I getting shot from? And there you have it. Ernie doing things, making things happen for RRQ Athena.
Wow.
He's going to be looking for the others. They're going for the car rotation there. Can he get close enough to go for the backstab? No, he won't, but that is insane, and that was huge for Ernie.
Honestly, that was crazy. Morph team shouldn't let that happen, but either way, the next circle moves on up. It shifts to the north once again. T1 are now on the southwest edge of it, but they're still looking pretty good. And Yudu Gank, who basically avoided Celts, moved their way up to Severny, are now pretty much in the dead center of the circle by the side of the road.
Now it's going to be depending. All the teams that are up north of that river, they're going to control. So far, teams in a lot of trouble, that's going to be Morph. That's going to be Nova Godlike and also Team ING. Even potentially, you level up on the bridge next to Yasnaya Poliana on the east of the circle. Things are going to get very interesting as I talk about you level up. There you go, going to be panning over. I know, I take it back. Going to be panning over to Team IND, taking a fight in Morph in the northern side of Rozhok. As they swiftly try and confirm that kill. That will be normally the first kill of Team IND this game. They go for it. Easily confirmed. Kratos will get the first point.
Yeah, it was just poor rotation coming out from Morph team, and what was a poor engagement onto RQ as well. So pretty much, with all due respect, poor play from Morph team. But of course, they still have one player standing. They can definitely pull something out of the bag if Shaxi can get the job done. But it's not going to be easy for him. He's outside the circle in Rozhok, a couple of teams around him, but it's got to be about the teams that are inside the circle right now. Team Secret rotating towards the northeastern side. King of Gamers still inside this game on the high ground near the center of the circle. T1 just below them, but they're also looking pretty good, controlling against the likes of Nova Godlike and Team IND.
Gotta mention also, Imperium, we still got every single team alive going into this game. We got a few one-man army teams coming into this, so they're definitely going to be making things a bit harder for them, but this is huge going into Phase 5. But now, teams are slowly going to try and have to cross on over. Nova Godlike, they did take that position in their own hands. They're still going to get pressured a little bit by Valdus and also by T1 eventually high up north and also on the east. So this is not done yet for Nova Godlike. They still got a lot ahead of them. But Team IND, their team that's really delaying that rotation, and I think that that might come and haunt them a little bit later on in the game, as Megastars will be the first team to go down in 16th.
Yeah, unfortunately, Megastars having a tough end of the day's games, but still an overall positive day for them. Realistically, when you look at where they were coming out of the opening weekend in 19th place, they've had much better results as Team India now deciding to backtrack against the engagement onto Morph team and maybe go in towards the circle. But Jaxi is definitely taking a lot of damage as Team IND have got to get the hell out of there because Nova Godlike are punishing on the edge of the circle, and that was IND's own fault because they left it too late to rotate across.
Yeah, this is your last resort. You never want to try and do this in a normal setting, but now, even though Jaxie's right there, he's only got 8 bandages right now. He's got absolutely nothing. He will die to the blue zone very soon. Can he look for a last kill maybe? Gonna go for Smokey on Nova Godlike in a distance. Can he hit it? Ah, that's a big no for me. And there you go. Now 13 teams still remaining in this one. And Team IND, because that player's not behind him anymore, they might actually make it to the circle.
Possibly.
Not quite sure.
Now, we did also lose RRQ as well, so they've been taken out in this last game. Slayer trying to hold on Valdus, the murder, looking for them. Can he get that meg? Get off, he does, just in time, but Snacks will drop down to the blue zone as Valdus looking for the last player. Team IND inside the edge of the circle. Valdus were in Roshawk. They've moved their way up and reacted pretty fairly to these circle shifts. Let's see if they have to react to the next one, depending on where it goes.
Seeing 3, 2 on the circle, up north, up west, and there you go. That's going to be with 0 compounds remaining, and you're going to be having still the road into play, but Team IND, they're having a little bit of a hard time moving forward. Slayer will be left there, but Valdus, they're taking so much control so far. It was only 3 kills. I thought they would have way more than that right here because they've just had such a good position.
Yeah, we did also lose TSM at the hands of... Actually, wait.
You level up.
I don't know what happened there between you level up and TSM, but either way, both teams have been eliminated along with Team IND. We're down to 10 teams. Orange Rock have avoided all the action, coming in from the southwest, took down a couple of members of RQ. Now they are looking right into the compound where T1 lay.
Those grenades are not doing anything right there. You got to try and chuck them in some windows if you possibly can, because otherwise Scout, Marvi and Gil will not be able to do too much out of that. But you know what? The smoke is definitely going to give them a great opportunity to get closer, and they're going to do exactly that. Gil's going to be breaching up, and there will be a 3v2 in that one respective building for Orange Rock. It is now. They've got to go for the engage. They need to push on forward. ZZP's going to be trying to reload, and now unfortunately we've got him getting taken down very swiftly, very quickly, as Yeonjun going to try and cross back over. And I thought really, potentially they would be holding that little road section, but no, that's not the case whatsoever. Yeonjun going to be coming back up, but gets once again absolutely battered by the opposing side. T1 down to only 1 player, and this might be the end of their tale in this last game.
Sidon cooking up a grenade, gonna try and punish the members of our Orange Rock coming up the stairs, but now he's gonna go up towards the roof, looking in all directions, and I like that by T1. It's still not out of control for them as they are outside the circle. We do lose Synergy. Missile gets confirmed.
Yep, picking up all the kills. Want to try and clean it up as much as you possibly can. But I like the fact that Orange Rock, despite the fact that they know there's only 1 member, that grenade was absolutely on point, and there you have it. Mavi gets it done. Shut down Satan as T1 get eliminated in 9th position. That grenade was muy bien. Spicy spaghetti.
Oh, it's a spicy meatball. Nova Godlike are getting the spicy meatball play against him at the hands of King of Gamers. Smokey, OP, and Exist are now going to be left standing for Nova Godlike, but they are quite far away from each other. They're split up, which makes it harder for them to at least make their way into the circle. And now Exist is going to go down. Smokey is super low in health. You got King of Gamers around him. You got Valdus Martin him protecting himself against Smokey, and this is so hard for Nova Godlike.
I love this position of King of Gamers Club. All the teams are basically going to be running downhill towards this team. It's such a flat area, and you have also visibility up north of where you have to go for the next circle shift, potentially. I love what they're doing so far as there you go. Nova Godlike, a team that rotated a little bit late from Rostock. They still did it really far into this game, but unfortunately will get taken out. 7 teams still remaining in this one. Scout, Gil, they have to try and get themselves closer and closer. They still have a car, luckily enough, that didn't get shut down because it's in a dip. It's pretty safe, and now they can move a little bit sooner and a little bit closer to the circle.
The circle did shift up towards the north, right into the hands of Team Secret. Will look to end on a very high note because they currently lie in 19th. But Scout gets a drop onto Soup, turns him into liquid. Let's see if Gale can also become the playmaker for this Orange Rock side as the shots are being thrown through on the prone down play. Braga is put down to about 30 health.
Yeah, there's only now 10 more seconds before the circle starts closing up. And there you go, they need to keep on going for Gil. Gil has that car, he has to get away. If that car explodes, it could be the end. Marvy trying his really his best to hold on to it. A few bullets came on through there. The car is going to be exploding really soon. Get away from it, Marvy. And he did get a little bit further away. I do like that. I was a little bit scared, I'm not going to lie. But King of Gamers Club, they have to clear this area because if not, they're not going to be able to make their way downhill. And they got to go, as I said, downhill. They're not going to go very far in this one.
And Concept was able to knock down Gil, but Mavi trying to hold on. He's got no meds. He's got no heals. He has to make a run for it. As King of Gamers are going to find him, and down goes Orange Rock. King of Gamers Club will live to fight for the rest of the game. At least they'll keep on going, only having one player knocked down as Concept Braga to try and push through, but Team Secret looking for them.
And there you go, they're taking the shots from down below, but the high ground will go over to King of Gamers Club, but that's a nice flank coming out from Really, and he's going to get things done versus King of Gamers Club. And they're going to send the two other members forward. They know that this is not a safe position. They have to try and go on the slope, but the slope is not a safe spot to be right now, and I don't think that this is going to be going really well for King of Gamers Club. Hopefully they'll be able to hold on to that position for a little while longer, but always we have these slope finishes which are really hard for the teams to play around, and so far the team that has a really decent position to play around, that might just be Reject Scarlet.
Kind of, but they have to take advantage of the high ground before it becomes too late. They need to take down their opponents because it's going to get to the point where they're going to be on the high ground. They have to move away from the circle and they're going to get shot down.
Team Secret was a 2-2 split. They're going to be sending Mad Toy a little bit higher up north, which I like to see. There's no one really high up there, and I think that'll be a position to let all the teams take the fight with themselves down south, and then you're just going to leave the other remaining players and teams just going down here, and you'll just pick them up one by one. Great spray from My Shots, gets the head of Duelo blown off, and they have it. They're going to keep on going with this fight. Nice flank. Oh, sorry, didn't even expect him to come from that position. iShots had no idea. Can he get the double? No, he can't. BB puts an end to that killing spree, and now rejects Scarlet, I believe, down to only one player.
Mad Toy doing what he can from a distance. That flanking position definitely helped to keep Team Secret alive as Armoni has been knocked down. Leaves Martin the last player standing for Valdez, the murder side, as Box Gaming, or King of Gamers should I say, stay inside this game. We're still 4 teams strong, 9 players left up. The revive comes through onto iShot, so it leaves iShot's Mad Toy and Bew left standing. Actually no, sorry, Team Secret still has a full squad.
Yeah, Team Secret going so far for 2-1-1 split. I absolutely love how they're playing around this one. As Martin, last player of Valve, is going to try his best to hold that position. Yuri of Reject Scarlet still trying to get some information, currently with the best high ground position, but High will go down to Martin. The flush might not happen just yet, but here it is. Yuri waking up, trying to shut down King of Gamers Club. There's only 2 players remaining in this one. The circle's going to be moving against them in just about 5 seconds. They have no more time to think. They have to push for the circle.
You don't want to take the blue zone damage at this stage of the game, Yuri. Just push through. I know you're up the hill, but this is what I talked about, Reject Scarlet. When you put yourself in that position, you're going to pay the price as Valdez the murder. Get eliminated. We still have 3 teams up. Braga comes in for King of Gamers, but he's going to get blown to smithereens, and down goes Reject Scarlet. 2 teams left standing, King of Gamers and Team Secret, but this is going to be the end. This is going to be Team Secret finally getting their chicken dinner.
Team Secret, we knew one of the teams that we were expecting to get some really good results in this entire tournament. Didn't quite work out for them at the very start, but here it is. Now this is their breaking point. They're breaching it. They got a chicken dinner. We knew it was going to happen eventually. This is it.
Finally, Nice to see Team Secret step up and also controlling the last 2 to 3 circles so effectively. Even when one member got knocked down ice shots, they still got that revive on. They were still able to go on, and what a fantastic game. But of course, love to see what the analyst desk will think of that after a quick break.
That's right, Team Secret with the victory here. And there was a teeny tiny part of me that wanted to see Matoy kill off some of the Valdez, the murder members towards the very end. However, they got themselves the victory anyway, so that's fantastic here for Team Secret. Joining me, Froz and Avenger here to break things down. Team Secret getting themselves the victory. Finally, I think that this is kind of the Team Secret we more expected to see here from this tournament.
I mean, not just did they win the game, but they won it with style. We saw them, how they were just taking control towards the end of the game there, compared to all the other teams who were just fighting each other.
I was talking a bit about them before, and I was like, I like the tendencies. They're not, you know, capitalizing on all of the potential they have. Here they did. They played it perfectly. The amount of control they took in the very late game of the circle, they were like, are we going to push up? Are we going to try to take some high ground control? Are we going to make a push on the guys that are fighting on high ground? No, they were going to play it perfectly. They were make sure that Matoy sent down to the back line where he had full control of that whole ridge with a car to play with, and he even got the circle in the very end as well.
Yeah, as I can, again, only imagine, I'm sure that Matoy in some of those final moments was very hungry for that victory, seeing Valdez also in the kill feed. Let's take a look at the overall map ranking here from this game to see how the points stacked up. 28 points for Team Secret coming in as King of Gamers, got themselves 26. They were very close to playing major spoiler in this game here, Froz, as they got themselves to 12 kills.
Yeah, I mean, 12 kills this is also the best performance we've seen from them so far here. Yeah. And it's great to see them at least ending it the day with this, because ending it the day with this means that they're gonna start the next day like this as well.
Absolutely. I mean, basically 26 points in a game like this is effectively kind of a small chicken dinner, basically, at Martin, when you're looking at it.
A little more than a small chicken dinner.
A tiny chicken dinner.
Like a medium chicken dinner.
Okay, a medium. The legs.
Just the legs. Spicy and everything. Oh, yeah, we got that. Yeah, that was a special taste. I like that. No, but to see them go in here and get 26, and also Orange Rock to actually get 12 as well. We're gonna have a very, very even scoreboard at the top. I'm actually excited to see what's gonna happen there from the day.
Well, Orange Rock's just been fantastic as well throughout. Let's take a look at the team stats coming out from Team Secret, even I should say, as they have 1,600 damage done. They will silence the critics here for just a moment, and only 500 healing done, so not really going through too much of the wars, not too much of a hard time.
I mean, the 500 heals also comes towards the end of the game. We saw them getting knocked here and there a little bit, but that comes down to them needing to peacock the other teams, making sure that they can't take control over the situation.
And also, you have to remember here that the passive move they decided to make, they decided to pull back a little bit. They were like, guys, we don't need those 3 extra kills. We would rather make sure that we get that chicken dinner. That also affected that they're not going to fight as much in the kind of late game. So, but
makes sense.
To be honest, the better the heal ratios of damage you have, the more efficient you are at killing. The less damage you take from your enemies while you're killing, and the more damage you put out. So I would say it's a good ratio. I would rather have it to be 3-to-1 rather than 2-to-1.
I mean, this is the adapting we were talking about earlier. Adapt to the situation instead of just pushing up towards the other teams and try to take third party that fight straight away. They go for a game-winning move by pushing back a bit and taking control.
Oh, very nice. Let's take a look at the overall damage then from this lobby to see what we have. And we have King Gamers getting themselves 1,900 on the board. And then from there, everything's kind of a bit more evened out here, Martin.
Yeah, we still see a couple of teams here in the thousands. Good to see TSM Entity as well in there. Orange Rock with nearly the 1,200. Valdez nearly with 1,000 as well. Team Secret, of course, nearly with 1,600. So overall, like, yeah, it is evened out, but the kill to rate, like the kills to damage ratio here is pretty good. I would say we don't see something crazy. We're seeing 6 kills on TSM Entity, and it's kind of, you know, if you're getting about 1 kill per 200 damage you do, it's a good day.
And of course, Valdez with the 1,000 damage and the 4 kills that they got on the board. I feel like it's important, this circle especially, it was important for them that throughout the couple of days, they've kind of won out the idea of, we have Rozhok for the moment. T1 is in this lobby, but they're dropping a little bit further afield.
Yeah, it was kind of a weird plane to start with. It was super south.
Very south.
It was kind of weird where all of the teams went.
Yeah.
We also saw T1 going up to Severny, actually.
Oh, yeah.
And Yudu, of course, didn't know about this, so they went afterwards and tried to get something, but they didn't get too much there.
I'm kind of sad, to be honest. These planes are being too rough on the teams. Like,
they were really rough today.
It's I like a good curveball, I like a good spice game, but you know, like another one where we're starting like outside over the water, south of the main island of Erangel, then going over to the east. It's an ending over multi-power. It's super rough.
It's the Mountain Dew do-the-do moments here as we take a look at our final game of the day, and as you say, like, properly rough circles for our Erangel.
Yeah, and we saw people running around without armors, without helmets.
Nothing.
For a good part of the first game there.
Minutes, yeah.
Yeah, and obviously that's what happens when they have to make a reactive drop based on where they can get. And again, this is one of the reasons I feel like having some of those cinder kind of drop spots. That's why I like the farm split loot. I like the Milta and Milta power loot, and I like the fairy pier kind of split. I like those cinder spots. So if you fight for those and you have those, and you make sure they're yours throughout the game, you're gonna have a big advantage coming into to the rest of the league here in the finals if you go that long.
I'm always so impressed by people's spray control when you watch some of these highlights. It's just phenomenal.
Yeah, it's honestly their individual skill on some of these guys. I'm like, you're trying to replicate it and playing gyro and making sure you try to like use 3 fingers when you can, but I'm just sometimes just fat fingering, shooting randomly, and they're just so far ahead, these guys. It's crazy to see how skilled these guys are.
Yeah, I mean, Martin only got 2 big thumbs.
Big thumbs for Martin.
Covering half the screen for him.
No, I should get the biggest phone possible. Please.
Yeah, maybe. A really big phone. But I mean, as you say, like, it's impressive not only watching, kind of the claw technique where you're using your 4 fingers and stuff like that, but actually shout out to, I believe it was Jan from the PUBG Mobile Esports
yes,
team.
I saw that one too.
He retweeted a guy using 6 fingers at a time going mental. It was nuts. Like, just amazing.
6 fingers, then like you're getting close to starting to having to use like toes as well. Like when then you get to 10 fingers, then you start towing or using a toe, or
you're gonna use them all for,
or just get a Bluetooth pedal. And then you have
Bluetooth pedal.
3 pedals that you can.
What's going on?
Like all the fingers. Now, jokes aside, I want to say, I respect the guys the most that are playing at this level with 2 fingers, because that is just insane. The movement and how fast they're able to use those 2 fingers is just crazy to see. And also, obviously, those I feel like are the best players with gyro, because they're able to. They're playing a high sensitivity, and they're making sure that the 2 fingers is enough at that point.
Many techniques to be had. Let's take a look at the overall ranking then here for the day. This is our first day leading into our Super Weekend. We have one more day before we actually get our top 16. It will be No Chance team still holding the top spot by 1 point, as Orange Rock was able to eke out an extra little bit to get themselves in that 2nd place. So really big points coming in for our top couple of teams.
Yeah, what's impressive to see is teams like No Chance Team, Yudu Gank, you have GXR Cells up there without even getting themselves a chicken dinner, because we know how much it actually means to get that chicken dinner. It's so many points.
And another thing here, guys, is it's so linear. There's no point stealers at the top. They're sitting at 80, whatever. It's so even, and that means our top 16 for the first Super Weekend tomorrow is going to be even lower. I was talking about 60 points. I'm thinking maybe 50 if it continues to be this leveled out.
I mean, we can see here the bottom teams right now, and we're saying the bottom 4 teams are the ones who will not move on after tomorrow, of course. So there's still 1 more day of games to go.
Yeah, so Synergy T1 Novagod, like a Morph team, going to have to step up things just a little bit here to try and push themselves up towards that top 16. Let's take a look at one of the moments that you guys were able to pick as well throughout that last game. Who's got this one?
I think I got it.
Let's do it.
We're basically going to take a look a little bit towards the end game, and as we can see here, what actually happened and what we were talking about earlier with Team Secret just holding here, making sure they're not going up above here, because they could easily just peek over here and kill everyone that is basically up here. But instead of that, they decide that they're gonna fall back, they're gonna take positions that they can take control of like that. And from there, basically just having control, map control, but also control over the whole game and situation.
Can you pause it a second?
Pausing it?
Yeah, because I think there's something that's interesting to highlight is that when you've got a position like this as Team Secret, right, Avenger, and you see up on the circle on the little mini-map at the top, you know the majority of teams are going to be coming in from that particular side.
Exactly.
So falling back is...
You're controlling 50% already.
Yeah,
this is exactly what Frost is pointing out. Like, you see with like half the circle being here, like half at that point, they have more than 50% of the control, and that's why the fallback into a long range position is so clever. They're actually falling back to where above where the camera is, where Frost is pointing out with one of the lines he was making, and that's actually, for me, this is where you're okay. That is such a coherent play. You're saying, you know what? Doesn't matter about those 2 or 3 extra points from the kills that potentially get, but getting that win, getting those 20 points is so crucial. With your 4 guys alive, you're so easily gonna get it if you take the position here in such a late game stage.
And we saw that the next circle basically moved towards this area, and that's when they tried to move back, making sure that they had positions to actually play from and hold everyone out on this side here, because they knew that even though they have the low ground, it is going to be beneficial for them. Most of the times you want to stick on the high ground, but for this time, they played it really well.
Very good, nice. Thank you very much, guys. That was a great breakdown as to why you would actually fall back from that kind of position. And don't forget as well, you can also fall back at home to go to the YouTube and go and subscribe. That was an interesting kind of tangent and switcheroo. But we have 2 million subscribers almost on the YouTube. So make sure to go over to YouTube/PUBG MOBILE Esports and subscribe. And then you have a chance of getting yourself a permanent set, which is interesting in itself. It's like a Pinocchio mashup with the little cone on the head. Who did I say was wearing the cone?
Me.
Frost was wearing the cone.
Yep.
I was wearing the boots.
You were wearing the boots.
Just to make it look even weirder.
Oh yeah, because then you'd be like 8 foot tall.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
And you wear
no clue what feet are.
the rest of the outfit?
I was, yes. I'm a happy-go-lucky scout. That's right. All right. Okay, so I think that does it, ladies and gentlemen, really, for us here today. A huge thank you for tuning in throughout the PMWL East. This is day number 1 of our first week to try and move into our super weekend for all of these guys to try and get themselves the big points. Thank you very much for everyone tuning in around the world. We are done. We shall be back to same time, same place tomorrow for more PMWL East action.
Are you ready? 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 Are you Are you ready? 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 Are you ready?
engaging. Down goes George. That's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. Seeing sport out. Oh, big shot.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. Now, if you're joining us the last few days, that was the opening weekend. We're finally transitioning into the nitty and gritty parts here of the World League. We're getting into league play today. I'm Jason Kapp, and I'll be your host over this next month, and I have two lovely people to help me make me look smart, or maybe it's my job to make them look smart. If anything, they look fantastic today. We got Seven Worlds Gaming, and we got Glitter Explosion as well. Glitter, how you doing today? We're finally into league play. I'm so excited.
You're excited. I'm excited. I mean, this is my first time getting to work with all of this, so I am ready to see some of these games.
And Seven, you're basically a veteran when it comes to World Leagues, to global finals. But this one, it feels different. It feels like something's shaping up to be amazing.
Listen, from what we were able to go ahead and see in the first 2 days, I am hyped to go ahead and see what's going to happen. And I was playing the game yesterday too with the new Royal Pass that came out. So I'm bleeding PUBG Mobile right now. I can't wait until we get into the first match.
Oh, bleeding PUBG Mobile. I love to hear that. Let's take a look, though, at the format of what's happening over this entire event. Like we said before, the opening weekend matches are now done. Those 2 days of games being played, teams have been properly seeded, but now we're getting into the league play here. And Seven, we have to kind of talk about how is this going to work transitioning from league play into the super weekends.
Definitely. In week one, we're going to be pretty much just having 2 weekdays. Only 16 teams are going to qualify into Super Weekend. Keep in mind, something that we're saying through seeding, or maybe if you weren't here, is that teams that I usually tend to start very, very slow, they can't afford that. They need to go ahead and have a hot start and stay consistent, because you don't want to go ahead and play catch up tomorrow when it's going to be the last day of week one league play.
Yeah, and then we have like you said, the top 16 teams moving into Super Weekend, which will span across 3 different days. And those points in particular will stay accumulating throughout the next 3 weeks until we have our top 16 teams overall. And as Seven was saying, Glitter, if you're one of those teams that starts slow, you're going to miss out potentially on 3 big days. How the heck are you supposed to catch up in points?
You don't want to have to be in that situation. Obviously, there are going to be 4 teams regardless that are in that situation. So what we're going to be looking for from there is, are those teams dramatically changing their play style to catch up? They only have so many opportunities, like we keep saying, to really get themselves in a position for that top 16. So does that mean, are they going to start dropping on teams that they know or that they think that they can beat on a hot drop? Are they going to be running through rotations with squads that they know are maybe at the top of the leaderboard and trying to take them out and knock them down a peg? There are so many potential ways that teams can go about this. Or are they going to say, you know what? We started off a little bit slowly, but that's fine. We're going to stick to our guns, stay the way that we've been playing, and see if that works out better for us in week 2.
I'm not going to lie. I love the Hail Mary plays, just hot drops straight on wildcard or someone in there. But let's take a look at how they even get points to get into the Super Week. We can see here 1 point per kill, but of course, placement points. As we were talking about before, I think Glitter said it perfectly. There's a marriage you have to have between getting kills and getting placements. And I think a certain team in particular definitely did that, Glitter.
And everybody knows that you are, of course, talking about Kanina Power, and they're definitely a team that we're going to be talking about a lot over the next 2 days. But they were the winners kill-wise for the weekend, coming in with the highest amount we've seen so far with 21 kills. Now, Tixie, also a standout player. I know that we're going to talk about him later, but that is a showing and a half coming in from Kanina Power.
I'm curious, Seven, if any team's even going to break this record. I mean, 21, we've seen games with more. But then again, the pressure's going to keep mounting. I'm assuming someone's going to be gunning for that.
Oh, it's definitely possible. We had wildcards just yesterday on the last broadcast show. They got 17 kills on Erangel as well, so it's definitely possible. And listen, at the end of the day, I just want one of the West teams to have the most kills in any match. That way we can say West was the best.
I mean, we already know it is the best, but they need to prove it for the East guys out there. Let's take a look, though, at what they're playing for. The money on the line, $425,000. That is a hell of a lot of Mountain Dew, Glitter.
Yeah, and there are so many opportunities, too, for our players here to earn that money. If you guys look at the graphic, you see not only is there the potential to win $50,000 for first place in league play alone, but there's also weekly bonuses for the top 3 teams every single week. There's a participation bonus, so every team is going to go home with a little bit of cash, which is nice. And then, of course, the big pot, the $100,000 first place prize for those finals there.
It's
if you
good to be
imagine...
first.
Well, right. I was like, imagine if you get back-to-back first places, if you win league play and then you win finals.
Damn.
I can't really even count that high.
On top of that, I was gonna say, on top of that, if a player from that winning team also gets the MVP, which is $10,000, so
and they get
participation
bonus
to get money,
and they get the top 3 bonus, so they can maintain that. That's a lot of money to be built up. That's like half of your day rate, 7. But anyways, moving past that, before we have to talk about how much he makes, let's start to talk about maybe a documentary series that the PUBG Mobile crew is working on. They do some fantastic stuff. We saw the trailer last week. We actually even got a little bit of a taste of the first part to come out later on in the week. But if you guys missed it, don't worry. We got it for you right now.
Okay. I set this camera guide like that. Okay. Yeah, we are here. There is virus. We can go anywhere.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Global Final.
Best of the best in the world here with us today, John. We'll see how these teams can work under the pressure that it will push down on them.
Luxy comes in, he's got Roy, takes the kill, and now he's in a 1 versus 2. Luxy for Biggitron, he could go all the way. That was amazing, and so is this from Klotzgon as he wipes them out. Case for Jonathan is Nia goes down, Jonathan's in the open, he's going for the spray, and he's taking blue damage, needs to figure it out, but 2 of them are down, he's snaking it around, goes for the spray, takes it down.
That's when I saw a team that really led the world in terms of their skill level, and then, you know, they feel like they're untouchable. But in PUBG Mobile, everybody is constantly reminded of their mortality.
Now we're coming into a new year. There are pro leagues happening all over the world.
Clean kill!
Thousands upon thousands of teams will battle it out to go to the end of the year for the World Championships and meet and clash on that final stage.
Are you kidding me? 21 years old!
Look at you now, looking for more runners!
Dropping out of the plane, you need to know that the 3 guys next to you have your back, and they are willing to go with you in any situation.
There's a team that can breach well, it's Loops. Beowulf just shuts them down. Pittsburgh Knight cutting through B4. Down they descend into the valley.
Kita siap.
And 7, we were there at the Global Finals last year when Biggitron won. Honestly, I can't think of another feeling better than lifting that trophy in front of the crowd and crowning yourselves King of PUBG Mobile.
Oh, I remember that moment so vividly. Just them running into the podium, lifting up that trophy, confetti going everywhere, and you could just see they've been working for that so hard, especially after having just such a bad performance all the way back in Berlin, being able to pick it up at the end of that tournament, then just coming into Malaysia and destroying, even in qualifying to the global finals. It was just amazing to see.
Well, let's take a look at the teams participating in West who are fighting for their chance to take home their own trophy and call themselves the King of PUBG Mobile in the Western region. We're going to start off with Group A. Now, groups have changed from the opening weekend, as we mentioned before, since we're into league play. And you can see here, Group A kicking off with Wildcard Gaming, Dream Eaters, Team Umbra, and KHK Esports.
Now, obviously, we're going to be talking at Wildcard Gaming a lot. I don't want to harp on them too much because we do have some cool stuff coming up for you guys there, but they are a team that we're looking out for. And also Team Umbra, able to jump up from very last place all the way up until 11th after opening weekend. So maybe they're going to be able to take that momentum into our league play today.
I sure hope so. You know, they've definitely been a team that has been struggling, but let's see if they can continue the momentum like you said before as we take a look now over on to our second group. It's going to be Group B, Konina Power, Headquarters, Team Unique, and Urdu Killers.
And from this one, I think I'm going to be looking at Colina Power, and we're also going to be highlighting them. And another team from this group is going to be Unique. Unique actually ended up winning a game during the seeding stage of this tournament. So I cannot wait to see how they're going to go ahead and react to that. And they did end up winning in Miramar. So hopefully in the future, maybe they'll be able to play multiple Miramars, and it'll be pretty impressive.
Yeah, we got to wait till we get to those days, as we'll show you the schedule a little bit later on. But let's look now at Group C, another 4 teams looking to enter the fray here and have a chance to take home their own. We've got, look at it, Loop Esports, we got Team Queso, Nova Esports, Yala Esports, so many great teams in this group.
Obviously, we're still looking at Loops Esports. You know, they are a strong team to be contending with. They were able to pull down a win on day 1 of opening weekend, and they're overall just an aggressive team. Definitely excited to see what they can do, but also, you know, taking a look at Nova. Hopefully they've been able to kind of tweak a few things and work on their survivability a bit, as we saw that Gfan was kind of the one snaking around, keeping them alive, getting them some placement points in opening weekend. So as long as they adjust a little bit, they should be good to go here for league play.
Like I said, work on the survivability. I bet Gfan's watching. He's like, what are you talking about? I survived fine. I did a fantastic job of getting through, as you mentioned. Let's look at Group D now, one of our final groups going into the mix, going into the fray. Tempo Storm, Alpha Legends, Cloud9, and SWAT 69.
And from this one, I'm going to be focusing on Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm is one of those teams that can definitely get into a momentum, and they can frag out, and on top of that, get wins. We've been able to see that over and over again from PMPL Americas. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in the first match, if somebody's actually going to go ahead and hot drop them on Pochinki, and are they going to be able to win that engagement here again, or is nobody going to go ahead and challenge them? And another team to go ahead and mention is Cloud9. Cloud9 used to known for just having those slow starts. They can't afford that here. They need to go ahead and end up, hopefully, they can go ahead and start off with a win today.
It would be big for them too. You cannot have a slow start, or you might not even playing in the Super Week. Let's look at Group E, our final group, our final 4 teams coming through. And we'll get them up on your screen here in just a second to kind of talk about how these teams have that potential faring going into these days. It's going to be B4 Esports, Footballist, Pittsburgh Knights, and the Frag Machines.
I'm actually really excited for this group. I have definitely become a big Footballist fan over the last 2 days of opening weekend, so I'm excited to see what they can do. They're a very aggressive team, and they probably will put some teams on the back foot a little bit with their gameplay decisions, but also B4. They've proven themselves to be very consistent across the board. They did get a win in opening weekend, so they're another team to be looking out for.
I think a lot of teams are looking to prove themselves where they maybe faltered before in the opening weekend. Then again, we were asking ourselves what teams are really putting forth everything in the first days. Aggression was definitely there, but now going into the league matches, everything is going to be on the line. So let's start talking about 2 teams, and 2 teams in particular that we saw had a fantastic performance in the opening weekend. First of all, we got to start with Wildcard.
I'm super excited to talk about Wildcard, and not just because they proved me right with my prediction at the end of day 2, but because they just had a stellar performance overall in opening weekend. Now, Wildcard was one of the few teams able to pull down 2 wins overall for the weekend, and they actually bookended opening weekend with those wins. They kicked it off here with the very first Erangel map, able to pull down their first win, and then they closed out the weekend on our final Erangel map with yet another win. So this is important because if you pay attention, both of those wins were actually on Erangel. Now, the way that the maps are going to work this time around is going to be a little bit different. They'll have so many opportunities on Erangel over the next 2 days to win that could put them at a huge advantage if this is a map that they've figured out how to master. Now, I know that you're also excited about this Team 7. If you want to give your points here on them for a second.
Oh, definitely. I think one of the players that I'm going to be looking at, it's going to be Sam. Sam currently being one of the newer players to Wildcard. He's been able to go ahead and just give him a little bit of an extra damage during the matches, a little bit of extra firepower. And I think overall, their chemistry is there. Their IGL being Spring, I think he has also stepped it up. Spring now being able to go ahead and back it up with kills. And he also having the experience that he has from other World Finals that he's been to. I think this is one of the teams that I'm definitely going to be looking out for.
I remember at the very end
there.
Yeah, exactly, Glittigo.
Yeah, that's exactly. We're on the same page right now. Okay, that was like the best play. It really was.
Yeah, was it nading tempo as they crashed on top of them. But let's take a look, though, at their statistics, right? We want to see what the numbers are going to be. And already off the bat, Seven, I'm going to go to you on this because you just said it. Sam, the newest member of the team, look at his damage done. That's very difficult to do, to be a new player, a new addition to the team, to have to prove yourself.
Oh, definitely. And I think when you add somebody new to the team, you want to go ahead and see them perform right away. And he is doing that right now, being just a little bit below what Acer, one of their best fraggers, is currently doing. With Acer, to go ahead and give us some props as well, he has 18 kills. And something to go ahead and mention is Spring being the IGL, having 12 kills, 13 knocks, and on top of that, 10 assists. That is so huge to see from your IGL. Usually with your IGLs, you're not used to seeing those kind of performances. So I love that Spring is also bringing that energy, that firepower to that team.
And I'm really enjoying seeing the damage done as well. The 2,700 for Acer down to the 2,200 for Spring Glitter. I think that shows like a sign of like a really good and balanced team.
Yeah, and that's something the other teams should definitely be afraid of. You have 4 players, and if you looked at them, all of them are above the 2K damage mark. All of them are participating in the team kills. They all have assists. There is clearly amazing communication. There's cohesion across the board for these players, and they've proven their consistency as well. So this could be a recipe for success for Wildcard.
I think we're hoping it, and they're hoping as well, and of course any of the talent here who predict them to win in their matches. But now looking at another team, the second place team, but the team that we saw have the most kills in a match so far. I'll say so far, Seven. I know you're very against me saying that's a ridiculous number, but so far 21, Konina Power.
Yeah, and they were impressive. And what actually impressed me the most when they had that 21 kill game is that they were not in a good position right from the get-go. They ended up with 1 player down and they were able to recover. And I think that's something I want to actually go ahead and focus on with Konina Power, their ability to be able to recover. On the first day of seeding, they ended up with an average of 10th place every single game and only 2.75 kills. And we asked them a question. We say, hey, Konina Power, now from the first place to the second day that you guys actually had, you ended up with 2 wins, 1 4th place, 1 12th place, and almost 10 kills a game. What did you guys end up changing? And what they actually told us, it was just an unlucky day on day 1. They didn't want to change anything, and instead they wanted to go ahead and focus on their strengths, and I felt like they did that, especially with Tixi. That's one man that has been popping off, and we're going to be able to see that even more here in the upcoming graphics that we got for you. And I know you want to go ahead and mention something about this team, Glitter.
Oh, 100%. First of all, Konina Power was the other team that was able to pull down multiple chicken dinners during opening weekend. Incredibly important to note because it shows their consistency. They did both of those on day 2. Like you said, they had a much stronger day 2, right? Now, the other part of that is that one of those wins was on an Erangel. So, if this is a map that they've managed to figure out really well for themselves, combining that with their aggressive play style, they're definitely going to be a team that we're paying attention to.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at their stats as well, because there's one number in there that immediately stands out, Seven. Tixi.
Tixi with almost 4,000 damage. That is just insane, considering that the second player with the most damage in his team has only 2,200. But look at Tixi, 17 kills, 12 knocks, and what actually impresses me the most is 16 assists. So his kills could actually be even higher. And something that I actually wanted to pose a question here for the both of you is, we mentioned Konina Power does have 21 kills a match. Do you guys think that maybe another game, another team is going to be able to go ahead and get over 21 kills in a match? Because I definitely think so.
I mean, I think it's possible. These teams are good enough, and there's a lot of aggressive players, so it's definitely doable.
I think it's definitely going to happen. And it might be just these guys who you're seeing on your screen too. They might even try to break their own record. But as I talked about with Wildcard, the difference between top and first in damage, it was like 27 down to 22. Here it was 3,900 down to, I believe, 1,700. That's a massive discrepancy between top damage and bottom damage. What does that maybe kind of say to you then, Glitter, for the team compared to Wildcard? For me, it looks a little top heavy.
It's definitely a little top heavy. I mean, so if you did notice on that graphic, Axer also had 16 kills right under Tixi, 17, just not as much overall damage. You know, Tixi just might be the fragger of the team. There's also different roles that people are filling, whether it's a more of a support role, a scout role. Maybe they're not as aggressively involved in some of those team fights as a player like Tixi is, but it's definitely something to pay attention, because there could be situations where that team damage is needed, and if they're not getting it, they might be putting themselves in a bad position.
Okay, well, I do like how we kind of talked about those teams in particular, and we're obviously keeping our eyes out for new teams later on throughout these weeks. Let's take a look, though, at the schedule to see what you guys at home can tell what will be the maps. And, you know, Glitter, you mentioned this many times, the power of Wildcard on Erangel, and as you can see here, we're going to have it played 3 times today, and then we're going to have Vikendi played twice. So just bouncing between these 2 maps, and of course, you can still see which groups are going to be sitting out. My question is going to be pretty much the same what you had, Glitter. Can they replicate their performance they previously had?
You know, I'm really hoping that they can. This is giving them a really solid opportunity to show why they were successful in opening weekend. But the big question as to whether or not that will happen is going to be, will the teams play the same way that they did during opening weekend? Are they going to be willing to be as aggressive and potentially make riskier decisions for that bigger reward at the end of it all? Or now that we're into league play, are they going to start playing a little bit more conservative, trying to wait and see if people change up their drops or not, and then kind of adjust their play style from there? You know, we did have a chance to talk with Slicky a little bit, and they did point out that during opening weekend, nobody had contested them, but if somebody had contested their drop spot, they would have been more than willing to fight for it and push them off of it. So are we going to see that moving into this first Erangel match? I don't know, but I'm excited for it.
And Seven, I saw your head shaking there a little bit about the aggression. I feel like you have a comment about that.
Yeah, I don't feel like teams are going to be as aggressive. Maybe in the first match they will be, but if something doesn't go their way, they're going to just go ahead and completely adjust. As I was mentioned during the whole seeding weekend, it was just teams testing out each other, seeing how they reacted when they had one player down, how they were going to go ahead and defend that. So I'm looking forward to see how the first match plays out.
I'm looking forward to it as well, and I think everyone at home should be looking forward to it. On top of that, just the action you're going to see, you have a chance to win some prizes. If you're watching in-game in the Esports Center, you have a chance to get one of these phenomenal prizes you see on the screen. I think I actually saw during rehearsal Seven trying to sign in on his phone and make sure he was into the game so he could get these items to drop for him. I don't know how lucky you are. I never seem to be lucky when it comes to this. Maybe Glitter can have the luck for both of us and, you know, maybe brag about it later on within the day. But going into Erangel as our first game of the day, I almost want to start getting into some predictions here from you guys, and I want to kind of hear some reasonings why we're going to be playing a talent in-house prediction game. We're having a leaderboard for it and everything to see who's on the top. I'm probably just, you know what, production, just keep my name on the bottom, because that's probably where I'm going to be the entire time. Isn't that right, Seven?
True. Definitely true. And you know what? I'll go ahead and start. For the first game, I'm going to go ahead and pick Konina Power. And also for the people watching at home, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, let us know in the comments who are you going to be picking, because in the future we might start just showing some of your guys' comments here on the broadcast.
So before we get to Glitter's choice, why do you choose Konina Power? Is it strictly off of their opening weekend?
No, it's just a team that was able to go ahead and perform really well. Remember, the 21 kill game that they had, it was actually in Erangel, and they were able to go ahead and just being able to come back from just being in uncomfortable positions really impresses me a lot. It shows champion material. That's why I'm backing them this first game.
Okay, Glitter, what about your choice? I can almost guess just from how you were saying things earlier on who it's going to be.
We're going to start off with Wildcard. I have a lot of faith in these guys. And like I've said a few times now, they're consistent. They've got just clean gameplay. They're aggressive enough to pull down that win. And this is a map that works very well in their favor.
Okay, well, we'll see how this is going to work out for them. My choice is going to be Team Queso, because I believe in the cheese, and I want to see them have a fantastic start. We're going to be checking with you guys after the first game, probably you two bragging about how I got 16th place yet again, but we'll see you guys after our first match is done. And we're going to bring in some commentators here, and you might not even recognize them because they unfortunately weren't able to be here in last week, but we do have Enviram and Cameron Davis join us. First of all, Enviram, good to have you here. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to get into these games. Unfortunately, the schedules couldn't work out for the first weekend, but we are so excited to be here now for the opening week. I cannot wait to see what these teams can do. I'm familiar with a lot of these North American teams, but I haven't been able to see how they stack up on the global stage, and I am stoked to see how they are going to continue to perform here.
And Mr. Cam, I want to ask you, you guys had the chance to watch the matches that happened. Was there anything that kind of stood out to you for those teams?
I'll be honest, there were a number of teams that didn't live up to my own expectations. They're looking at Cloud9, you're looking at Unique, you're looking at the Knights, but I'm trying to be a more positive individual, more positive energy out to the world. And so instead, I'm going to focus on strictly how good Wildcard and especially Konina Power on the second day did this opening weekend.
Okay, well then let's get your predictions really quickly, super fast. Cameron, who do you have?
Wildcard, it's got to be.
All right, and Varum, who do you got?
I'm going to go with a little controversial pick. I'm going to go with Cloud9. I think they're going to be able to step up here. Watched them yesterday play something else. I think they're going to do all right. Let's go.
Okay, well, let's see how they're going to do. Why don't you gentlemen take it away for us here in match number 1.
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, it's so exciting to be here for the PUBG Mobile World Open. Cameron, you and I have gotten a little bit of chance to cast some PUBG Mobile together, but not quite in this environment, not quite on this stage. So I'm very excited to get into it. Map number 1 on Erangel. Let's get this going.
Yeah, this is the first game of the first week of league play. So I'm expecting a lot out of this. And the playing path on Erangel, it's not great. It could certainly be a lot worse, but it's still, it could throw a little bit of a hard little wrench into the plans of some of these teams.
For sure. I mean, if you're Tempo Storm, you're still going to get Pachinki, and that's probably the thing you're happy about. For everybody else, all right, maybe we have to rethink some plans here. A lot of these teams do like to play up around Georgia Pole, and that's going to be a little bit of a hike, so we'll keep an eye on that. And of course, this first circle, we've seen some exciting adventures, especially on day number ones, game number ones. These circles like to be a little wacky, and I would expect nothing less from. I love it when I feel validated, Cameron. After that, I feel validated.
Yeah, you tease the interesting first game, and this could lead into one. If it swings down south, you know, maybe it could slow down a little bit, it'd be a little boring, but I do hope to see some very, very interesting and fast rotations off of this circle, especially for the teams that dropped out early around the quarry area, around the Primorsk area, to have to drive all the way up that west side and really manage that Yasnaya Lake.
Yes, indeed, and we're seeing already a potential, little bit of a scuffle here, playing in around Milta. KHK up against Konina Power. We've been talking about the kill potential of this team, how capable they are in these gunfights, and if they're able to get some guns in hand, this could get saucy, because some of the analysts were talking about how we go into this, the idea that, okay, it's day number one, we're sort of resetting things a little bit here, maybe we'll have some contested drop spots, and that's potentially what we're seeing. We'll see if KHK decides they do want to relocate, if they are able to find a vehicle, but KP is very aware of where they're at right now.
Actually, nades are already coming in. That's a good attempt there by Rob. He has a really good sightline, really good angle onto KHK, but as you mentioned, if KHK have a vehicle access, the road leading out of Milta, it could be a really easy path for them to take. It's all up to whether they want to go aggressive or not. And I think Octavian here, he's just trying to get some information to see if Konina Power are going to go aggressive onto them. He has some really good close-range weaponry, but if this comes into a poke war, I don't know how effective he's going to be with the SMG and shotgun.
Level 1 helm, no vest. Yeah, that's not a fight that you're going to want to take at this point. But we'll see if they're going to decide to take this here. Trying to look at the loot. Yeah, I mean, even Konina Power doesn't have a whole lot of loot as well going into this. They don't have the armor or health. Feel so bad here for Rob. He's got to try and reposition. So this is going to get interesting because we talked about the idea of how passive do we want to play right at the beginning here. Do you want to go hyper aggro? Do you want to put your stamp on day number one going into league play? Or do you want to play for those points? Do you want to not leave anything to chance? And that's, I think, maybe what these players are going to lean towards here. They don't want to make any silly mistakes that are going to cost them. They're looking at the chicken dinner. They're looking at the final prize, not necessarily this first fight.
Yeah, even though you do get points from kills, just the weight that there is on placement and positioning means that I think you should really only go for kills if you don't put yourself in a bad position by doing so. And I think taking that fight in Milta is one of those situations that it would put you in a bad spot. So I think we saw just for a quick second them trying to leave, but also in this situation in Yasnaya, we got a little bit of a standoff that no one's going super aggressive on it either. But this, Zaina, this might be a little bit of aggression, or at least some information, some tags, some pot shots if you can find an angle.
Yeah, chilling up here on the overlook, just trying to get a grasp of what's going on around us. All right, where are we at here? And this is interesting. So we've been seeing a lot of this play developing in the global scene. The idea, we saw a lot of 2-2 in NA for a long time, but the 3-1 is something that a lot of teams have been sort of tending to favor, the idea of having a scout. And we are actually seeing pop up in the kill feed as well. A little bit of a scuffle did end up happening there in Milta. But this is something that a lot of teams are doing, having this person, especially early on, who's going to play forward, who's going to play for intel, who's going to take those pop shots like you mentioned before. DP prone, easy, all day. We take those, even with IR sights. And Zanda's just like, okay, I did my job, and now it's time to leave. Going to reset with the team. And a little bit of actually opening back and forth scuffles happening here. I'm actually a little bit surprised to see this, given how passive we know some of these top teams like to play, especially in our very first game, and especially on a map as well known as Erangel.
Ooh, this is another move that's really not passive at all. Loops are charging directly in. Do they know that Marco is here? Well, they absolutely do now.
Oh my goodness, he's up on the roof, one man against the world, and this is Loops, the team that only knows one direction to run, and that is forward. We'll see what Marco's going to be able to do, and the nades are there. Oh my goodness. Yahtzee, that's Marco getting knocked instantly, but the rest of the team is going to try and rotate on in, see if they can locate those opponents. Rotating around the gas station and finally able to hit the shots, point blank range, and That's the shot coming in from Team Queso. And the return knock. Beautiful headshots coming in from Dayton. Oh my goodness. This one's getting saucy, Cameron.
There's not just 2 squads, there's 3, there's 4 actually if you're looking at the mini-map. And Loops, they had a really aggressive start, but they didn't go fast enough, and they ended up actually getting sandwiched themselves by Queso. That, and what can he do here? He obviously hears the action just above him, so he's making sure to get the information, keeping his head on a swivel, but I'm looking at his position, and I'm wondering how in the world he's going to be able to get out of this safely.
I don't think there's a good answer to that, unfortunately. I don't think there's a world that exists where you walk away from this one completely unscathed, especially given the fact that Loops has had a little bit of a moment to reset. Carrillo did end up going down during that. But we are just, able to get them picking that up. There's the bleed, and they are going to be able to reset around the gas station here. Battered, but not broken. 3 kills. So a 3-for-1 trade, all in all here for Loops. Not the worst thing ever. They would have loved to be able to keep that one teammate alive, but at least they've got themselves a decent position, and they're aware now of where their opponents are.
Tempo are arriving now. This could make it even worse for Loops. They as you mentioned, they already lost 1 player, which for 3 kills, not the worst trade, but it's this so early in the game, they want to try and make sure that they don't lose any more, even if that does mean going a little more passive, which isn't exactly something that you equate to the Loops team. Just in this, and the reason why we're seeing, I think, so much pressure on this bridge is because it is dead center of the circle, and the river and the lake on Erangel can continue to be important.
Map control is so crucial. Shutting down the options for your opponent's rotations, getting ahead of them, and especially because, again, we're getting to the point where these teams have played and scrimmed against each other so much, they know where their opponents like to rotate, where they like to go. So if you can shut down those paths, you can limit their options, you can force them into situations they may not want to take, into sort of these controlled zones from these other teams. And maybe, we've seen some players get picked off on drive-bys. That's kind of what you're hoping that you can facilitate by taking over pretty essential ground like this.
Gone quiet. No one wants to go super aggressive at this point. They met each other, maybe when they weren't expecting it, maybe when they were expecting it, but they just got to slow it down now. Ooh. Tempo doing a good job using the trees and the hills to get information, but without, putting themselves in danger, without overextending, like the 3x on the DP. And actually, HH24 gets one onto Becker. Good opening. Are they going to go aggressive onto this?
I think they may be a little bit too far off to maybe I spoke too soon, though. Hang on. Are they going to try and push? Becker is down. No, they're going to be able to reset and get him back up. If they had been just a little bit closer on that one and he wasn't in such a secure position, I think Tempo may have tried to push that, but like we were just saying, there's a time to calculate it. There's a time to do the math, put in all the equations. When should we push this? The metaphorical W key. That was probably not the situation there, as we are jumping back on board with Wildcard, taking a look down onto Umbra. And Wildcard, of course, one of the favorites coming into this, as we're also seeing this circle going to be moving on up. And that's not a bad one, all things considered, pretty center. So this is going to be definitely favoring Wildcard, though, who already have this northern half of the circle already under their control, just outside of Severny. This is looking pretty good for them.
Yeah, they're actually one of the fastest teams to move, not just in general away from their drop spot, but above onto the north side, around Severny, north of the river, and they want to make sure that they keep control. That's why you see Sam there. Even though this team is so far away from them, they still want to make sure that they're just being as loud as possible, peacocking, as I call it every once in a while, of just being trying to look as big and aggressive as possible so they can control as much space.
And we've casted other tournaments, and there's the idea that you see a team pop up in the kill feed, you hear the gunshots, and that's like the team you don't want to fight. Part of the problem is when you get to this level of competition is that everyone is a threat. You know what I mean? That you can't really even have that thought process go through your mind because everyone's a shark. Everyone is ready to go if they smell blood in the water. So, at this point, it's like, maybe we're going to try and puff ourselves up pretty big here. But at the same time, you're a bull in a field of bulls. I mean, everybody is a threat.
Looking at SWAT 69 here, holding the cube compound. Ooh. And I'm a little curious why they haven't started moving yet, because it's an all right position in the early game, not super strong in this round's phase 1, but phase 2, it's just not strong at all.
Yeah, we did actually see Bayo get knocked by the zone there. We'll keep an eye on that with Cloud9, but as we jump back on board with Tempo, Rain not quite able to connect those long-range DP shots. The dinner plate, smash that one, try again, find a different one. As Yala's just like, maybe let's go somewhere else. That's a silly place. We are going to reset a little bit, and they are going to be able to find a hill to call their own. Rain, you probably don't want to jump up on that, friend. Just as a Just as an aside, that's maybe not the place you want to be.
So Yala right now, they just took over the hill that Tempo was controlling. The reason why Tempo backed off is because Tempo wanted control of that bridge that Anas is looking at right now, because we still don't know where exactly the circle is going to end up going, north or south of the river. It's likely going to go north, but it's never 100% guaranteed. And so Tempo having control of one of the few choke point crossings is, I think, going to be very, very powerful for them. It's, as I mentioned earlier, a reason why that compound, the gas station that Loops was on, was so contested in the early game.
And you just get to that point where you've got to make a call. You've got to try and commit a little bit here. What side are we going to set on? Where are we going to draw our line of scrimmage? And that's sort of what these teams, the game of chicken, of back and forth, these teams are playing right now. And again, they're making these calls. SWAT 69, they also have themselves in a pretty good position. They've got a compound as well here on the river, just over on that north side, and Nova going to be rotating in. We haven't got a chance to talk about Nova too much so far this game. They dropped down. They had this interesting split drop on Military Island and just north of the river, the island as well, I should say. And they're now being able to rotate in. They've done one of these long loot sessions. They're feeling really good. They got actually not even as many meds as I would like to see coming out from them, at least in Easy's backpack. So they're going to be rotating up a little bit later. A different strategy coming in from them. I think that was very much a combination of something they had planned to do and reactionary to the circle.
Yeah, I agree with you on the meds. As you mentioned, they spread over the entirety of the military island, which to me thinks they want to be able to grab as much loot as possible, divide and conquer. But there was one player on that team that had 1 bandage and 2 first aid kits. That's, I mean, yeah, sure, they used a bit because of the blue, but okay, you're talking about making a decision. The circle has decided we are going to go north of that river, north of Yosnaya, and Wildcard's position, as well as Umbra and Unique, are very, very strong. Everyone else is going to have to scramble, because the reason why this part of the map is so difficult is because there were significantly fewer areas to play compounds terrain than a lot of other spots on Erangel. So the team that gets here first is going to have a huge advantage.
Yeah, you can sort of set up these barricades, play around the vehicles, and again, getting set up for the old school style of PUBG Mobile used to be there's a lot of edge creeping involved. You basically didn't want to have anybody come up behind you, and then teams started to realize that the faster you were able to rotate, the sooner you were able to get it set up, then you could be the defenders. People had to try and take over your castle, and they found that was actually basically just a better way to play the game. So now we are constantly seeing teams trying to be as proactive as possible. Reactionary play, especially in a game with as skilled teams as this, is going to get punished every single time.
What's also going to get punished is a lot of these rotations coming in from the west side. Nova, luckily enough, are actually able to make their way just barely inside the circle, grabbing that tiny itty-bitty compound. But there's a lot of teams that are coming from the west side.
Ader's like, maybe is this one open? No? Okay, the next. We'll go to the next one. Thank you. And they were able to get Bayo back up, which is good. I was wondering if there maybe having some. Oh, hang on, King. Oh my goodness, no. Don't let him go, Pyra. Don't let him go. Never let go, Jack. And that's just going to be an easy pickup there. And that's what we're talking about. I love it. I make a point, and they put an exclamation on it. That is what happens when you get there first, when you're able to get set up. Late rotations are going to get you caught every single time. You cannot underestimate it. They are going to hit those shots. They hit those.
Yeah. I'm also going to want to look back, because SWAT 69, the only advantage that I could think of them holding that cube compound was to keep Cloud9 out. And so the fact that Cloud9 able to get in front of them on this circle shift, I don't know if that was a mistake on SWAT 69 or Cloud9 just doing something really, really well. But nonetheless, 69, they're still in it. They only lost 1 player, and their position is not awful, especially, well, does Udyr Killers, do they know that they have a threat just next to them? I think they do. All eyes, all arrows are pointing in that direction.
Got your head on a swivel at this point. They're sitting right on the edge. You think it's unlikely at this point that someone's going to try and make the long bomb rotation up north past Severny. So they're definitely looking inwards. But in this situation, SWAT 69, yeah, they're playing this slow. I think this is 100% the right call here. So it's the idea of the knowledge game. Mind games. How much do they know that we know that they know? You know what I mean? In this case, so we're trying to figure out how much intel does the other team have on our locations right now. And I don't know if they know this, but the jig is up.
Well, yeah, SWAT, I like the fact that they're not even trying to go for even a bit of a poke right now, because the phase is just about to shift and they don't want to be in a fight, but it's going to shift. It's not the worst for them, but it's still away from them. It's a hard shift down towards the southwest. Konita Power are loving this. They have a really good position. Umbra have a nice spot also to pick up a couple of kills from rotations, but everyone else is most everyone else is in a movement. Wildcard immediately
Yala,
in their vehicles.
Konina.
Nova immediately in their vehicles.
Yeah, this is going to get interesting because here we go, the party with Nova Esports and Wildcard breaking out the drive-by. HCL's trying to find the shots, able to trade one back. Slicky is going down, going to try and lay down. Oh, and GFan on the flank as well. With the optics, that could actually be huge. What looked like a potentially great position for Wildcard there, but a very split play from Nova. We'll see if they're going to be able to actually confirm any of these downs. The smokes are out. Cameron not quite able to find the shots, and that looks like Wildcard might be able to reset.
Maybe, but they're all still stacked up in one grenade. Because remember, Nova, despite having one down player in AZ who's getting revived, they still have players close. The nade's already coming out. That's a smoke, potentially allow him to get closer, but a well-placed frag by one of these two players could spell the end. And I think that's why Spring immediately split off, found a rock of his own.
I think that was the play for sure. Trying to get an additional angle because we've seen time and again, nice shots. What happens when players stack up a lot? Obviously, you want to be able to assist your teammates as much as possible. You need to be able to help them if they get down, but at the same time, when bullets are spraying back and forth, well, we can see what even happens right now in CQB. We're seeing Umbra, Vindex. Oh my goodness, he's just lying down prone on the hood of the vehicle, hiding in the smoke, hoping for the best because Udyr Killers are in a terrible position. 2 members are down. PRZ is going to be able to try and clean this one up. Hello, sir, from over the wall. And that is going to be another pickup there. Their first kill in this game. Oh, and you can just see the 2 remaining members just staring down at the compound of death where their 2 teammates just died. That feels bad, man.
Yeah, and they also see that Cloud9 are rolling up just above them. So if Cloud9 get even a scent, just a whiff, the wind blows a little bit in their direction, they could easily go incredibly aggressive onto this. And this is probably, it's hard cover technically, I guess, but it's not that great. But Octavian, pushed by 2, not even going to get 1 before he falls out. And that's going to be KHK eliminated first.
Out here first, KHK, unfortunate. Team coming in from PMCO Saudi Arabia, out 16th place. Not the way they wanted to start off the day, but there are plenty more games to be had. Cloud9, we've been seeing them up on the kill feed, getting involved in a couple different scuffles, but they've been able to keep all 4 members alive, and that is so important. Cameron, we talk about this, the idea how much easier it is to win the game. Get the chicken dinner if you're able to keep even 1 more player alive. Having that extra body, that extra shot, that extra distraction in these late game fights makes a world of difference as the nades start to fly in.
Your killers are in the worst position ever. You see 2 full squads of 4 just shooting at them, throwing grenades at them. That one looked like it might have been good. Just a little bit too short, unfortunately, but I don't know how they're going to get out of this. Their vehicle is on fire. Oh, that grenade is good.
Oh, that's, I mean, like, who's going to get the kills? It's not the question of if they're going down, it's who's getting the points for it, Cameron. Here we go, Ader. Is it going to be money? Is it going to be? No, okay. Ooh. I hyped you up, man. I hyped you up, and you let me down.
There's a lot of smoke. Okay? He's just, all right. It's close to blind, so, you know, cut him a little bit of slack. He'll get them eventually.
He will get there. We'll get there. As we're seeing so many grenades just flying left and right here, the smack off the pan as well. As we are just lying prone, trying to get any ounce of cover to be had. But unfortunately, Cameron, the way the circle is rotated, there really isn't going to be much of any. I think a lot of slippery little snakes here to round out this game is how much teams have been able to prioritize usage of the utility, particularly in terms of the smokes. How many they've been able to keep in their pockets for these final fights is going to make a huge difference as to who's going to make it from 15th position to first. Because I cannot believe we still have 15 teams in this game. Unique is facing down the barrel of a whole lot of problems.
Whole lot of problems in Alpha, who still have 4 members standing, and they have an all-right position on this plateau. There's not a lot of cover, and it's close to the circle, but Nemphis tries to go big, able to get a knock, but cannot secure even a single point from a kill. And this could be a good reset for Alpha, but the question is, where are they going to go? Because this plateau is not in the circle. There may be an itty-bitty lip of it, but there's really not a lot of cover in this circle, and that's why we're seeing a lot of action playing out right now, just because space is limited.
Oh my goodness, an uneven try and go in with the full set, and the rest of the team is going to try and make it through using the smokes as a little bit of cover, but it is Team Queso looking to do some work. Axial, can he get the shots? The nades are around. This little ridge has been the bane of a couple of different teams so far in this fight, but it's kind of a little bit of a 1v1 situation with Pyra. The nades are going back and forth, but Axel's getting the better of this initiation. Can he find the shots, though? And through the smoke, almost able to do it. The one-man army, Cloud9, needing to blast off right now if they want to be able to secure this kill, because this one solo player from Team Queso has just basically shut down this entire rotation, and finally they're able to deal with him, but it's cost them a lot of time, Cameron.
It's not even them. It's finally the blue who's able to deal with them. And they're still just trying to reset, trying to get their feet out from under them. And they're down to 2, as you said. It's cost them a lot. They're moving some vehicles around to try and get some cover below that ridge. But it's a tight little area to control. Alpha here, they push forward, push into Tempo's compound. Or at least what remains of them. It's just Old Man remaining, hanging out inside of smoke. And you can see Tempo know that it's so close to removing that threat.
Yeah, and in an instant, you hear the gunshots on the screen, and we've gone from 15 teams to 8 in a matter of seconds. This has been a bloody final few circles, as Rain is going to try and rain the pain down on Old Man here. Can the nades connect? They will, but not enough to take him down quite yet. And this is just so annoying. We're seeing so many times these one single players able to just be enough of a threat. Like, Tempo would love to deal with other things right now. There are other teams rotating in, but because they have to deal with this one single player, the thorn in their side, it is causing so many resources to have to be... Every single player is looking at him right now.
Yeah. Like, if they didn't have this player here, if they didn't have Old Man, they could focus on clearing out the rest of the area, clearing out the south side, which you're going to need to now because the circle shift means that there's going to be pressure from the south. But if Old Man continues to wait there, then it's going to be a split focus by them. Dura here, though, because of the shift, Cloud9 are in a lot more comfortable of a position. They have a little bit of a ridge. I think they have a small lip of it that's going to be in the next phase once the circle closes, and the Blues are behind them. They're not going to have any pressure from the north, so they can actually just get some pot shops, perhaps pick up a couple of kills, steal some kills.
A little bit of circle luck there for C9, doing some work for them, keeping them in it for now. Umbra, though, has this really coveted compound. The last building going to be right there in the middle. But Konina Power, 3 members still up, able to get the down teammate back into the fight. So there's still actually a lot of the teams we had predicted as the favorites. Loops as well, still making it into these final few circles. So there's a reason that the team's up at the top of the leaderboard. But Acer, once again, finding the long-range shot, the tap from Cloud9, making it work. Intensa returning the favor. Cloud, Wildcard's getting hit from every single direction, Cameron.
Yeah, I mean, they were playing with death for the longest time with that previous engagement. I'm honestly a little surprised that they're still in the top 6 right now, but it's not looking great for them.
Yeah, this angle that C9 has been able to leverage here right on the back end, able to find the shots at range, and they've just been, again, this demon on the edge of the circle, just making every other team fear them, but they are at some point likely going to have to push into that compound. 4 players are still holding that. Loops has gone for an interesting strategy. They're spreading out as much as possible. They're just, at this point, trying to survive, trying to go for placement as much as they can. Konina Power is battered and bruised. Not a lot of meds left on them as well. It's actually Umbra who has the best position of any team right now, as long as this next circle favors them. And speaking of favor, hey, Drop, how you doing, Cloud9? Have some cover.
Ooh, yeah, that's actually, I think that drop is directly on top of Umbra, too. But you're right about the cover going to Cloud9, but unfortunately, Cloud9, they're basically the little brother of Umbra at this point. As long as something disastrous doesn't happen, as long as Umbra just ignores them, doesn't throw a grenade in their direction, and focuses on the teams on the south, Cloud9 will be able to climb placements with ease.
Yeah, and I totally misjudged where that care package was going to drop. It's right in the compound. Everything going the way of Umbra right now. Not hiding in the shadows, but coming out into the light of this first game, trying to do everything they can to walk away with the chicken dinner. But 4 members of Tempo Storm might look to deal with that as much as they can. Loops taking some punishment. So is Tempo, though. They don't have necessarily the best position. They just have that tiny little shack. Cameron, that's all they have to their name right now.
It's better than what a couple other teams have. It's better than what Konina Power or Loops have. They just have some grass.
Oh my goodness, Loops is in a terrible position right now. Tempo has been able to build themselves a bit of a base, and that's just Loops getting absolutely wrecked, at least being able to deny the point to the blue, and that's Loops out. Not bad, though, overall. In 5th position, they were able to claw their way back through this. And we do have Konina Power, Team Umbra, Cloud9, and Tempo Storm, but Konina Power in a world of hurt, and somehow Cloud9 has been able to be relevant this entire time. How is Rain getting these kills? That's not allowed!
Oh, just the angles that Konina Power are trying to find where a foot isn't sticking out, where Umbra can't shoot under the vehicle. It's very, very difficult for them. That's why they only have 1 player remaining. But now with all that space cleared and the circle coming in their direction, you can see immediately Tempo trying to go a little bit more aggressive, but Spec does get dropped. Keeps them a little humble, forced to reset. But now Umbra also need to leave their compound as well as Cloud9.
Tempo Storm has a little bit of a rise, has the circle, haven't talked a ton about Tempo Storm. They've been one of these teams that's been kind of flying under the radar a little bit here, but Tensa and the crew have been looking so good, not tensing up at all. They are feeling loosey-goosey. They've got everything going for them right now, and Umbra trying the slow call out as much as they can, and that's Golina Power out. Beautiful shots from distance. Cloud9 has been able to weasel their way in really well, but I think Pyre at this point is pretty much just out of it. He's just trying to survive, as long as possible. He's heel stratting up. This is now the fight between Umbra and Tempo. And oh my goodness, Tempo Storm has all the positioning in the world. Where are you going, sir? Get right on down. HH24, no questions asked. And Pyre is just trying to outlive. And I can't believe he did it. Tempo Storm takes game number 1, but Cloud9 surviving against all odds. Oh my goodness.
11 kills for Tempo Storm off of that ending. They pick up like all these players surrounding them. Umbra, when they leave the compound, couldn't get those last 2 onto Cloud9 because good play by Cloud9 to give those points away to the blue. It's only 1 point in the grand scheme of things, but at the end, there's a lot of games that we play, and so those could add up to a lot at the end.
Does indeed, but Tempo Storm able to stick together, not overextending, taking the fights they knew they could win, and at the end, they had the high ground, and it worked out so beautifully for them. A fantastic job. I cannot credit them enough. Really, really solid play from Tempo Storm. Didn't let the game get away from them at all there, even in the chaos of those final few circles. Like I said, went from 15 teams to 8. Absolutely wild. But that's it for us for game number 1. We're going to hop onto a short commercial break. When we come back, the analysts are going to break that one down.
Tempo Storm starting things off with a chicken dinner. So well done to them. And also a big shout out to Team Umbra. They kind of came out of nowhere. Again, you pointed out, Glitter, earlier on today that they were in 20th place coming to the last day. They ended up getting themselves up to 11th. But let's talk about Tempo off the bat here. That was a fantastic showing.
I mean, that was something that we had been looking for out of Tempo as well. They're more than capable of doing things like that, and their positioning there in that final zone was just superior to everybody else. While it was super open, and yes, Umbra had that one small compound, they just had the slightest bit of a height advantage, giving them a better angle over every other team in that end zone, and were able to pull out the win.
Let's take a look actually at how all the teams ended up within that first game. You can see Tempo Storm, the 11 kills that Envera pointed out earlier on, and the 20 placement points already off the bat. I think the funny thing is that right? There's going to be 10 matches played over today and tomorrow. Only 2 days of league play, but that one victory right there might have already like cemented them in the top 16-7.
Oh, definitely. I think being able to go ahead and get a win to start off with, that is just huge. Or at least being able to get into the top 3. Another surprise here for me after seeing what we saw in seeding was Cloud9. I love, this is one of the things that I say, I love that they're starting hot and they're not starting slow, because that's going to go ahead and mess with them mentally, especially here that we only have 10 matches until we go into the first Super Weekend. And other teams, Team Unique didn't really have the best performance. Nova Esports, we saw Nova Esports get into fights with Wildcard and actually go ahead and lose them. And Team Queso, I know, Jason,
come on, man, please.
Queso actually ended up surviving longer than I expected because they got into a fight with Loops, and it was only Axel at the end, and Axel was still able to go ahead and get some kills by himself. So overall, great performances there from Axel. Hopefully, Queso can go ahead and pick it up. And I'm also impressed by just by Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm, one thing to go ahead and point out to all the viewers is when we were doing the seeding, SWAT 69 actually went ahead and landed on them in Pochinki. Tempo Storm won that engagement, and guess what? Today, nobody challenged it. So it was a good engagement from seeding, and now Tempo Storm, once again, is just going to have Pochinki all to themselves.
Well, speaking of them, let's take a look at their stats from that last game. And obviously, like 10's a massive factor within this team. When we're looking at them on day 1 in the opening weekend, this is a team that kind of struggled to get into the late game parts of the match. Tenza was generally the only one to get through, but we've seen the power of them, right, Glitter? We know they can be a good team. We know they have phenomenal players, but getting to that late stage of the game with all 4 up, we can see what they can do when they finally achieve that.
Absolutely, they definitely fixed that here in our first match of the day. And I love seeing that they've already broken the 2K damage mark. They're already going for these big games. They have very minimal healing, and if you look, they were doing a very good job converting those knocks into their kills. So that was just a consistent, solid game for game 1 coming out of Tempo Storm.
Let's actually take a look at our do-the-do moments of the matches. We also talk about what we see on the screen, but also more importantly, we need to talk a little bit about Wildcard and Konina Power. Those are the two teams we talked about going into today, going into that first match, and they definitely struggle. Let's start off by talking about Wildcard and some positioning problems they might have had, Seven.
Oh, definitely. I think Wildcard, what actually impressed me is that they got into this fight here with Nova that we're currently seeing. And they were also at one point getting third party from Cloud9. They had a couple players knocked. What impressed me the most is their use of smokes and also how they actually use their vehicles to give themselves some cover and being able to go ahead and revive everybody. By the way, that grenade right there from Otter was absolutely awesome. I thought he was actually going to go ahead and get those 2 kills, but it didn't happen. But going back to Wildcard, it was just impressive. Even though they didn't get the win, it was really impressive for them to go ahead and be able to be up against the wall and being able to go ahead and come back from that. That's always, for some reason, that always impresses me.
Yeah, and then I think we also were able to take a look here at Queso. Now, this was a fight that I believe that they were... Is it Cloud9 that they're in the fight with? Oh, yeah, that's when Axel was fighting by himself. He was able to stay alive after his entire team got wiped out. Then he was able to third party on Cloud9 for a little while by himself through utility and through just good positioning, and he was able to get them a few more kill points, which we've spoken about how important those are going to be before he went down to Cloud9. So I was super, super proud of him there in that scenario.
And something from Temple Sword that I actually want to go ahead and mention for the viewers currently watching at home is get familiar with Tensa. Tensa is one of those players, when he throws a grenade, more than likely he is actually going to go ahead and knock down somebody. And this is a player, going back to seeding on the first day, he had an amazing match. I think he ended up with something along the likes of over 1,000 damage just by himself. So to be honest, I'm not surprised that Temple Storm actually went ahead and did this. I am a little bit shocked that they did this right away. I thought it was maybe going to be later in the day. I was actually going to pick him later in the day, so it caught me by surprise. But it's awesome to see. It's awesome to see teams like that have that potential to get that firepower to also get the win.
Well, you know why they start off like that, Seven, today? Because I didn't predict them to win. Let's be honest. I seem to have the curse. I'm sorry, Team K, so I didn't mean it. Let's take a look at the overall damage, though, from that first match. We can kind of see how things are going to break down. As you pointed out, Glitter, we had some ridiculous damage, over 2K done in the first game by Tempo, and you can see there, they just had a landslide in damage. One thing I do want to point out, and I'm sure you guys will get to off the bat here, Glitter, is unique. Look at that. Look at the damage they did at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, and they're a team that we know can be aggressive. I think they just had an unlucky start, here in Game 1. But looking across the board, we're seeing big damage numbers coming out of Cloud9, coming out of Konina Power, even Alpha Legends. Look at them down there with 6 kills and 1,300 damage. So I think some of these teams are definitely ready for the potential to be aggressive in these games, knowing how few games they have to kind of get themselves in good position going into the Super Weekend. But, there are definitely some names that I was not expecting on the lower side of things and some on the higher side of things.
One that actually impresses me from here, and that I'm not surprised at all, even though it does impress me, is Alpha Legends. 1,300 damage, 6 kills. That's one team that during seeding, they were actually able to go ahead and survive. I think it was, I don't remember the player's name off the top of my head, but he was able to survive and get him those extra points, kind of like what happened with Nova Esports. So overall, I'm starting to see some consistency out of these teams, and that's what you want to go ahead and see here in league play.
Let's take a look at our top players, though, from that first match of the day. Remember, we still have 4 more to come, and you can see Cloud9 taking 2 of the top placings. You see Rain and Tensa and Glitter. Well, you talked about Tensa before. Sevi talked about him as well. He's still going to make the top 4.
Yep.
I feel like this man just doesn't know how to miss. He is constantly a player that is putting out a lot of damage, that is consistently at the tops of the leaderboards, whether it's in his kills or his actual damage numbers. He is just so strong that I feel like throughout the entire event, he's definitely something we need to be paying a ton of attention to.
And from this one here, something I want to go ahead and point out is Adder. I love seeing Adder right off the bat on the first game in the top players. This is one player that just had a bad PMPL Americas, and he told me going into World League, he said, Seven, if for some reason I start doing bad again, please roast me. So guess what, Adder? You're doing amazing, brother. Keep on. I don't want to have to roast you, so please keep on doing the performances you're doing right now.
Please roast him over roasting me in my prediction, Seven. But I like on the note you're saying, I like how Cloud9, one of their big problems last year was the fact that they couldn't really get the kills. They bring an Adder from Team Unique. He shows up in the first game as well to really show what Cloud9 can do in these matches. There is one more team I want to talk about. We talked about Wildcard, start of the show, coming into this one, Konina Power. The rotations, I think we were saying during the game, Seven, were a little bit late.
They were late. They were super late, and something that actually, not even with the rotation, something from the start of the match, it was Konina Power getting almost into a fight with, I believe it was KHK, if I'm not mistaken. They were so close to getting into a fight, and that's a fight that we already seen over the weekend. They decided not to go ahead and take that, and Konina Power just playing it super slow. It reminded me a little bit of B4 back in PMPL Americas, just making sure they go ahead and take a certain approach to it. At the end, he actually ended up biting him in the bud. But overall, I think with the kills that they were able to go ahead and get, it was amazing. 7 kills, and as we're seeing the stats right here, 1,700 damage, 739 heal, goes to show that they only started getting into those fights towards the end. 7 kills, 8 knockouts. I'm pretty sure they wanted to get that extra knockout, but with everything going on in the end and them kind of just rushing in late into that final circle, it might have been a little bit hard to confirm those skills.
And something we kind of mentioned again at the start of the show, Glitter, was you were saying in particular, we saw teams being so aggressive in the opening weekend. We were wondering if they're going to continue to play that aggressive. And I remember hearing Inverium say, there's a lot of teams still left alive when we got into the late stages of the game. So what was your kind of take about maybe the difference of play style going from opening weekend to today?
The teams definitely decided to play it a little bit safer, a little bit slower, and like, Seven has pointed out, and we saw throughout the game a little bit, there were a couple people that did land on similar drops, and they were just like, you know what? We're not going to go for it. We're going to leave it for right now. Because I think people are maybe trying to feel out these first couple games and see if any of those teams are going to be aggressive and then adjust from there. But now that we know that everyone's kind of playing a little bit safer, either it's going to continue or somebody might take advantage of that. We might have one team that's like, you know what, if everyone's just going to sit back, we're going to go for it. And that could throw people off.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we, even towards the end of today, we still see that passive gameplay. Keep in mind, only the top 16 teams are going to be able to qualify. So these teams, even if they're not able to get a lot of kills, they at least want to be consistent there on the placing. Now, when we get towards the end and we see those teams that are towards the bottom out of those top 16s, those are the ones that are going to have to question themselves. Do we push it now or do we wait until tomorrow? And something that I've always mentioned is you don't want to wait until the last day. You never want to play catch up here because you never know what the game is going to throw at you, and you never know if maybe other teams are going to realize, hey, that team is actually not doing that good. Let's go ahead and see where they're landing, and let's go ahead and pick on them in a way, because we've seen it over and over again. You don't want to become that team. So we're going to see maybe halfway through the day, we might start seeing some changes from certain teams.
Well, 2 players I don't think are going to change too much considering the performance they did have are going to be Rain and Tensa. And we're going to have to obviously talk about these two both coming in from Tempo Storm. Some ridiculous damage being done between the two. I believe this is over the course of every match they played now within the opening weekend and the first match of League Play. As you can see, the 9 matches total. Look at that. Tensa on 2,800 damage, 18 kills. Rain on 11 kills and 2,000 damage. These two are really putting out some good numbers, Glitter.
And I love to see it too, because I know that we do focus on Tensa a lot because it's kind of hard not to, because he's just so impressive as a player. But look at the stats coming out of Rain as well. He's consistently up there in the exact same damage margin as Tensa, and the kills are very, very close across the board. If you are able to have a team like this, because we've also seen the rest of the squad have very, very strong numbers as well. That is just another illustration similar to Wildcard. When you have all 4 players that are strong across the board, consistently putting out your damage and your kills, it's a recipe for success. It really is. Okay, well, we've got our first Erangel match out of the way today. Let's take a look now at the schedule yet again to see what map's coming up second. And honestly, you guys should have known all we're going to have is Erangel Vikendi today. We have Vikendi coming up second. Group D will be sitting out. Glitter, is it possible to inform us which teams will no longer be playing at the moment? It sure is. Group D sitting out is actually going to be Tempo Storm, Alpha Legends, Cloud9, and SWAT 69.
So on that note then, Seven, Tempo Storm, they just got a chicken dinner. Now they have to sit out. We talked about this before, right? We talked about you get that first victory under your belt. You want to keep playing. What do you think they need to do then to kind of keep their focus, to keep momentum going into match 3?
Tell you exactly what they're going to be doing. They're going to go up against each other probably in a custom room and just continue that momentum that they currently have. But for the other teams that are going to be playing, like B4, Footballists, Pittsburgh Knights, and Frag Machines, they didn't get a chance to play that first Erangel. Well, guess what? You're not going to have 2 of the top teams from the last match in this match. So go ahead and take advantage of that. Cloud9 sitting out as well. That actually caught me by surprise. I usually like to see teams go ahead and continue momentums. So hopefully they can go ahead and continue that. If not, this is going to give us a great picture of how teams are going to be able to react. If maybe they do get a win, they have to sit out a match and they play again. What's going to happen there?
Okay, well, it's time to get in our predictions as we have the next match almost ready to go. I had Glitter go first last time. Seven, I'm going to have to put up to you this time. Who do you got?
I got Loops. Loops Esports, baby.
Okay. Glitter.
I had a feeling he was going to pick Loops, you know, I did. But I know they're fresh right now, but I'm actually going to be looking at B4 this time around.
B4. Ooh. You know what? I'm going to back you up on that. I'm going to go B4 as well. I have some faith, something inside me making me think they can do exceptionally well when it comes to this map. I'm sorry if I just cursed you on this one, though.
You might have just jinxed it.
Glitter. Yeah, you might want to change yours real quick because he just picked your same pick.
Well, they're locked in. I'm sorry about that one. But we still have more things to give away if you guys are watching at home before we get into our next game. You can watch and earn points. Now, if you're watching within the game, in the Esports Center, you're getting points over time for just watching. The top 100 viewers get exclusive rewards. I'm still going to be eyeing that helmet. Seven, if you had to choose one of those 3 items, which one would you go for?
I think I'm going to go with the suit on the right, just because it looks pretty awesome.
All right, well, we're going to check in with you guys after the next match yet again. Thank you very much for your time. But now get out of here. I want to bring in Veer. I want to bring in Cameron yet again to hear what they have to say coming into this one. And, of course, I want to get the predictions as well. I want to call them in. There we go, boys. All right, so going into now, what's up, boys, gentlemen, men? Going into match 2, Cameron, I want to get your prediction of who you think's going to take this one.
For this one, I'm going to be looking at Konina Power. I still think Wildcard are going to be doing very well, but compare on Vikendi, I think Konina is a little bit stronger of a team, and they already performed very well last map, so talking about momentum, I'm going to be focusing on them.
I like the safe choice. I think you have actually done something really good behind that. And Viram, what's your choice, though?
Oh my goodness, I'm torn a little bit because I kind of want to keep rolling with like some of this NA team hype. So maybe I'm kind of leaning towards Wildcard.
Okay, is that? I'm hearing a little bit of questions in your question in your voice.
Yeah,
is that it?
Yeah. You know what? No, we're gonna go with it. We're gonna stick to our guns.
All right.
Everybody else has got guns here. It's PUBG Mobile. It's fine. I'll stick to mine.
All right. Why don't you guys take us into our second match of the day?
Thank you so much, Jason. All right, let's do it. Let's get things going. That last game certainly went 0 to 100 real quick. Pedal to the metal if I have ever seen it, Cameron. And I expect this game will follow a lot of the same. A little bit smaller scale, a little more scuffles, I think, earlier on. So maybe we'll see if we get to that same point where we have 15 squads alive at like Circle 4. What was that? Absolutely wild. But Cameron, yes, let's get into it here on Vikendi.
Ooh, a very, very good drop at the start. And I'll be honest, this is the first time I have ever cast this map, so I'm very excited to do so. I want to see what everyone can bring out. And the thing about this map when you compare it to Erangel is just the amount of compounds is like turned up to 11 almost. And so when you talk about rotating fast, finding the early positions, that's doubled here because I mean, you don't want to be walking up to a compound that already has someone in it, but the first circle has revealed itself. It's going to be northeast yet again around the Cosmodrome. And this could be fun because that's a really fun area to fight in.
It is, but a lot of teams have already started to commit in one direction, and now they're like, okay, now we've got to rotate back. Of course, a little bit easier here, but we'll see how the teams play out because, again, we talked about at the start of Erangel, and I'm going to kind of harp on it a little bit for these next couple games, the idea that while drops are a thing, that there's this respect system that goes on. It's like, hello, sir, I'm going to go over here, and you're going to take that city. Glorious! Not really a thing so much day number, that's how they talk, I swear. Day number 1, not quite like that so much. Teams are going to fight for this. They're going to scrap for this. I mean, we talked, Wildcard was one of those teams that said, if you contest my drop, we're going to fight you for it. And of course, they're going up against Konina Power, one of these teams that our analysts have said, hey, this is a squad to look out for. They're coming into this. I mean, this is 1 and 2. If you started off the day in terms of overall placement, and now they are scrapping for the same buildings, for the same loot. And Spring from one rooftop to the other here. He's looking like a trademark character, if I've ever seen one. And now we'll see what he can do.
Yeah, I was waiting for someone to take roof control because that's one of the beautiful things about Vilnova. It's my favorite city, I think, in all maps of PUBG, strictly because of roof access. You almost feel like you're Assassin's Creed when you fight on this area. And so taking roof control to get that information, get that vision is incredibly important. But Wildcard, they're actually pulling off of this, and partly because they recognize that control of the east exit of the city is controlled by Konina Power. So they're going to have to back off and try and find some other way to get into the circle. And west might be the only direction that they can go. And if that's the case, then they need to start to go soon.
Yeah, early rotations. We talked about this before. And they're aware someone's over there. They're not sure who's over there, if that makes sense. They know there's a person or a couple of peoples, but they're not exactly sure who they're going to be fighting up against. But Nova, they've discovered a little bit of a scuffle over here up against HQ. See what Headquarters can do. Nova, of course, went for a very interesting strategy in game number 1. They were totally off on their own, totally in left field. They chilled on Millie, did a late route, went for a heavy loot system. They just ate the blue for a while. And they ended up doing not too bad. They were able to rotate up north all the way around. Let's see if that's going to be a strategy here again, or if that's not really something they're going to feel is viable on Vikendi. That's more of a one-off Erangel, the way the circle played. But we'll keep an eye on them because I've been casting these guys for a while, or a bunch of these guys for a while, and they are fraggers if I've ever seen them.
They already have a kill. They already took a head off of Headquarters, if I'm not mistaken. But they're not committing to it, and I like that decision. They just got that, and they're backing off. They're not tunnel visioning onto the potential 4 points, but also the potential 16th place exit off of that. They're just looting up where they can. I don't even know if they have any information on where the other teammates of their, the first point that they grabbed are hanging out in. So they also don't want to be wasting time playing hide and seek. You can just see Vanguard leaving this situation, trying to get some loot while he can, but most importantly, staying safe.
Yeah, that's really the big thing here, is not, and I repeat, not losing any teammates in any silly situations early. You want to keep everyone up and alive as much as possible. I'm not saying don't take fights. I'm not saying don't play aggressive, but take the fights that you know, or at least have like a 65% chance, knowledge that you can win. Because we see so many times players think they're backed into a corner. You don't always have to fight. You can reset. It's a tactical retreat. You're going to come back another day. You're still going to get that point. But if you go down early, you put your teammates in a position where, like you're seeing right now, Nova's continuing to scrap. Maybe they're going to be able to convert this, though. We'll see. Point blank range, SMGs in hand. Hello there, sir. HCL able to... Oh, don't do it. Don't do it to him like that. Not like that. Okay. That was a little mean there for a second.
I actually really like the play of HCL right there. To me, it looked like he was almost using his teammate as bait to force that player to push out from behind cover so he can get the kill there. Because once it came down to a 1v1, it was suddenly, obviously in a 1v1, it's an even scenario.
You want to try and take, as many of the situations, baiting your teammates, that's one thing. Using your teammates as bait, big brain move, 5-head, right out there. That's it. That's what it's all about.
And he knew that he got at least a couple of tags of damage. So if it just came into a fight, if I need to kill him before he kills my teammate, he knew that he had at least a little bit of an advantage. It wasn't, it was a little bit of a risk, to be fair, but it wasn't the biggest of risk. And again, this is assuming that he intentionally uses teammate as bait. I might also just be putting that out there into the universe because that's what I feel like my teammates do to me.
Well, let's actually take a look back at this replay here. We can see the wait, did he just... Was that a... Okay, all right. That shot aside, this was it. And this is where Jamaz started really, really well. He got the initial down. And HCL, yeah, he played the corner on this perfectly. Yes, he absolutely was using his teammate as bait. He was trying to get him to thirst for it. He peeked back around the corner and then put it... Oh, no, Cameron. Yes, that's how you do it. That was textbook.
Yeah. What can I say? I like how production is there to back me up.
Oh, yeah.
You seem like I'm big old brain.
The biggest.
The biggest. Okay, it's not that big. My forehead's not that big. Calm down.
Wait, no, that's not what I was implying. Relax. Just the IQ. I was trying to... All right, you know what? It's
sorry. Flashbacks to high school.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry. Oh, the other team that's having flashbacks now, of course, is HQ. Looking back at that, going, why did our game have to start this way? But now a potential situation here. Loops, maybe having some friends to play with. Oh, this is going to be interesting. That was a very aggressive send. They've taken over the compound. But now, Carrillo, he's got full eyes on this, and Loops, they're right on the outskirts. I don't know if they want to take this at this point because we talked about the idea of the defenders here and playing in TPP and what that can mean for you, but it's also Loops, and they like to break open buildings.
The real question that I have is, does Frag know that Loops are here? Loops, as you can tell, they obviously know, they heard the vehicles, but Frag might not be aware that where they just pulled up to has, people just next to it. They're so focused on Queso right now.
I don't think they know. They're making a lot of noise. They're making a lot of noise. Federal, Gowski, they're just like chilling. Dead. Oh, no, they hear these footsteps now. They know. That's it. Yeah, you can see the instant positional change. Everybody's coming back down. Hang on. That was an instant posture response from Frag Machines. They're posting up now on the edge of the wall. Yeah, I think they heard those footsteps. This is going to get interesting. And this tells me, yep, you can see him. Staring right down at him. They know what's going on. And now Team Queso is another potential factor that's going to have to be taken in here if they want to get some pot shots into Frag Machine's behind. We'll see how that goes, because Loops is playing this real slow.
Yeah, but despite them hearing, like getting confirmation that Loops is next to them, or at least A Team is next to them, the fact that they know that someone is behind that rock actually gives potential for the rest of Loops to be able to put pressure more towards just the straight west side, because, you know, Frag, you got to play around the information that you know, and obviously the threat is there. It's going to make them clench up, it's going to make them tighten up, and could end up, if not overextending, at least being put into a corner. It's almost like Dadin is like being a shepherd there, a sheepdog.
Please, go this way. Go this way. Yes, and that just, yeah, Frag Machines, they gotta just bolt it down. But none of these teams are going to take any silly fights early for reasons that I have previously mentioned. Only take fights that you're absolutely certain that you can win at this early stage. The circle is going to get you to a point where you've got to take them. You're not going to have the option. It's, you know, kill or be killed, and that's what the Battle Royale is all about. But we are not at that point yet. There is still enough real estate to fight over. It's not like an average Tuesday in San Francisco. But as I say that, stick your head out and get it torn right off. Carrillo is here, and he will take those every single time. And now the team has got a response. So we've gone from 0 to 100. I talked about it in game number 1 with Erangel, and a little bit of a smaller scale. Let's see what Loops can do.
Listen, when you see not only one of your players get knocked, but it's knocked by the PMPL MVP, that's got to put a shiver down your spine. And Federal is going incredibly aggressive onto this, using that knock to its fullest advantage. Yes, the revive has come through for Frag, but Loops have now gotten close and inside the compound, inside the walls.
Yep, got to back up, reset, let them take that building. We have to fall back. We have to reset as much as we can, says Frag Machine's Freak. Taking a little bit of poke to start this one off. But this is Loops, and this is them taking a compound. This is where they feel at home. Fish to water, Loops to a siege. Let's go. Let's see what they can do. As Frag is now forced all the way back, trying to lock down as many angles as possible. The smoke's on the outside. This is important. You look at this and you go, wait a second, why are they doing this? It's because it is a potential route. They're not necessarily going to take advantage of it, but allows them to flank around the outside like Kowalski is doing right there. He actually takes a lot of punishment for good measure, but the smoke is going to allow Loops to crawl their way up. And getting out of range, the molly, nicely done, but the damage that Frag was actually able to do there, it's going to give them a momentary reprieve.
Loops should just consistently go aggressive and aggressive. The minute that Frag take a single step back, Loops immediately takes a step forward of their own and actually into the building. Dadin is going incredibly aggressive, not committing, just trying to go for a little bit of information, using the smoke to his advantage because there's a lot of utility already utilized. But Hamadi, he had an advantage for a quick second, but takes a bunch in return. And that molly could be huge.
Oh my god, no, okay, all right, a little bit far. Yeah, the time it took him to ADS, I mean, Carrillo was already there. Again, taking advantage of the TPP just to like get that angle, get those optics on that roof. That was a great spot. I actually like him holding that position. That is giving him a lot of good intel. He just needs to make sure that one of his teammates is drawing their ire before he decides to pop up and deal the return damage. And there's the lob, not quite able to get it over. A lot of utilities being burned from Loops here as we're looking at this standoff. And all is quiet on the Western Front, but the rest of this is a battle of nerves. Who's got the nerves of steel? That's the question, as more fights are breaking out across Vikendi. Focusing up here on Loops, one of the teams that, as I said, our analysts had pegged to do well in this game. Let's see if they can deliver.
The reason why these teams aren't moving too fast is because that they're still in phase 2, and it's not the best position. It's not dead central as it was in phase 1, but speaking of which, Kowalski does go down. It is a trade, but immediate trade by Dadin on the roof. Does he hear the footstep? Does he have the angle?
Oh my goodness, you're on a roof. I will get on a higher roof as Federal is going in. Able to find the shots at point blank range. Can he get off the reload? No, he does not. The door opens, now going back and forth. This is an absolute bloodbath, but Carrillo is still here on the flank. He's got to be the one to clean this one up. All 2 of his teammates are down. Hang on, this is a rough position. All 3 of his teammates are down. Carrillo against the world, and functionally a 1v1. The rest of the team is crawling on back. Put your shells on your back, boys. We're snailing on out of here. Get them back to where you can protect them. And another reset comes on in. Oh my goodness, Cameron, this fight is wild. It's gone so even.
While picking up his own teammate, though, Carrillo does allow Freak to revive outplay. And I was hoping that he would go aggressive to stop the revive, but he's able to get an immediate down again.
Ooh, now Freak has put himself in a compromised position. Can they find the shots? Yes, they do. It's Loops. Why am I even saying it? Obrigado, they say. Thank you so much for the points. We take these. We will take those all day long. Do you know who you're fighting?
It was a bit slow. They took a lot of damage, but they were able to keep all 4 members alive despite the knocks going against them. And they take that compound. That's rough start for Frag Machines.
You're going up against one of the best teams in the server, doing what they do best, but they almost, I repeat, almost got the better of them there. Dadin getting that vantage point on top of the roof was the big difference maker there, and if you're Frag Machines, despite the fact that you lost that, you should still be proud of how you handled it. A few things go a little bit differently, and you could be walking away with the victory on that. But let's get back into the action. It's Footballists going toe-to-toe with KHK, and this is a very, very fun little scenario here. The cover is sparse, so you gotta hit those shots, Cameron. And point blank range, here we go. Hands out, no!
Offense trying to go aggressive, trying to use the third-person camera, but Lutz, he does get taken down. Going for a second, can't find it with the scope in. Footballists, they have a bit of control here for KHK, and Dami, he's bleeding out. I don't think he's gonna get revived, and Lutz, I think he's just giving information. A good smoke.
Oh. Solke, one of the top players on this team. If you ask any other person in the lot, who do you fear on Footballists? This is the man they're probably going to talk to you about. He's pushing on in. Beautiful usage of the smokes. Is he going to try and go for the clutch revive? Yes, he is! Because Leveson is actually just able to continue to put the shots in, and now, oh my goodness, force him on back. Octavian's got to run. They are battered and bruised, but the flanks continue. Look to your left. What a solid play coming in. Raum, he's not even hesitating. They are just pinching them from both sides. They're going to trade back and forth a little bit here, but now pushing right down the middle. I feel like we're watching American football because this is a play being executed to perfection. Hut, let's get this going. Touchdown.
That went, so it was a bit of a standoff when we first entered this fight, but the thing that brought it back into Footballers' favor was Luvazin getting that frag onto the wall. But over here, Wildcard in a bit of a pickle themselves. 2 players down.
Oh.
And make that a third. I don't know what happened to the start of this, but they're just getting demolished.
Dream Eaters crushing the dreams of Wildcard right here. Holding on to the wall. Slicky's just gotta try and hold on. Spring, the last man standing. Gonna try and get his teammates up one at a time, but Dream Eaters, they have the HP, they've got the angle, they've got the nades, they're gonna go in, they're gonna finish what they started. This might be Wildcard out early. Can Dream Eaters get it done? Wildcard hanging on by a knife's edge. Slicky's off to the side, he's just gonna bleed out. He is out of this. It all comes down to Spring. Can he hit the shots? I'm not sure he's gonna be able to get it done, and that's it.
You saw Wildcard at the end there just trying to grasp at straws to swing this back into their favor at least a little bit, but the damage at the very beginning, having 3 downed players and not even getting a single knock of your own at the start, it would have been a miracle for that. And Dream Eaters, they saw the advantage that they had and they went super aggressive, but Nova, they heard all of that fighting, they saw it in the kill feed, and so they're being a little curious. Curious little prairie dogs trying to peek their heads up to see what they can find, perhaps pick off a kill of a downed player still outside the wall.
Here we go. Ooh, there are the shots. That's one in an instant. We have to see this. We have to see the circle shift. Okay, that's super kind. That's super kind. Let's get back to the fight. Okay, all right. Ooh, that's actually, playing outside of Cosmo. That's going to get interesting. That's a lot of open terrain to deal with here. Who third parties the third partiers? Joke, it's Nova. As they continue to come on in. Quiet to start this one off in the same compound that Dream Eaters just did their work. Now Nova is going to be the aggressors pushing on in. SMG's raging. Can they find the shots? That's the question. Trying to isolate these 1v1s as best as possible. But Matic is doing so much work. Able to confirm the kill. But coming in from the other side, that is going to be it. The flank is there. Nova gets it done, but not unscathed.
Yeah, they do lose a player, and unfortunately another player got dropped, which means their bleed out timer is only going to speed up, but it is still a compound take, and it is in a good spot in this circle. They have 5 kills right now. I think at this time in the game, taking a trade like that is worthwhile, and the way they did it was great, but look, Cornita Power, no. They want in, they are sending it, vehicle into the air.
A compound of death, Cameron. Let's make it 1. Let's make it 2. Oh, baby, a triple. Let's wipe a 3rd squad right here, right now. Konita Power flexing on him. And Nova, it is all down to G-Fam, the one player on the outside looking in. And now he's got to go. Oh, go, Tixie. You absolute mad lad. You're not supposed to do that. Let him live. Let him live. But no. Konina Power is saying this is our map and we will take it over.
No, but you gotta expect that a team is gonna do exactly what you just did. But if you talk about how aggressive Nova went, Konina Power went even more aggressive. In fact, one of their players walked into their teammate's molly to make sure they secured that first kill in the garage. And Loops, they've moved away from their compound just a little bit to the north to try and get a more central position. And while that was happening, that meant that it was a safe rotation because no one was watching the cross. And now they have their eyes on Konina Power's compound.
This game could not be more different from game number 1. It was a slow burn. We lit the match, we let the fuse play out, and then it went boom. This one has a lot of smaller explosions along the way, and they're not even that small. This has been teams just going toe-to-toe. This has been a brawl from start to finish. This has been one of the most exciting Vikendi games I have ever seen. The action has not stopped, and given this big, open, frozen wasteland we're about to encounter, as we move up here towards Trevno, this is going to be a finale fitting of this epic game.
The shift goes heavily in Unique's favor. Yes, there's not a lot of cover where they are, but they are spread out. And because of the shift, they don't have to worry about basically their entire backside. They can just focus forward and they already have a decent spread. The question is, will they be able to pick up a number of kills? Because I think a lot of these teams are going to be killing each other before they can even reach the circle. Konina Power, they're certainly aware that they're going to need to fight through a couple of squads.
Loops is staring them down. They've been hearing all the action. They were able to rotate in. We'll see. Oh, they're going to load up into one vehicle, which is something
that's dangerous
that I highly never recommend you do, but they're not moving too far. This is why I highly recommend you never do it. If that goes boom, if the team fire is on point, all your hopes and dreams, quite literally, go up in smoke.
Okay, they did it. They didn't even lose a single player, though. A bit of damage onto them.
Oh,
they found a shack.
Federal decided he doesn't. I don't like it. I don't like it. It doesn't have marble countertops. You know, that's not for me. I have to go on to the next one, guys. There's a nicer house up the hill. This is where we're moving. But he's taken a lot of punishment for it. There is a little bit of a defilade there that they are going to be able to play around. But at this point, Konina Power, this is a team that is known for their aggression. Going into a team that is known for your aggression. What happens, Cameron, when you have the immovable force and the unstoppable wait, hang on.
Yeah, Rob, he sent it. He sent it behind that ridge.
No.
He doesn't. Oh, okay, well, Dadden's not going to let him get that for free, but Konina Power, they don't want to allow Loops to get the spread that they were going for to get that crossfire. Unfortunately, I think they moved just a little bit too late, a little bit too haphazardly, and they lose Rob for their troubles.
It was the immovable object and the unstoppable force. That was for the record, team. But here we go. Konina Power back into the action. Loops is spread, and they are in a world of hurt. That's a roof. You don't belong there. As 60s just can continue to just lay waste to everyone else in this entire server right now, as Carrillo's just trying to get and scrounge as much loot as he possibly can at this point. They're just playing for placement. The rest of the team has gone up the hill. They are now going to have to completely rethink their strategy for the rest of this game. Loops, who've been taking these really calculated 4v4 engages, now will have to go into survival mode, but it is Konina Power that is staying strong through all of this, and they are going to be able to continue to play their game.
They got the knock, and they're trying to send it to get the finish on the two members of Loops in this compound. Dadden was revived, but Konina Power are here, and they know they need to get these kills in order to make their way to the circle because it pulled all the way towards the northeast away from them. Got him with the first aid kit, healed back up, but the push is coming through.
Oh, that's Dadden down. Nice nade as well to confirm that one. And that's Federal. Also, Carrillo, the last man standing, look up at the hill, going, teammates, no! Trying to assist as much as possible. Actually gets the explosion with the vehicle from range. There was a reason he was your PMPL MVP. Even from range, he helps out. He gets the work in. And that was actually pretty massive. That was revenge. That was retaliation. That was actually pretty huge.
Umbra have been watching the fight as well and trying to get some damage where they could. But they're not going to send it. They're not going to try and take Konina Power out of it because they have to worry about the circle themselves. They're just sending it in vehicles of their own. But over here, the Knights versus Footballists. A lot of knocks towards the Turkish team.
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. The last man standing is Raum, Pittsburgh Knights. PK, hello. Welcome to the lot. Okay. Well, there you are. And taking down Footballists who had 6 kills at that point, too. They've been looking so solid, but I think it was a couple of grenades uphill that totally just demolished them, and then everybody running out. Just SMGs in hand. That was really solid, and this game has been nonstop action. I have not been able to take a breath. As now Konina Power is facing up against other teams who have been playing this a little bit less aggressive, who have taken less casualties, like Team Queso, like Yala, and now they're dealing with the concept that, look, because we chase these kills, yes, we're getting those points, and that's fantastic, but maybe we put ourselves just a little bit out of position for it.
Pixie, good damage onto Umbra. Can't secure the knock, can't secure another point for themselves. But Umbra, they're growing aggressive onto Queso because they have to... What?
What?
The arrival of an explosive vehicle. And I think they just lost a teammate as well. So this is a little bit of slack for Queso to manage.
Oh my goodness, this game just will not stop. I'm pretty sure we have had triggers down this entire game, and now Team Queso looking to get into the fray. The Molly is out, and that might have been, no, just a little bit over. That could have been the Molly to end the dreams of Umbra, sending them back to the shadows. And now, oh my goodness, Konina Power in the world of hurt, eliminated there in 7th place, but a lot of kills will help to balance that one out. Team Queso, though, still has all 4 members alive, but they don't have a whole lot of cover to their name. Trying to create as much of a barricade as possible with these vehicles. Oh boy.
The shift you saw goes towards the southeast, goes towards Yala. And Queso, they have a potential path if they could actually clear out Umbra, but as you mentioned, the mollies that they threw went a little bit too far, and now Umbra are back to 3 strong, but let's see if Yala has anything to say about it. They have a great angle. They don't need to worry at all. Once the circle closes, the situation could change for them a little bit because I don't know how much of the wall is going to be inside, but at least for now, they can just deal as much damage as they can.
Oh my goodness, Yala is in such a great position, and this is the only thing that has reminded me of game number 1, is the team uphill with the circle doing work. Oh my goodness, those shots were clean. And through all that as well, the last remaining member of Loops did get taken out, trying to snake his way on the rotation, try and make something happen, but this is a great spot for Yala right now, and they need this. They need a great game here. They have been quiet so far, sort of middling in terms of how their performances have been, but I think this could be the opportunity for them to really step up.
Tree cover. This is making it a little difficult for them to at least try and clear out Unique. Queso, you guys gotta go. You guys gotta move now because the blue's coming in, because the knights are also coming in. Okay, so they're aware of this. Oh, Xana actually overextends just for a quick moment and does get dropped, but so does Axial.
Oh my goodness, the back and forth. This is going to be interesting to keep an eye on as these teams are going to be forced to move. Who is going to play the game of chicken? Nobody wants to get shot in their back here. PK coming into this. Oh my goodness, they're looking so solid right now. But that's the team trying to make the move, and Umbra is down and out. Team Queso able to land the shots, but Yala still making their presence felt from distance, but Mystic, the last man standing for the team, out in the middle of the trees, trying to get some sort of cover. Anything, I'll take it right now. And is not able to find it. He is taken out as well. Team Queso not able to get it done, but Raven from Pittsburgh Knights is still in this. PK, have this been this force? We haven't necessarily been able to show them as much on screen, but they have been doing work in this game, and they found their way in here. J7 and Raven holding on, but it's Unique, and it's, oh my god, no, Umbra giving it up to the zone. All right.
He was able to survive past Queso, able to survive to 4th place, so that's not the worst round for him, not the worst play for him in that situation. And Raven, I thought he was dead, but that Unique player getting downed on the side angle means that he actually has an opportunity here, but he's not going as aggressive as I would have liked onto Nempus, onto Frozen, and this means that Unique can solidify their position, can get all their 3rd member back up and standing, and this could give them more control, because control is no longer in Yala's court, the circle pulled away from them, they're going to have to run out in the open just as everyone else has.
And J7 is still on the outside there. I think he's trying to make his way in while heel stratting. I'm not sure if he's full committing to that. We'll keep an eye on that. We see him go down to the blue here in just a second. But as you said, Yala does have to move. Raven's in a decent position here. But the problem right now is that Raven is on the flank of Unique. Unique doesn't have a unified front here. They have Raven shooting them in the back of the face, which is what we're seeing right now. And now, wait, J7, no, he's going to go down there. It is Unique going to be able to get a little bit of retaliatory fire back. But we'll see if they're going to be able to get it done. Part of the problem is right now, like I said, though, is that Pittsburgh Knights is not allowing Unique to set up how they want to, which is going to give an opportunity for Yala to rotate in, except for the fact that they're just losing members to the play zone, making this only 3 members. Unique is in a terrible spot, though. This is Yala looking so solid, finding the shots, able to confirm the kills. This is huge. They have 3 members up, and they are just slowly, methodically pushing in, but you cannot doubt the fact that Raven is still here on the flank, and he's going to want to get involved. Like a shadow in the night, he is not going to let this go unanswered.
He has been playing it quite safe, quite slow. When the revive from Umbra came through, I would have wanted to see him go more aggressive based off the information of J7 gave, but he's just trying to crawl out as long as he can, despite J7 trying to go big with the hero play and getting a knock for his teammate. But hey, he's still in this, so I don't want to be too critical on his play. We'll see what he can do. And Yala, the control is back now in their court because of J7's play onto Unique.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge. Inadvertently, you're playing for yourself, you're playing for your kills, you're trying to confirm them as much as possible. And of course, still able to hopefully execute on some of those kills and get that placement. So that would have been huge for Raven. But Raven, I actually think he played that smart. He's just playing this head down, letting this play out. His hope here is that, of course, the Unique and Yala just go into each other here. And that's what we're seeing right now. The shot's going through, and then he can just survive, scooch right on into second place. That is his hope and his dream, but no, he's actually going to try and get involved. He's going to try and sneak up the kills, but Zana from downrange and now burning out. This could be it. This is Yala pushing in a 3v1 situation, and the Molotov will get it done. Yala Esports with the first place finish, the winner chicken dinner. That's how you get it done. They played it out perfectly. They played it methodical. They played to the circle. They played to their advantage, and they made it look good.
10 kills as well, but I got to give it to the Knights. They actually performed very well as well. Third place with, I think, around 8 kills. And when you compare that to Unique's 1 kill, well, Unique, I think, would have wanted a little more out of that one. But second, being able to survive until second place you certainly can't knock that.
No, I mean, absolutely cannot, especially given just how many fights were taking place over that game. That was not, again, a quiet, slow burn. That was action-packed from start to finish. So any team that was able to weather the storm upon storm, make it in to those final few circles, able to try and calm things down once they finally found the eye, if you can weather that, you definitely deserve those points, and they definitely deserve their spot there at the end. Great job to all of those teams, able to just make order some sense of any of that chaos. But that's game number 2 in the books. We're going to go to a short break and circle back with our analysts. We're going to get them ready to go because there's so much to parse from that, Cameron. There's so much to parse from that. Final thoughts, though, from you before we send it back to your analysts. Let's give them something to talk about.
One thing we saw was a lot of fighting in the Cosmodome, and part of we didn't see a lot of it because we were so focused on that initial loops engagement. I actually forget who they took that compound from in the very beginning, but the reason why we saw so many fights in that area is because that was the only access point to the circle. A lot of teams wanted to avoid the south, which was a lot more open. Unfortunately, it's almost like a self-correcting meta, because when everyone wants to do the safe bet, now everyone is in the same spot, and that safe bet is no longer the safe bet. And so I'm curious to see how rotations like that are going to continue along while these teams play with each other over the course of this entire league.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a question we're constantly having to check in and see how they're developing. We're actually going to check out now some top 5 plays and then circle back to recap that game.
Peardrog just absolutely destroying KHK there for the #1 clip of the week. Fantastic to see him step up, and I do have to say this, I am sorry B4. I did have you pitted to win this game, but I have to tell you, Well, as you can see, they did not do it. I hope I have my analysts with me. 7 and Glitter is going to be talking about Yala taking home the chicken dinner, 10 kills, 20 placement points, 30 overall. But even Pittsburgh Knights making their way in here, 7.
I think this is impressive. Just to give you an idea, from the seeding weekend that we had, Pittsburgh Knights was in 15th place and then Yala was in 18th place. So this is huge for Yala. This is going to give them so much cushion to just maybe go ahead and test out different things later on if they're able to go ahead and get consistent placement. And Pittsburgh Knights being able to get 9 kills, that is big as well for them. Team Unique, one team that also won during seeding. Even though they ended up getting just 1 kill, it's not bad to go ahead and see them on that top 3. And I know we mentioned Kanina Power still being able to go be that powerhouse that they have been doing so far. Loops Esports maintaining the top 6, and look at this, Glitter, Footballists, one of the teams that we didn't see in the first match. They come out and at least show that they are able to go ahead and continue the consistency that we've seen from them coming into league play.
Yeah, and I'm super excited to see that they were able to start off the day for them so strongly. But you know, one team that also needs to be pointed out here on this first page is Team Umbra. We've not seen them consistently on this first page here, coming in with a 4th place overall finish, and that's fantastic for them. Then moving here onto the second page, you're actually seeing a lot of names you probably weren't expecting to necessarily see on the second page here. And I'm gonna blame Jason for this one.
You guys don't want to talk about that real quick?
Down at the bottom, Wild Card in 12th place. Like, I think that this is quite the shakeup here for match number 2.
And you can see Dream Eaters, number 10. Like, they didn't have a great first game. They didn't have a great second game. Wildcard getting 12th place, and Virum's going to be probably a little bit upset by that one. But we are starting to see some teams who did have great performances in the opening weekend start to struggle today. Even Nova there. I guess G-Fan wasn't able to snake his way forward. Some tough times for these teams. What is that? Is that a 5? 6?
No.
That's a 4.
Cut it out, 7.
Place of B4. You totally jinxed her pick, man.
I mean, what if I told you it's her fault for choosing the team that I was going to choose, right? She predicted before me, and it's kind of her fault. Well, anyways, let's take a look at Yala. Like you said before, I think they were 18th overall in the opening weekend, 7, and we can see here getting themselves a chicken dinner. I think this is a massive weight off of their shoulders as well after having such a tough start just a couple days ago.
Oh, it definitely is, especially with 10 kills. I think that is huge for that team. Coming in from seeding weekend, the max amount of kills that they were actually able to get into a match, I believe it was 6 kills. So this is huge for that team. This is going to be just such a confident booster. And remember, you want to be within those, if you're just tuning in, maybe you missed the beginning of the show, you want to be within those first 16 teams after this next 2 days that we're gonna have. That way you can actually go into Super Weekend. You don't want to miss Super Weekend. That is 3 days of matches that you're gonna miss out on, and it's gonna set you back behind, and it's gonna force you to do things that you might not be used to doing.
I mean, maybe there's another aspect to this, Glitter, as we take a look at our do moments, is maybe there's an upside to it. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's not a great upside. There's a silver lining. Maybe that's a better way to say it. You get 3 days off to practice and to really look at what went wrong in those days for you to really improve coming into the second week of league play.
Yeah, I think the biggest, potential variable there is whether or not you can implement whatever changes that need to be made in that downtime, or be able to make use of the practice time, whether it's working on your comms, whether it's maybe working on a different drop, because sometimes maybe the issue is that you're dropping on a team that you just can't really win right off the rip. And we've seen a few teams line on top of each other and play super safe. But like Seven keeps saying, moving forward, there's so many things that can change for these players based off of their standings, because everybody wants to make it into that Super Weekend. And that's actually a fight right there that we're seeing with Loops and Frag Machines that we're going to be breaking down a little bit later on for the Telestration segment. I know Seven is excited to do that for me because I'm ready to talk about that play.
I am, and actually one of the things I wanted to talk about is towards the end we saw Loops fighting Kanina Power. It wasn't a full Loop squad, but it's great to go ahead and see those teams fighting this early on, because remember, those are just 2 powerhouses. Kanina Power being the first team to get first place from the European League, and then Loops Esports being the team from first place in PMPL Americas. It's always great to see those kind of challenges. And actually Dream Eaters really surprised me here with the strategies that they had against Nova. They ended up pretty much I don't remember quite well what happened there, but this push right here from Kanina Power was super impressive. They were third-partying people. Every single time they saw a chance, they actually went ahead and took it. They were a little bit more aggressive than what I saw in the first game of Erangel from Kanina Power.
Yeah, and then we see Tixie again coming in here with just a level of aggression that is probably just going to be his signature at this point. He was overall second in the map in damage, 5 kills to his name. Konina Power is proving themselves to be a powerhouse across the board so far here in day one.
Definitely. I think being able to go ahead and finish off, top 3 or at least top 5 back-to-back, that is huge. That is the consistency that you want to be able to get. And from other teams, Unique, I know that's another team that we're mentioning in Sitting, it was that Unique was actually able to get a win. We want to go ahead and see that kind of performance from them. In Pittsburgh Knights, I feel like Pittsburgh Knights being able to get that second place as well, that is such a huge confidence booster for them, because remember, they did change the roster. They ended up adding 6-list with a little bit of extra firepower, and maybe seeing the results right now, it will stop fights between the players. It will stop certain situations that you might not want to get into within the team. So you always want to have your team winning, or at least being at the top. And Twitch chat, I gave you a chance to go ahead and select the winner, and none of y'all guessed it right. So you know what? I'm going to hold up on the confetti when we do the breakdown. But if you guys want confetti in the next one, let me know in the chat.
All right, let's take a look at the damage breakdown from our match number 2 here in League Play. It's the first day. We're going to drop straight into seeing Yala. You know, the thing is, you can technically win games without getting much damage, without much kills done, but they show that they can win the game with getting both of those here, Glitter.
I'm so happy to see Yala having a really strong performance and pulling down a chicken dinner right now with double-digit kills. And we saw it like in game 1, tempo was right at above the 2K mark. Yala coming in just barely under that 2K mark. That's clearly going to be close to the average that maybe these teams need to be looking for when they're going for a strong first place finish. But like Seven also pointed out, look at the damage coming out of PK, and they were able to come in second overall.
Not just that, look at Team Queso. I know that was one of you guys picked in the first match, and right here, even though they ended up with just 1 kill, the amount of damage that they're able to go ahead and put out, that's usually a good tell that teams, at least those players, are finally starting to get into a groove here today. And I wouldn't be surprised if Team Queso going to the next couple of matches, they're actually going to be able to maybe go for that top 5, and if they're able to go in and have that whole squad towards the end, they could get a chicken dinner.
Maybe a silver lining for you, Glitter. B4, they weren't worst on damage and at least had a kill. But I do apologize for cursing them once again. We have the overall rankings now as we are 2 matches deep into our first day. And you can see, with that victory, Yala Esports have taken themselves first place, 7.
Nice.
They have taken themselves first place, and keep in mind, though, Temple Storm has only played 1 match. Yala has already played 2. So it's great to see, even though Temple Storm has only played 1 match, they're still able to maintain themselves ahead of teams like Konina Power, ahead of teams like Loops Esports. That's going to give them a lot of confidence in Cloud9. I'm loving seeing Cloud9 there towards the top. Same with Pittsburgh Knights, Wildcard, all those teams. And Footballists, one of the teams that we actually saw being very consistent from the seeding weekend, is they came in, even though they maybe weren't able to get the placing that they would have loved, they were able to at least get kill points, and they got 7 of that, so that's pretty impressive from them.
I think that shows they're coming out to really frag here. You can see Nova, 5 kill points, 5 placement points. You know, I think a big portion of the results from the opening weekend was purely off of placements. You might be able to correct me if I'm wrong here, Glitter, but they've been having a really rough time so far.
Yeah, and sometimes that happens. We did see them pick it up a little bit towards the end of opening weekend. And like we've touched on before, GFan's survivability was incredibly impressive. All they needed to do was kind of get everybody on board with the same strategy. A couple of those times when he was alone, it was because he actually made the call to dip out of a fight that was going bad to make sure that he could kind of potentially get those extra placement points. So it was the decision to leave the fight early that allowed them to acquire a few more points here and there. Hopefully, though, they don't have to get caught out in those situations. I think that they did have an unfortunate fight in this game. It was against Loops, I believe, right? And so that, they just have to maybe just pick and choose their fights a little bit better, and they should be okay.
Well, 7, you've had an entire day to work on your telestration game. I really want to see what new sweet tricks you have for us.
Listen, I told y'all I wasn't going to give you confetti, but guess what? This West League right now is on fire, ladies and gentlemen. And you know who the first person is going to go ahead and take it is going to be none other than Glitter. So Glitter, go ahead and take us through this fight between Loops and Frag Machines.
Right, so now this was the fight that we actually heard the casters getting super hyped about early on in the game, where we have Loops versus Frag Machines. You can see that both squads are trying to use the building as kind of their way to zone each other off of the area. Now, once we do start getting into all of this fight action here, we will see a ton of damage coming out from both squads. And at the end of this, when everything is said and done, we actually see 3 players knocked on loops right there on the corner of the chart, and then 3 players knocked on frag machines as well. We actually see only Carrillo up on loops and Freak up on frag machines. So now this is where it starts to get interesting. I love the flames. We're going to see those loops players kind of crawl around and rotate over at the same time that Freak heals up and decides to go for a res on one of his teammates. Carrillo's also going to do the same on Dedine, and he's going to take that opportunity to get up, try to get a res on some of his other teammates while also getting off a heal. Now, as soon as they are able to get those reses, Freak tries to wrap around to see if he can maybe pick off some of those downed players. But unfortunately, Carrillo sees it coming. Dedine has already rotated inside so that he cannot get the free kill, and Carrillo is able to take out Freak on the corner of the building and therefore take out the rest of the squad.
And I think that was just such a great fight. And the next fight that we're going to be showing you here is actually going to be Kanina Power pushing into Nova. And this was something that Nova just did so well. Even though that, let me go ahead and just replay that star. Just look how they were able to grind the car right here. Keep an eye out for this section because it's pretty amazing what they were able to do there and not being able to mess up. They all get out. They know that this team has already been into a fight. They know that they're going to have the upper hand. And meanwhile, something I want you to go ahead and keep in mind, even though there is currently 2 players from Nova here on your screen, there is going to be another player from Nova all the way towards the upper hill and is going to be providing an angle. But guess what? Kanina doesn't really care about that. They smell blood in the water. They are like a great white shark and they're going to go for it. And they do just that. They're able to go ahead and get the knock. First knock right there, second knock right there. And something that you're actually not able to see from this perspective is that Kanina Power actually used a Molotov to kind of make sure that this player from Nova wasn't going to be able to push up from that angle. So that was really impressive. And then as I was mentioning earlier, there is going to be 1 player from Shifan. We've always seen him just kind of outlast everybody from Nova Esports, but at this moment, I feel like he maybe took a little bit too long to get over this little hill right there, and that ended up costing them just some precious placement points. Overall, great tactical play by Kanina Power, and I felt like they took full advantage of just being able to third-party that. And as I mentioned, Twitch chat, no confetti in that last one, but if you guys want confetti, let me know in the chat. YouTube, Facebook, all of y'all. Let me know if you guys want confetti.
I want confetti. Someone in Twitch chat, please get this next game right. Let's take a look at the schedule now so we can see which game will be coming up next, and more importantly, which group will be out. We're heading back to Erangel here, Glitter. Group C is going to be out. So which teams are going to be taken out of the fight here?
That means we will not be seeing Loops, Team Queso, Nova Esports, and Yala Esports.
Okay, so Loop's not going to be in the mix. I think Mustache Dave, one of them, picked all day, but of course, it's not possible. Let's take a look at Erangel, though, as we hop into it. I want to start getting into prediction game here because I think we are almost ready to start off the match. I'll start first. I'm going to be fair to everyone here, so I don't jinx any of your picks. I'm going Tempo Storm. Glitter, who do you got?
Ooh, okay, I like it. Actually, and I was talking about this a little bit with Seven. Now that we have Footballist thrown into the mix, I'm going to be picking Footballist for this map this time.
You know what? That is actually a great pick. They've been very consistent in Erangel, but that's not going to be my pick. I think my pick is going to go ahead and be Kanina Power. What they've been able to do today, the consistency that they have shown me, being able to go ahead and rush people when they need to rush, being able to be a little bit defensive when they need to be, has been super impressive. So I have Kanina Power winning this next game. And let us know, once again, everybody watching at home, please tweet at us at Esports PUBG Mobile. Let us know who you guys got for the next game.
Got bad news for you, Seven. I'm actually going to change my pick from Tempo Storm over to Kanina Power. I got to be fair to Glitter. I obviously chose B4 before. Now I'll keep Tempo Storm. But guys, this is going to be an interesting one. I'm really curious to see who's going to take it again. We have Yala with a victory. We have Tempo Storm with a victory. They kind of set themselves up beyond everyone else. I think, though, for me, looking at this, Glitter, like, you can't get complacent, right? Yeah, you're kind of already in a good position to make top 16 no matter what. But I feel like you need to have those, consistent games under your belt to just have the, morale of your team and the motivation and the momentum go in your favor.
See, the thing is, while Tempo Storm and Yala have had really strong first games, especially Tempo Storm, there's always the possibility for another team to come in and have equally as strong of a game, and then all of a sudden you're on equal footing. So like you said, you can't get complacent and just assume that because you have one strong showing that it means that you're safe over the course of the next 2 days. So I'm really hoping that Tempo is able to pick back up, even though they did just sit out this last match. I'm hoping they're able to pick back up on their momentum and come in strong.
Well, I like that. I like your kind of get on my side with tempo. Let's see if they can get going here. Let's take a look, though, at, again, some giveaways we're going to be doing. The lucky draw, if you guys are watching in-game in the Esports Center, you have a chance to win some loot within the game. So if you're not watching it there, make sure you head over there. Obviously, you can stick around to YouTube, stick around to Twitch, stick around to all the different ways you can watch the World League. Glitter and Seven, thank you again for joining me. We'll check in with you guys once again after match 3. But we have to bring in our commentators now. I love you too, Seven. Mr. Envirum, Mr. Davis. Are you guys out there? There you are. How are you gentlemen doing? Envirum, you got 2 games on your belt now so far. Going into match 3, how are things going to go?
I mean, if it's anything like that last one, I'm not going to have a voice in the next. Like, this is going to be this is wild. I mean, you could not have a bigger contrast between a game 1 and a game 2. Game 2 was all about action, and I'm kind of hoping that maybe that sort of creeps back into game number 3 here a little bit more on Erangel, because it had that slow start. But either way, we've been blessed with some pretty fortunate, some pretty excellent.
All right, real quick, Mr. Davis, prediction. I want to hear who you think's going to win. I don't know I don't know if that's just me or if that's going out to the stream.
Oh, he's
Maybe
definitely muted.
Unmute himself. Okay, and very much
That's on me. That's on me. Cloud9.
Cloud9, and very who do you got?
I'm going to go with KP as well. Bonita Power. Let's go.
All right, take it away, gentlemen.
Let's get into it. Game number 3. First day on the show, you get one. You get one mute, Cameron. You only get one. Let's get back into this, though. The teams are ready to get into the action. Let's start this back off. And it's been this interesting thing that's been happening so far today, that the team that won sits out the next game. Yeah. And I wonder, like, momentum's a big factor in this game. Talk to us about that idea. You know, Seven touched on the idea that going to customs, stay warmed up, but do you think that's impacting these teams being unable to sort of keep up the consistent performance from that other game?
I don't know. It's actually a very interesting concept to talk about, because I think if you have, as long as you have access to a custom game, as long as you have access to just like a training ground to keep your mechanics hot, I actually don't think it's going to be that big of an issue when you combine that with the fact that it allows you to watch your opponents. If only 4 teams are sitting out, that's still 16 other, or at least 12 other of your opponents that are still playing that you can watch and get information from to help inform your next match. So I don't think it's that big of a deal, but who knows? Maybe this game will prove me wrong, and Tempo Storm and Cloud9 are going to go out in the double digits.
Well, we're going to see here is a very easy going, very relaxed opening circle here. I see. I call this just draw a smiley face in there. This one's just so happy. It's giving everybody all the options. Interesting note, of course, teams like Nova not in here to start this off means that teams like B4 are able to go down and take over Millie. So we're seeing adaptations based on drop paths based on the teams that aren't in the lobby. And I think that's so, because all these teams, there's they have like little maps. I've seen them. They like drawn out and they go, this team drops here and this team drops there. And they're definitely using it right now to make sure that we're not having any silly early scuffles. And hey, it's Old Man. Old Man, the team that was the thorn in the side of Cloud9 way back in game number 1, is now bothering nobody, but also is not really going anywhere too fast.
No, I think they actually tried to contest vehicles into Wildcard, but Wildcard beat them to every single one on this area just north of Ross. You can see Cloud9 continuing to push further north. In fact, I think Sam is actually still parachuting, so he was there to give some information. But over here in Prison, this is an interesting spot to find Unique.
Or just one single member of Unique.
Just one, yeah.
And then there was one. I'm looking at that mini-map, and I do not see... Oh my goodness, they are down towards... The rest of the team is in Milta, and Milta Power. The outskirts of Milta, full east. And you have frag machines. Okay, this could be a very interesting start. They are going to be rotating out in a way. They're not going to lock themselves into prison, so wipe the sweat from your brow. You made it out. You're doing okay, Unique.
Yeah, I don't know if they knew, if frag machines knew that AH was sitting there, because that's a wide overextension, wide split for him, the rest of Milta Power. But luckily, we're looking at Alpha. They found vehicles. It took them a while, but they found them. And luckily, their loot position is still in the circle. It's not the best spot, but in a way that kind of helps them out of being able to loot, because they're starting their loot rotation so late. They can loot up without as much pressure from teams that are going to be contesting for that dead center position.
And this is interesting here because obviously, there's a concept that's been, in Battle Royale since the outset, particularly viable in PUBG MOBILE. It's the idea of loot economy. It's the idea that certain places are going to have, that you need less time to get more loot. And these highly contested places are going to be that, or they're going to be contested, but you can opt for these other routes that are going to take a little bit more time, but if you don't feel like you're pressured, it should still be viable in terms of what you're going to get. Because there's, of course, that's still that element of chance into what guns you're going to be able to get your hands on. And I think it's interesting that
Erangel gives lots of options in terms of there's a decent amount of high loot zones, but we're still seeing like there is one team in George right now. We have no teams in North George. North George can support 2 teams as long as they don't get too antsy. Yeah.
Problem with North George is one, looting through the apartments is very rough. And actually, even though there is a lot of loot, the amount of footwork that you do makes it a lot slower. The other problem is rotations out of North George are incredibly weak unless you get a northern circle like Game 1 or around shooting range. And the fact that it also doesn't have a consistently good parachute from the plane, I'm actually not shocked to see anyone there unless it's perhaps a backup.
Yeah, and this is kind of interesting because we did have teams who were sort of forced out, and maybe they're looking, they're going, oh man, maybe we should have reconsidered where we're going. And this ties back to the point that I've been making before, and I'm going to keep making. It's the idea that these aren't established yet. Where the spots are, the handshakes have not been made, the deals have not been signed. Teams other than maybe Tempo Storm and Pachinki, this is sort of like, Death Taxes and Tempo Storm and Pachinki. This is what you're going to be seeing. But I also love that we're highlighting Pittsburgh Knights, and I commented how last game it felt like they were playing passive because we hadn't really, there was so much of their action, we hadn't really caught them. But they were actually involved in a ton of fights of their own. We only got to see them at the end when they were playing there, but PK actually ended up putting up some pretty crazy numbers from game number 2 as well. So I really hope we get a chance to see more of them here because I think they're definitely going to be carrying that momentum over into game number 3.
I'm actually a big fan of how the Knights play this game. They're not a team that get involved in the early game, and even sometimes in the mid game they can stay silent. But that's because, at least to me, it seems their focus is always about being in a really good position to then go explosive at the end. And I think that's what we saw on the previous game. You're right that we didn't see exactly a lot of the action, so I can't say exactly when they started to pick up those kills. But they're not a team like Loops. They're not a team like Kunina Power that will go heavy, that will just go hard on you no matter what time in the game it is.
Yeah, I think that's always so interesting is the idea that, okay, we're in circle X, therefore we can do Y. Again, it's just another one of these equations that these players are constantly having to run to help them make these decisions in the moment. Because, we talk about the idea that 1 or 2 seconds of hesitation in a game like this that is so fast, that is so action-packed, you're not going to win. If you can't make those decisions, your hand starts moving before your brain does, you're probably not going to make it to a stage like this. So we know that these players are capable of it. They just need to trust themselves and trust their teammates. And for, a team like Pittsburgh Knights that has made some recent roster changes, they've got Sixless, they've got Carnage. These are relatively new additions to the roster. They're going to have to still sort of figure that out. Of course, Sixless, debatably one of the best fraggers in NA. You then add that additional voice into the communication. What does that look like? And they're still going to be figuring this out. Luckily, we have weeks of play for them to continue to refine the style that, like you mentioned, I think is going to take them far.
Looking at Alpha right now, we commented how slow start for them. They finally found vehicles, fighting looting up, but you're looking at Faker's loot. He has 5 bandages and a single drink for his drive, or his road trip. That's not a lot of loot as far as I'm concerned, so I worry how this is going to impact the rest of their play. But Gonzo going down super early to KHK. First player out. KHK.
Is it too late to change my pick?
Nope. Locked in. It's locked in. It's
okay. I still believe Kunina Power. I still believe in you. You got Tixie. Therefore, nothing is off the table. That was unfortunate. And that was, funnily enough, indicative of, Pittsburgh Knights, of games past. The idea that you're just getting caught out in the open on a rotation. Why were you there, Gonzo? You're just going to be Gonzo at that situation. You know what I mean? Like, people are going to take it. That was low-hanging fruit. I had to take it. Just like they took those shots right into his back as he was out in the middle of an open field. But the thing is as much as that looks like his positioning, that's also on the team. Like, you shouldn't also, I understand the idea of the 3-1 and you want to have a scout, but the team should also be in a position to support you if you're making those decisions. And there was no support that was had there. That was just a free kill.
Wildcard here moving down, actually following in the footsteps of Alpha. Alpha who are getting just closer and closer towards the river just in case they need to cross, because the river is not exactly central. There's a majority chance that it's going to swing towards the south side. And so both these teams on the north are taking it slow so they don't run into anything dangerous, but they are still slowly pushing themselves further and further towards that river. We only have a couple more seconds before phase 2 begins, and we see exactly where they are going to have to move, if at all. But my worry is that, look at Cube. Cloud9 are there. Cube is notorious for being a really strong position to stop these crosses, but in return, Wildcard do get a crate. Oh, and a good circle to match.
Just to take a bite of that donut right in the center. that is not really going to cause anybody to move. We are going to have another slower start like I think we saw in game number 1. And this is really just leaving every single option open, but we're going to have those similar questions that we pose. The idea of playing around the river, of playing around Roz, of holding onto those bridges, controlling rotations. Then already, once again, we're seeing Cloud9 putting themselves in a position where they can do just that. No loops to fight with this time around. But we'll see what they can do as we see Uter Killers up against Umbra here. This is going to get interesting. Vindex real close. But he's able to hold on as they have control of this, and the rest of the team is backing them up. We've seen so many fights around this compound in the world of competitive PUBG Mobile. This is a staple, playing around the rocks, trying to get the angle in. But at this point, I think you just got to cut your losses.
Now, for a second, I thought that Sandro would have had an angle onto Vindex, who was healing in the corner, but he's not going to take it. As you mentioned, they're just bailing out of it. They lost 2 players, I think, from that. It's definitely not a good start, but it's a good decision to bail once it's stacked against you, and I think they're just going to send it into Rozhok and try and play it safe. It's not, I mean, they obviously can't be happy about this decision. They can't be happy about having to go into a city and just hang out, because generally, more often than not, you're going to be on the losing end of things. I say that. Maybe they're just going to hang out here on top of the water tower.
All right, chilling on the overlook. I don't hate that decision at all. Dream Eater's going to take over school while they're here. School's out for the summer kids, but not here in Erangel. Back in session. Let's go. And they're just going to be able to, I call this the porcupine, where they're just going to be able to look out in every single direction and have the spikes ready to, respond wherever they need them. And again, this building, a lot of angles to keep in mind. Also a lot of angles to get shot from. So we'll keep an eye on that.
That's the trade-off.
That's it.
It's not as one-sided, and with that many angles, that also means that you're tempted to trying to watch almost everything, which means you could miss something. I think they have all 4 players, which means that they can just send 1 to each angle, north, south, east, west, etc.
Mm-hmm.
If you lose a player, though, then you have to make decisions of, we're going to have to put priority onto this angle, put priority onto this side, and teams can sneak up on you.
And indeed, and we're getting a replay back at that first pickup there. Oh my goodness, Underconino power, and then the shots from long range as well. Down on that other screen, you can see these long-range shots from these players. I mean, the fact that they're doing this on phones is mind-boggling to me. How good these shots are, especially at range. The spray control they have, give them the 4x, and it's like you're watching Mozart compose a masterpiece at that point. It's absolutely wild. This football is now maybe getting some eyes down. Hang on. And this is going to be the engage. This is going to be, let's just go in, and the rest of the team is backing up. Cameron, there is no hesitation with this squad. This is what I was talking about. They have that killer instinct.
Ooh, and I like how they're not full engaging just yet. They're just setting up around those blue crates to try and get an initial starting knock, but there it is. A nice grenade from Soul-K.
Oop, there it is. Soul-K just starting things off absolutely right, and now the rest of the team is going to try and take advantage of it, but they are getting a full flank. Give them the old 180. Wrap this up, put a bow on it. Let's go in. And I love this play. The grenades being used here in the World League have been so impressive. The shots as well. And this is just a methodical execution. This is the slow, inexorable collapse. The jaws of death are closing tight. And Soul-K is at the tip of the spear. He is not slowing down. He has the shots. He has the 1v. No! He can't quite get it done, but his teammates are there to wrap it all up for him. And that is going to be the squad out. That is footballist with first blood.
Man, the minute that they got that first knock, there was nothing that SWAT 69 could have done. The way that football is just executed onto that compound was almost perfect. I think they had a man advantage at the beginning, so maybe, we don't want to say that it was like the best player in the world. I think that if SWAT 69 had one more player, it could look a little differently, but they still executed it so clinically.
Yeah, I definitely, again, having a 4v3 situation is solid, but it was more just so the instant reaction off that first knock. You make that play whether it's 3 or 4. You make that play regardless, and oh man, now we're seeing off the Legends. It's just Umbra just not really being in the best position right there, getting caught out, and now as the circle is starting to rotate north, we talked about the river earlier on, and it is going to be in play in a big way. Right now, Wildcard's the only team up to the north, and the battle for Rozhok has begun. All the teams are rolling on in, trying to find a parking space. It's like 3 p.m. in Toronto. It's just not gonna happen. Best of luck to you, sir, as they are finally starting to try and take over a building. You get a building, maybe 2.
it's not the worst position for Tempo to be in, but it's definitely not going to be as good as Alpha, just to the north. Alpha have the best spot in the circle right now. It's dead center, and it's heavy control around that river, which is splitting the circle in two sides. I am curious to see how many teams are going to use this circle shift as a reason to go towards the north. You already saw Frag a little bit of a fight with Cloud9 because they made that decision. I wonder if anyone's going to go around the east side around Yasnaya. But right now, it is all going to be teams trying to get into Rozhok. If you're not on the north side, you need to be in this city.
We're seeing teams just trying to take the most minimum step they need to. They don't want to overcommit at this point. They don't want to, okay, we're going to make a long bomb. Like you said, we're going to go past Yaz. We're going to try and take some buildings to the north of the river only to have it suddenly shift back south. Nobody wants to make that call. They're going to put themselves in the position that works best for them in this moment. In this case, we have 3 teams fighting over Rozhok, and this is going to get interesting. Konina Power, of course, losing that 1 member early. We'll see if they can find some redemption, but no, instead it's the long-range shots doing their work. And we'll see if they're going to be able to get him back on up. You can see all the various angles. This is going to be one interesting scenario for all teams involved. If you don't have perfect knowledge of where your opponents are, you stick your neck out, you're likely to find it chopped off.
Like how aggro Alpha is being right now, just constantly moving around and using the advantage that this plateau gives them. Looking into Power, they lost the second player. I don't know if that revive is going to be... Oh, nope, they're on it. Okay, so they were able to find an angle to retreat from the sightlines of Tempo and Alpha, and so they're going to be able to stay S3, but the circle shift goes towards the east again, and this actually gives a little bit of space for Konina Power to work with.
This was probably the best circle they could have asked for at this point, because they have, in terms of the scope of the rest of the teams, the 15 that are still up and alive, of course there's still 15 teams up and alive. They don't have super far to go, and they are going to have a little bit of cover to try and get it done. This is another play zone, having some fun with Cloud9, who are just not having the game here. As Uneven is going to fall as well, but Pittsburgh Knights are still in this. Carnage didn't end up going down, but HQ are going to relocate. They know what their priority is. It's getting to this next circle. It's not taking fights that are just going to slow them down. I actually really like that decision here from them. Pittsburgh Knights now need to find a rotation of their own as we get back to the fight here. Once again, it's Tempo Storm now still fighting up against Alpha. One building at a time, but the vantage points of the roof here are going to make a big difference. Let's see if you see Konina Power off to the left out of the corner of your eye. Let's see if they decide to get involved as well.
The thing is, Konina Power's angle is not very good for them to get involved unless they want to overextend. And so I think a better strategy for them is to let these guys fight it out and then pick up the scraps once they have to move towards the east. But that does mean that those are kills that potential that they're not going to be picking up if Alpha goes big and goes huge. They're already getting a little bit of damage, but you see just on the side a couple of other teams trying to get involved into Rozhok, trying to send it because they have no other options.
Ooh, barely able to use the edge of that cliff is Pittsburgh Knights. The rest of the teams are rotating on around. Can they get the shots heading towards the bridge? That's the question mark. Pittsburgh Knights forced to bail out now and trying to play bridge troll, but Raven is the one who does get tagged. I knew they weren't going to get through there unscathed. Too many eyes looking their way, and Adder is just having a little swim right down the river. Let's see if he's going to try and pick up some kills from the outside. Be a sneaky little snake to try and third party this, because Pittsburgh Knights, they're damaged. Let's see if he can find these shots. Carnage, can you get yourself back up?
I don't know if Knights know that C9 are there, but Alpha know that PK are there. And they're going aggressive. They want to finish these kills. And they know they have an isolated angle. And that's 2 more kills for Alpha Hunters. Only up to 3 right now, but the control and the aggression that they're displaying makes me think that they're on a roll in this round.
Oh my goodness, Alpha Legends, no hesitation there. They see the 2 members down. Well, they know they have the 1 member down. They know the other one, and they're still potentially going to try and hunt for this. They just need to make sure that they don't give up, because they're still fighting Tempo Storm. Like, there is still another fight on their flank. They cannot overcommit. We call this tunnel vision. You focus too much on one direction that you ignore everywhere else. Don't put on blinders. Everybody needs to keep this. And now, in fact, the fight has been going on with Tempo Storm and Konina Power, who have not had the game to remember, more like the game to forget this time. And Alpha have just kept themselves in such a good spot. They have not had to move. They've planted their flag in the ground, and they are owning Rozhok right now.
The problem is that they have actually let too many teams get into the city, and they have not moved from their position to a strong position, but it's not the center anymore. Ooh. But, oh, good aggressive push there by KHK to finish off Udyr Killers, and they're going to go out in 15th place. 4 members still up, but the fight for Rozhok is not over, not even close.
It has only just begun, Cameron's footballers are trying to rotate on into the compound controlled by Dream Eaters, trying to lay down some smoke. I wonder if Matic is going to try and get a prone angle on top of that roof, but he's going to be exposed to a lot of the rest of the city. That might be a bit of a gutsy play, but he is going to try and go for it, try and make the jump out the window. I think he's going to try and squeeze on in to get the angle on Footballists, who the only cover is the one they brought with them. We'll see if they're going to be able to get it done. This is a very risky situation. They have this tiny little defilade, but they're going to have to move here pretty soon.
I think the circle shift has happened, and it's shifted off of them. It's shifted to the north side of the river. And so every team that is in Rozhok is going to have to move. You already see Alpha Legends and off in the background moving across the bridge behind the Knights, but everyone else, they don't have the room to. They don't want to get shot in the back where they move out. And Footballists, they actually have an opportunity to leave, of course. Toffees does find the angle.
And, you know, gives them the old headshot for good measure. If you're going to leave, you're not going to leave. Let's be real. As we do take a look towards the map, the teams are trying to get that. Alpha was actually doing a fantastic job. They did rotate out. They gave up their position at the top, but Wildcard, they have been chilling. They have been sitting pretty this whole time. And Unique has also been able to get up. B4 as well as PK just chilling under the bridge. Everybody is trying to make the rotation, trying to get on in. And Dream Eater is doing a good job of getting involved in that conversation. But Footballists, despite the fact that they took some losses, have been able to survive at least a little bit longer. But the blue is going to make this difficult. They're going to have to try and take the bridge and the vehicle. And this is a risky play, but I think it might be the one they have to make.
Lavazin is already there, and so that allows him to get across, sort of shepherd him on in, and now both vehicles coming up on the eastern side. The problem is they're going to be driving directly into Unique, and they have no other option but to try and take that fight. But all these teams that are still in Rozhok, they're just going to get chunked down from the blue. Umbra, they're not going to last long. Tempo Storm, they're not going to last long, because even if they do run away from the play zone, they have the Knights, and they have Dream Eaters on that bridge just above them.
Not a great position. You know, the idea I talked about tunnel vision, focusing on the fight that's right in front of you. The circle caught up to them, and now they're going to be fighting not only Umbra, but the blue. Let's see if they have enough meds and everything to get them through this. I think they might. They don't take these decisions. Yes, they do have the vehicle as well. They don't make these decisions lightly. They're going to send two on ahead, clean up the rest of it. Spec is there, making a ghost of his opponents. But then, unfortunately, like you mentioned before, they're coming in late to the party, and this bridge is the bridge of death. Oh my goodness. Rain is forced to go prone, but they still have to make the crossing. This journey is not over yet. Someone's got to make a call.
Sliss trying to get the final kill, but Matic is going to be able to duck his head under the water just for a little bit. And they're using, you can see they're using the underside of the bridge to try and stay safe. But the Knights, of course, have the biggest advantage here because Dream Eaters, they're going to have to dive into the water at some point. But who is that on the left side? A Footballist? Do the Knights know that he's there?
These are all the questions, and we'll see who has the answers. Dream Eaters able to pick up one. That is HQ. Going on down in 10th position. But this is the slow and steady battle here under the bridge. Trying to find all these angles. Dream Eater. Oh my goodness. And no, they absolutely have no idea. I think that Levazin's there. Oh, this is going to be interesting. But Alpha Legends, the team that was able to push up in early, is dealing with Wildcard, the team that has just been able to sit pretty this whole time. And now they're also going to start to make the presence felt. They did lose Sam, so Wildcard did not get through this entirely unscathed. But they are going to have to pick up at least one kill here to try and even the odds up against the team of Unique.
Wildcard, they've been playing it very, very safe and actually letting these teams get quite close, but Spring is going to try and turn that around, dropping Nempus, and Slicky is there with a smoke tunnel to get up close and perhaps trying to finish the job. You can see on the minimap, Wildcard want to take Unique out. They're going to let Alpha Legends survive for now. The nades come in, they don't quite hit the intended target just yet for either side. And Slicky's able to make his way back to his teammates.
You saw B4 popping up on the kill feed as well. Alpha Legends, who had such a great position, they were doing so well. They rotated in, not quite able to have the same success out in the open that they did in the city. Oh, and that was interesting. I believe they were ended up clean up there. Pittsburgh Knights, the fact that they lost two members, they are still in this, still putting up points on the kill feed. But B4 is actually in a great spot right now. We've been quiet on them. They've been skirting on through the outskirts, but they've been able to pick up 5 kills over the last few fights. And they've got this whole entire side of the circle, Cameron. They're actually looking in a pretty good spot. Other than the fact that they don't quite have all the leverage in terms of elevation, they've got a great angle down towards the river.
Yeah, and actually the reason for their success so far is because they've been playing quite loose. What's the saying? Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. They have 5 kills, 4 up, and they don't have the strongest position, but because of the loose style, it means that they're able to move wherever the circle sends them. Unfortunately, I think they just got a knock against them onto Levy, but that should be an easy revive, assuming that the high ground angles from Unique or actually Alpha Legends on the west side don't find a spot to get this, confirm that kill.
And once again, Pittsburgh Knights with the last man standing, able to just rack up these placement points. So amazing to watch J7 once again on the edge, out in the blue, but making it work, just passing so many teams despite a bit of a risky rotation down in the riverbed. Well, they were able to make it happen, at least to here. I don't think too many more kills are going to be able to come that way, but as a reminder, all these teams need to know, okay, there's still somebody down there. We still have to allocate some resources to looking that way, or we absolutely will get shot in the back. We literally just saw it in that last game.
Looking at this crate right now, and Alpha Legends, I think, have a good opportunity to go grab it. I'm not entirely sure of the angles that Unique might have, but I think once the circle closes, and especially once J7 is taken out of the game, assuming that happens, because we've seen J7 do some miraculous things, and actually, he gets a shift in his favor, so this could be the Knights. I don't think they're going to win this game still. It's only one player remaining, but they could make this a lot better than I think we expected.
Yeah, the question now becomes, does B4 maybe want to try and make a play and take over that piece of real estate? The problem is you give up your high ground advantage, and they're going to split. They're going to go 2-2. I love this decision here from them. The time for 3-1 is gone. You need to have a buddy. Play the buddy system. They're going to go down here and try and deal with J7, open things up, and keep an eye on the rotation coming in from the other side of the ridge. While Mixera and Levi are going to be able to keep an eye on Unique coming in from the top. Mixera says, no, you know what? Let's commit all the way here, leaving Levi out in the open. I'm not sure. I think he's still got a vehicle there as well, so this might be the okay play from them. They realize they would rather commit the fight onto J7.
Oh, there he goes.
It's actually Alpha that confirms it, though.
It's a 7th kill for them, and they lost 2. They only have 2 remaining. And I think their position is about to get cut off by Wildcard. I am a little curious on why Unique and Wildcard have been taking this so slow, because the blue is pushing them in. But, well, Alpha, that's going to be 1 down. It's just Kaito remaining. Can he turn this back into their favor as Wildcard? No, it doesn't matter, because Unique's actually going to be saving them.
Yeah, and we're seeing Slicky trying to find the shots. Gets it. Goes prone, but it doesn't make a difference here. Let's see if they're going to be able to confirm these final kills as the circle's closing in. Slicky looking so good. He's got the big gun in his hands, letting it go. Boom. Well, let's see what Alpha can do. Up in the shadow, in the smoke, up against B4. And Maxon's going to look to try and maximize their chances of getting this chicken dinner if he can secure this kill and secure this ridge line. But Kaido, he's down there all by his lonesome. Can they find these angles? B4 is looking to try and be the one that every other team needs to deal with. Blowing up the vehicle. Slicky going to take a little bit of damage, but stay alive. This is getting down to the wire, Cameron, and that is going to be Wildcard out of it. I think the nade from long range was able to clean that one up, and now B4 is in a great position. They're looking uphill. Everyone else is battered and bruised. Kaido needs to win this fight, and he does, but the rest of the team is rotating on in. Can he keep doing this? What? Somebody stop this man! Oh my goodness, finally take him down, but the damage has been done. 2 downs going in now for B4, and this is potentially an opening for Unique, but it's just the last man standing. What can he do? He's got to try and push. Can he find the shots? He confirms 1 kill, backs himself back up, but he's only got bandies. Oh no, this is not a great spot. He's got to try and survive. He's got to strike while the iron is hot. Can he get the shots onto Maxon? Can he confirm these kills? No, the res has come through, and that is B4 with the chicken dinner.
Oh man, a really good win for them, and as we mentioned, where were they, at least as far as we're concerned, in the early to mid game, but they come in hot at the end, and that's a 10-kill win. That's definitely a good win for them, and they sort of kind of stole that round from the other teams that we were looking at. Neither of us were big fans of their position earlier on, but they played the circle shifts, and they were able to slide into that, steal the position away from the Knights, steal that position away from Alpha Legends. And yes, it looked a little tricky at the end with, I believe that was AH there from Unique. I'm not exactly sure on the information that they had, why he didn't go perhaps a little more aggressive than he did at the end, but nonetheless, a really good round coming out from B4.
Yeah, they played that so well. They played that so tight at the end. Literally, one player was able to get the res, and then he was able to go get the revive on the other, and they were just hiding behind the car. Oh my goodness. Like, obviously we have perfect vision. We have perfect intel. For us, looking at that, it's like, okay, maybe there's one way to play this, but in the end, B4 able to weather the storm, able to walk away with the win. We're going to jump onto a short break. When we come back, our analysts are going to break that down. Oh my goodness, what a doozy of a game.
I do have to say that curse is living strong for Mr. Jason Kaplan here. I predict B4 last game and they lose very early on. They come into this game and they win. I picked Tempo Storm and they got destroyed. What is going on with me? My curse? 7, please help me out, man.
Listen, you outlive me. I gotta give you props when their props are due. You outlive me. I picked Kanina Power, and for some reason, they decided to not show up in this match. They got absolutely destroyed by Tempo Storm, and I forgot who the other team was, but it didn't go their way, man.
I'm getting real frustrated on my side. We have a little talent prediction game going on, and I can tell you before this match I was in last place with 6 points. I don't know what's going on, but Glitter, let's take a look at our rankings from that last match and see who was where. B4 Esports taking first place with 30 total points.
Love seeing B4 at the top of the list there. They had a very, very strong game, even stronger finish in that final end zone. But also, Team Unique did very, very well for themselves. And Alpha Legends, I feel like we keep talking about them. They just keep showing up after kind of ramping up a little bit in our opening weekend. So definitely excited to see them on there, especially with 7 kills.
Definitely, and I think the other one we got to go ahead and mention is Football. Is your pick, Glitter. They ended up with 4 kills. We mentioned it over and over again. That's a team that's very consistent. And also, from seeing there from the first page before we go to the second page, it's Pittsburgh Knights. Pittsburgh Knights, even though they weren't able to go ahead and get into the top 5, at least staying consistent within the top 10. That is something you love to see. And going back to B4, I love teams that are able to go ahead and bounce back. B4 ended up with the 15th place finish after Jason Kaplan went ahead and chose them for Vikendi. And here, he didn't pick them. Guess what? They ended up with the win and 30 points. That's really impressive.
Well, 7, you know what? Someone here, I'm not going to say who it was, picked Kanina Power. And if I can read correctly, they're in 15th place on that last match with 1 point. So maybe the curse is slowly transferring from me to you?
Ooh, imagine if that happens. At 1 point, I'll take it. It's bound to happen. Listen, I'd rather have these mistakes happen early in the tournament than later on, okay?
That's a good point. Not even just for us, right, in our predictions, but maybe for Kanina, maybe for Cloud9. Yes. Get those bad games out of the way now, because again, these are teams that we expect to make it through into the top 16, to make it into the Super Week. I think going into Super Week is where they're really going to need to focus some things down. But let's take a look, though, at the stats from B4 with their latest victory. See 1,700 total damage. Not quite the 2K we've been kind of seeing, however, Glitter.
Yeah, and if this is the threshold, then I'm here for it. Not only, though, do they hit almost that 2K damage mark, but look at their heals. So they either got a lot of their damage super late in the game, which we did see. It did take a long time for these teams to start kind of taking those fights, but they were also very smart about their positioning in those smaller zones. So they did very, very well there. And then also they not only had 7 knockouts with 10 kills, so also awareness in general, being able to pick off other people's knocks while they're kind of battling it out.
It's interesting to me.
And I think that's something you always, I was going to say, I think that's always something you love to see, especially from winning teams, is their awareness. Being able to go ahead and get those extra points by just stealing some kills. That is huge. That is something that even the viewers got to go ahead and keep a close eye on that. Because remember, 1 kill equals 1 point. And it can come down towards the very end tomorrow, going into Super Weekend, that you might not be able to make it because of 1 point. I've seen it before, and you don't want to be that team. So if you are able to go ahead and just secure that extra kill, that extra point, go for it.
Did you say stealing those kills?
I did.
I call those confirming kills, to be honest, because whenever if I can get a single one, I'm going to be happy about that. Something we did want to talk about was your choice, Glitter. You talked about football list, and there's something about the rotations that ended up happening. Do you want to kind of go into detail for us?
Yeah, so I was watching them, and they were doing really well up until, I want to say maybe zone 6. It shifted really hard north across the river, and they were on the south end of that zone. And while we were watching them, I was sitting there going, oh my God. Before it shifted, I was like, if this zone shifts away from them and goes north, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. It shifted away for them and went north, and they got stuck having to rotate through, I think, 3 teams across that river. PK was holding the bridge and gatekeeping anyone that was trying to go around that way. Dream Meters was there. Tempo was behind them. As soon as that shift occurred, anyone that was on the south side of that zone was in a really, really bad spot.
I think we might see some of that in our do the do moments from our match number 3, and we can kind of talk about that when we do get into it. But to kick things off in the 7, we're going to have to talk about how this really broke out right off the bat. I mean, you see here, KHK just trying to get aggressive right off the bat.
Yeah, and KHK, even though they are getting aggressive here with Konina Power, this is one that I mentioned over and over again. For some reason, these teams end up fighting each other, and guess what? KHK got the better out of Konina Power there. During this seeding weekend, we actually saw the reverse of that, so it's impressive to see KHK not backing down from a fight. Even if Konina Power is being very consistent, very powerful, it's good to see teams being able to do that. And going back to B4, as we're going to be seeing some highlights here from Alpha, is B4, they just absolutely impressive game here. 30 points, 10 kills, the win. And not only that, not having to take that much damage. That was amazing to see. Another fight that we were keeping a close eye on that you guys are probably going to be able to see in a little bit was Pittsburgh Knights going up against Dream Eaters. Pittsburgh Knights actually lost 2 of their players. I don't remember quite well off the top of my head which team it was, but they lost them early and they had to push up with 2 players under the bridge. It was a back and forth for a very long time, and Pittsburgh Knights at the end able to go ahead and come out on top. That was huge for them because it secured them some extra points.
Yeah, and you know, Jason has even talked about it a couple times, specifically in these map scenarios where teams do have a bridge at their disposal and they are able to gatekeep, especially across water, because water can be so treacherous on these maps. PK did a really good job of holding the likes of Dream Eaters, and you know, I think it was also a Cloud9 possibly at some point that was over there. There were so many squads that had to rotate through there. When you have that positioning over these teams, and we can see here the Dream Eaters kind of finishing off that fight down there at the edge of the bridge with PK, it's difficult. If you're not there first and you don't have that spot, trying to go through an area where there's a height advantage, where there's a literal land advantage, is just so hard to do.
Yeah, anytime you get into a fight with a team that has a height advantage, you're just gonna be trying to find different ways to go ahead and approach that, whether it's through smokes, whether it's through using your vehicles and go ahead and push up, or at least if you end up getting one knock like B4 there, right there, just go for it. I mean, if you get a knock, that's already a man that you don't have to worry about. Send your players out, send your players to get different angles, and you're gonna be able to go ahead and just overcome that. And shout out to Gabriel, because he actually picked B4 on Twitch. So everybody watching on Facebook and YouTube, I'm gonna be looking at you next for predictions.
Is he gonna get his confetti from you, Seven?
Not in this one, in the next.
On this one, in the next one.
Not doing a breakdown this time.
Well, we're gonna have a quick interview. Actually, we have Knight, the coach of B4 Esports, going to be joining us here in just a few seconds, and I'm actually really curious to hear what he has to say. Well, first of all, Knight, can you hear me? We good?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Great voice. Yes. I'm loving it. So, first question for you is, how did you guys change your preparation? Not change your preparation. How did you prepare specifically from the opening weekend until league play? Was there anything that you changed up? Any VODs you went back and looked at? What was the whole protocol for you guys?
As a coach, I was studying the other teams for like 8-10 hours daily. So I was talking with my team. We are together here in São Paulo, and we talk a lot, we study a lot, and you do all those things together. So we're kind of confident playing against the other teams.
All right, Seven, you want to go ahead and kick it off here?
Definitely. So in this one, you guys have to sit out the first match, obviously. Then you go into Vikendi, you get 15 plays, right? And then how do you guys react to that after having to sit out, having a bad match to start off with, and knowing that you only have 2 days? What is the mental state of the players there? By the way, obrigado do Brasil.
Obrigado. So we are used to play with the odds against us. So playing like getting the 60 plays doesn't change our mindset, because you're very focused on what you're doing. We work a lot with we have a psychologist to talk with us, so we can speak with her when we have something, when you have problems or anything like that. So this doesn't affect us inside the game, and you just keep playing our game.
Awesome. Hey, thank you once again, obrigado, for that answer. And I'm actually surprised to hear that you guys have a psychologist. I feel like that's something that you guys might have an advantage over a lot of teams, because I always say this game can be a very mental game. So good for you guys to actually go ahead and have that in hand. I think that is huge for your team going forward.
Thank you.
Well, Glitter, I mean, you have to have a question here. We have to, honestly, we could probably keep him here for like half an hour at least, but we obviously have to move into another game. But I want to give you a chance to ask a question.
I just have one quick question. Across the board so far, you guys have actually done a very good job of being incredibly consistent, which sometimes can be difficult in a game like this. What do you credit that success to? How do you guys manage to be so successful on a variety of maps and just over a spread of time?
I think it's because we're very together as a family. So we spend all day together talking about the game, studying together. We did a lot of preparations. Even before the PMPL starts, we are talking a lot. We are having a lot of different experiences, testing different things. So that's who we are, a team that can adapt really fast to everything that appeared to us.
Okay, well, Knight, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. Obrigado as well, and we continue to see you guys' success coming up in the next few days.
Bye. Go before.
I love that. What you asked, by the way, Seven, like his answer about having a psychologist. I think that's really cool to see, because if we look at esports in general across the world, across different games, that's something really being integrated more and more into teams to keep that positive mental state.
Oh, definitely. That's something that I've been pushing since we even started doing this PUBG Mobile Esports, is that things can actually it can get into your head. If, for example, your top fragger has a bad day one, that could start playing mind games on himself, and that could lead him to have a bad match. So just knowing that they actually have a psychiatrist on hand, and if something is in their head, they're actually able to go ahead and express that to somebody, that is so huge for a team. And I hope that other esports that are currently watching this, especially mobile esports, please, if you're able to, go ahead and give them that extra tool to your players, because on the long run, this is going to help them out big time.
I'm not gonna lie, I think I need to hit Knight up for her number, because I'm gonna need one with how frustrated I'm getting in my prediction games. Let's take a look though at the total damage from that last match. We start to break this one down, and again, kills being such a major factor. 1 kill equals 1 point. Let's take a look at where the teams do currently lay, and as you can see, B4 Glitter not even topping the damage numbers.
No, and that's actually incredibly impressive. I think that just lends itself to what I was touching on a little bit before, is that I think a lot of their damage came in at the end, super late game, when they got into a lot of those engagements in those final zones. But Alpha Legends breaking the 2K mark, that is really impressive, Seven. You have talked about them quite a few times.
Definitely, Alpha Legends is one of those teams that has just been very consistent for me. They have yet to get the win, but as we are able to tell here, they're getting closer and closer. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe by the end of today, we end up seeing a win from them. And I think it's impressive too, them being able to go ahead and keep their players alive. As I mentioned at the beginning of the show yesterday, one of their players was able to go ahead and get them extra placing points. But now that we're here in league play, we not only want to see them get those placing points, we want to see them get those skills and if possible that chicken dinner. So Alpha Legends continuing that consistency is very impressive to me.
I will say one thing, looking at Kanina Power, obviously they had a rough game here. Tixie, he had almost 4K damage coming into the league play day one, and they had about, was it 300 to 400 damage there, period? This is a rough start, I'd say, for them so far, Glitter.
Yeah, and that was bound to happen. I mean, they've kind of been hovering at the top of those leaderboards for quite some time.
Yeah.
They even managed to already have a strong start today. So, we have to allow them like one stumbling block here and there, because there are so many good players, or just so many good teams, period, that every once in a while things are going to get shaken up.
What's that, Seven?
Even though they didn't have a great game, the man has been averaging 467 damage per game, and not only that, 2-point-something kills per match. That is so hard to do in a competitive scene like we're seeing here right now. So still impressive numbers by that squad, even though this last one, I might have cursed them.
You might have. The curse might have transferred. Finally, it's my time. Let's take a look, though, at the overall standings now from our first 3 matches being played. Just to remind you guys at home, top 16 teams at the end of tomorrow will make it into our very first Super Week, and that will be 3 days of matches. You can see Tempo Storm, you talked about before, Glitter, they were in second place behind Yala, but they only had 1 match played, and now with 2 done, they're currently sitting in first with 40.
Yeah, and they still have more to go as well. They are being very, very strong in general right now. And I think, I had said there's a possibility for any squad to have an equally strong game. Somebody else can get a 31-point game and kind of jump up the leaderboard and be right near Tempo Storm. If they can just keep up their consistency, they don't need an overwhelmingly amazing game from there. They just need to be consistent. That is now going to be the name of the game.
I definitely agree with that. And something to also keep in mind for the viewers is that we have seen a game from a team get 41 points from just one game. So anything can happen here. If you're currently seeing maybe your favorite team out of the top 16, well, guess what? They can still come back. All it takes is a win or just a little bit more consistent placing and higher kills. One team that I'm actually surprised that we're currently seeing in 16th place is Nova Esports. That's one team that I expected them to be a little bit higher. Not sure exactly what's going on there. Maybe everything is not falling into place. I'll have to have a conversation there with Sheep and pick his brain a little bit more. And Loops Esports falling to 11th place. I'm pretty sure mentally for that team, from coming from PMWL Americas and being at the top 3 every single time, every single day, I think that's going to go ahead and start messing with them. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see another huge game coming here in Vikendi.
And one thing we should kind of keep our eye on there in the overall rankings is the fact that the 16th, 17th place, that point cutoff to stay safe into the first Super Week, right? Right now it's 10 points for 16th place. You could easily get that in one game alone, just based off kills, if not even placements. So really, it's anyone's game at the moment as we do head into our future games. We're going to take a look at Loops Esports and Tempo Storm. We do have 10 matches in total, so including the opening weekend and the games we've had today. And just look at how close the numbers really are here, especially the kills for me, Glitter, is something that stands out.
Yeah, that's actually crazy how almost dead even both of these teams are, which I think is just speaking to, one, their overall level of aggression, which we've seen from both teams. They're both capable of it. Loops especially, kind of not afraid to take any of these fights, and we saw them take some crazy early fights already in day one here. But the kills overall, those are high numbers, and it's kind of exciting to see, Seven.
Yeah, they definitely are. And just something to note, as Jason was saying, those are from all the 10 matches that we have played here so far in the World League, including seeding weekend. Now, if we go just based on today, Tempo Storm has 16 kills. If we average that down, that is 8 kills per match. If we go down to Loops, they're currently averaging about 4.5 kills. So Tempo Storm definitely get the better out of that head-to-head there. And those are teams that, honestly, we're probably going to go ahead and continue to talk about in the future because they just have that fragging power. And we know that if they get into momentum, they can get those wins back-to-back if possible.
So there's one more stat in there that kind of stood out to me is the fact that you have about 1,000 damage done difference. Actually, sorry. 500 damage done difference, but 1,000 damage received difference between the two teams. And that to me kind of says, at least for Tempo, is that when they take these fights, they take them cleanly, right? They're not rushing in maybe as aggressively as Loops Esports is. They're being very cautious about their fights, picking them, but they're also taking quite a lot of fights considering the amount of kills they had, Glitter.
Which, I think is definitely something to try strategy-wise, especially with the amount of time that these teams have as far as matches goes and the opportunity to get those points. That could just be a strategy that they're trying out, and whether or not it works for them, they have a little bit of time to shake that out here in this first day, especially with their current standings being as strong as they are, although Loops is a little bit farther down in the rankings, so maybe they'll start to rein it in a little bit and see if playing a little bit safer works in their favor.
Well, you know what? Not only do we like to see what the players are up to when it comes to the World League, we want to see what the fans are up to, see who you guys are rooting for. So let's check in for a couple of people of who the teams they think are going to take the whole thing.
Hey guys, it's John Allen from the PUBG MOBILE World League East. There was a little bit of a call out to support your favorite teams from the World League West, and as you guys know, I was commentating on the PMWL Americas, so I've got a couple of ideas about who I'd like to see win. Now, I would choose Tempo Storm, but Monica still owes me some socks, so I'm going to have to go with the one, the only Team Queso. Hopefully they're going to be able to do their countrymen proud. I hope to see big things from them. They've stepped up so many times before. We'll see what they can do here.
Hello PUBG, my name is Mystic and my favorite team from the West is Footballist. Foot.
And of course, if you want to support your team, you can email your video over to pubgm@eslgaming.com and you can kind of support your team and maybe get yourself here on the show. I do have to say this though, Seven, I'm so tilted. If John doesn't get enough time on the East League, he gets to come on to our show and as well show up. What is that about? Come on.
That man just wants all the camera. And then when he joins the Twitch chat, he just says, John Allen,
John Allen. Nah, just kidding, John. Hey, man, you guys are killing it over there on the East as well. But I just want to go ahead and say, West is the best.
You know, John's got to font his VIP badge as well in Twitch chat. I'm going to get me one of those. I think, Glitter, you're missing yours as well. We're going to get on this. We're going to figure out what's going on. We're going to take a look at the schedule now as we move into our 4th and penultimate game of the day. Going over to Vikendi, and we still have yet to have any dual chicken winners so far. But we have Group B being taken out, Glitter, so which teams are not going to be playing here in Match 4?
That means we actually won't be seeing the likes of Konina Power, Headquarters, Team Unique, and Uter Killers.
Okay, I think Konina Power, specifically after 7 had them pitted to win, need that slight break. Isn't that right, 7?
Yeah, they went back. They said, yeah, listen, we're disappointed the 7 Worlds game. He's over there picking us. We got to do better in the next one. So they say, let's go ahead and sit out this one out. 7, you go ahead and pick Loops. So in this one, I'm going to go ahead and pick Loops. I'm going to stick to Vikendi, Loops, Erangel, Konina Power.
I mean, jump on the gun a little bit on predictions, but we might as well get out of the way then. Glitter, who are you going to go for?
Honestly, I'm going to be going back to B4. They might have struggled 2 ago, but we clearly just saw a very strong game come out of them. They won a Vikendi during opening weekend, and maybe they're in a little bit of a better groove now, and I feel good about B4, especially, you know, because that interview was awesome. I'm feeling okay about it.
Well, you know what that means, so I have to pick, right? I'm going to have to go B4 with Glitter. No, I'm going Team Queso. I don't know. I can feel something about the team. You already heard, was it John Allen talk about them as well? If John has them predicted to win, I have them predicted to win, and we know that's not going to go wrong at all. Isn't that right, guys? I always pick the winners.
I'll back you in that pick because it's actually a great pick. I've seen Team Queso win multiple Vikendi matches, even if it comes to a heal-off. So it's impressive for them to go ahead and, for you to even try to go ahead and pick them. Hopefully you don't jinx them. Team Queso, be on the lookout for whenever Jason picks you.
Please, I don't need any angry messages from fans, okay? I need them to be on my side. Let's kind of talk about, obviously, there's a lot of viewers out there who maybe don't know a ton about the competitive scene when it comes to playing on these maps. And with Vikendi coming up, I want to give you a chance, Seven, to talk to those players to get an idea of what you need to look for and maybe how to improve your own gameplay.
Definitely, and right here on Vikendi, something that we always tend to see, that we don't really see that much in sitting, is how slow of a pace it is at the start. Everybody's just going to try to find their compound, and something that you'll notice more, at least that I've been able to notice more, is teams always try to go towards the center of the circle, and for some teams, that might actually backfire. Something that I wanted to go ahead and mention from earlier was in Konina Power's standings from last Erangel, is they were pretty much inside the circle. They're used to playing that outer circle, so sometimes even if you get blessed by the zone, it might actually be a curse for some teams.
Well, as long as you don't get me predicting you to win your casual games either. Glitter, going into this next game, you were saying B4. Obviously, they've had some victories before, but we haven't seen a team get double chicken dinners just yet. Where's the confidence coming from? Is it solely off that past performance?
I heard that pun that you accidentally snuck in there, by the way. That was nice.
Did I?
B4's, done it before. So, that's snuck it right on in there. But no, I think, okay, so luckily, what we haven't had the teams be able to experience in the past is the repetition of the maps, right? So these players are getting way more opportunities on these specific map locations that they can try things out or maybe become more consistent in specific areas that they may have been weaker in before. So I'm actually really looking forward to seeing specifically how B4 kind of switches up their gameplay after being on Erangel into Vikendi. And then, also, this is just for 7, but it'd be nice if we could get a Dino Park ending.
Yes.
Everyone wants a Dino Park
totally
ending,
agree with you.
All right, well, guys, we're going to see if we can get it as we go into this next match. I have to get you out of here. We have to bring in our commentators because we have 2 fine gentlemen coming in to join us here on the stage. It's going to be Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. Can we get them in? Can we talk to them? Can we hear what they have to say? My man, Dave and Jukes. Jukes, how you doing today, man? You're looking fantastic.
Thank you. Looking good, feeling good. It's money time, baby. We are at the first, actually not the tail end of league play now. So, I mean, this is where I like to see teams just kind of go at it right at the start, and I think we've seen that so far.
All right, well, Dave, you're looking great as well, but let's get your predictions really quickly. Just the team name, Dave. Who do you have to win?
Footballist.
All right, Jukes.
Tempo Storm, because last time you picked them and I realized that you messed up and I picked Team Queso this time and I saw you pick Team Queso, so I changed it the last thing. Tempo, let's go!
All right, we'll take us in the game then. Let's go. Vikendi, match 4.
All right. Thank you. Great job on that prediction there, Jukes. Hopefully they win the game. Now, you were going really quick there. Do you want to kind of redo what you were saying there just so people, who are you going for exactly?
Look, I had to let Jason know, okay? Because last game I picked Tempo Storm, but I made the gravest mistake of all. I realized that Jason picked that same team.
Oof.
So I think that's why they struggled on this one. So this one I had the pre-prediction. You know, I was like, Team Queso, we've seen them just kind of really do well on Vikendi, and they're consistently overall do well on this map. But then I saw that Jason picked the same team I did. So I was like, all right, you know what? Gotta go with Tempo here. And you know what? Speaking of kind of mixing up the predictions, look at this first circle. I mean, it would seem like it's a surprise, but at this point, is it really? Is it really, Dave?
Exactly. Is it really a surprise? You know what? Maybe not for us, maybe not for the viewers, but for Frag Machines all the way out there on the east side, they are going to be pulling out their hair. They have one of the most challenging rotations to get on into circle number 1. Looking at teams in circle 1, though, Jukes, you got B4. I mean, they just had a chicken dinner, right?
Yeah, they did really, really well in the last map, and it was really awesome to be able to see an interview coming from I believe their manager as well and coach. So, you know, also it's one thing I want to note is like I also saw that they had a psychologist on deck. So, man, maybe I need to join them because that'll save me a fortune right there in bills.
I mean, maybe help you out a little bit too, because you sent me some weird messages, man. I'm just saying.
Hey, you know what?
Hey,
I hung out with
exposed.
7WG one time, and ever since then, bro, I've just had to get regular visits. I'm just kidding.
So, looking at this game, I already see a couple people with the new skins that, they just dropped like last night or today or something like that. After today, I'm about to drop myself a fat check out here and try to get that as well. You got Team Queso Axel up here on the roof looking like they might have spotted out Alpha Legends Faker, but not opting to take these early shots.
Yeah, it looks like Axel, you know, almost like he heard you. He just popped that shot off real quick to show, yup, I got it. I'm ready to go here in this Vikendi match. And like you said earlier, you're looking at this map so far. Team Queso, B4, SWAT 69, they are sitting pretty. But the rest of these squads, they're going to have to get going and get going quick as we look at Wildcard right now. Just trying to loot up, and man, they got to loot up fast because when you have this circle, first circle, halfway in the water, that just reduces the amount of spots you have available. That's just, you know, easy math right there. So these guys just trying to hunt down that loot and get moving quick.
Easy math, and it only took me about 3 years to pass algebra. So, I mean, talking about math over here, you said it. SWAT 69 all the way right smack in the middle there on the coast. Meanwhile, other squads, you got Dream Eaters. They're out here making the run, hoofing it on foot. Just unlucky. I mean, if you can't find yourself a Zima or any type of vehicle here on Vikendi, you're at such a disadvantage because, at least when I'm playing, whenever I'm on foot, it feels like I'm running for miles.
Oh, man, yeah, like third time's a charm, and I think you're exactly right when it comes to that specific point, because when you have the first zone like this, you're just trying to get there as fast as possible. And you can see Dream Eaters, they're running alongside this road right here, trying to find something, but oh, it looks like they did. Probably Matic or Everest spotted Alpha Legends over there, and those comms are going to come out quick. So it looks like Miku over here is going to try and find an angle, maybe catch Alpha slipping.
Yeah, I mean, they got a little 2-2 split going on right now on the side of Dream Eater. So, like you mentioned, with that information, hopefully they can relay that back to the squad mates and, you know, start to formulate some type of pinch, some type of game plan, while Alpha Legends, at least 3 of them, are going to be inside the compound, you know, currently looting on up. They might not even be aware yet. Oh, they're actually looking over there onto Team Queso.
Looking the wrong way as Meku was there really quick with the first knock. And it looks like they're going to get the thirst off the bat. Old Man's going to have to retreat back to the rest of his squad as Dream Eaters up a kill early on. That just goes to show you, man. You can't get caught slipping. Can't get caught slipping. Just like that. It's over.
Can't get caught slipping, and you know what? They found out firsthand. Alpha Legends will be losing one. I mean, they popped down out of the compound. They saw Team Queso. They immediately, you know, tunnel vision onto him and finding out firsthand how deadly this map Vikendi is. You never know who might be lurking in the foothills on the mountains. And, you know, with Dream Eaters getting that one up right there, the question now is, when will they push? You know, when will they make the push here and try to get some more points?
So risky. It's so risky right now. If you're across the street, there's no way you can push. It's just too wide out in the open. So right now, I believe they're kind of looking for their teammates that are on top of this hill right here to get a little bit more intel and perhaps another knock. If they're able to get 2, they're going to full send it 100%. So you can already see they're trying to find angles there. Old man running across the street. I told you, you cannot do that, but gets caught on the other angle. So
yeah. That was our bush Wookie from Alpha Legends in the bush just moments ago. Yeah, it might provide some cover, but it's not going to soak up the bullets. Old man's going to be tossing a couple mollies to stop the push from Dream Eaters, but at the end of the day, Old man is going to need to take this fight. Old man going to be jumping on out, bolting on out, switching on over to that Bison, and you know, we were talking about Dream Eaters with that 2-2 split. It's going to be paying off.
Trying to make some plays, trying to do all he can, Old man, but unfortunately, nothing you can really do when you're going against a full squad of some of the best players around the world right here. And yeah, this is a tough break. This just goes to show you, Dave, like how important spotting is. You know, just seeing that initial spot right there is what really gave Dream Eaters that entire opportunity. You know, just to be able to get that intel, say, hey, okay, all right, we want you to have 2, go up on the hill, see if you can catch one of them slipping. That's exactly what they did, and then just execute it.
And they did it right in time as well, because, you know, this is only circle number 1. And Dream Eaters, that position is right on the edge. And as we say that, you already got Footballists trying to make the push on up into the zone. You got Tempo out there. You got Wildcard. And it does look like Team Umbra are able to weasel their way on around this fight. And we were looking at Footballists just moments ago. Solke, one of the top fraggers from the squad, going to be spotting out a member from Dream Eaters.
And look, this is that third party right here. They heard those shots coming from Dream Eaters, and Footballists are trying to catch him slipping. Verset's trying to slow down this fight. Gets knocked, though. Really tough one right there. There's going to be a full send from Footballists right now.
Full send, exactly. They got 3 knocks on the board already. Now it's just up to Matic from Dream Eaters. And you can see, yeah, extremely low in the health department. And just like that, Footballists, hey, I picked them. I picked them to win this game. 4 kills so far. I'm on to a good start. Not only am I, but also the squad, of course.
That's what I'm talking about. That's how it's done. And that just goes to show you, you know, like you can never really get too comfortable. Even if after a full squad wipe, you always have to risk that third party opportunity.
Ooh, the drive-by
loops. They're caught. They're caught out right now. They're pinched.
They're getting caught. Zima is smoking, so they are forced to bail on out. Yep, Kowalski will be blowing that one up. And 2 members right now from Luke's gonna be right on in between KHK, but look at this, Federal coming up from behind, providing that support, catching one of the members from KHK Esports off guard right there. That's gonna teach them. That's gonna teach them, hey, don't be taking shots to my boys because we are going to bite back.
And where did it even come from right there? It looks like they were. That's why they play so close. That's why this Loops team, I think, is so effective in these kind of fights, man. Even if they get caught out, the other 2 members are at the ready. Oh, Leader has a nade caught. Will this work?
Ooh, it's going to be deflected off that windowsill. Kowalski's going to take a pretty good chunk of damage. Has a couple meds, but will opt to just go on for that hip fire with the Uzi. And there goes another member knocked down and out from KHK Esports, and Dadden coming up to finish the fight.
Man, Loops, look how quick they were able to turn around that fight. It looks like they were going to be caught out, pinched in a 3v2 situation right there. But man, the rest of that squad got the intel, came quick, gave that support, and then once they got that initial knock, they just used that numbers advantage. And man, these guys are so good at pushing together.
And not only that, I noticed like after they got that initial knock onto that member from KHK Esports, they kind of isolated the remaining enemies. You know, they took the fights kind of one at a time. Even though KHK, they were all kind of grouped together, they just, you know, they didn't have enough time to react. And that goes to show you why Loops, you know, not only one of the best, but the best team to come on out of the PMPL America. So they're here today trying to prove themselves. And this is only day 1 of league play. And looking around here, Hot Jukes, we got some more rotations out there from Cloud9.
Yeah, you know, this is the first zone. This is the first circle right here, you know, so it's so insane. When you have a zone like this go halfway in the water, you're going to always see these people get caught a little bit early on as Cloud9 trying to make it out of there. Beowulf on the pedal. Looks like they are going to make it out away from Yala as they try to find a spot to secure themselves up. But I'm pretty sure, look, Dave, after this, once these guys get their spots, I have a feeling it's going to get pretty quiet for quite a while.
Yeah, and to me, that was a risky kind of a YOLO send from Cloud9. Yes, they have 2 vehicles, and they sent it 2-2, but you kind of saw them hesitate there. They were getting shot at by Yala Esports, and they hesitated. They looked like they pumped the brakes and then just decided just to continue sending it on in. So I'm curious, how will the other duo in the vehicles make it and regroup with Cloud9? Can they make it safe? Because like you said, once when these teams on the coast, once when they get their spot, they're probably going to bunker down for a good amount of time.
Yeah, especially with the server circle. And it does look like the other 2 members are able to get there. And that just kind of goes to show you, for everybody who's just kind of tuning in here, Cloud9, Beowulf, the IGL, one of the most experienced players in North America. He is not just their IGL, he's one of their top fraggers as well as their spotter and location getter. And you can just totally tell the way he was able to position himself and get to that spot. He was telling the rest of his team exactly the route to be able to drive there safely. And yeah, just really well executed, I think, from Cloud9.
I mean, talk about teams trying to execute some plans. Look at Yala. They're playing like 4 corners right now in this compound. They're covering all these angles. We see Zero taking some sniper shots with that mini onto HZL from Nova. My fear is, though, yes, they have a really good spot. Yes, they have the angles. But if one full team plans to full on send it into that compound, like, how are they going to be able to respond? And talk about teams responding. Pedro OG looking like they want to respond to that care package.
Oh, yeah, he sees it dropping down. But back to your point that you just mentioned earlier. Hold on really quick. I see Pedro Dog as he...
Some scouting.
Yeah, I think he has a good little spidey sense going on. The tempo is down there. Hopefully he finds an angle. But back to your point, you know, that 4 split right there, you're totally right. If a full squad is able to crash on there, they're just going to use that, the numbers advantage to just kind of hit that 4v1. But what I think works really well from this position is you have to have each teammate be so good at spotting. Because right now, I believe that they're 4 splitting so they can make sure that no team pushes up on them for free. So hopefully one of their teammates is able to spot a vehicle coming, start putting down shots, and the second that happens, the rest of the team needs to come to his aid instantly. Any slight hesitation, and your whole team can get wiped out.
But really, you know, in order to execute that strategy well, it comes down to communication at the end of the day. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
And good eyes. Right
and the baby powder. You know, you got to slip and slide on the phone. You know, you got to keep those fingers greased up, ready to go with vehicles. So, next zone about to close here, and we will see the shift coming on soon, very soon. And looks like all our teams are actually in at least this circle, but we get a hard shift.
Let's find out. I'm going to highly doubt it, but you never know here with this game. I mean, this is only, I believe, circle the board. All right, just, you know, it goes up to what a hard shift, right, Dave?
Oh, hard shift.
I mean, just that is the hardest
touching
shift
it.
I've ever seen. It is absolutely, it is straight to the north, but man, I think all these players had a good assumption of where this next circle was going to go, as they're pretty much already bunkered down and set up for this next zone.
Vikendi, the podcast. So we got a book on Sanok, we got a podcast on Vikendi. Pedro OG with the G36 going to be spotting out HH24, doing a little scouting. HH was getting shot and like
HH hit that U-turn so fast. He was like, no sir, no thank you. I'm gonna go right back over to my teammate. And this is, I think, this is the cause of this kind of first zone. I think you get teams that are just extra antsy, you know, from just being stuck in the same location for so long. But little do they realize, this is only zone number 2.
Yep. Only zone 2. And talking about zone 2, looks like Team Umbra gonna be forced to defend their compound. They only got 2 up right now. Tempo Storm with 4. Gonna be breaching this building. Tensa with the hipfire and the Uzi will be connecting onto 1, getting that flush, and now it's just down to Prez up there on the second story, tossing out some grenades, tossing out some mollies. Tempo, they are 1000% aware that there's an enemy up there. Now they just need to set the trap, bait it out. They might bolt down out that window. This looks like it could be an easy kill for Tempo, but
the gas can explosion?
Gotta get him first. Setting up the trap, like you said, the gas can.
Yeah, I think Prez right now, all he's just doing, he's just trying to buy time. He knows that he's in big trouble. Tempo hears those footsteps. They know it's only one member. Here they go with a full send. And that's gonna do it.
And that's that. And you know what? Perfectly executed. Yes, it might have been the numbers advantage on the side of Tempo, but they pushed up those stairs at the same time to make sure nobody will get thirsted. Talking about teams getting thirsty. Xana out here on the outskirts of this engagement. Pro Lord already going to be down, bleeding on out. Looks like Xana going to be tossing a nice little molly right on into the doorstep of Cloud9. Beowulf in the stairs, going on for that spray with that Uzi as well. Uneven, already going to be bleeding on out, and here comes the rest of the squad. Going to be coming up for the support, and Pyra just spraying on into the smoke, and Cloud9 wiped out by Yala. By only one player, though. I mean, it came down to that 1v1. Jukes. Wow.
And them Uzis out early. Saw an even on fire, getting caught early by some good old kit from Yala Esports. But man, they just bullied their way in there, but got those Uzis out, hitting those hip fire, getting those shots done. And just like that, taking out one of the top teams in North America early. Yala.
Third-party pull-up. The third-party pull-up right now by Nova. They heard the shots. They saw the kill feed. They're trying to make the push on up right now. 2 members from Nova on the opposite end, the opposite compound. Yala, though, fortunate for them, they had enough time to heal on up and reset.
You gotta think what this does to their confidence. You know, they're already in 3rd place so far here at the beginning of this tournament, and not to mention being able to take out a big squad like Cloud9. Man, this is going to be huge for them.
Lord, going to be sent to the lobby. So
can they defend now, though?
Can they defend it? It's going to be a 3v3. A 3v3. You got Nova. They're going to be tossing out some mollies, but Easy actually running on in through a molly will be forced to push on off of that one. Healing up. HZL on the outskirts of this, actually. Going to be playing that anchor position just in case some of the members from Yala decide to swap compounds. And Zero going for that revive right now onto Xana.
That was really clutch right there because Slicky, actually from Wildcard, third-partied and knocked him. The molly
That's a huge
was so
molly.
Perfect. Oh,
That's a huge molly. That's going to force the revive to be put to a halt right there. And Nova making the push right now.
Oh, nah. Not much you can do right there when you got the full squad of Nova. What? That was so unlucky and unfortunate for Yala Esports right there. Just get a huge wipe onto Cloud9, and while you're trying to defend, Slicky, the man himself, just with a hardcore third party, gets a knock, and while you're trying to revive that teammate, a Molotov onto both your... Oh, that's just so tough to see from Yala.
And that goes to show you like how important utility is, especially mollies. I mean, we used to be in the nade meta where you just chuck a bunch of grenades, get those explosions going. But I feel like mollies 100% 2020 making that comeback within the competitive scene. And we've seen so many good plays with mollies here.
Yeah, mollies are so strong. They do have some big advantages, too, over grenades on the fact that if you throw a Molotov at a door, it'll actually break down the door and go through it. So that's pretty huge. Not to mention that, you know, it just cracks instantly. You don't have to worry about it bouncing around into a crazy spot. So, yeah, Molotovs are really, really huge, especially, I think, in Vikendi, because, you know, fire and ice, they don't mix.
Fire. Hey, we've seen it bounce one time, and that was ridiculous. Off of Pyra. So we still need to have like a science experiment. I think mollies bounce off of players, but that's it. Next zone goes on up, Jukes.
And here we go. It looks to see it just center out right here. So Loops Esports, Pittsburgh Knights, Frag, all the rest of these teams that are out on the outer edge, including Tempo Storm, are going to have to find their way in. And you got some major teams, B4, Wildcard, and Team Queso. They'll be doing some hardcore gatekeeping right now.
Hardcore, parkour, right? I mean, at least when it comes to Wildcard in the city, looks like they are going to have themselves a crate. But yeah, you called it. You got Loops up there to the north. You got the Knights right on top of them. Looks like football is trying to gatekeep Team Queso, but Team Queso trying to gatekeep Tempo. So it is Inception all over again. Mystic taking a couple shots on HH.
That was more than a couple right there. That was a full clip. And just like that, HH able to make it out just by the skin of his teeth. Put in reverse, Terry, is what HH just did and was able to survive barely. That was really clutch right there.
Making Scary Terry proud on that one. So I'm looking to see how can Mystic regroup with the squad mates? Because right now, Team Queso kind of demonstrating that 3-1. Mystic kind of spread apart. And now after those shots being fired, Tempo 100% aware of that player.
Oh, yeah, I have a pretty good idea that all these guys are going to know exactly where they're at. We just saw the kill feed right there. Remember from SWAT 69 getting the knock onto Slicky. Wonder if they're able to get the revive here. But this zone, it's starting to close right now, already halfway there. These guys are going to have to get in this zone quick.
Yeah, they're going to have to make the pull-up. And looking at teams trying to make the pull-up, Tempo will be pulling up just ever so slightly into these tents. And Spec still on the outskirts of the old zone. Going to be popping in their own vehicle and regrouping with the squad mates. Football is also looking to make some moves right now, and it's gonna be a bloodbath. We got two different three-way standoffs happening. You got one down there in the north and one down there in the east, and this is the one in the north. This is the Knights. This is Loops. This is B4.
Here they go, just trying to circle around the edge of this circle, just trying to find a way in safely right now. They don't want to get into a crazy engagement because they're not sure exactly where this next zone is going to go, but they do see it right now. It's pretty close by, so right now they're going to have to push by right by B4 in order to get into the circle.
Yeah, B4, they're right on the edge. They are looking good. Maxing up here on the second stories. Might not have the sight lines onto the Knights, but 1000% knows where they are behind these rocks. And you know what? Looks like Sixless might have the VSS, might have the ghillie suit, but how well can they disguise themselves here in the snow, because they have to continue making the push on into this next zone.
A VSS, the silent assassin, for those of you guys that don't know, it is one of the weapons that doesn't really show shot markers on the player, so you're going to be able to shoot some shots, and people are going to be wondering, where the heck did I get hit from when it comes to that weapon right there.
And the
so
Bison.
You see him. And
yeah,
the Bison as well. All 9mm with the ghillie. This man is just full-on stealth mode.
Aim small, miss small. That's what Sixless is telling himself right now. Aim small, miss small. Talking about other teams telling themselves to aim small, miss small. Looks like Nova are finding themselves in an engagement with Footballists. We saw one of the members in Nova able to use that vehicle for cover, popping on out, taking some
Heck with
shots.
the third party.
Okay, yep, going to be getting the wraparound. Doesn't even matter because Tempo, they're going to be third party in this one for days. And look at that in the kill feed. Team Queso, third party in Tempo. So once when Tempo started to take those initial shots, Team Queso are like, nah. We're also going to get involved with this one. And Team Queso, Marco popping off in the kill feed onto Easy.
And he gets Spec and also gets the Thirst as well right there. Look, we got some fourth, fifth parties coming out right here. This is a really tough circle here, Dave, as this zone is starting to close right now. Not a lot of cover, nothing but trees and rocks. And look at this, Football is just stuck healing out right now because there's no way he's going to be able to make it into this one.
They all passed their meds off, though. They all passed their meds off, so we'll see how far the Footballist squad can make it in that blue end. SWAT 6 and 9, they were big chilling on the west side the whole time. Now they are going to be forced to go up against Loops, a very aggressive squad. Loops, they have 4 up. I see some grenades tossed in on top of them, well, inflicting some damage and pop rear to wildcard spray. Many will be taking a bunch of shots on to SWAT 69 right now.
Wildcard with a really good angle right here, but they are outside of the circle, so they're going to have to move in here. But look where they have to move. There's nothing there. It is all wide out in the open, the street, but here they go with the vehicles.
They're sending it, so they're going to be sending it across the street. They're going to be putting Spring on behind that rock. Sam trying to get up close and personal onto the Loop squad. Loops putting a stop to that one. Slicky behind their dossier, tossing a couple smokes. Slicky has some cover, but being alone right there, how long can he survive? Just across the street, you have Spring, Dadden, Molly, Molly going to be taking down Dadden, and that's going to be from SWAT 69 problems right now, and that might have been exactly what Spring needed to open this one up and regroup with the team.
And man, Slicky getting the vehicle blown up, caught from behind from AZ. Slicky saying, this isn't where I parked my car. Didn't expect a whole team of Loops right there at the edge of zone waiting for him. So it's all up to Spring, their IGL and off-angle specialist, to try to get as many points on the board for this wildcard team.
Self-driving cars 2020, man. I'm telling you, that's what I'm going to chalk it up to. So let's see. Spring across the street is going to be tossing out a couple smokes. Not in the next zone. Very unlucky. Loops, 4 members alive. 13 kills so far. You got to bet your bottom dollar they want to take out Spring right now. They want this one bad.
Man, Loops is hungry, and you can tell that they know exactly where he is. Now, considering where this next zone is, Loops are going to secure this edge of the circle. So Spring, man, he's going to get gate kept so hard. But he has 7 first aid kits. So it looks like he's going to go for a heal strat here.
Yeah, best case scenario, heal on up, and hopefully another squad can kind of, third-party Loops and, get that distraction going on. And talking about teams getting that third party, yeah, you got B4 right now just spraying down the Knights. And, I'm looking for Sixless, but I think Sixless is going to be dead already. Raven going to be bleeding on out. It's just up to J7 right now. J7 has some cover to work with, but it's the same story. It is not in the zone. J7 is going to have to push on out from that cover, and here comes the blue.
Oh, it's so important to clear your back the second you get into circle right here. But B4 just rolled up with the huge angles onto Pittsburgh Knights. And they're going to try to get the res here, but a little too late. Mixera goes down.
Yeah.
That's tough right there for B4.
That's a tough one, but it does seem as if they might be able to pick up Pedro right there. We see in the kill feed, Axel getting a vehicle explosion, not only onto 1, but 2 members from Tempo Storm. And yeah, talk about parking your car in the wrong spot. Well, that's going to be happening to Tempo down there. It looks like Pedro was able to get on up. Raven is going to be confirmed, and now it's just J7 out there in the blue, and we still got Loops. Loops, 14 kills. 14 kills in the zone right now.
Insane. I wonder what happened right there with Tempo Storm. I believe they had 3 members up, and just like that, they are gone and out. This Loop squad right now, they are holding it down here in Vikendi. And they got the circle.
Holding it down, yeah. They get the circle. They got about 14 kills. Team Queso, they've been playing these zones really well. They are on the edge right now, but Dadden going to start the engagement, tossing a grenade onto Ayala, connecting the grenade onto Ayala, and that's going to put some pressure on both of those squads, and we still got the fight happening over here with B4, but Marco taking some shots back onto Loops.
And look at that, Loops Carrillo getting a big knock right there off the start. So here we go, Team Queso, B4. Oh, B4 is so stuck and out. They don't have very much cover at all. Yeah, that's going to be it for them. And it's just Team Queso against Loops. Going to have to make a big play.
That's like Chuck. So,
goodness.
Yeah, just like that. So Team Queso, they opted to get the easy kills right onto B4 at the end. And while they were taking the shots onto B4, Loops, they were making the immediate push, trying to close this game out. And winner, chicken dinner going on over to Loops, man.
Oh, man, you got to see this squad. I mean, just looking at them and the way that they're able to just work together as a unit, constantly covering each other's angles and just executing this game to perfection right here. That was just beautiful. 18 kills from this Loop squad. Huge game for them here in game number 4.
Yeah, great performance from Loops. We do have one more game. It is going to be Erangel, so maybe, I'm not sure if Loops are going to be playing in that one, but with that momentum, maybe they come in and get those double chickens that I know our analyst desk loves to chat about. So
it's totally possible. They will be into this next in this next game as well. So that, 18 kills. That is a huge momentum booster. That's going to be great for their mental fortitude as well as their entire synergy. I think this is the game that we've been kind of waiting to see so far from Loops. But man, I can't wait to see what the desk has to say about this one. So let's go ahead and figure out what they have to say right after this short break.
I think Loops Esports looked at Konina Power getting himself 21 kills and said, you know what, maybe we can beat that record. Was that 18 kills at the end? 7? I gotta give it to you. You predicted them to win, and they sure as hell did it.
That's right.
I'm not giving you more than that. I mean, I got second place, right?
I was gonna give you credit, Jason. It seems like the curse is over, baby. You got second place.
High five?
Hey, Glitter. No, I'm not even gonna try. And then Glitter ended up getting third place too with B4, man. Our predictions were on point, baby. Oh my gosh, but what a match, honestly. This is actually what we expected out of Loops. I was hoping they would have a match like this today, and guess what? They came out and performed. They came out and did exactly what we're able to see from them, especially from PMPL Americas. We know they're the team that they can actually go ahead and just turn it on a switch. They can be passive when they need to be, and they can be very aggressive when the time comes down to it, especially when they need to. And right here, getting 38 points, that is going to be huge for them.
Yeah, I actually think that's our best game point-wise so far that we've seen today here on day one of our league play. So good job going to Loops. But also look at the top 8 right now. Finally, we're seeing Nova Esports in our top 8, which is amazing for them. Really, really good. They were able to get 6 kills, some of those being onto a play that we're going to see a little bit later on with Yala. But, you know, good job for Nova Esports.
Well, even in Veer, I just want to jump in really quickly, was talking to us about Pittsburgh Knights. That's, what, 4 games in a row, I think he said, that they got into top 4 by snaking. Well done by them as we move now into the second page, 7.
Yeah, and I think Pittsburgh Knights, it's impressive to see performances from them, consistency from them. That's kind of one team that needs that. And then look here, as we're going into the second pitch, Yala Esports being able to get 4 kills at least saves them a little bit of points there. SWAT 69 with 5 points. And Cloud9, not sure exactly what happened there with Cloud9, but only being able to get 2 points. Remember, Cloud9 was one of those teams that ended up getting a second place earlier in the day. So hopefully they're gonna hope to bring that back and come out to be that team that we all expect them to be. We expect them to go ahead and get chicken dinners, but at the moment, it's just not working out their way.
Yeah, from what I remember you saying, Yala like crashed into Cloud9 and then knocked them out in that round. It's been tough times for them. Let's take a look at the team stats. And, you know, 7, you're probably going to have a giant smile on your face the entire time. 18, that is ridiculous. 18 kills. That's almost a chicken dinner in kills alone, and 2,800 damage, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 7 should be very proud of this. This is now our first team so far to get close to the 3K damage mark for today. Still, while managing to keep their total heal under 1K and 18 kills with 14 knockouts, which once again is just lending itself to, 1, being able to convert on all of their aggressive playstyle, but then also being aware to what's going on around them and picking up a few more kill points.
And I think this is great for them because remember, before they had a 5th place. Then after that, they had a 6th place, only with 4 kills, 6 kills. Something that we're just not used to seeing from them. We're expecting a lot of kills. So I'm pretty sure everybody in Brazil right now is screaming, "Do Brazil! Do Brazil!" And they deserve it, man. 18 kills. That is very impressive here on League Play.
Well, what's also impressive is our do-the-do moments from that last match we had, our 4th match and our penultimate match of the day. So why don't we just drop straight into this one, starting off with Dream Eaters, looking for that early aggression here, Glitter.
Yeah, and Dream Eaters is a team that we have been paying a little bit of attention to. They do end up getting in a fight super early on with, I believe that was KHK, and I think they were knocked out. KHK was because of that fight. But you know, they needed those. The Dream Eaters needed those points because they do end up going out a little bit early in that game. And then we're moving on to Footballers here, and this was a team that I think a lot of people were looking at. They did have a pretty decent past 2 games once they sat out the first round, and they were able to pick up a few kill points for themselves as well. This is the fight. Okay, so this is the fight where Yala and Cloud9 go at it super early on, and that's what knocks Cloud9 out, unfortunately, in the game. Yala has an amazing showing against them, though, and has 0 fear going into that fight, and they're able to pull that out. Then there's a second part of that play that I think 7's going to be breaking down a little bit later for us.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it's going to be a push on Yala by Nova Esports. I think they play that perfectly. And I think that's something that we kind of expect from them. And we're going to be able to see in the illustration as well. By Nova Esports being able to third-party teams. Whenever they see them maybe hurting, they're able to go ahead and third-party them and win those engagements, and I think it's huge. And I know at one point we thought B4 was actually in a really good position, but just the circle didn't work in their favor. And overall, Loops Esports just being able to go in and come out on top and make sure they beat the Jason Kaplan's team.
I feel like every time, I feel like you're just trying to say Loops Esports winning as much as possible now that you finally got. I think actually that might be like one of the first times we've actually had like one of us predict the team who gets the chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
Second time.
Is it second time? Who was the first time?
Wild card. Wild card.
Yeah, that too. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm going to celebrate when I get it the first time.
You're always picking the loser. Give us some credit.
One day. I got tons of days ahead of me, right? Let's take a look at the total damage from that last match and see how things are going to break down here across the board. And again, we're going to see the graph quite skewed in one direction, though I do want to give credit at the very end to Dream Eaters. But 2,800 damage, not even coming close to that here, Glitter.
That's just nice to see. I will keep giving props to Seven for this call because it was a really good prediction. But also even just looking down the rest of the line, like Queso did incredibly well for themselves as well. 1,500 damage coming out of them for that game with 8 kills. That is not a game to be embarrassed of. That's a very strong showing. And then Tempo Storm actually coming in with 1,405 kills respectively as well.
Definitely, and I think you guys need to stop giving me credit because my head's already big. It's just gonna keep on getting bigger and bigger. And Cloud9, at least being able to get a kill there, I think that's good. Remember, you want to get any points that you can, and if you're able to, even if you're gonna end up with bad placement, if you get at least 1 kill or a couple kills, that's some points that are gonna go your way. So I want to see that from teams that are maybe not performing so well in regards to placing.
And one team in there I was actually paying attention to, and I've been trying to pay attention to over the entire day, is Team Umbra. They did really well in the beginning of the day. They had a 3rd placing, then a 4th placing. They had 2 kills in the first game, 4 kills in the second game. I feel like they figured out the game when it comes to placements, but they haven't had that marriage, right, of getting kills and getting a decent placing. But let's take a look at the overall placings from these teams now, as we have had 4 matches of play. And you can see, there we go, Loops Esports taking away that 1st place position. However, Pittsburgh Knights, to me, that kind of stands out. They were very quiet, Glitter, when we went into the opening weekend.
Yeah, and we saw, I believe it was J7 able to get them some more of those placement points, which was super helpful for them in this last match. But overall, this entire first page is not separated by a very wide margin. And we need to keep reminding you guys back at home that it is the top 16 teams out of these 2 days of league play that will move forward into our super weekend. And right now, 1st to 10th place is only a 30-point difference, which we've now seen multiple teams have a more than 30-point match. So this can still be anybody's game right now.
Yeah, anything can happen here, and I know one of the teams who we're kind of focusing on, which was Wildcard, they're currently not in the top 10, so that's one team that I'm going to be looking to just go ahead and spark it up. They are currently qualifying in a way. For some reason, this was tomorrow, and we were ending and going to Super Weekend. They will be able to qualify, but I'm pretty sure they want to go ahead and bring a little bit more momentum. Kanina Power falling off a little bit too. Those are teams that we've been seeing them at least be consistent in seeding. I want them to go ahead and get some wins, get more kills, show us the potential you're capable of, because remember, it is just 2 days that you're gonna get a chance to get into the top 16. You cannot afford to have off days here, and this is why I love what PUBG Mobile Esports is doing. I love this format because it brings the drama in and it keeps me glued on to those matches every single time.
As we talked about at the start of the day, Wildcard finishing 1st in the opening weekend. We had Konina finish 2nd. I think there were 30 and 28 points between the two, I think if I'm not mistaken, so 11th and 12th place, so they've kind of fallen from grace. But also, as you were mentioning, Glitter, the difference between 16th and 17th is 12-9, so a 3-point difference right now, meaning you get into the Super Week or you're going to be sitting there just watching it. But we do have, yet again, some person here on the desk with us with a handy-dandy play he wants to break down.
I got you. Don't worry. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry, Twitch chat, YouTube chat, I see you. You'll get your confetti just in time, but we're going to be breaking down here we're going to be breaking down the Nova push on Yala. And now I want to go ahead and let you know before we even continue on, keep in mind, Yala was currently healing from a fight they had with Cloud9. Nova Esports realized that and they went in for the push, and boy, did they go in for that push. Easy though, Easy getting caught a little bit there. He had to backfire, and on top of that, he had fire. Something to keep in mind, that man stepped on a Molotov, and that's something you're probably gonna go ahead and see me talk over and over again, the way some of the teams are able to use Molotovs as a tactical advantage. And I love it because it stops a team from pushing a certain way and it gives them some extra time. And another one I want to go ahead and mention right here, once again, there's a Molotov right there, is gonna at least stop that team from pushing in. They were trying to get him, but luckily for him, he was able to get away from that. Now let's go ahead and continue on here with this clip and see how it ensues. And any thoughts you had as we're watching this, Glitter, any thoughts you had in regards to this fight?
You know, the one thing that I was almost kind of like I felt bad for Yala because they had just had such a strong fight against Cloud9, and Nova was just the opportunist in this scenario and able to really push them when they were already on the back foot. I like the point that you made though of them zoning each other with those mollies, because I think that was incredibly important for the opportunity it opened for Nova to be able to push in on Yala, because they had to rotate out the side of the back end of that small building to get back into the larger one to group back up with their squad.
And something I enjoyed there from Nova was pretty much that 3-man push that they did on the stairs. I think it was wonderful. And overall, guess what? I know we went back, but there you go, chat. You got it. You got your confetti all over the place. I know everybody's going to be happy there from Nova getting that confetti.
I'm just wishing you could do that when I'm on the screen. Just put confetti all over me. Maybe on yourself, because obviously you did take yourself the chicken dinner. I felt kind of bad for Yala there, just for the fact that you had also Wildcard pick up a kill on one of their team members. They kind of struggled. But also, I was wondering, watching that clip, are we on Sandhawk? It's not really often we see third parties come through like that, one after another, but we're comparing Nova and Yala, as you mentioned before, Seven. You can see the damage. This is over the 11 matches they've now had played. It's still relatively close, about 1,000 difference between the two, so is damage received?
What impresses me the most is damage received. Look how much damage received Nova Esports has over Yala. That goes to show Nova Esports has been getting into a lot more fights, and they might not be coming out on top of those fights currently with almost 1,000 damage received. They have received more damage than they have dealt. 39 kills, I think that's really good for that team, with Yala Esports being able to go ahead and have 13 kills. And respectively, you can see their damage done and their damage received are pretty much identical.
What about the headshots there, Glitter? It was a 10-4. I mean, Yala did get a chicken dinner earlier on today, but they were definitely popping off heads. The one-tap dirt nap,
Yeah, I
as
definitely
Dave calls it.
I did. I noticed that as well, and it's hard to be that precise, right? So like that definitely can be playing into the fights that Yala was getting into. It could be why their confidence has significantly increased, or at least that's what it appears to have done. When you look at their gameplay from opening weekend and then their gameplay today, they feel and look like a much more confident team, and they're making decisions based off of that newfound confidence almost, which is why they were so ready to kind of go in for that push against a big team like Cloud9 and just wipe them right off the board.
Well, good stuff out of them. Let's see if they can continue the pace later on today. And speaking of later on today, we only got one more match to play. Let's take a look at the schedule so you can see what map it's going to be on, and more importantly, yet again, which group will be sitting out here. Glitter, Group A, who's in that group?
Unfortunately, it's going to be Wildcard Gaming, Dream Eaters, Team Umbra, and KHK Esports sitting out on our final Erangel map.
That's kind of rough, Seven, if you think about it. For those teams, they had to play 4 matches straight. Again, we talked about, coming in hot, then having to take a break, or maybe doing well and then continuing to play. Or maybe for some teams, maybe KHK, starting off in not a great position and not having that time to recover from it.
Yeah, and something we mentioned earlier is that having maybe a match off in between your matches played can be a blessing, and it can also go ahead and backfire. Maybe for some of those teams like Wildcard that they're currently sitting, I actually don't remember at the top of my head where they're sitting out, but it would have maybe helped them out if they had a match in between. That way they can go back and see what wasn't working. Now, something I will be looking forward to is, I know you mentioned KHK is going to be sitting out. Well, guess what? Konina Power is not going to have to worry about KHK anymore. They've been getting into fights very early in the match, and now Konina Power is just going to have that extra space, hopefully, and that extra time to loot. So that's going to be one of those teams that I'm going to be looking to here in the next couple of matches, because remember, they did disappoint me a little bit when I picked them.
Well, don't worry. I'm hoping they don't disappoint me, because that's the team I'm going to be predicting coming into our final match of the day. Konina Power. What's that face for, Seven? What's wrong? I can't predict them?
What do you mean? I already said Konina Power, I got them for Erangel. Vikendi, I got them for Loops Esports.
Yeah, but what, you think I'm taking your pick? Well, I mean, I had to do it to Glitter once, right? So now I have to do it to you to be fair.
Fair enough.
Let's just go straight to it, Glitter. Who's your prediction?
I think I'm actually going to go with Tempo this time around. Wildcard's sitting out, and they've been very consistent at Erangel. Dream Eaters sitting out. They won an Erangel during opening weekend. This is opening up the door for a lot of teams, and Tempo's already had a strong performance so far in the first round, so I'm going to go with Tempo.
Okay, well, there we go. We got Tempo and 2 Koninas. What's wrong? You're going to agree with her? You're going to change now on me, Seven? Come on. I thought we're buddies.
No. I'm sticking to Konina Power. I'm looking forward to seeing what everybody watching at home right now is going to be heading saying, besides just looking down on my shirt. I see you, Twitch chat. You guys are just judging us.
I think they want more glitters, so they better predict it right. Let's actually take a look at what you guys at home can still win by watching in the game, in the Esports Center. You get points throughout these days, and the top 100 viewers will get exclusive rewards. If you're not watching already, make sure you do it now. I think I see Seven right now bending over to make sure he's still logged in and still watching. Glitter doing the same thing. I'm going to have to go check my phone whenever I'm going to head to a break here, so I have a chance to do it. And we're going to let you guys go to that break as we bring in our commentators one more time. So we'll see you lovely two right after our last game of the day. Look at that, hearts out for Twitch chat and YouTube chat. Let's bring in Hot Jukes, Mustache Dave. I talked about how, Hot Jukes, you're getting me in all the right places.
Like that.
Mustache Dave talked about how good Hot Jukes is looking. I got to say, you're looking mighty fine as well. That shirt is looking...
Talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
And my shirts are always looking, You already know. You already know.
Well, let's get your predictions then. Let's go straight with you, Hot Jukes. Who do you think's going to take our final match here of our first day of league play?
I'm going to go with Pittsburgh Knights. I think they got it here at 06. This has been, grinding rank 1 all night. And after that loss, I think they're going to come back angry here in this final game.
Well, J7's been doing some work, snaking his way through. Maybe the team could pick up the victory. Mustache Dave, my man. Who do you got?
Sticking with footballists. I'm not a bandwagoner like all you other people here, all right?
Okay.
I'm sticking with the squad for the day.
All right, I can respect that. He's got dedication towards his favorite team. Let's get straight into game here with our final match, guys.
Here we go. All right. Let's do it. Last game of the evening. Erangel. Man, we've had 3 of these so far, Dave, and I really like this because, these guys are going to be really prepared, ready. No excuses here in this final match, that's for sure.
No excuses. And you know who's saying that? B4 right now. This plane starting down here from the south, going to be finishing up there at the top in Zarky. And B4 going to be the first team to drop on out.
This is their playing path right here. This is their ideal playing path. They're able to get military early, and they're going to have all of Military Island to themselves. So they're going to be fully kitted into this next zone. I guess depending on where it goes, if it lands on them, they're going to be set. That's for sure.
Yeah. They are hoping that Circle 1 does favor them. And not only will that kind of set them up, that will also give them all the time to loot every single room in the actual military base compounds. And yeah, they're just going to be geared to the teeth. And talking about teams looking for gear, Frag Machines dropping out last.
Yeah, they're going to be heading on over, it looks like, to shooting range. They may have another squad to deal with as this first circle. This is dead center right here. So pretty even, pretty fair, I think, for all these squads. I think we're most likely going to see B4 just loot Military Island. They'll probably go down the East Bridge and find a good position in the circle. So, pretty even. I think this is what I like to see as far as when it comes to the last game.
Yeah. This isn't going to be hard for a lot of teams. There's a lot of room to kind of breathe, a lot of room to kind of run around and get some loot. But teams with not a lot of room, SWAT 69 will be residing inside of Pachinki. And you know who likes to go Pachinki? Well, Tempo Storm.
Oh, they sure do. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a tweet coming out here in a little bit. On my location. But look at this. Also in the kill feed, you saw Footballists getting into it with Loops. Those are 2 major squads getting into it really early. That's one of the teams you predicted, Dave.
Yeah, that is the team I predicted. And this is the fight that I wanted to see in opening weekend. I wanted to see Footballists fight Loops. This is 2 of the most aggressive teams in this lobby. So right off the bat, Footballists, getting the initial knock. They are just straight up sending it right now.
They're hungry. They got blood in their mouth right now. They smell it in the water as they're trying to hunt down the rest of this squad. And after that initial knock, this is Crates. And Crates, to be honest, it doesn't have the loot like it used to. So I think that Footballists knowing this and getting that first knock onto Loops, they are just trying to keep the pressure on them so they can't find anything. But, Kowski's got an M4.
Got an M4, and that guard tower will be prone. Might not opt to pop on up, but can definitely relay all this information back to the squad. And Daden also going to be holding one of the angles for the Crates as well. Lutz trying to get the wraparound right here. Lutz will be moving on up by themselves. No vest, no helmet. This could be deadly. And here they come. Footballists just making their way on in through the Crates.
But look who's on top of the hill. It's Cloud9. Adder ready at the way. That is devastating for Footballists. They did get the knock and kill onto one of the members from Loops, but Cloud9, they heard those shots from across the way and we're looking for the third party, and that's 1 point on the board for C9.
Yeah, and you got to think, these teams, they need to be aware. Hopefully they did their homework because Cloud9, they drop Hospital every single game almost, as long as the plane favors it, of course. And you have to expect the third party, but we saw right there, nice little vantage point on over this fight. They might be able to take some shots back onto Cloud9. Yeah, Daden might be able to kind of help out their squad mates over here. I don't know. This could be a risky play, though.
Yeah, he needs to be really, really careful. This is high risk, high reward. Once he shoots one bullet from that tower, both Cloud9 and Footballers are going to know exactly where he is. And if you get knocked on that tower, you ain't coming down alive. That's for sure. So he's got to be real careful. But man,
that's a crazy spot. I mean, no health either. No bandages, nothing. I mean, what is that? Like 25% health to their name. I have to assume the bullets have to be extremely low as well. So, yeah, you're definitely going to need to hit your shots when you take them. It's going to be so important for Daden.
Man, nothing but no bandages, but nothing but 5.56 ready to make it happen right here. Really interesting. You saw Cloud9. They just dipped after that. They'll take the point, opt to go ahead and get some more loot. But we're switching on over to Yala right here. Getting into it with Konita Power.
Yeah, they're going to be getting into it right now. It looks like one of the top fraggers from opening weekend, Tixie, might be squaring off against Zero right now from Yala. And I don't think Zero... Okay, I was going to say I don't think Zero knows, but by the way Zero is posturing, yeah, definitely
he knows.
Here's going to be tossing Molly right onto Tixie's head. That's going to go right past Tixie. Tixie looking behind him, making sure it's all free and clear. It's like, you missed me, sucker. And looking on over here, they are going to be forced to kind of get that 1v1 going on, but does look like Tixie wants to group back up with their squad mates. Rob right now in a engagement themselves. Zero going to be making the pop-up from this little hill, this little terrain, still on the hunt for Tixie right now. Tixie going to be going for that trade with that Uzi, connecting a couple shots, chunking down Zero and swapping on over, and Yala Esports taken down and out by Konita Powers right there.
That was a really interesting play right there from Yala. Not sure exactly how they had two taken out early, but man, Zanakabula, he had that full press just on his own and just got overwhelmed. And then from there, Uzi versus Scar up close. That's Uzi all day long.
It's a GG. It's a GG. And talking about a GG, Daden's position compromised.
Yeah, real quick, let's go back to this replay real fast. As you can see, Adder with that M16 just single tapping away to a wide open member from Footballers. And not just any member, it's Lutz, one of their strongest fraggers. And then moving over to this fight with Konita Power and Yala Esports. You know, Titsi, one of the best fraggers so far that we've seen, especially in opening weekend. Just able to get it done right there.
Able to clock it in the last game. Getting a squad wipe, that's going to set them up for a good final game here today. And talking about teams, looking to set themselves up, at least when it comes to drop spots and not being contested early on. Looks like Tempo getting a little antsy. Looks like Rain attempting to toss a molly up there.
Oh no, look at the kill feed! Oh, sorry, I just saw Daden fall to his knock, so that's really unfortunate. But back to this fight. I just saw that, had to say it as we get back
to this
up there.
Tempo. It's slippery up there. It is slippery up there. I mean, you got to watch it. There's a lot of oil up there. So, yeah, let's see, though. I mean, Tempo, 3 members from Tempo. They know that there's at least one up here on the second story from SWAT 69. Rain attempting to toss a molly in here. Was chunked down pretty low, and here comes the push on.
Oh, my goodness.
There's one. No, there's 2. There's 2 right there. Going to be able to get the thirst and up from behind. Here comes SWAT 69 trying to take down Tensa. Tensa chunked down really low, about 2% HP onto Tensa. It's falling apart right now. Tensa going to be trying to heal on up, trying to get the heal on up. Go for the spray with the DP. Can he do it? Able to get him, but is there enough time to get the heal off? Here comes 12. Yep, SK12. Ready to pump and dump this one. Everybody is extremely low. Problems. No helmet right now. Tensa around the corner. Going for the drop shot. Tensa will be spotted. One of those slugs straight to Tensa's base. HH24, Uzi behind the door, ready to go.
This is such a hard fight right here because HH knows that he jumps out.
Oh, Bolton out because of grenade. A grenade. Problems. Toss the grenade out there. Will be forced to revive. Not to be successful. And problems. Talk about the shotgun meta. Bring it back. Tempo Storm taking out a Pachinki out of all places.
Oh my goodness, right here. As Cloud9 heard that fight, looks like they were trying to get a possible third party, but opting just go ahead and shift zones instead. But man, what a fight that was. SWAT69 problems. He sure made one for that Tempo Storm team with that S12K shotgun, and you can even tell HH24 the hesitation. He's got the Uzi, which is by far one of the best weapons up close. But when you're that close, an S12K, it's a problem. It's a problem, and that's exactly what it was right there for that squad. Oh,
Problems just started a huge problem for the squad of SWAT69. I'm telling you that right now. Tempo, they are not going to let that one slide. So that is going to be a rivalry that we need to watch out for, at least when it comes to Erangel and Pachinki, because, man, the feels right there. The feels. Hopefully they didn't break their phones. Hopefully they didn't throw their phones after that one. But, yeah, let's get back on into this game. That was an intense fight. Wow.
I only wonder what the comms were like right there. I think this is definitely, like you mentioned earlier, something that we're going to be taking a close look at going forward, because Pachinki, I mean, that has been Tempo Storm's hometown. I remember you mentioning it in the Pro League, how you were kind of concerned about once we get to the World League, if Tempo Storm is going to get contested, and we just saw it right here. But I also want to pose a question to you, Dave. Was it worth it?
Was it worth it for SWAT69? Yes, that was worth it. I mean, listen, if there's a time to contest to hot drop squads, it's at the beginning. It's at the beginning. This is day one of league play, so you want to go for those riskier plays now compared to, say, tomorrow.
I don't know. I wonder what the chat thinks about this one, because, you know,
What's the chat think?
Look, because you're looking back at it right now. SWAT69, they lost 3 of their members early.
They did.
Sure, they got 3 points on the board, but now, I mean, there's still 14 teams alive right here, you know, and now with only 1 member left, they're stuck to do that. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, Kowalski. Yeah, but Juice, you know what it's all about, though, man. You say it all the time. It's all about that clout. It's all about them clips, man. It's all about that clout. And SWAT69 wiping out Tempo from Pachinki. Your clout levels went up at least 20% right there.
100%. That is 100% that it went up 20%, and that's just a fact. But looking right here,
9 out of 10 times.
Yeah, 9 out of 10 times, you're gonna get some insane clout. And Kowalski, 9 out of 10 times, he's able to kind of do something pretty decent right here, but he doesn't have the rest of his squad. As Dadden gets caught from an angle.
From behind. So Dadden was actually able to get revived off of slipping off of the Raptors up there in top of the crates, and all for nothing. All for nothing, she wrote, because you know what? Unique gonna be taking them down and out right there. And I mean, that goes back to early fights. You know, Loops, they probably didn't have the best med situation. They probably didn't have the best ammo situation. They probably didn't have the best of anything because they had to fight right off the drop.
Yeah, you know, that's a really, really tough one right there. Personally, I'm not a fan of getting into those early fights. I think it's just too risky, because when you're in a fight so early. Now, I want to kind of backtrack real quick. Engaging directly into a fight, I'm not a fan of that because of the third party risk. You know, you always risk yourself, since it's so early, another team being there to get in that third party. We just saw it with Cloud9 earlier getting it done. So I think third party fights or engagements are good early on if you're third party, but just straight up, man, it's a tough decision to make.
No time to bleed, man. That's at least what Cloud9's gonna say, because they attempted to third party down there in Pachinki. Then we saw the circle, the hard shift, all the way up there to the north. So it is gonna be favoring a big chunk of the land just north of Rawsock, north of the inlet, all that water right there that we saw from earlier on. So Sixless trying to get some snipes. Now the Knights, they are gonna be right there smack on the southern edge, so they don't really need to move, but they also need to be cautious of their surroundings.
Oh, you're right, you are. And speaking of cautious, Frag Machines, they're having to be really cautious as this whole entire Team Queso squad is starting to collapse in on them, throwing those grenades out, and there's one right there.
There's one. I only see 2 members from Frag. Oh, you know why? Because 2 of them are already dead. So yeah, this is gonna be Team Queso. They're gonna get that confirmed with that grenade, with that molly, and now it's just 1 member from Frag Machines up there on the roof, and they're gonna be trying to go for that spray down. Ayala gonna be chunked down pretty low. Ayala, 1% HP, but still opted to go for that push, so Ayala will be chunked down and out. That last remaining member from Frag Machine was able to knock out 2, but not get the kills.
I mean, that's the advantage of just having that full squad there, and this is why we see this. This is pretty much the meta right now. I mean, regardless, he was able to get 2 down, but there's just not enough bullets in that clip to take out a full squad, especially when there's some of the best on the planet right here. So Team Queso taking him out, and Cloud9, you know, just kind of keeping their ears perked up for that third-party opportunity. But that's long and gone. Team Queso, you know, took him out real quick.
Yeah, took him out. And they're going to be in a decent position. You know, they're kind of center, but really a lot of teams will be in the southern half of this circle. And that water, that inlet, kind of divides, you know, the north from the south right now. And, you know, talking about teams trying to get the divide going, football is kind of all spread out right now. The terrain very awkward for the squad as we see them doing donuts in the buggies. Looks like they want to make the push and the pull-up on headquarters.
Yeah, when I mentioned earlier, was it worth it from SWAT 69 to take on Tempo like that? And we just saw SWAT 69 going out in 12th place. So I wonder how that will possibly, you know, change their ideas going into tomorrow's games. But yeah, getting back into this one here, you know, headquarters and football is really interesting. Really interesting. Because we don't know where this next zone's going to go. It's about to close, but if it goes south, they'll be pretty set up. If it goes north, though, that's going to be just devastating for both of these squads.
Jukes, real quick, before the zone, let me get a battery check. In the chat, spam the percent of your battery. Let me get a battery check because this is the final game. We got 11 teams to go, 40 members alive, and Jukes, the next zone. Ho, baby.
I'll tell you what, if it's low, plug it in now because you're not going to want to miss this one with this kind of circle. Look at this, Cloud9 having to get onto this island circumventing Team Queso, but look at this as Alpha Legends are getting into it with Konita Power.
Yeah, and these two teams have been fighting all day long already. Gonzo from Konita Powers will be bleeding on out. Konita Powers also missing one in the process. So Alpha Legends recognizing the situation, getting the thirst right there. Now Konita Powers only with 2 up, forced to defend themselves right now on the edge of this new zone. And where you see him, Rob hopping in the buggy, trying to back that one up right there, trying to save those tires, but I don't think Alpha Legends are going to let loose anytime soon.
Oh, and I think they believe they are getting third-partied as well from Team Unique. So if you're Konita Power here, you're just trying to hold on. You only got 2 members up. Got to be really careful. Anchor with a big nade. And that's it.
That's it. Konita Power. See you tomorrow. Thanks for playing. Alpha Legends right there, able to get some kills, get some points underneath their belt. And here comes another team. Ulysses from Udyr. Udyr over here going to be taking some shots on Nova. And Nova all spread apart. I mean, look at Easy. Easy's way downtown right now.
Oh, man, he is way out. I mean, this is just one of those zones that's just going to cause chaos from start to finish right here. And you can just see Nova trying to secure a position. But Udyr Killers, they're holding this spot down. They do not want to let it go, especially considering that it's out of zone. It is out of zone, and they have to go down the hill in the open to try to get into this next circle.
Oh, I'm so jealous. Nano's got the bike, man. The Yamaha bike. I'm 100% jealous. That thing is looking good. So, talking about teams maybe being jealous of one another. The Knights going to be tossing out some grenades onto Team Queso, but Sixless third-partied in the tail end of this one. Right when they were starting the engagement, right when they were starting the breach. Headquarters going to be getting the thirst right there.
Tough break right there for Sixless, as it looks like Raven was trying to get some suppressive fire, but too late as they're able to get that good old finish onto Sixless really quick. I'm so sorry, I had to pause because I was wondering if Headquarters was going to come in third party, but they opt to just go ahead and rotate around here. But Team Queso versus Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, here we go.
Big fight.
Good old-fashioned finish, man. That good old-fashioned finish. And you already know, Team Queso seeing the kill feed, recognizing the situation. It's a 4v3. We see Axel push up just a little further. We'll be tossing.
Oh, they rotated back!
But they're third party. What is going on? You called it Headquarters making the pull-up with the UAS, trying to get the runovers. Carnage swapping on over to that Uzi, reloading real quick. I'm surprised Team Queso haven't made the push onto this yet.
I am surprised as well, but at the same time, you have to realize they're in zone. But okay, yeah, here comes the decision. They're coming in now, realizing that there's only 2 up. But is it too late? We'll find out right now.
Ayala going for the spray, connecting onto 1 and connecting onto 2 right there. Axel and Ayala. Team Queso, I mean, at least I was questioning, was it too late? Well, doesn't seem like it was, as they got 5 kills so far. They got the southern half of that zone. It's all for nothing. They got to go north just a little bit.
Oh man, look at this next circle. I mean, this one just landed right on the center of Team Unique. They are set up looking pretty for this match. But yeah, going back to that fight, the reason why we wondered it was too late is because you never want to give any teams, especially considered any of these squads at the level they play at, any breathing room at all. But you know, Team Queso just so good at being able to just kind of flush that Pittsburgh Knight squad out, able to get it done. But look at Uneven, trying to hold it down.
Trying to hold the tree, yeah. Soke, not a lot of cover, just that ledge to work with. Soke was kind of separated from the squad. Yeah, no, Soke was separated from the squad. And, you know, 2 members from Football List back here with the buggy, not providing that support. They're going to be back there still on the west. And you know what? They're going to have to make the push on into this next zone. And talk about teams attempting to make the push. B4, 2 kills, 3 alive.
Yeah, and you know, it's a really, you can tell Football List were staying by that buggy because they know they're going to have to use it as they try to push in. Everybody is just trying to get into this next circle. Team Queso having to go underneath the bridge.
Bridge camp, the bridge camp. 2 members from Football List are going to be attempting to go for bridge camp themselves. Here comes Team Queso. They have 7 kills. They got 4 up. You know what? Football List, they just got kicked the goal right there. And Team Queso still looking to get the chicken dinner here, even with the odds stacked against them when it comes to the zones.
Right you are. Football is kicked out of their position. Team Queso with a bunch of kills as it is. Add 2 more to them as well. But this right now, Team Unique dead center are just making it really tough on all these squads. And we saw them being able to get a good knock onto Cloud9. Maxon here at the edge of circle. He sees this Uter squad trying to get out the water.
Yeah, that's so tough. Udyr killers down there storming the beach, and they have the beach. There's maybe 2 rocks and just an uphill battle that they're going to have to face in order to even be secure. And Maxon with the DP, yep, just going to be spraying like a turnt down there onto the beaches. And there goes one. Can they get some more points in the bank for the side of B4?
Maxon going fishing right now, able to get the spot. Will he get the confirm though? Because it looks like there's some shots coming from somewhere else. Okay, he does. He is able to get it right here, but this Udyr squad is pinned down from both B4
nasty.
and Unique.
Yeah, look at Lightning. I mean, this is just disgusting. B4, the sight lines on this beach right now, I mean, it's going to be such a challenge. Honestly, I don't see Udyr killers making it on out of here regardless how many smokes they got. Oh, and as I say that, the quick flick right there with the M16. We'll be taking out Maxon at least for the time being.
When in doubt, just hit some shots. That is pretty much the only thing you can do in that position right there. And Udyr being able to get a huge knock right when it counts.
Oh, and then Maxon was thirsted. Oh wow, yeah, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt.
It's gonna hurt B4, but it's gonna be really good for Udyr. It's just gonna give him a little bit of breathing room from Team Unique, but Marco from Team Queso keeping that pressure applied to them.
Yeah, keeping the pressure. Going to be opting to reposition right now. Don't forget, we still got at least 3 members up there to the north of this on the squad of Cloud9, so they've been playing pretty passive on the edge, and they somehow managed to get separated from one another for the time being. But Team Queso, they have been in so many fights here in this final game of the evening. 7 kills, they got 3 up.
Yeah, and they're in zone now, so they're just looking to gatekeep and get all the points they can on the board. As B4, they're trying to find a spot right now. There's none left.
Yeah, that's just the YOLO send. I mean, can they even survive right there? I mean, Memphis can just peek on over there. Might be able to see them. Looks like
he's not leaving that building.
The revive going on. Okay, so they do have a little ledge to work with. Memphis could cook this one to perfection.
Oh my goodness.
Tossing it. Oh, there they go. Right on into the bucket right there. And B4 done.
Talk about cooked to perfection. Mwah. That was absolutely perfect as Memphis having to switch his focus on to Cloud9 as they are trying to make a smoke wall into this next circle.
Oh, I love this angle right here, this camera view. We're up here in the Jukes helicopter getting a nice little... Oh, some turbulence. Watch out. So Unique, 10 kills. They have been in these compounds for a couple circles now, but they've been doing a phenomenal job at defending it right now. I mean, everybody wants to take their compounds and utilize it for cover. Frozen going to be jumping on out, going for that pre-fire spray. Oh, but can we get uneven from the shack? Get uneven. Spotted and no longer.
That M7 just too strong as Adder's in the corner. I was going to say get to the chopper earlier, but I'm definitely not going to because I'm too focused on these fights right now as Adder's got the smoke. Yeah, he's got the smokes right now, and he's just trying to get some extra points for his team. But right now it's looking, look, Uter, because of all of those fights, that just it allowed them to push up for free. All the attention was put away from them as each of these squads were just bickering over this one spot. So right now, but I mean, you got to look at it right now. Team Unique, they are in the prime position for the rest of this game.
Prime. But honestly, if you would have asked me to bet like all my UC on Udyr Killers making it off that beach, I would have lost. I would have lost right there. So let's see if they can continue to fight the great battle right now. Ulysses is going to be going for that pre-fire on that vehicle, trying to get the explosion going on right now. Memphis from Unique, popping their head out just a little too far, will be spotted and tagged right there.
That's a skinny tree. Nano knows it. Oh, man, look at that. Talk about, I mean, you cannot move. You cannot move out of your cover. Otherwise, you're going to get taken out instantly right now as it's up to Ulysses. Out-survive Adder.
Yeah, the two snakes. What snake will be the snakiest snake of all the snakes and go undetected by the snake detector from Unique right now?
That's right. You see good old Udyr Killers ready to go right here as this game's about to get finished. But, man, Team Unique, they are set up looking pretty here at the end of this game. And Team Unique, this is a team from Russia. Adder, he is playing for a North American team, but he's also from Russia as well. And it looks like there's some camaraderie going on here as that is going to leave Cloud9 in at least second place.
At least, man. But I got to give it to still Udyr Killers. I mean, third place right there. Such a challenging position that they were stuck in right there. And if Unique can spot out Adar, that would be 16 kills. 16 kills. It's going to be so many points for the overall leaderboard. And here comes the hunt down right now. And going to be connecting onto one. Trying to get the thirst, but Lightning going to be looting that crate with that Bob Barker. Full auto right now, going for that spray.
Oh, I guess when you got your whole team up against one, you're able to make some plays like that. But Team Unique, man, what a game. They had that position set up. It was just like a good old game of Duck Hunter right there. They were just shooting at everybody they saw move. And, man, that's the game that you kind of hope for. And to be able to get 16 kills, that's huge. That is huge.
And you know what? I recall they were getting bridge camp just a little bit. I remember Frozen got knocked down on top of the actual bridge. So for them to be able to kind of win that engagement, reset, and then reposition after that and get such a good spot overlooking pretty much the remainders of those zones. I mean, huge chicken errors. But Jukes, that's going to be it for us. We're going to send it on over to the desk.
Boy, am I glad Invirum isn't here on the desk because he would be gloating more than Seven ever has throughout the entire show we've had now across these 3 days. But they've done it. Team Unique, they did it. If I'm not mistaken, they won the last match on day one of the opening weekend. And now they did it yet again here, Seven.
Yeah, I don't remember on the top of my head, but they had a great performance, 16 kills, and as you mentioned, Inverum's definitely going to be happy here because that's going to shoot him up of our own leaderboard. Don't worry, everybody watching at home, you'll get to see our leaderboard and our prediction later on and see how we're doing with our predictions, which Jason at the moment is currently not last. I'm really surprised.
Glitterous. What's up? Sorry. Map rankings? Oh, yeah, we have map rankings to show you how the last match did break down. We can see here Team Unique, like you said, 16 kills, 36 points total. Glitter, we're not seeing your team here on the top 8, unfortunately.
You know, stuff happened. It was, I think Tempo had a little bit of
It's more of like a Tempo drizzle than a Tempo storm, I'd say.
Well, wow. You know what? You said it, not me. And we'll be breaking that play down a little bit for you guys in just a moment here. But look at the top 8 right now. Once again, Alpha Legends in a very good position, and we're finally seeing Udyr Killers up there as well, which is really amazing. They had a very, very strong end game. They didn't have a whole lot of kill points, but they played smart enough to secure a good chunk of placement points, which will help them overall here in league play.
And I think Kanina Power, even though they ended up with just 1 placement point, being able to at least pick up those extra 5 kills and get 6 points in total, Jason and I are a little bit happy about those extra kills that they got since we did end up picking them to win that match. And Pittsburgh Knights, another team that we're seeing here, Pittsburgh Knights being able to at least, whether it's placement points or whether it's skills, they're bouncing back and forth. They're at least able to go ahead and secure some points, which is good. Remember, we are going to be, when we go into Super Weekend, only the top 16 teams of the overall league play leaderboard are going to be moving forward. So they want to be able to at least stay consistent with something. Ultimately, what we would want this teams to go ahead and do is get placement points and also get those skill points like we've seen already from Kanina Power, Loops Esports, and as well just now Unique.
Yeah, kind of surprised to see Loops, you know, kind of on the bottom there, getting only the 1 point. But then again, they've had really good performances in the other maps. That 1 point won't hurt them too much. But for teams like Headquarters and Frag Machines, those are points they desperately need. There's only a 3-point difference between 16th and 17th place. Let's take a look at our stats here for Team Unique, and they've got to be ridiculous. 2,500 damage here, Glitter, and not to mention the 16 kills.
I love to see this. And something else that's very consistent across the board is that these teams that we're seeing at the top of the standings are doing a very good job on converting all of their knockouts into kills, but then also making sure they're able to pull down kills from other fights. That is going to be a huge win in the points department because, like Seven has said before, you have to be in the top 16, and there have been situations where it's separated by potentially only 1 point. So making sure you're securing as many of those kills as possible is vital. Not to mention, these guys only, once again, under 1K in healing. So we're seeing that these teams are deciding to play very safe and conservative for early game, leading into mid game, and then once that circle really starts to shrink down, that's when we're seeing a lot of these fights start.
And
something I wanted to actually mention in regards to those stats, Jason, sorry to cut you off there, is Team Unique ended up with 16 kills, and actually Lightning ended up with 7 kills himself. And not only that, he ended up with almost 1,300 damage. So that was very impressive game there from them. And honestly, I'm happy to see Team Unique get that win because they ended up getting blessed with the circle, and they had a full control of an amazing compound, being able to overlook a lot of stuff. I'm so happy they took advantage of what the game was able to give them.
Yeah, fantastic forward thinking coming out of them. Let's take a look at our do moments. And something you also wanted to talk about a bit, Seven, was of course Queso up against the Pittsburgh Knights. I'm sure we're going to see some clips in here of that happening.
Oh yeah, we will definitely see that. And right now we're seeing Adder, one of those players. Once again, I think he got Cloud9 the 2nd place, but not just that, he also ended up getting them 4 kills. It is so great to see Adder, a fragger, one that actually used to be in Team Unique in previous tournaments, being able to perform really well here for Cloud9. I think that is a confident booster. And overall, right now, don't worry, we're going to be talking about this a little bit later. I think Glitter will have a chance to go ahead and go into detail in regards to this fight between Temple Storm and SWAT 69, which I do want to go ahead and mention, this is a very important fight, and that's why we'll be breaking it down later on, because remember, during seeding play, SWAT 69 tried to land on Temple Storm, but what happened was that Temple Storm won that engagement. Well, guess what? This one, it didn't go that way. SWAT 69 actually ended up winning that engagement, which leads me to believe, do you think in the future, Glitter, maybe now that the score's gonna even, do you think SWAT 69 might go ahead and drop Pachinki more often?
You know, the evil side of me would love to see that happen, right? We've talked quite a few times about how people haven't really contested tempo that much on their drop spot. And so now seeing that SWAT 69 kind of went for it and it ended up being successful there, there's definitely the possibility that they have to do it because they also still need to make up for some of those points being at the bottom of the leaderboard. If they're more confident in taking that early game engagement, there's no reason for them to not at least try.
And another thing right here, this fight between Pittsburgh Knights, they took another squad, I believe it was Headquarters. Headquarters tried to go ahead and push up there on Pittsburgh Knights. Pittsburgh Knights was able to go ahead and control that push. But guess what? Team Castle was just waiting for them. And this is something that Jason was speaking of. Team Castle played that so well. And they acknowledged that Pittsburgh Knights was hurting. And they went for it. And something that I love from that fight that we got a chance to see when we're watching the game was that Team Castle played that so well with different angles, making sure they didn't group up like in Temple Storm did there in Pachinki. So overall, great execution there by Team Castle. And Unique, Lightning, one of the players that we're mentioning, he does end up getting knocked there. And my boy, I can't say his name, so I'm not even going to try. That grenade, he ended up destroying everybody with that grenade. And Adder, once again, being able to get some extra kills there for his team. I think that's huge. You always want to go ahead and see those fraggers being able to perform for their team. And overall, I think Unique taking full advantage of this compound, as we mentioned, is just such a great compound to be on and such a time to just take advantage of what the game gives you, especially if you are able to control a compound like this. Pick on anybody, make sure you get those damage, and most of all, make sure if you do end up getting a knock, confirm that kill, because that is 1 point extra that's going to be added to the leaderboard to your tally.
Yeah, and then we can see here right at the end, we've got Adder trying to put out as much damage as he can. He does manage to stay alive to the point where Unique is able to take out Uter Killers first, and then Adder kind of makes his move after that to see if he can clean up at least a few more kill points here and there. Ends up getting second, but overall, very, very strong finish.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the total damage from that last match, something that kind of stands out to me is I wish we could see in this graph how much of it was just nade damage alone, Glitter, because we saw, you know, how many times nades were used and how many times they were used to confirm kills.
Yeah, and that's something that we're seeing a lot in all of these matches across the board is the use of utility. I mean, look at Unique at the very, very forefront of this entire graph, 2,500 damage, and everyone else still doing well for themselves, coming in at around the 12 to 1,400 damage mark. Anyone that's really in the top 4. We've seen smokes being used incredibly well, and I believe Unique was that double frag there at the end in that final zone. It's just, we're seeing a lot more aggression on that side of things when it comes to the throwables. We're still not seeing the early pushes now that we've kind of settled in a little bit to league play, but when it comes to utility, the players are really going for it.
Something to give props to, I wanted to go ahead and say, even though Tempo Storm did end up getting knocked early on, at least they were able to cause some damage there on SWAT 69 by being able to just fully kill 3 of their players. So that is at least good for them to be able to do that. And at least let them know, hey, if you want to go ahead and challenge us again, just know you're going to lose some players.
I'm just glad that I'm not getting the hate from you anymore, Seven, with my picks at the moment. Let's look at our top players as well from that last match. And we're going to see Unique taking 3 of the 4 spots. But Adder, like you said, he was on Team Unique before, last year. Kind of deserves that tag a little bit, but we're going to see well done across the board. To me, what really stands out is what we've been talking about. It's Lightning, 1,290 damage here, Glitter.
And honestly, that's with those 7 kills, that I think is about almost half of the team's damage for this game. Lightning is starting to just kind of, I think he's finding a groove. We had started at the beginning of the league expecting to look at Frozen a little bit as he was one of the more aggressive players on the team, but Lightning had a very, very strong showing with 5 knockouts, 7 kills, and almost 1,300 damage to himself alone. That's an impressive showing.
I think, Seven, the only time we've seen this kind of discrepancy between players in the performing players at the end of a match was Tixie, right? I mean, from Kingdom of Power, he had a phenomenal game. I can't remember the damage number he got to. I want to say it was like 1,900, I think.
It was a lot more than that. That I can remember. And I think that another one that comes to mind was during seeding play. We had Tensa on the first match. He had over 1,300 himself as well. So every now and then you'll get to see those amazing performances from certain players, and you just have to admire what they're able to do, especially in a mobile game.
And now I kind of wonder, going forward, as this does wrap up our first day here of league play, are we going to see teams, kind of take things back a little bit? Are they going to continue to be as aggressive in day 2 for maybe some better seeding or whatnot? But what I can hear is we have another breakdown going to be coming through by the both of you, if I'm not mistaken. I'm waiting to see some more confetti, some more glitter coming into this.
We have to break this down because overall it was a really important play in this game, but this is going to be the fight between Tempo and SWAT 69 that in the end does end up taking Tempo out early. Now we can see that it starts off with just Rain and what is that? I believe it's N7 in the same building. And then the rest of Tempo is kind of spread out. And actually, if you notice right now, before anything really starts to pop off, the rest of SWAT 69 is considerably far away. Honestly, I don't really know how they lost this. This is very sad for me. Okay, when we went into this scenario, I was prepared for Tempo to just kind of absolutely just win this because this is their place. They've been holding Pachinki for how long? I felt like their confidence just in their drop alone would kind of lend itself to a very strong fight from their end. Now we do see a lot of back and forth inside of this building, and that amount of time is what allows the rest of SWAT 69 to start rotating over to their teammate and try to start helping him in this fight. Now Tempo does know that there is a solo player up on that second floor, so at one point in just a moment here, they're going to make the decision to fully push in on him thinking that they have the numbers.
I think I'll take this over. I don't want you to end up crying on the broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, 2 Tempo Storm players. By the way, I love Tempo Storm. I got a chance to meet some of the players, but I'm going to have to do them dirty here. My boy Spec, my boy Rain, the potatoes. It seemed like for some reason they were not able to go ahead and clutch this up. Remember, you only have one player right now from SWAT 69. And what do? They both go ahead and rush in, and they give them an angle where they're pretty much going to be able to both take damage as N7 is just going to destroy him. And what does N7 do that I really like so much? He makes sure he secures at least 1 kill for his team. He makes sure he goes ahead and thirsts them, because remember, every kill equals 1 point. Something I do enjoy here from Tensa, even though Tensa could have go ahead and pushed him up, he didn't, because he knew N7 was just going to be pre-firing that door, which you were able to see there early. So what does he do? He plays it a little bit patient. And guess what? At this moment, SWAT 69 player is going to be right here, right next to Tensa, and they're going to get into an interesting battle here between each other, as Tensa is able to knock one player with barely 1 HP. Now, N7, something I didn't notice right here. Notice how Tensa is going to start healing up. N7 thought about maybe picking up his teammate, but I think he was able to hear and be aware that he was going to be pretty much healing himself, Tensa, that he just went for it. And luckily for Tensa, he ended up getting the heals right on time, as the player from 69 was able to go ahead and come in there and pretty much lose the battle. Now, at this point, honestly, it was pretty much a toss-up. You have HH24, you have Tensa, 2 of the best players from that team as well. And then you have 69 Problems. By the way, love the name you got there. Guess what? 69 Problems, he knows that somebody, Tensa specifically, is going to be pushing him. He jumps up, shotguns him to the face, finishes up that kill, and makes sure he secures there. Now, right here, I enjoyed that he decided to go through a different angle. He decided to go ahead and rotate from this to over here on the other side of the building. Love those, just love that awareness from the teams. And one more thing, HH24 was going to try to pick up Spec, and that would have been huge. Something that I would have loved from Spec is if he would have maybe been able to rotate into this building to give him a different angle. But everything goes on so fast. You got to remember this stuff, we are able to break it down, but the players are doing this in real time. What does 69 Problems do? He throws up a grenade up here. And what does HH24 do? He jumps out and tries to go for that fight, but guess what? 69 Problems just being able to go ahead, rush in, get that kill, and he becomes the champion, the king of Pachinki. And while we're doing at it, there you go. Give that man some confetti, because he just clutched it for his team.
I think that was the moment we heard Glitter's heart break on comms when we were watching the game. By the way, I didn't know, was it Season 15 of the Battle Pass has a potato skin in it. I'm loving it.
Season 14. Season
14. Maybe that's coming out in 15 then. Maybe I'm rushing a little bit earlier on. But yeah, fantastic breakdown by you two. A little bit unfortunate for Glitter, but you know what? It's only been one day. We've all had bad predictions. Let's take a look at the overall rankings though and see how things have wrapped up though at the end of our first day of league play. And look at this, Team Unique taking away that #1 spot off the bat here, Glitter. 75 points total.
That just stems from some very consistent and an impressive last game of gameplay. Now, I do like to see that even though we had a rough last game, Tempo Storm is still there in the top 3 spot and not that far behind Unique. We do need to keep pointing out that we're seeing a lot of these teams have some very big performances when they are getting their chicken dinners. So if there is a 20-point discrepancy, even a 30-point discrepancy, that is more than surpassable with one solid game from any of these teams. So I'm not too worried right now. This is a pretty decent spread for the top 10 so far.
And just to go off what you were saying, I think it speaks volumes of what Tempo Storm's day was like, because even though they did end up getting knocked first there, guess what? They're still able to maintain that top 3. So I know I was memeing a little bit with the potatoes here and there, but trust me, those players are high caliber and they're showcasing it here on this event. And now as we're going here to the second page, we do have Konina Power on the 11th place, Team Umbra, which I'm actually happy to see there within the top 16. And then we got Nova Esports and Headquarters. They're currently fighting for that 16th to 17th place, and only about, 8 points is separating them. So anything can happen here tomorrow. Make sure you tune in, because everything is super close. Only 16 teams are going to be advancing into the Super Weekend, and boy, is it going to be crazy.
But guys, we're seeing Konina Power 11th with 34 points, Wildcard with 30 in 13th place, 13th place. These are the two teams that were number 1 and number 2 going into the league play, and they have fallen. They've shown their mortal here. And Glitter, I see you nodding your head. This is rough times. I mean, again, they should be generally clear to make it into the Super Week, but they definitely haven't had the performance we were expecting coming into day 1.
Yeah, Ed, that was something I was going to point out on that leaderboard as well. They had a very strong performance in opening weekend, but we've talked a couple times about, was opening weekend almost like a treat for us as far as like casting goes with that level of aggression? Now that Wildcard and Konina Power might potentially be kind of reining that in a little bit, is that almost overly affecting their gameplay? We expected them to be very, very strong contenders here, and yet we see them on the second page of the leaderboard. Obviously, we still have an entire another day of league play for them to kind of pick it back up, but we only have that second day of league play, so they don't have too much of a grace period from there.
Especially going into the Super Week, they definitely cannot afford to lose out on those juicy, juicy points. But that does wrap up our entire day here, our first day of league play. We still have our second day to come up tomorrow at the exact same time, 11 a.m. PDT. And we'll see which top 16 teams will move through into our Super Week, kicking off in just a few days' time. I also want to give a big shout out to all the other language streams we have going on here. I know I just think Sparky over doing a Hindi broadcast over in India. It's a lot of people commentating and really trying to bring all of this PUBG Mobile action across the world here. And it's called a World League for a reason. So tomorrow, 11 a.m. PDT, our second day and final day of league play for the first week. You're not going to want to miss this.